it doesn't feel as fresh and as gross, if we're being honest, as when the games were played over the weekend. So I've hit almost a mental type of reset. Still not feeling great, though. Like, what I'm hoping for is no matter what happens tonight, I guess the goal for me is just don't get blown out. And as long as you don't do that, I don't care what the result really is.
I mean, if Georgie goes out there, gives up 3, breaks his stick.
Yeah, that would be a disaster.
Yeah.
But outside of that, Marty, I don't know what you stand to gain. Like, can you get confidence? Maybe. Can you lose anything? Not really. I mean, to be honest with you, as much as you'd like to say, get in there and get a win and this game's important, I think it's more like, hey, just nobody get hurt and let's just go in the postseason healthy.
If you were the head ball coach out there today, who would you play? Would you play your guys? Would you not? Would you play Georgie?
Well, I'm always confused in hockey. Like, you have to play some people. You can't just bring up a brand new lineup, but it's like I would severely limit minutes for people. You know, Kale's not getting 24 minutes tonight. He's getting 16. I probably play Georgie. Well, I don't know. I flip a coin. Like, this is kind of where I'm at mentally, and this is what sucks, is that I'm just waiting for that, what Bednar calls the playoff reset, okay? I want to be able just to forget about everything that I saw. For the last couple of weeks of the season. And just let's go ahead and do a clean erase of my memory, and then we'll just hit the restart. Now, I will say this, Marty. I think McKinnon's going to play. When you're a point away from tying the record or 2 points from breaking it, I think you gave him that opportunity tonight. Now, I'm not playing him a ton just to break a record, but I think it's pretty damn cool that somebody is not just Avalanche history, franchise history about to set a record for points in a season. So maybe you think about that a little bit. On the flip side here, I got what I wanted out of the Nuggets. You get a matchup with the Lakers. And I can't wait.
See, I thought that too, and then Vic laid it out. Vic and Rob laid it out yesterday, where it's just like, it's going to be the circus. Like, you're going to get every game on ABC as much as possible. All the talking heads, like Skip Bayless already said he likes the Lakers roster better than the Nuggets. Like,
why does this stuff bother you other than the fact that you dominate that team? Like, this is what weirds me out, especially like natives here in Denver who've been Nuggets fans for years, or for life, I should say. You get overly concerned with the nonsense as opposed to the actual thing that matters, which is winning. Like, let me lay out the case, okay? I didn't hear what they said. You said you were convinced by Rob and Vic, though, that the circus is coming and it's going to annoy you. Okay.
It's already annoying me.
Great. Here's my case. You've beaten them 8 times in a row.
But everybody's acting like we didn't.
Do you know what your record is against the Pelicans over the last 9 games? It's 5-4. Why would you prefer that to, like, if you're playing football and you've beaten a team like the Chiefs beat the Broncos, how many times was it in a row? 18?
It was an even 100.
Yeah. And the Chiefs had the option to play the Broncos or to play, you name another team that they've struggled against. Everybody takes the team you've dominated. You want to know why? It means you match up really well.
I don't mind the matchup. I just mind everything else that comes with it. That's the only thing I mind. I know they'll beat them on the court in 5 games.
I'm trying to think of another example of what this would be like, where you are better than your opponent, but people almost don't want it just because they're annoyed by things. Like, you know, you want to know what's a really annoying feeling? A really annoying feeling. What happened to the Avs last year in the first round? That's incredibly annoying. You've had to sit on that for a year. Now, did the Seattle Kraken bring a whole bunch of attention TV-wise and annoy you that way? No, but you lost. That sucks. And so I can't answer this, though. I don't know why people are pretending that your dominance over the Lakers has not existed. You want to know why you match up so well against them? Because on the surface, you would think, oh my God, man, they got LeBron, they got AD. That's not a good matchup for anybody. Let me explain to you why it is. In the playoffs, things get really tight. Pressure packs up. Defense is played at an all-time effort level, which you're not used to seeing throughout the regular season. And you know what the Lakers have a lot of struggles with, Marty? Shooting. So you know what teams scare me? Ones that can light it up from outside. Those teams like Boston, it's the reason Boston is scary. Because Boston can shoot themselves out of a game if they have a bad shooting night, but they also, Marty, can torch you by 30 points if they're hitting right. LeBron can't shoot threes. Hey, is he better now than maybe earlier in his career? Sure. But if LeBron lines up for a three, does it feel like it's going in? He's no different than anybody else. And here's what the Nuggets do. This was an amazing stat. That I don't know, out of all the tracking and stuff like that, you want to go back and look throughout the playoffs, but forget the overall playoffs. I'm talking just the finals. I think in the finals, Marty, the Nuggets won 2 of those 5 games making 5 or less threes. I don't know if there's a single team in the NBA that can do that. If you want to know why it feels like the Nuggets offense is unstoppable, it's because they don't need to shoot to win. They find ways to get points. Other teams cannot do that. And here's what I love. You want to talk about the attention factor. This is hilarious to me. I brought this up before the playing game, and I was joking, by the way. Do the Lakers want to throw that game to play a game 2 elimination to avoid the Nuggets? You want to know how much Lakers fanboys are teetering right now? I watched their coach say it after the game. All right, boys. And did I send you this audio from Darvin Ham? If I didn't, I'm going to send it to you now. Because it was a joke. Of course, you are not going to go out there and intentionally throw the first play-in game to make the second one a winner-take-all for the 8 seed. You want to know why? Because you might lose. But because they won that first game against the Pelicans, here's what even their coach is saying. Listen.
0 now. Back to 0-0. We with all the smoke and we ain't ducking no fades.
Stop right there. We won a game that we were supposed to. We aren't ducking anybody. Like, that's the narrative now. They won a basketball game, so they didn't duck the Nuggets. They aren't scared. So hear me out. Team goes out in a play-in game without a secured bid to the postseason. Barely wins. And you know what that shows, Marty? They aren't scared of the Nuggets. Is that the narrative that we're doing here? I thought, and we all agreed, that Nug Life feeling and the past history against the Lakers and all those PTSD fears that you had were gone when you swept them in the Western Conference Finals, and now I'm seeing it creep back for people. You should never be annoyed with Skip Bayless, okay? You ignore him. Skip Bayless is the crazy homeless person who's like on drugs and like fighting an air imaginary person on the sidewalk. You just go, oh, okay, just walking past this. No need to acknowledge it.
That's a good comparison, actually.
It's the same thing with Perkins. It's the same thing with everybody else. Of course they're going to say that.
You know, Sanford actually thought that, and until Zion's injury came out,
Where was he at on that, by the way? Where was Sanford at on the whole Lakers Vic Rob discussion?
he's confident that they'll beat the Lakers.
So he's more on team me.
Yeah, he's on
Okay.
Brett's team. Yeah.
All right. So continue. What was he saying?
He was thinking that the Pelicans were the ones ducking the Nuggets because Zion's injury was just really weird. Like, it came on a play where nothing really happened. He even scored in the play. Then he just walked off, didn't test the hamstring, just went straight to the locker room, and that was it. It's like he's got 40 points and he can't push it a little bit in a do or die game.
Well, they've declared him out for tonight, right?
We did not know that.
Yeah.
When we were saying all this, but it was very weird.
It
wasn't
was. Yeah.
This isn't game 6. This is game 83.
That's what sucks about some of those things surrounding Zion. You got, of course, AD's got, I got the back spasms going on, but I'm going to battle through it. And
Don't forget about that nasty little headache he had a couple weeks ago.
Jimmy Butler got hurt last night. There's a whole bunch of guys that, it's funny. We were entering the postseason, Marty, and I go, you know what's weird is that teams are pretty healthy, actually, which has not been the case over the last few years in the NBA.
And B just came back too.
And then it's like, oh, Zion's out, and Jimmy's out, and AD has stuff, and blah, blah, blah. So here it comes again. But I can't wait. I can't wait for Saturday. For all of you on the negative side of this, well, all that stupid attention that we're going to get because Skip Bayless said that the Lakers are going to win and Kendrick Perkins is going to say that LeBron's going to blah, blah, blah his legacy. Also remember what it felt like when you torched that team in 4 games. And I get it. The games were tough, but you win in 4, you win in 4. So I cannot wait. 303-504-0925. A lot to discuss. I did miss a lot.
You always do. Somebody always gets hurt when you're gone too, but luckily there were no games.
No injuries, but Cortland Sutton, a little bit of that. Peyton and Peyton are going to speak today at noon to the media. Texture says, I wish I can just show up to work when I want, Brett. Well, I'll tell you what. You go watch my kid then. You watch my kid, I will show up here every day. But when the wife is out of town, making sure that we have enough money that I can do this stupid job, every once in a while you got to say, hey, kid, what are you crying for? I feel like that was the last 2 days for me. What's the matter? I just said that 1,000 times. What's the matter?
What was the weirdest "what's the matter" answer you got?
Rice cake. She wanted a rice cake, and I couldn't figure this out, and she can't really talk in a way that I fully understand. I speak baby Jamal Kalanese a little bit, but it's this. It's hand goes open and close and
How'd you not get that? That's obviously rice cake.
I should
That'd be
have
my
known.
first guess.
Anyway, you know what's funny is that I got a friend, you know him, Marty, an owner of a local establishment here in town, who's a father of 2. And when his wife is out of town, he calls it babysitting. And I go, nope, you're a dad. That's just being a dad. You aren't babysitting at all. It's what a father does. He watches his children.
He doesn't get paid for it, so I guess it's not babysitting.
But he said that he's like, I can't golf. I'm babysitting for the next couple of days.
I gotta watch these kids.
303-504-0925. Back after this. Marty, I'm perusing the text line. I'm trying to find these babies out there. These are scaredy cats, these great North American fraidy cats that I've been told are scared of the Lakers. Like, I really... And again, maybe I got this wrong. Maybe it's not the fear. It's just what you said. It's the annoyance of it. But honestly, what do you feel like? I don't think the Nuggets will sweep them again, by the way. I don't think that's going to happen. It feels more like a 5 to 6 game series. If I had to put down an exacta bet, it would be 5 games. But I know that we discussed this a week ago. I'm pretty damn confident in the Nuggets. And I'm pretty not confident in the Avs right now. How did Bednar sound yesterday? Was he chippy?
No, he was pretty serious.
No, that's what I mean. Was he I remember when we talked to him 2 weeks ago, he was fired up.
No, he was all business, not messing around, didn't give any funny answers or anything, just straight business.
So, again, with the Avs playing tonight, I don't know what you stand to gain out of this. I don't know what the horn sounds, clock hits 0. I don't think there's going to be any major takeaway for the postseason. I think this is just about getting there. Yeah.
I have a question for you when you're
Sure.
done. I'm sorry for interrupting you.
Oh, it's just, look, this is one of those wandering thoughts because I thought about this a lot and it's almost like writer's block for an opinion on the Avs right now for me. I think about them and there's just nothing there because I have no idea what to expect. So there's this game that I got. I found this at a bar a while ago. These guys, they had this little mini square set up with a felt bottom, and there's a whole bunch of different dice, Marty. So it was one of them was a 50-sided die, another one was a 25-sided die, you had your regular 6, blah, blah, blah. So it's this points game. The name of the game, they called it B-word, okay? It was a fun game. And I feel like the Avs, to me, I bought this online, and this one had more dice to it. So I had 100-sided die. So think about that for a second. You roll it, you can get anywhere from 1 to 100.
How big is this thing? Like a volleyball?
No, I would say the 100-sided die, probably the size of a racquetball, somewhere in there. But it's there's so many different grooves in it, Marty, for these numbers. It's almost hard to tell what number it's on. But the point I'm making is, I feel like the Nuggets right now, there's a 3-sided die. I got a pretty good idea of where it's going to land, okay? The Avs are the 100. I roll it, and I'm I couldn't begin to guess where this thing is going to stop. I'm just very confused in this place right now. So what I'm going to elect to do with the Avs is basically ignore what happens tonight, have no takeaway, and just hit a total and complete reset button once the postseason hits. The team's obviously talented. Obviously. But the goaltending and the defense in front of them is the wild card. That's what it is.
So speaking of goaltending, I want to play something for you
Please.
from Bednar yesterday. I want to get your take on it. Listen.
Coach, have you made a decision about who will start game 1 of the playoffs for you in that?
Yes.
Are you going to share it with us? Can I get it out of you?
No.
Okay.
No.
What do you think?
That's interesting. It feels a little bit more gamesmanship than anything else.
If it's Georgie, why not just say Georgie? Winnipeg would probably assume Georgie, so just say it, right?
I don't know. I did not think he was going to say that.
What were you expecting? Just
That Georgie's our one.
mm-hmm.
That's what I expected.
Right. Us too.
Here's the thing. This has been bubbling up for a while. Marty, that was not the first time that Jared Bednar was asked about the goaltending from us. Now, he's always given a pretty quick answer. But given the circumstances, I don't think there's any way that you couldn't have at least some hesitation about this. And so I'm trying to think here, is he playing a game with Georgie where he's not going to say that in an effort to motivate? And here's what's weird about Georgiev. This is not a problem of motivation. When a guy snaps his stick in frustration because another goal goes in, you know what that's not, Marty? That's not a guy who doesn't care. It might be a guy who cares too much. And we've seen that happen before, especially look, you guys know my background. I played baseball my entire young adult life, okay? One of the worst places you can be as a baseball player is caring too much. This is how when you're in a slump, when it's so hard to break out, because all you're trying to do is dude, can I just get the fat part of the bat on this baseball? Just one time. Can I get a bloop single over second base? Can I just get lucky? You're just looking for anything to break you out. And that's not from a lack of care. It's from almost trying too hard. So I don't think that is some sort of Jedi mind trick to Georgie of, if you don't get things right, then you aren't going to. I don't think he needs that. And I think Bednar's a smart enough coach to understand that. Now, I'm not behind the scenes every day watching how hard he works. But again, I don't think this is a question of motivation or work ethic. I think this is just a guy who is maybe in his own head a little bit. Just got a text from the voice of the Avs, Connor McGahee. He said, the Avs in 2022, their last 7 games was 1-5-1. I understand that. Here's why I feel like it's different. The Avs didn't care much at the end of 2022 because they didn't have to, because everything was kind of ironed up already. It would be as if, Marty, the Nuggets closed out this year the same record they did last year. What's the difference if they would have done that this year as opposed to last year? That giant, we clinched the 1 seed with a month left in the season last year, it would be staring you in the face. This year, it was a 3-horse race between them, Minnesota, and OKC. The reason why that Minnesota game meant so much, that win meant so much, was it was just like a reminder that we're the best team in the West. Now, did they follow that up with a loss to San Antonio? Yeah, but at the end of the day, they grabbed the 2 seed, shoulder shrug to me. So,
Yeah, could have been the 3 seed. They got pretty lucky on that last day.
Now, this is a great point from a texter. Now, I don't know if this is true or not, but just let's go down the rumor mill, shall we? Texter says, rumor has it, him and Nathan were talking about it at practice. Talking about who's going to start in net. Now, this I could totally buy. I'm not saying this is true, but I could buy this. Why was he playing coy on that answer? Who's the number one? There's basically 3 or 4 different avenues that this could be. The first one is what I mentioned. Maybe it's a mind game that you're playing with Winnipeg. But to your point, Marty, unless Juice is starting, you would have to assume that Winnipeg is preparing for Georgiev, correct? So that's one. Number 2, could it be a motivational tactic for Georgiev? I don't buy that, because I believe that it's not a lack of care or effort as to why the struggling is happening right now in Georgiev. So that brings us to this third one. And this one I might buy. What do you do, Marty, if the leader of your hockey team, a guy who might set a franchise record for points in a season, walks up to you at practice one day and goes, hey, I'm just going to let you know the guys in the room, we kind of like Juice better. Then what do you do? That's one that could totally make sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe Bednar in his head is like, I'm way more comfortable with a guy who's started a lot more games and was one of the league leaders in wins this season despite some struggles. I'm good with that, but what do you do when your team comes up and says, we just kind of feel better when Juice is playing? And maybe that's why he's playing coy. Again, not saying that's the case, but that's something I could buy.
Aren't they basically saying that without actually saying it, since they do play well better in front of him?
I told you that last week when this was really starting to snowball and people are getting a little bit out of control and super scared. Me being one of them, by the way. I told you, I'm teetering confidence-wise with them, and I hate being there because I don't feel like I should be. This team's good. I said, for whatever reason, this was after, which game? Was it the Dallas game or was it the 7-0 Winnipeg game? Maybe it was Dallas. But you remember in the post game when we all were like, how do you give up 7 goals? And Bednar's response was, I thought Georgiev played great. Remember that?
Yeah.
The question I asked after that game, whichever one it was, and I can't remember, was this. I don't doubt at all that the defense had some massive issues in front of him that led to goals. And on a lot of them, it's like, what are you going to do as a goalie? You got a 2-on-1 break, somebody throws a top shelf. What are you going to do? You got a deflection off of a whole bunch of traffic in front. What are you going to do? Somebody wide open back door for a tap in. What are you going to do? But my point was this, Marty. I go, why does it not look quite like that when Juice is playing? Like the stuff that's beyond the control of the goaltender, just the play in front of him, why does it look different? Now, limited sample size for Anonin, but still, I thought it was a legitimate question. And that's where I got to that point where I was saying, I don't care whose fault it is anymore. I just want it to stop. And so maybe for whatever reason, the team feels more comfortable with Eustace as opposed to Georgie. I don't know why that would make sense. Georgie's been your starter for 2 straight years. Played a majority of the game. But out of when you played me the audio, Marty, and you said, what do you think? That feels like the most viable of those options. 303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line. So again, what's on the line tonight? Go ahead.
So who do you think starts game 1?
I think Georgie. I think it's a short leash, but I think Georgie. Like, I wouldn't doubt. Let's say Georgie goes out. Like, Marty, if he gives up a 5 spot in game 1, I think he's out and Juice comes in game 2. But I don't think they took it all the way to the very end just to throw this curveball of, oh, by the way, the young guy's playing now. Don't know. Maybe you just rely on the fact, like, he hasn't been here and he's going to be in a moment where he's just almost not even thinking. It's just reacting, which sometimes works really well. I'm not rooting against Georgie, though. Like, I would love to see this. How cool would it be if the playoffs start and then he just becomes a stone wall? And all that stuff that we said leading up to this is just like, you know what? He gets to throw all that in our face.
Remember when we didn't trust this guy? What were we thinking? Could happen.
Could. But yeah, you want me to guess? I think that Georgie's going to play that first game. Now, the reasoning behind why Bednar said what he said and was playing coy about that, I have no idea. But on the line tonight, the game itself does not really matter. I think you have to play well. The only thing that would get an emotional reaction out of me, I think, for tonight is a blowout going the opposite way. Like, you lose again 6-0 or 7-1 or something like that, then I would probably feel some sort of way about it. But other than that, I don't know if anything could really push or pull me emotionally in one direction. But what you could get tonight is McKinnon with 1 point would tie the all-time franchise record of points in the season, and with 2 points would pass that. So there's something to keep an eye on. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, a whole bunch to get to this morning again. I'm fascinated by this mental game that people are playing with the Nuggets. Game 1 in 2 nights, by the way. 48 hours. Well, more than that. 2 days away. I'm not going to do that math right now.
2 plus.
Yes,
2
2
plus.
plus. A little bit over 2. Anyway, close to game 1 for the Nuggets. We'll discuss that as we go along. 303-504-0925. Back after this. All right, so a few things here. And I apologize if I am plowing ground that's already been trod. But I do want to say something about the Broncos, who have the Paytons doing their press conference today. That's going to be at noon. So their pre-draft presser. By the way, only a few days away until their uniform reveal as well. That's going to be on Monday. I did like what they did with the blacked out sort of picture in the locker.
Do you like that?
Did you see what happened though? People were trying to like change the brightness and a whole bunch of settings on it, and when you did that, it just said "nice try" on the jersey, which I thought was funny. But as far as Courtland Sutton goes, so did not come to voluntary workouts. He's looking for a new deal, and here's what I would tell him. I absolutely agree. You should get a new deal somewhere else. And it's nothing against the guy. He is your most reliable offensive player. And you know what I say all the time? Consistency and reliability are, it has to be a top feature of what you want in a player. The problem for Sutton is this. I don't think he wants to be here, and I don't think anybody blames him for that, because when you've gone through, what's the number, like 10 quarterbacks?
10 quarterbacks in 7 years.
Yeah. It's got to be ungodly frustrating, not to mention all the different coaching staff changes that have been made, not just a head coach, but offensive coordinators feel like it bounces around every year. It's probably annoying. So he wants, I don't know if he wants out, but he wants a new contract. I think you facilitate that for him. Here's the problem, Marty. I don't think you get jack squat for Courtland Sutton. Look at the trades of high-profile marquee players in the league this offseason and tell me what the returns have been. I'll answer that for you. Nothing. Like, you'd be lucky, I think, for Sutton to get a sixth. And again, that's not disrespectful. It's just kind of the way it's been going this offseason. What was Diggs traded for? Was it a second, but it was also like a fourth and a third went back the other way or something like that, right? And Diggs might be a guy on the downturn of his career. But let's be honest here. Courtland Sutton, who wants another contract, I totally understand why he does. He just had a big season as far as touchdowns go. But he's going to be 29 this year. Don't know how much longer that's going to last. And for as solid as Courtland Sutton is at one category of this, which is he's a big high point guy, possession receiver, comes down with the ball, Sutton has never been a 1,300-yard, 100-catch guy. Like, he's not a one. Like, if he's your number one wide receiver, your wide receiver group probably isn't that good. And I don't say that to be disrespectful. It's kind of the truth.
I don't get it. You said we should keep any good players, any good offensive players. He was your best offensive weapon. Yeah. You need talent on this team. He's talented. Why are you letting him walk?
Do you? I don't know where the veteran player for a rebuilding team fits. I don't know if you need any of that.
Well, they're attempting to win games next year, and I think he might be able to help.
He would, but at what cost? At the cost of a guy who's a little bit pissed off that he's still here, at the cost of a guy who wants a new contract, who's willing to sit out? Like, that stuff, is he so good and so important to this team next season where you give him a new deal or you put up with him? I don't think so. I don't think so. That's reserved for like two guys on this team, and one is named Patrick Surtain. I don't know how many guys in this roster, if they demanded new contracts, you'd have to do it with where the team is at. And that's the important part here. It's with where the team is.
So pretty much if anybody says I want to raise, they're like, here's the door.
I would kind of be that way. Unless we're talking like, again, Marty, Surtain, Quinn Miners, like guys that you see part of this team when you hopefully turn it around in a couple of years. Those are the guys you worry about. But he'll be 29 in October. Courtland Sutton. Is that a long-term piece? I don't think so. Like, here's the reality, guys, and they aren't going to say this because this head coach and this ownership group want to win. They're going to stink next year. Like, one of the worst teams in the NFL. Look at that roster and try and tell me any different. I dare you. Now, what you can have guys that you feel like are future pieces. You can have guys like if they draft well this year, Marty, like you can have some fun watching some of these younger guys play. But we're talking wins and losses next year. Like, I think they're finishing last in the division, and they're probably going to finish around a top 5 pick. It's like when you say you need, I don't think the word need comes with really anybody on this roster outside of a couple of names. Who's in the need category? Like, you would have thought that was Simmons, right? They said we don't need Simmons. Why? Because Simmons is north of 30 and this team's going to stink, and so what's the point?
So it's Surtain and who? You said there's 2.
Miners. Yeah, I think Miners is like an all-pro level guard. Now, you also don't confuse this one. There's need, and then there's stuck. And so when I say you're stuck with McGlinchey, it doesn't necessarily mean McGlinchey's bad, but you can't do anything with the contract, so whatever. They restructured it this offseason, which keeps him that guaranteed money around longer. Honestly, do you need Javonte? Do you need P. Ryan? Do you need, I mean, go down the list.
I mean, you're going to need some receivers, so I guess some of them are valuable. Like, I guess Marvin Mims, you'll need somebody to line up.
Well, let's say that
You got to field 11 guys.
Let's say that Sutton leaves. Let's say he's like, I demand a trade, and they honor that demand. Your wide receiver room then looks like Mims, Josh Reynolds, Tim Patrick, Lil Jordan Humphrey.
Lil Jordan and David Sills.
Not to mention they're probably
fifth.
grabbing somebody in the draft. Like, you're going to have enough bodies.
This depth chart's a tough read.
That's
It's
what I'm
tough,
getting at.
It's
Like,
a tough read, dude.
we accept it now. The team's going to stink, but maybe it's for a purpose. Because all that's happened up until this point, since I've been here, Marty, in 2019, is the team has stunk without a purpose. They've just been bad with no real plan for the future. Here's been the plan. Team stinks. They let go of the quarterback. They hire a new head coach. And then the team stinks, and they let go of the quarterback, and they hire a new head coach. And then the team stinks, they let go of the quarterback, and they hire a new head coach. And it's been that over and over and over again. Now, this year, think about it. Use your draft picks wisely. They've signed nobody this offseason. You don't think there's an intent to that? There is. And let's say you're really bad. Let's say you're top 5 pick level, Marty. Well, you know what those top 5 picks become next year? Because you have a first and second rounder. Becomes like a 5th and a 36th overall pick. That's it. Like, that sounds great. I'll take it. But yes, Marty, that depth chart is a, quote, tough read. But we knew it was going to be. So I see these rumors. It's like, you know what the Broncos could do in the draft? They could trade 2 first-rounders and a second and a 4th and a 5th and go get Dak Prescott. And I'm like, if you want to do that game again, I will punch you. Like, if this is the route you want to take, this thing that epically failed in proportions that the league has never seen before, what if we tried that again? It's that old, you seen that David Cross meme? And I'm not going to do this. I'm going to butcher it, but I'll try and paraphrase. These people delude themselves into thinking it might work for them, and it never does. But it might work for us. That's what you'd be doing. Except you just did it.
And it did not work.
So here's a thought. Try to actually build a football team that isn't in the express lane. Are you sick? Maybe take your medicine for a few days, sit it out, chill on the couch, and then go back out in the world. This is the take your medicine phase. And I'm here for it.
Thanks. I hate it.
Nobody likes it. Oh, Marty, you like taking your medicine, do you? Nobody does. But for the most part, you get better. 303-504-0925. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv. Search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. You can shop Safeway's 4X points and earn up to 4 times the points to redeem on gas and groceries when you purchase participating items throughout the store. Clip the offer in the Safeway app. A lot to discuss. Final regular season game for the Avs tonight. Lakers, Nuggets, 2 days from now. We got game 1. Mose Lombardi and Kane next. Hello, gentlemen. Mosier's back. I'm back. Vic's been here. And as what always happens, Mosier, you take a couple of days and then all hell breaks loose in a whole bunch of different categories. And so I would like to start in a couple of different ways here. Number one.
Some of us enjoy our jobs.
I love this job. I missed it. Vic, when you said that a couple of weeks ago, you had a couple of days off. You said I missed it. I really, really missed being here. So I'm glad I'm back.
You're stuck with your baby at home, like changing diapers in the morning. I mean, how fun was
I'm not
that?
stuck with I like my kid.
Stuck.
I like my kid. I enjoy her.
Oh, come on. I know you enjoy your kid. I enjoy my kids, but there are moments there where you're like, God, I'm stuck with this kid.
Well,
be honest. No, let's get that out of the way right
I
now.
said two different things to Marty. I said two different things. I said, number one, it was just a lot of this now is what she does, which is open, close hand, and which is tell me what you want. And I guess it was a rice cake is what she wanted, and that lasted about 30 minutes. Yes,
Like
exactly.
motion.
Secondly, it's funny that you mentioned that because I said there's a person that you know, Mo. She's the owner of a local establishment in town, where his wife goes out of town, and he tells me, I can't golf today. I'm babysitting the kids. I was like, nope, you're being a dad. That's not babysitting. That's just being a father. That's all that is.
I always laugh at that. That is funny. That is funny. I got to babysit. Well, are you babysitting someone else's children?
No, they're my
mine.
kids.
Oh, they're your kids.
But I got to be honest with you. I didn't miss this at all.
I'm sure you
I
did.
didn't miss the insults. I didn't miss looking at your stupid hair. I didn't miss baby talk. I didn't miss any of that.
If it
Just
makes
being,
you feel
if we're
better,
just being honest, if we're in the trust tree right now, I didn't miss any of that.
Moj, if I'm in the trust tree, I didn't miss you one bit.
Wait,
good.
you were gone?
Exactly.
I swear to God you were here yesterday. No?
That's exactly right, Martin. I completely agree with you.
Okay, so two things here that I want to start with. So obviously we got the last regular season game for the Avs tonight. I want to put that on the back burner for a moment because Moj, you and me missed the reaction to you're getting the Lakers in the first round, and I want to know, Vic, what was your first thought? You open up the mic the day after the play-in game, you get the Lakers, and you said what?
Terror? You know my first thought. Yeah, you know my first thought. I don't like the matchup. I don't like anything about it. I just want to get through it. I want it to be over. I'm not looking forward to this like some of you guys are. I'm looking forward to Nuggets basketball in the playoffs, but I listened to Scotty in the afternoon, and Scotty and I have the exact same approach to this. The two of us have the exact same approach. That's a much better team than the one that you swept last year. It's a much better team than the one that you're used to beating. Give them some respect, even though it's hard because they're the Lakers. I don't want to deal with this. I don't. So that was my first instinct, and it remains the same instinct. But I do have some insight, which I will share shortly, about what the Nuggets felt when the Lakers won that game, particularly a pair of Nuggets on that team that I think is going to go a long way in winning this series.
Okay, so we'll get there in a second. I don't know, like, Moj, I don't feel that. I don't feel what Vic and Scotty feel. Now, I will agree with this. I do think the Lakers are better this year than last year. They're certainly deeper. Like, they got a couple, like, Gabe Vincent's coming off the bench, guys like that. I get it. I think there's one distinct advantage that the Nuggets have, not just over the Lakers, but over everybody in the playoffs. Like, I heard this stat, and it blew me away last year. I think it was just the finals, but it might have been, it was just the finals. And Marty fact-checked me on this. But I believe the Nuggets won 2 NBA Finals games with 5 or less threes. Like, hit 5 or less. And it feels
game
like
5,
so many different teams across the league, Vic, are so dependent on the outside shot, and this is what brings such an advantage to them. And this is what I love about this matchup with the Lakers. We know things get tighter. We know the pressure's higher. We know the defense is played with a little bit more grit and intensity. The Lakers aren't a good shooting team. And for the Nuggets, that doesn't matter because they will get buckets no matter what. They will find a way to get in the paint and score. And so many teams struggle with it, and I think the Lakers are one.
There's also one other big factor. When it comes to Nikola Jokic, they don't have anyone who can guard him. The guy who's supposed to guard him and the guy who will try to guard him for a while will eventually be taken off of him.
Yeah.
You don't want it.
Well,
they don't
I
have anybody that can guard the big fella.
I bet they'll do the same thing a lot of teams do now, which is AD will probably guard AG and just have an eye on Jokic, right? Be my guess.
Yeah, head on a swivel, Bass.
Yep.
Bass
They'll
type
move
of
him back
stuff.
and forth. They don't
Yeah.
want to get him in foul trouble. They'll move him back and forth. And listen, I went to practice yesterday. I listened to all the players discuss this, and they all did it perfectly. See, this is a team that gets it. They understand how you have to respect your opponent, no matter who the opponent is. It's not the same. It's not the same Lakers team you beat in the playoffs last year. It's not the same Lakers team that you swept in the regular season this year. It's not the same team. It's not the same team. They've won 12 of their last 15. They're on a run. They're playing with a lot of swagger right now. Bunch of road games that they've won in a row. It's not the same team. Treat it like a completely different game and a completely different team.
I understand the one
that's
from
the
last year.
approach I'm taking.
What are you saying is different about this year from the 3 times they played them this year? What's different about them now
There's
as
a lot
opposed to
about
then?
both teams. LeBron's healthier, believe it or not, older and healthier. They have other role players. Last year it was
No,
Dennis
I'm talking
Schroeder.
this year. This year during the regular season when they beat them, you said that they're different from the regular season this year.
From the
What's-
since that game, since those games in the regular season, take a look at the Lakers' record. Take a look at what they've done down the stretch. They've played a lot better.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm not here to lapdog the Lakers. I'm not here to lick them, okay? I don't like them. We've all established that. But you know my approach, and Scott Hastings has this exact same approach because he deals with those two in the afternoon like I have to deal with you two. You guys, you think the game and the series is over, and it's not. It's just beginning, and it's going to be a battle.
Well, but
That's it. That's all I'm trying to establish.
before you put words in Mosier's mouth, let me tell you this right now. Yeah, I think the Nuggets win this series. I don't think it'll be easy. It wasn't easy last year. Like, those weren't blowouts last year when you swept them, but you found a way to beat them because you were better. And same thing applied in the regular season this year. Those games weren't blowouts for the most part, but you found a way because you're better. Now, do I think the Nuggets are going to sweep the Lakers again? I actually don't. I don't think this is going to be a sweep. 5 or 6 games sounds about right to me. But I don't know where you're at, Moj. I feel like a lot of people, and Marty said this in the appetizer, he goes, I just hate all that comes with the Lakers. And I go, well, I like the matchup of you winning a whole lot against them lately. That's what I enjoy.
I completely abhor everything that comes with the Lakers. I abhor the attention, the adulation, everything that comes with taking these guys on is really a pain in the butt. I mean, it really is. And by the way, it's never about you. It's always about them anyway. So you know what? Maybe this year with the defending champions, and I completely agree. It's a different matchup, Vic. It's not going to be the same as it was last year. Every series in its own right is a unique specimen. Maybe it's even good this year that all that attention is going to be on the Lakers, right? Can LeBron and company make one last run and all this blah, 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 blah. Let's just let the Nuggets go about doing their business and call it a day. I'm completely down with that. And Brett's correct, though, Vic. I know what you're saying. I don't disagree with you. The Nuggets are the better basketball team.
I know they are.
They're better.
Hey,
And if you go into it...
Hey, stop right there. Stop right there. Are the Nuggets better than the Spurs?
Yes. But
Sometimes
that's
the better basketball team doesn't win.
I understand, but that's a one-off, brother. I'm talking about a 7-game series.
I get it. That's why I'm sure that the Nuggets will win. I am.
Well, let me
But
tell you
it's
how.
not going to.
Let me tell you how excited the league is to have this matchup. Let me tell you. You got the playoffs starting on Saturday. Guess who is the headliner primetime game for all of the world to see? Believe me when I tell you, the NBA is more happy with this than anybody on planet Earth. And you're going to get the big, huge primetime matchup. You're going to get LeBron versus Joker and company and blah, blah, blah.
And when you see the final stats and they've shot 30 more free throws than the Nuggets, and you're going to say the same thing I'm saying now, that's what you get with the Lakers. You're going to get some things that are just built-in advantages for them that it makes you shake your head. And it's the very reason why I don't want this series. I want to get it over with as fast as I can. And those of you on the text line who keep texting in, Vic, are you scared, Vic, blah, blah. It's not about me. It's not about me. Cut 9 from Michael Malone, please. Cut 9 from Michael Malone. I want you to pretend Michael Malone is just some random NBA guy. I want you to listen to his words. It's not about me. It's not about you. I don't care what you think about this series. You shouldn't care what I think. I'm giving you my opinion because this is a talk show, okay? All that matters is what the players and coaches think and how they respond on the court. Please roll Coach Malone, cut 9.
I really can't. I mean, it's like a feeling, deep down inside. So how do you describe that? No, I think more importantly, like we have a veteran group, and as I told them, like when the play-ins are done, there's 16 teams in the postseason, and there's 15 teams trying to take what we have. We have to understand that. Like this is not going into round 1, game 1. They're like there's a bullseye on our back, even more so now. Like, the league's been cut in half almost. And we have a responsibility to understand that. LA is we swept them last year. We swept them this year. They're coming in not only playing well but really hungry. And they want to flip that script, and we have to understand that, Katie, and bring that. And I think our players do. But that was our message today, man. Don't let anybody in these playoffs take what we worked so hard to get. There hasn't been a back-to-back champion since 17-18 in Golden State, and it's going to be a hell of a challenge. I've said this for months now. The Western Conference playoffs are going to be insane. Forget seeding. The number in front of each team, throw that out the window. There's going to be 8 really talented teams, and there's a number of teams that I think wouldn't be surprised coming out of the West, because that's how deep and talented it is.
Okay. Does he sound scared, or is he just spitting facts?
Spitting facts. He doesn't sound scared.
Okay.
He's just spitting
Okay.
facts.
Understand the difference between being scared, being prepared, and just telling people what the truth is.
Honestly, I
Forget
think
records.
we've, at least on this side of the friggin' console, have done a pretty darn good job of that, Vic. Yeah. I think Bretsky and myself have done a pretty good job of laying it out there, laying out the facts. And let me lay out another fact to you, scaredy cat.
Okay, here we go again.
Let me lay out one more fact. And I'm not. There's no cart getting in front of any horse. There's no horse in any cart. There's no cart on top of the horse's back.
Of course not.
What I'm telling you is they may come in here wanting to make up for what happened last year and not winning a game this year and blah, 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 blah. And you know what, man? They may have that kind of mentality. But deep down inside, the Lakers also know that, man, these guys kick our ass.
Yeah, I agree there.
These guys, hey, we try this, we try that. Hey, remember the whole Hachimura? Oh, we're going to give me some Hachimura. Woo-hoo-hoo. And then they get their ass kicked even worse.
I can't wait for those again, Moj. I can't wait for game gets done, Nuggets win by 12, and it's like, but in the fourth quarter, did you see how Gabe Vincent was really roaming the paint? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what the hell?
The best part about this for me, is that I get to hate on Austin Reeves for an entire series because I do not like that guy. I don't like that guy, and this is going to be an easy guy to hate. And this is going to be a real easy series for me to go, screw that guy. I hate that guy. What's up with that guy?
Hold on.
What?
The reason some people are dreading this series, it has to do with it's as much window dressing as it is actual substance. Like, Skip Bayless said he's going to pick the Lakers. I was like, I love this stuff. Guys get to look like idiots. Like, this was so funny to me. Play-in game gets done. Lakers win close, right? They go, let's go live to the locker room and see the celebration from the Lakers. And they go, here's Darvin Ham. Play the audio of Darvin Ham in the locker room after the game, please.
0 now. Back to 0-0. We with all the smoke and we ain't ducking no fades.
Okay, so stop right there.
What does that mean? Ducking no fades?
I don't know what ducking no fades mean.
Help me out.
But this is what's funny. We want all the smoke. Basically, we aren't ducking anything. So wait a minute.
But what is a ducking no fades?
I don't know. I don't know what the fades means.
That sounds cool, but I don't know what it means.
So let me get this straight, Darvin Ham. You guys played a play-in game and won to get a secure bid in the postseason. And you know what that means? It means we aren't scared of the Nuggets. So, because you didn't throw game 1 to avoid playing the Nuggets and trying to get the 8 seed as opposed to the 7, now that means we aren't ducking the smoke? Or is it maybe, You just tried to win a basketball game that mattered because you weren't secure in the postseason yet. Like, that's the stuff that I think is hilarious.
Well, see, and that's where I think he's off base. And that's why I respect what the Nuggets are doing and saying. I respect Coach Malone respecting his opposition. I respect yesterday. I asked Nikola Jokic twice about the Lakers, and both times, nothing but respect out of his mouth. He said, these teams are even. Forget what you hear. Forget what you say. He told me right to my face, these teams are dead even.
I
and
dig
we
that,
have to
Vic.
prove again we're better.
I dig that.
And that's what I see. Listen. Stop talking for a second. That's what I like. I like a person who goes into his series respecting the opposition. I don't like people with bravado before. You can show bravado after. That's when I
Okay.
did.
Well,
you can do it after. But before the series, shut up.
Because I respect them
your
doesn't-
opponent
it
and
doesn't
go to play.
It doesn't mean I have to like them. And as we get to break here, the one thing that is causes most fear about, and I shouldn't be this way, but it's the Lakers I allow myself to. Losing, period, would hurt to anybody, any team. But losing to this team would absolutely kill me.
Yeah.
I don't know if I could live with myself if you lose to this team.
So let's hang on to this for
Especially
a
a
moment.
7 versus a 2.
And the terror of that thought is what keeps you up at night.
Let's hang on to this for a moment. We'll get back to it. 303-504-0925. First of all, a fade is a fight from a million textures. Okay, got it. A fade, they aren't ducking the fight is what he's saying. Secondly, Moj, we both missed this, but Marty played some audio yesterday when Bednar joined the show. I'm just going to lead off, play this for you, and say react because it is not what I expected at all. We'll get to it next. Moj, you and I missed our weekly chat with the head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, yesterday. But Marty played something for me in the appetizer. And this is what Marty did. He just goes, what do you think of this? That's all I knew. That's all I got, information-wise. So, Moj, I'm going to do the same thing to you. What do you think of this?
Coach, have you made a decision about who will start game one of the playoffs for you in that?
Yes.
Are you going to share it with us? Can I get it out of you?
No.
Okay.
No.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Why are we playing the coy games here, Moj?
What good does it do?
What good does what do?
What good does it do to tell us or anybody who the goalie is?
Well, I mean, you've started a guy a million games this year. If it wasn't a question, I mean, look, if I'm Winnipeg, you're preparing for Georgie.
Winnipeg would also say we're going to start Hellebuck too.
Yeah. Do you think that if you ask, who's Winnipeg's head coach again?
Rick Bowness.
Rick Bowness. If you asked him who's starting in game one, wouldn't he just say Hellebuck and move
but
on?
maybe Bedsy wants, and I'm sorry to cut in there, Moj, I'll let you answer the question, but my interpretation of his answer was perhaps he wants them guessing.
I'm sure he probably does. I will say this. At this time of the year, Coach Bednar is not going to give the Winnipeg Jets anything they can use as information. Anything.
So to you, okay, so Moj, that means nothing, Georgie's starting game one?
To me, the Stanley Cup playoffs, and this may sound silly, but I like to think of it as you've got to lock it down, right? You've got to lock everything. Pretend there are spies all over the place.
I get it.
Pretend Brett Kane is a Winnipeg spy.
Okay, got it. I'm whatever homeboy's name was from Michigan. What's his name again?
Yeah, what was that guy?
Connor
Stallions.
Stallions, yeah.
I'm
There's
Connor
spies
Stallions. Yes.
everywhere, man. Everybody over at Family Sports could be a spy. One of the ushers at Ball Arena could be a spy. I mean, you just never know. That's what you have to prepare like.
Okay, can I make a counterpoint?
Sure.
Last year, he would have said Georgie at this time of year. The year before that, he would have said Darcy. The year before that, he would have said, is that Darcy again?
Maybe he's not.
So why that change? Like, I get it. You don't want to give them any information. He wouldn't have done that the last 3 years.
Perhaps he's doing it because he doesn't care if the Winnipeg Jets have the information. He doesn't want to get it out there because he doesn't want us talking about it and talking about different guys or whatever for the next 4 days.
I feel like it would be less conversation if you just said Georgie.
No, because then they'd be like, oh, well, Georgie, he had a really kind of a rough patch there toward the end of the season. And listen, I think this is the way you go. And I don't know which way they're going to go.
But isn't that like, Moj, you're as plugged in as anybody with that team, and are you actually saying you don't know?
I'm actually saying I don't know. I would have to imagine it's going to be Georgie.
That's what I would have to imagine.
I would have to imagine that it is. But again, I don't know. Listen, I don't have private conversations with the goalies, and I don't have private conversations with the goalie coach. I don't sit there with them and sit down with them and say, okay, how are you feeling about your blocker? How about the move, your lateral movement? Hey, man, you didn't get over there, or when you're pushing, you're opening up the 5-hole too much. You can see this. You did it 3 times during the game. They scored on one of them. I mean, I don't sit there and do that kind of thing with those guys. So I don't know what's going on in their heads. Hey, where's your confidence level? Mm-hmm. How are you feeling as a human being right now, right? All these things go into it. What I'm trying to tell you is the idea would be, and if they end up going with the juice at all at any time, it's only because of this. You don't want to throw a kid who's got less than 20 career appearances in the National Hockey League into the most difficult time of the year, even if he's playing better or you perceive he's playing better or however you want to perceive it. That would not be an optimal thing. That's not an ideal situation.
Right.
Okay? I think you ride your number one until you finally say, okay, he either can do it or he's not doing it. Whatever.
I agree with that.
Whatever. I mean, that's just the way it is. Now, look, a 3.02 GAA is not fun.
Yeah.
Okay? And a save percentage of .897 south of .900 is not fun.
Yeah.
There are reasons for that, and I think that his team has let him down in front. At the same time, I completely agree with Coach Bednar the other day in Vegas. Hey, man, get a save for your guys.
Yeah.
Hey, we needed just
Moshe.
one. We just needed one. Get us one. I completely agree with that, too. That's a very fair thing for a coach to ask.
He spent that entire interview yesterday focusing on the defensive zone and how they have to be better there. They just have to be better.
And if they
especially
are, Vic,
against
they're going to
Winnipeg.
win because they're the second or first highest scoring team in the National Hockey League going into the postseason.
Yeah, he's not worried about goals. He's not worried about goals. He's worried about defense.
Yes, that's where you got to worry because Winnipeg, they don't give up a lot of goals. We know that. They're the number 2 stingiest team in the entire NHL, but they also can't. They're about a goal less per game than the Avs. Okay, so something has got to give one way or another. You just got embarrassed by them on your home ice on Saturday. Yeah, take care of your own zone first, and everything will take care of itself. And I feel like I've been saying that for a long time.
Hey, what do you guys think about this? Because this is the thought that came to my head as soon as we brought up the goalie question, and why I think they're going to go with Georgie first. If you don't go with Georgie and you start the kid, it almost feels as if you've lost Georgie. If things blow up with the kid, it's hard to get him back in. Georgie's gone mentally. If you at least give him the shot to redeem himself, then you have 2 strikes instead of 1.
No, I'm totally with you on that. And look, Moj, I could be just overthinking this. I've been known to do that on occasion. But I was just trying to think why.
Honestly, I don't think anybody on this show's ever accused you of overthinking anything.
Well, that's true. But I just
thanks, Martin.
I try.
That's a good one. Welcome back, Moj. Thank you. Okay.
I try and figure out, like, from every angle, what could somebody be thinking that's opposite of my approach? And I go, so why would he do that? And I go, well, one thing would be what you guys mentioned, gamesmanship. Why would you give Winnipeg any information? But I'm like, Winnipeg's going to prepare as if Georgie's playing anyway.
Sure.
So I don't think that makes a difference. Number 2 would be, are you trying to motivate somebody? And I think with Georgie, it's never been a question of motivation or care or anything like that. In fact, Moj, I think at times he might care too much. Like, I know in baseball, when you're in a slump, you aren't in a slump because you don't care. You're in a slump because you're like, I got to get a hit. Why can't I get a hit? I got to get a hit. And, like, it works the opposite way. It doesn't help you. So
Why can't I make a save? I got to make a save. Why can't I make... Yeah.
Yes, I think
made
it works
a
the
billion of these
opposite way.
saves in my lifetime, and this one squeaks through me.
Like, you don't snap your stick in half multiple times in the last week and a half when you don't care, okay?
That is correct.
So the third thing, and this is the only other thing I could think of, there's nothing behind this. It's just the classic overthinking. Do you think there might be a difference of, like, the coaches want one guy and the players feel another way about it, and they're parsing through that? For example, what if Bednar, as he's done all year, been like, nope, Georgie's the number 1, no question about it. But then Nate or somebody goes up to him, high caliber guy on the team, and goes, just going to be honest, we kind of like Juice a little bit better than Georgie right now. Because the one question that I had was, and it didn't show itself in the game that Juice came in relief, but Moj, at the end of these games, which game was it that Bednar came out afterwards and said, I thought Georgie was great. The defense let him down.
I think that was a Dallas game. Is it the Dallas game?
That was 7-4 at the end. Came out and defended his goalie despite 7 goals being scored. And my question that day was, I get all that, and I understand that the defense did some stupid stuff in front of him. It doesn't feel like that happens as much with Onunen when he's between the pipes. It just doesn't feel that way. In games that he starts, it feels like they're pretty locked up. And so that's the only other thing I could think of.
But this is not a black and white thing, gentlemen. This is not okay, it's only my way or the highway or the players vote on it, or it's not like that. This time of the year and preparing for a Stanley Cup playoffs, absolutely the buck stops with Jared Bednar. He is the head coach of this team. And this is where you start to intermingle, and there's fine lines between things. Let's say, for argument's sake, that you're correct. That let's say Nate,
and there's nothing behind that. By the way,
I understand. Let's say leadership group gets together and their coach, man, we just feel better with 60 instead of 40.
Yeah.
Okay. And if you're Jerry Bednar, you could say, I appreciate your input, and it's valuable. And you know what? You might be right, but I'm doing this. I mean, I think all these things go into it in the decision-making process. I think any coach worth his salt is absolutely going to consult Vic with his leadership group and a core that's won a Stanley Cup. They know what it takes to win, of course you're going to consult with them, and you're going to consult with your assistant coaches, and you're going to consult with your goalie coach, and you're going to consult with probably Chris and Joe a little bit too. You know, I mean, it all is encompassing. They're all in this together. This is a whole team thing, and you need it to be a whole team thing if you are going to make a run. It's not easy. You need everything at your disposal. You need all information and all opportunity at your disposal to make a run.
It's just somewhat shocking to me how a team and its hopes go from, oh yeah, Stanley Cup contender for sure, 2 parades. I mean, we were having this conversation on this show 2 weeks ago. 2 parades.
Yeah.
2 weeks ago. We went from that conversation to, oh God, how are you going to get through the first round? In a span of 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
That's how quickly it can go. So,
well, and it's just because of that subject, though,
what,
right, Vic? It's like if they were struggling to score the last 2 weeks, I think we'd kind of shrug and be like, oh, they'll figure that out.
Yeah.
But it's just this.
Things went bad in a hurry, right? And you hope that they can get through that. And as I'm looking at some of the playoff previews from people around, you know, like TSN in Canada, they all got the Winnipeg Jets advancing pretty easily. In fact, one analyst says it's the easiest route for the Jets, believe it or not.
Okay.
Doesn't matter what
We'll
they
see.
say. Exactly. Doesn't matter what they
What
say.
have the Winnipeg Jets won exactly?
Nothing.
They've won nothing.
Nothing.
Okay, so Vic, you hold the opinion, especially in the NBA, I'd rather take the team that ain't won jack squat. I'd rather take them on, right? The Winnipeg Jets, listen, their goaltender is maybe the best on the earth. You could make an argument that Connor Hellebuck is the best goalie in the league right now, over Vasi or any of the New York goalies, whatever you want to say. And they've got some very good depth. I mean, they got a lot of guys in that lineup who have scored double-digit goals, right? They don't have any super high-end guys like Nate and Mikko and Kale, but they've got a lot of guys who do a lot of stuff in there.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. But they've never won anything before. Believe me, I don't care. A lot of people in, quote, Canada and TSN, they look at it through Jets-colored glasses, all right? And when it comes time to win, when it really comes time to do it, maybe they will. Maybe they'll beat the Avs.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll tell you what, I'd rather rely on the team that's done it before.
I wholeheartedly agree with you. And all that hope and all that the clamoring for, hey, if you're going to take them on, you might as well take them on early, right? If you're going to play a team like that, go to their place and get it over with early, correct? Correct?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So all that talk, turn it around and talk Lakers Nuggets, and that's how I see it. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see where I'm coming from now?
Yeah.
Do you see why I'm coming from that perspective now?
Yes. Well, I knew why you were coming from that perspective before.
Okay. So all that talk you have on, hey man, you gotta go to Winnipeg. You haven't played well there. They've owned you this season, 17-4, owned you. Might as well play them now. No problem. Go do it. What do you think the Lakers are thinking? The exact same thing.
I mean, the difference is the Lakers didn't win the championship last year.
I get it, but that was last year. This is this year.
I got it.
Last year, this year.
By the way, it's funny because
old busted, new hotness. Old busted, new hotness.
Earlier this week, I was saying, you know what's crazy about the NBA this year, heading into the postseason, is that teams are pretty healthy. Like, there's been like a ravage of injuries over the last few years that have really affected things. You know, the Clippers have been dealing with injuries. A whole bunch of teams were. And I was
Except
like,
for Miami, Jimmy Butler just went down. Did you see
that?
No,
this is what I'm getting at here, is that like we entered the postseason with teams being healthy, and now Jimmy is going to miss several weeks, is the report this morning. Zion, who had 40 points, leaves that play-in game, and he will not play in the second play-in game. And I'm like, okay, well, the injuries just waited for tip-off of the actual postseason to start, and now guys are going down.
Well, Jimmy played hurt. Jimmy played hurt. Jimmy probably hurt for a long portion of the season and played through it. And when the games really count, playoff Jimmy is when he really tried to go hard and probably exacerbated the injury, and now he's
He
out.
could barely walk
Zion,
after that game.
Yeah, what a break for OKC. And this is where I go back to that, losing that San Antonio game. And now I'm ticked about it. What a break for OKC. They're going to get Sacramento in the first round.
Yeah.
Would you rather play Sacramento or LA in the first round?
I would rather play Sacramento in the first
Sacramento.
round.
I mean, I was going to say, if you had if you did say Sacramento, then I'm just going to turn off the television right now.
Do you mean
turn off
your
your
mic?
your Zoom call, your microphone,
Your Zoom?
What do you?
Are you doing the show on television? Are you?
For those watching on Altitude Television, yes, we're on television. The point I'm trying to get to is, damn it, that San Antonio loss. See what it did? Damn it! You would have got Sacramento.
We're gonna fight with this. I swear to God.
Yeah.
Vic, we are gonna fight about this forever. Like your version of you're an idiot if you think this about the Lakers. I'm like, you've beaten them 8 times in a row. They have not had an answer for 2 years against you, and you're acting
I'm sick. Hey, I'm sick of my voice being the voice of reason. Get Hastings on the show.
Time out for a second.
Call Hastings.
Time out.
Hey, you got Hastings' phone number? Marty, you got Hastings' phone number? He probably doesn't wake up till noon anyway.
No chance that Hastings is awake right now.
Not a chance. Hey man, listen. What this sounds like? I did 2 weeks of psych.
Call Katie.
once.
Call Katie.
Listen,
Call Katie. She's up.
What this sounds?
Call Katie.
Okay. What this sounds like? She's probably at the gym, to be honest. What this sounds like, though, is you're talking to a therapist. You're just sort of talking into an open microphone. You're not talking at Brett or I. You're not talking to the listeners out there. You're not talking to Martin. It's like you're talking things out in your own head, and we can all hear it.
Me and Moshe are giving you
and
actual
it's substituting
evidence
as a segment.
Like here's the difference. Me and Moshe are over here like, here's what the factual evidence lines up to say, and you go, yeah, but I feel this way.
They could have played Sacramento.
I know you feel that way, but I'm telling you, everything lines up to say that this is going to be a series that you should win pretty easily.
My feelings mean more to me than your feelings.
Well, I know. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, but when you say you're an idiot if you think the team that you've beaten 8 times in a row is a preferred matchup, it's like you won 8 times in a row.
But I just asked you that question. Which team would you rather play?
But it's like
Sacramento
I said. I agree. But it's like I said last year. The Lakers can want it all they want. They can talk about things and have conversations all they want. They're just not as good as the Nuggets. And if the Nuggets play the way they should play, then they should win the damn series.
Moj,
you're driving me crazy.
Would you rather have home ice against Winnipeg or go on the road?
Well, of course you'd rather have home ice, homie. What am I
Was that like a winning argument from you? Would you rather take the obvious thing or the thing that nobody wants? Hey, Moj, would you rather have a steak or have me kick you in the nuts for 30 minutes? Which one?
Let me think this over for a second, Brett, because I'll tell you what, I could use a good nut kicking.
All right, 303-504-09.
I hate you guys.
Back after this. That's the sound of luck and the sound of Tulotero in 3, 2, 1. What's the first thing that comes to your mind when you think of yourself winning the lottery? If you love the lotto, you got to learn about Tulotero. It's an app that you can buy official state lottery tickets directly from your phone, and here's how it works. Pick the game you want to play. You choose your numbers, or let the technology choose for you. You pay, and from there, your bet is printed and passed through an official Colorado Lottery terminal. Everything's done for you. And we'll start you off with a free ticket when you use our code MAGIC in the Tulotero app. That's TULOTERO, and hopefully you'll be the lucky winner. New registrations, use the code MAGIC and receive a free ticket to try it out. Good luck.
Ha ha.
All right, 303-504-0925. So, Marty, we're going to have to do 2 mock draft picks today, correct? So we'll do
That's correct.
We'll do the first one at, was it ready now? You want to do it now? We'll do the other one at 9 o'clock. We'll talk to Jeff Legwald in 15 minutes. But let's get one of these picks in as we lead into, next Thursday, a week from today. We'll have some sort of answer on what the Broncos are going to do. But we're on pick, is it 5 here?
This is 5.
All right, let's throw it out.
It's the 2024 virtual draft. What could possibly go wrong? Brought to you by Eileen's Cookies. That's a good cookie. We go live to draft coverage. Here is Vic, Brett, and Mark.
All right, pick number 5 in the Moshe Lombardi and Kane mock draft. Pick 1 was Caleb Williams. Pick 2 was Jaden Daniels. 3, Marvin Harrison. And 4, I have forgotten already. 4 is
It was
McCarthy.
Drake May to the Vikings.
Oh,
They
Drake
traded
May to the Vikings. All right, so pick number 5. Let's throw it out to the commissioner. What we got?
Hey, we welcome into the draft new head coach of the Chargers, Jim Harbaugh. Jim, how you doing out in L.A. so far?
It's got to be America's team. It's got to be America's team. America loves a team that beats the odds, beats the adversity. You know, critics, so-called experts think it's got to be America's team.
Oh, really? America's team. Well, I tried finding a Chargers fan to do this pick and didn't get one response. Could not find one. What do you have to say about that?
I mean, I'll answer your questions, not your insults. So
That's fair. I apologize. That was too far. Anything else you'd like to say before we get into it?
That is a great question. Drink as much milk as your little belly can hold.
Oh,
At all times, drink as much milk as could be chocolate milk, could be
2%?
could be the 2%.
2%.
But the ideal is the whole milk, as much as your little belly can hold.
Yeah, I will take that advice. Thank you. Look, let's just get into it here. Let's bring up the draft board. Can you see that?
Yeah, give it to me. There's so many good ones. You got amazing ones. Give it to me. Give it so many. It's a good one. That's a really good
I
one.
know. Hey, your team was terrible last year. You got a lot of good, a lot of good players to pick from. So, what are you thinking?
Went to Tractor Supply. Got the chickens. Brought them home for Easter. Your kids, they loved them. You know, they loved those chickens for about a week. And then the chicks became teenager chickens, and then became adult chickens, all hens, egg layers. I'm the one who takes care of them.
Jim, am I losing you, buddy? Jim.
The respect that I have for chickens.
Okay.
There was a
We've
time-
lost him. He's gone.
Nervous bird.
We're just going to have to make the pick for him this year. We're going to pick Malik Neighbors, okay? You're going to need an actual wide receiver this year.
All right, so there you go. Malik Neighbors,
that's funny.
the pick for the Chargers. I always forget the Chargers. I feel like they're in such a good spot. They're picking at 5 this year. 5.
They're going to get a dang fine player. That's what I'm trying to tell you, man. You got Harbaugh now. They're going to get a really good player at 5. I don't know. I worry about those
They've
guys.
also disbanded the entire team outside of the quarterback. I mean, all their skill positions are gone. Receivers, gone. Running back, gone.
Yeah,
Coach, gone.
They're starting anew. Now, it's
Well, you cannot win with those guys, or you could not win without those
Well,
guys.
listen,
It's all
listen.
the same to them.
in the Sean Payton way of like he brings in a whole bunch of people from New Orleans. Is he just poaching his brother's team? Aren't the 2 running backs that he has now, because they just signed J.K. Dobbins, aren't Gus Edwards and J.K. Dobbins both former
I
Ravens?
believe they were.
They just switched teams.
They went from one Harbaugh to the next.
Yeah.
Here's the funny thing. So they're without Keenan Allen now. Mike Williams is gone. Like, their wide receiver room is remade. The only guy that's still kind of a holdover, well, a couple, they still have Palmer, Josh Palmer, and Quentin Johnston. But they drafted Johnston the first round last year. Again, like, if this happens, if Marty is Nostradamus here, and they go back-to-back first-round picks at wide receiver because Quentin Johnston was so bad last season, they feel like they have to.
Well, at the same time, too, those top 2 guys in Williams and Allen, it seemed to me like those guys were like one of them was out every other week or every week. I mean, one guy is missing 4 games here.
They
next
were
guy's
so good, though.
I know
Man,
they're
they were
good. I understand when everything's put together, but those guys are always in the tub. One of them's always in the tub. That's just the way it is. So, listen, whatever. I'm more worried about what we're going to do here at Dove Valley, clearly.
Press conference today at noon, by the way, with the Paytons.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I wanted to go to that press conference that the Nuggets have open locker room at the exact same time. I am trying to, as I was preparing to go to that press conference, as I do almost every pre-draft press conference, I ask myself the following question. What are they going to tell you?
Well, I wonder this. I don't think they're going to give you anything on the actual draft process.
Why would they? Let me ask you. Why would the NFL, by the way, mandates this? The NFL mandates that they have to have pre-draft press conferences, every team.
Yeah.
What GM or coach worth his living would ever give anybody anything at these press conferences?
You've said nothing for 4 months. You think the exact week before the draft.
Here's our exact plan.
I don't think they're going to do that. But
here's how we plan on moving up.
I'm curious. I'm sure they're going to have to address Cortland Sutton and the situation with him not being at voluntary. And now I get it, voluntary workouts, but it seems pretty clear to me.
They're involuntary voluntary workouts. That's always. Vic, was it Shanny that decided that? I mean, sort of. Was it? Did Mike Shanahan? Was he the first guy to say, "All right, listen, they're quote voluntary, right?
Yes,
involuntary voluntary workouts. You should be there. You better be there."
He got a big assistance because some of his best players, Rod Smith, namely, would show up to every single one of them.
100%.
And you weren't here, guys, when we discussed this Cortland Sutton thing because he is officially a voluntary workout holdout, if there is such a thing. I think it's time, best for both parties, both Sutton and the Broncos, just part ways. Get it over with. He needs a fresh place somewhere else. They can live without him. Just get it over with.
Now, when they say this is a contract thing, Vic, is it contract or is it I don't really want to be here? Is it a mixture of both? Yeah, okay.
Haven't heard from Cortland on that. Could be both. Could be, hey, man, he's gone through 10 quarterbacks in 7 years.
Yeah.
He loved Russell, too.
But I'm going to repeat what I just said. Did you hear what I just said?
Yes.
He went through 10 quarterbacks in 7 years.
Yeah.
That would be like you going through 10 Martys in 7 years.
Not just that. How many different coaches did he have? Not just head coaches, but coordinators were changing every year or two. Like, he's been through a lot of change. I'm with you on this, by the way. You will get absolutely nothing for Cortland if you trade him. Like, if you get a 6th, I think that's a W.
Yeah.
Just comparing it to some other high-profile guys who have been traded this offseason.
Oh, well.
But I agree with you, Vic. Like, especially if he wants a new contract, he's going to turn 29 right at the beginning of the year. I wouldn't understand.
I don't get it either. You're not on the cusp of a Super Bowl here. This isn't a team that's got Super Bowl aspirations. You're still doing that thing. If you're doing that thing, you might as well have a clean slate and make sure everybody's on the same page, right? You don't want somebody stumbling into that locker room, not wanting to be there, talking smack all day long. Get them out.
Right.
And this whole
Nothing
contract
against the guy, by the way. We all like Cortland, but I think it's probably best for both.
I love the guy. He's a great player. He was their best offensive player.
Yeah, but
he was their best offensive player.
He's also under contract for 2 more years.
So what? He doesn't want to be here.
I understand that, but then this can't be a contract thing. Anybody who's 2 years removed from becoming a free agent and trying to redo that deal, that's...
Oh, sure it is.
That contract doesn't mean anything, Emoji. He's only got $2 million guaranteed on that deal. Those deals are year to year. That doesn't mean anything.
That is correct.
Street. It's a two-way street. He saw the money Judy got going elsewhere, and he's like, ooh. And he's like, look at the near future in Denver. What do we got here? What's going on here? I want no part of this.
Yeah, it's only $2 million guaranteed. If he stays on the roster, which he would, it's $13 million. I mean,
thirdly, though, he's currently 28. He'll be 29 when the season starts. He will be 30 by the time next season starts. Your negotiating power as a 28-year-old wide receiver is much higher than a 29 to 30-year-old wide receiver. So I think he's trying to get that in now as opposed to a couple years down the line. Because what's going to happen when that contract ends, Moj. They're going to say, oh, you're 30. Here's a one-year deal for $6 million.
And does everybody here like Cortland Sutton?
Of course.
Vic, I like him too.
Yeah.
I mean, I like him as a dude. I think he's a pretty darn good player. If Cortland, let's get back to Vic's point here. If Cortland Sutton is not a Denver Bronco in 2024 and beyond, it's not going to break my heart. And I'm not trying to be flippant, and I'm not trying to run him out or anything like that. But
no,
it's not going to upset me. I'm not going to say, "Oh man, I can't believe they let him go or they traded him or whatever the case may be." I'm not going to do that. I'm going to be like, "Okay, find another dude."
We can talk more about this with Jeff Legwell, ESPN.com, in just a second. Oh, and I get one more opportunity before his top 100 drops to ask him a random number in the top 100. I love that game. Marty, have some music ready for our game show when I ask him what do we want the number to be? He said he won't.
Give him the year I was born.
69.
69.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll ask Jeff Legwald who the 69th best player in college football, according to him, was last season. Next. Send out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. As we bring in Jeff Legwald, ESPN.com. Hello, Jeff.
Morning, fellas.
So,
Jeff's already working. Look at him. He's already grinding away.
Look, presser today at noon. He's ready to go. A few questions regarding that. But first, Courtland Sutton not at voluntary workouts. Something about contract. Perhaps doesn't want to be there, period. What's your read on this? Like, do you think that Sutton is going to be a Bronco come week one?
Well, as of now, I would say yes. But, you never know on draft day, what kind of who's going to approach you, as you get closer to being on the clock and those types of things. Because people, they want to sort of get in position right now, but we're still a little early out for everybody to start showing some real cards to each other, even privately behind the scenes. I think it's a little of both. But, certainly he'd probably like something done with his contract. But, there's part of me, and I've said this, there's part of me that simply remembers I'm not sure there was another player on the team closer to Russell Wilson than Courtland Sutton. Yeah. And there may be some of that left over in there too, a little bit, as far as wanting to be here, what kind of environment he thinks he's in. And, there's also, when a new staff comes in like last year, I think sometimes the guys that get new position coaches who were here, and they've only had one other position coach, I think sometimes that can be a little bit of a little bit something too. So I think it's all in there a little bit, but I really can't see them adjusting his contract in any fashion.
Well, could you see them perhaps drafting a young receiver? Do they have enough in the receiver room to make Courtland Sutton expendable right now?
Yeah, Vic, I guess that, your thinking's always going to be what's Tim Patrick's status? How's he coming back? I mean, I know they've been very happy with all the work he's done to come back from the injury during even last season. So I think if he's, certainly healthy, they probably feel okay about what they have. Because, Sean Payton's made no secret. He liked the guys on the practice squad, especially the guys with some New Orleans Saints experience. And, with Humphrey back and with Mims kind of expected to have, starter-worthy snaps this year, I think they'd feel okay. And, day one and most of day two, and then and then late day three, there's a lot of receivers on the board if they wanted to go that way, especially with those where they have 3 5th-round picks and 2 6. Right in there, you could get some receivers if you didn't go day one or day two.
Are we also overlooking Josh Reynolds and him now being with the team and the number of snaps he's going to get? I mean, to me, Jeff, all of this, and again, if you're thinking that the kid Mims is going to improve and get more touches and so on, it mitigates not only the loss of Judy, but it would mitigate the Courtland Sutton situation. That's what it feels like anyway.
That's what I mean. I can't, unless there's some significant change of heart in the building, I can't imagine them doing anything with this contract, to move anything down the road in that regard. So, yeah, I think they probably feel better about their depth at wide receiver, let's say, than almost anywhere else on the roster. This is a pretty thin team, but I think they would feel pretty good about where they're at receiver.
Jeff, we're a week away from day one of the NFL draft. By the time we enter next Saturday, heading into day 3, will the Broncos have a new quarterback on the roster?
Well, I think we'd all be stunned if they didn't. Wherever that comes at pick 12 or in the 3rd. I would be surprised if they didn't add somebody in day 1 or day 2. So, but I was surprised they didn't participate a little more in free agency too. So I guess I should add that.
Hey, did you hear Bill Belichick with McAfee yesterday? He said that most of the action, the teams themselves don't reveal their draft plans until about 12 hours before the draft, almost day of. And most of the action you get now, all the thoughts you get now, oh, Chicago's doing this, or oh, that all comes from agents. Is he accurate there, do you think?
He is, yeah, in terms of aggressive information. I mean, I have conversations with football people with teams that sort of generally frame out what they're thinking, you know, about players and maybe this will happen and maybe that'll happen. I mean, all the teams are mocking the draft themselves to try and get as many scenarios under discussion so they're ready for anything, you know, that teams mock it right now so they can say, if these things all happen, what would we do? That's their reason for mocking it. They're not really trying to predict who's picking who. They're really trying to gauge what they would do if all of these things happen. So, yeah, I mean, in terms of, like I was saying, teams aren't really going to show their cards as far as, boy, we'd like to get to pick 11 or we'd like to get to pick 4 until, you know, 12 hours out or so. He is accurate on that. I mean, and agents represent players. They're trying to position players to be selected. So if they know Team A is interested in their guy because he's been in for a visit and they pick 12, he might leak to somebody that pick 11 is really interested, you know, just to sort of stir the hornet's nest a little bit. And, you know, it's all very common. And that's not to say no information's coming from teams, but a lot of the bottom line stuff will start percolating probably Wednesday, Tuesday, late Tuesday night next week.
So that's why I keep seeing the Raiders connected to Michael Penix Jr. and getting back into the late first round and taking the kid out of Washington. All this kind of thing comes up because agents are trying to get their guy a better gig or giving out information, that sort of thing.
Yeah, and look, you know, it's in this day and age with so many social media outlets for people, you know, you don't know who's really talking to people in the league and who isn't. There's really no way to gauge.
Right.
We're not all gonna post our resumes next to, you know, here I'm going to reveal the 37 sources I talked to this week. So you don't know who's really talking to people or who's just reading the tea leaves. And there is a big difference in that between, hey, I'm going to, you know, 1 + 1 = 18. You know, there's just no way to know. And if you're consuming it all, I thank you because I'd have to get a real job if you didn't. But I would just say, you know, I always go back to when the Broncos drafted Jay Cutler. They had never spoken to Jay Cutler in any fashion. So, you know, anything can happen on draft day and does.
Player mocked in the top 10 that is most likely to drop out is?
Well, if you're going by analytics and that type of thing, I would never let him drop. But Brock Bowers, I think, has a shot just because of the position. You know, now some GMs are going to say the difference between him and a tight end they could get much later isn't that great. I think he's one of the best players in the draft. And another guy I'd watch is a guy like Jared Verse, who I think is a top 10 player, the Florida State edge guy. And, you know, that's another player teams may not think of is a top 10 player, but I sure do.
Hey, Brock Bowers, want leggy. I want that. I want what that is.
He's a day one immediate starter contributor, and in this offense, oh my, you know, there's so much room for him to do so many things. And, you know, I don't know. I just think he's one of the best players in the draft. But you know, again, it's all the value teams place on certain positions and when they should pick him and when they don't. I mean, I know some GMs and personnel guys that would just say, oh, you should never take a tight end that high. But that, you know, I stack them on grade.
What if the tight end turns out to be George Kittle?
Yeah.
Or Travis
Exactly.
Kelce or Antonio Gates or somebody like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Then you take him that high.
Positional value sucks until this guy's a 12-year starter for you.
Yeah, until he's damn good,
Yeah.
catching like 80 balls.
Hey, are we?
And look, the Broncos to me, they just lack red zone pop, and he is an instant red zone, contributor. He makes things happen.
Why are we overlooking the defensive side of the football? Is there any possibility that if they stay at 12, it's a guy on that side? I mean,
Look, the board is defense. We
Right,
might see the fewest offensive players taken in the first round in quite some time on this board.
But this specific team, knowing that they need speed, they need skill, they need pop, as you call it, they need all of that. Maybe they get like an edge rusher, like you're talking about. Maybe he drops out and he's laying there at 12, and you simply can't pass him up, and you worry about getting some of that offensive side a little bit later on or in a different capacity. I don't know, man. I just feel like every time we talk about this, the defensive side is completely ignored.
Well,
And it's my fault. I'll take responsibility.
It won't be ignored in this first round. And again, this could be the fewest number of offensive guys taken in a long time on this board in the first round. And look, I keep saying it. Anybody they take at 12, they need. That's where they're at right now. So it's not like they're going to take somebody at 12 and it's like some luxury pick. Any player they take at 12, they're going to need, and they need right now.
I've got nothing else on the draft, but I don't know if you heard, Jeff, the Golden Bachelor's dissolving his marriage. Have you thought to that hottie, soon to be divorcee?
Well, you want me working the Golden Bachelor. I'm pretty damn golden. Let's just put it that way.
All right, Leggy, I got one more thing for you, and then we'll let you go because
But I am a free agent. I'm pretty damn golden, but I am.
Moj will hook that up. Moj has connections there.
Yeah. Well,
Moj
is a legend. I'll just leave it at that.
Leggy, I only get one more opportunity to do this, so Marty, cue up that music. Let's go. I get one more chance, Leggy, to just pick a random number on your top 100 and you tell me who the player is. When does this drop again? When does it drop?
Saturday morning.
Saturday morning. Okay. So you told me
It's
I
gotta
can't.
be.
You said nothing past
60 or
or
later.
nothing in front of 60. Okay, I won't.
Yep, I'll give you 60 or later.
So Vic gave me a suggestion. He said, do the year I was born, 1969. So the 69th best player in the NFL draft, according to Jeff Legwold, is?
Xavier Worthy.
Yeah!
Wide receiver, Texas.
I love it. I love it. Again.
40-yard dash king.
What he run it in,
And
like
maybe,
4.22? What was the number?
He ran it like 2 seconds. No, it was like 4.21, I think, was the official. And actually, he might be one of the best punt returners on the board. A ridiculous punt returner.
He's a young guy too, isn't he? Like, I don't even think he's old enough to drink a beer yet. I don't think.
No, but he's that dude averaged 14 and a half yards per punt return in his career.
Wow.
That's getting it done.
Yeah, it is.
All right, Jeff Legwold.
26 receiving TDs in 39 games. I just didn't want you to think I wasn't prepared.
Copy that.
Attaboy. Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com. It drops Saturday morning. My favorite thing, the top 100. Can't wait, Leggy. Thanks for the time, buddy.
And I know the quarterbacks are all getting picked before where I put them. I know. I already know that. Thank you.
And if you want that hottie's phone number, call Moj. He's got connections.
Yeah.
Which one? Which
don't
one?
I know it?
Who? I'm not going back there, Vic. I got in too much
I want
trouble.
you to go back to that
I'm not going
topic.
back there.
I'm
No,
out.
No, I'm out.
All right, see you, Leggy.
Out.
Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com. All right.
It was the funniest moment in our sports show's history.
It
Also the most accurate.
also true. All right. Nuggets, Lakers coming up on Saturday. Are you team Moj and Brett, which is evidence? Are you team Vic, which is feelings? We'll get to it next. All right, Team Brett and Mosier, Team Vic. How do we feel? Lakers Nuggets game 2 days from today. Game 1 at Ball Arena. Where are we at? And again, I'm trying. What I still don't know with Vic, and this is what's weird, Moj. I don't know, is Vic scared for basketball reasons or is he scared for PTSD reasons? That's what I don't understand. That's
it's
what I don't
100%
get.
PTSD.
Okay.
Listen, I've already told everybody what's wrong with me. I'm an open book. This is my therapy couch. If anybody's new to this, you're new to this dilemma that I live, this life. And you know what's funny is my brothers are the same way. Sitting at the lunch table yesterday, Moj, Mario and Dayo. I said, "What do you think about this series?" They're like, "Oh." The same way.
Yeah, because I'm Vic. A lot of me is that way too. I'm not going to deny it because I've been through it and it's hurt. I did.
Yes, I am just openly. I'm asking for all of you out there. Don't judge me. Don't judge me. Sympathize with me. Empathize with me. That's a lot of life I've lived and a lot of misery I've lived with that team. And it takes just one series to get that out of me.
Part of me, Brett, thinks that Vic might be just a little bashful about being bitten in the backside because of
The Lakers' daddy!
Now, I just think there's probably a little bit in there where you're like, oh, God. If they lose this series somehow, knock on your wood, boys, then that's going to forever haunt you. I wouldn't worry about that. I wouldn't worry about it that way.
Haunt. It only haunts if see, I said that after the fact.
Correct.
I'm very careful about what I say before the fact. I never talk noise before the fact. You guys have known me long.
Correct.
Enough. Am I a noise talker before the fact?
No, after the fact.
Ever.
Well, during the
I
fact.
only rub it in after
you
the
are
fact.
a little bit during the fact. A little. It depends on where we are, in the basketball court or the golf course. During the fact, you're a little rubber-inner.
Yes, if I know that the victory's coming, then I let you know about it. I'm a horrible winner. There's no doubt about it.
That is
Horrible.
true. That is correct.
But when that comes to play, the lifespan of a Nuggets-Laker observer, a Nuggets fan playing the Laker, when you've lived that life, you understand that life, and you know that it takes more than one series to get that PTSD out of your system.
Okay.
It's still there. It's still there.
Okay. Golly, I got so many things going through my head right now.
See, like you, Moshe.
How do you think Lakers fans are viewing this matchup?
I was just going to say that.
How do you think
Here's
they're
what's
looking
funny.
at it?
Lakers fans are horrified by this.
They are. Do you think they're going,
Deep down.
yay, we get the Joker and we get Jamal and we get MPJ and we get Age? You think they're saying that?
No.
They're saying,
Deep
we
down.
haven't beaten this team in 2 years and we get them in the postseason?
100%.
Listen,
deep down, there's
one-off games are one-off games, but the course of a 7-game series, Vittorio, the Nuggets are the better basketball team.
It would
End
be
of
like
story.
Chiefs fans being like, dude, I don't know. I'm scared to play the Broncos, even though we've beaten them 18 times in a row.
Yeah, and no point. Again, I'm speaking from my own perspective. I'm going to give you guys a little insight here that's going to make you smile. All right? I heard this yesterday. It's going to make you really smile. The Nuggets got together as a team to watch that play-in game.
Mm-hmm.
And they really had no, whoever wins, they'll take on any opponent. There were two people watching that game that were fairly excited to be playing the Lakers, almost as if they want the Lakers. Those two people, although they would never admit it, and I'm going on secondhand information, they would never admit it, are Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray.
I think that matchup specifically ignites something in both of those guys. I think it's something about playing that particular team with those players on that particular team. Not that they're not already in incredibly high gear, Vic, but I think it's like Nigel Tufnell going to 11, right?
Mm-hmm.
Most amps go to 10, but this one goes to 11. It's just that little extra oomph to get over the edge. That's what it feels like to me. I could be wrong about that. Listen, I know these guys would be excited and focused to play anybody, but it's something about seeing that Forum blue on the other side that really gets you going.
Yeah.
Well, can I give you maybe a reason why those two would feel that way? Here are Nikola Jokic's numbers in the 4 games against the Lakers in the postseason last year. 34, 21, and 14. 23, 17, and 12. 24, 6, and 8. 30, 14, and 13. Here is Jamal Murray in the 4 games against the Lakers in the postseason last year. 31, 5, and 5. 37, 10, and 5. 37, 7, and 6. 25, 3, and 5.
Yeah, they enjoy playing the
I
Los
bet
Angeles
they do
Lakers.
want to play them.
Yes,
Yeah.
they do. They enjoy that matchup, and I don't blame them for enjoying that matchup. Are the Lakers a better team than the one? Listen, here's what I do know, Vic. The Lakers were in the friggin' play-in. Now, I know they've won, 12 of their last 15. They went on this magical run down the stretch to get into the play-in and all this, or solidify their spot in the play-in and all that, and they beat the Pelicans in New Orleans. Zion, by the way, left. He's gone. He got a bad hammy. I dig all of that. But they are who they are, man, and they are where they are. Not that they can't get hot and scary and maybe even win the series. Yeah, is it possible the Lakers could win this series? You're damn right it is. It's possible. I like the Nuggets' chances, especially with a high pace, running them out of the building. That's what I like. I think that gives you the advantage. Push the pace, see if the 39-year-old can go all the way till the very end. Okay, we'll see. And if it comes down to a Game 7 on the home floor of 6 previous games, grinding against each other and running and grinding and grinding and running and running and grinding, I like the Nuggets odds.
What
That's
do you
all
like
I'm
the
saying.
Nuggets in this series? How many games?
I think 6.
Yeah, that's what I said.
5 or 6.
And you know what? I'm actually surprised that you took it to 6. I thought you'd say 4.
No, I don't think it's going to be easy.
Yeah.
Like I said, the last year's run was magical. Any other run's not going to look like that run. So
Would you agree
clearly,
with me,
just
Moj,
the
on this?
odds tell you that it's going to look different.
Would you agree with me that if you think that the Nuggets will sweep the Lakers this time, if you're one of those people that think it's going to be easy and you sweep the Lakers, you are an imbecile?
Well, I'm not ready to call anybody an imbecile, but yeah, I don't think it's going to be a sweep. One way or another, I don't think it's going to be a sweep.
Why don't you like calling people imbeciles?
I just feel it's unnecessary.
It's not personal.
I also don't feel like it's apt here.
I mean, because that's referring to Marty.
If you were to tell me somebody said the Lakers will sweep the Nuggets, that guy's an imbecile.
Okay, if you take it to that route, yeah.
The clinical definition.
Because if you say that about Nuggets sweeping the Lakers, then what do I do for the opposite side? You can't go much farther than an imbecile.
See, imbecile and moron, those two are they either one. If you look up in the dictionary, moron, a stupid person. Imbecile, a stupid person.
Oh, they're the same.
Okay,
also
so would you
idiotic.
agree?
Would
you agree?
It's all very. It's just another way of saying stupid. So imbecile is stupid. Right. Moron.
That's a little harsh.
Yeah, it's harsh. Would you rather? If somebody calls you're an absolute imbecile.
You're an imbecilic moron idiot.
You're very stupid.
Okay,
which is probably
accurate
too.
Would it be fair to say that the Nuggets' run to a title this year, if they were to repeat, would not be as easy as last year? When I say easy, last year was hard, but I'm saying 16-4 easy. The record in the playoffs.
No, they aren't doing that.
There will be more drama involved in this run. Correct?
Yes.
Is that a fair assessment, Moj? Fair?
Well, the Nuggets haven't had a Game 7 since the bubble, right?
Hey, man, this is kind of funny.
Mm-hmm.
I just looked up the synonyms for imbecile. You ready?
Sure.
Yeah.
Bird brain.
Oh, I like a good bird brain.
Which one of these do you want to be called?
Okay.
Everybody out there do it.
Bird brain.
Imbecile's such a great word. I don't know if you can get better than imbecile.
Bird brain, dimwit.
Dimwit's good. I like dimwit a lot.
Dolt.
Yeah.
Dummy.
Easy.
Dunce. I love calling somebody a dunce.
Dunce is good,
Yeah,
too.
that guy's an absolute
God, you're
dunce.
such a dunce.
100%. I mean, it just fool, nah.
Like sit in the corner with the giant hat, the cone hat, yeah.
So these are the ones. Fool, idiot, jerk, moron, pinhead, and simpleton.
Simpleton's great.
Yeah, that's peasant? A good one, too. Yeah, simpleton.
How about intellectual peasant?
Yeah, okay. Simpleton implies, just the bottom feeder, the lowest of the low, right?
I usually just call him a Vic.
Yeah, I feel a lot better. You guys, seriously, this therapy session's been good for me. I'm going to need another one tomorrow.
Good, okay.
I feel better. But you know full well how I operate. I'm afraid of my own shadow before a series like this, and I'll never speak ill of the opposition, ever, ever, ever. I'm going to build them up. But by God, if the Nuggets win this series...
Oh, dude, think about it this way. And look, maybe,
you know me, right?
Maybe I'm getting a little over
me.
the skis, but Vic, let's say they win in 5. Nuggets win in 5, okay? Not a
I don't
sweep,
care if they
but
win in
5.
7
But-
and triple overtime.
But hold on a second. Let's say they win in 5, where it's a commanding series win. Maybe not a sweep, but commanding.
Yeah.
I think you effectively end whatever this version of the Lakers is. They can't run that back next year. Not with that same team.
You're right. You end LeBron's legacy.
Like, LeBron's got a player option next year.
You end his legacy.
He might
he's
decline
only
it.
lost once in the first round. He's 15-1 in first round playoff series. 15-1.
Yeah.
He's only lost one time in the first round of a playoff series. So if you beat him in the first round this year and you eliminate him from the postseason, you do it in a very dominating fashion, I think he's done.
I don't know if he's done with the league. I think he's done in L.A.
I think he's done.
I can tell you right now.
You don't think he'd want to play with this kid? Isn't that
No,
what
but
he's
I mean,
been
I
saying?
think any hopes of a championship is done. He's
Oh,
done.
yeah. I think that's
I think he meant like he's going to quit.
That's what I thought.
No,
Oh,
I think
okay.
there's only so much you can do to repurpose what the Lakers are. I don't think there's anything else you can do there to make them, if you eliminate him from the postseason this year, get him out of the way, he's done.
Yeah.
Much like the Golden State Warriors are done.
And dare I say this, like, we can get into more detail with this tomorrow, but would you agree or disagree with this statement I'm about to make? I think the key to having another convincing series win against the Lakers is to not stop LeBron, but to stop Anthony Davis. I think if you hold him in check, LeBron's almost 40. That guy can't go full bore 39, 40 minutes a night, throwing up 38 points. He's going to wear down just because he's older now.
Yeah,
And
but
as much as a physical marvel as he is, we saw it last year now. It was a little deeper into the postseason, but
He also
guys,
had a foot injury.
okay, fine. But I remember in Game 4, Vic didn't want to get swept. Remember what happened? He came out of the gates.
Oh,
he
he
put up
came out strong,
32 in the first half. In the second half, he was gone. Just because I don't think he can sustain that pace anymore.
As far as AD is concerned, that guy, we've seen him have great moments, and great games, and then it's a dud the next. I mean, he goes
a
up.
roller coaster.
Yeah, he's a little up and down.
Porpoisey.
It's a porpoise, right? He's a human porpoise.
Again, I don't want kids listening to this show, anyone, taking a page from my attitude. I am not the person equipped to handle
soft.
You're right.
Listen,
I don't go into this series with the right but I'm not the only one. I know a lot of people in my shoes.
Thank
who
God
think
you're not
the same
inside
way I
that
do.
locker room, bro.
I understand that.
Okay.
And the people inside that locker room, that's why I'm telling you this to make you feel at ease. The two leaders of that team want to play the Lakers.
Good. Sounds great.
Okay. But at the same time, they'll never let you know that.
Okay,
In
fine,
fact,
fine.
give me cut 2 from Nikola Jokic, Marty. Cut 2 yesterday at practice. What would you expect from Nikola Jokic leading up to a series? He's not going to sit there and bloviate about another team. He's going to tell you what you should be told. Nothing but respect about that team. Listen to this. Cut 2.
And
Nikola Jokic.
Great.
In a playoff series last year was really tough. It could go either way. It's going to be probably the toughest series that we had probably since I'm here, because yes, we beat them 4-0, but I think they're a really talented team. They're really well built. They had a couple guys get back. I mean, I have a huge respect for them, and I think it's going to be an interesting serial round, whatever it is.
Interesting series.
Yeah,
interesting.
I agree.
That's the thing. That's the part about it that something's going to happen during this series. Oh, and by the way, somebody just texted me and said, "What do you think about Stephen A. Smith coming to Denver?" Did he announce he's coming? Remember when he said he wasn't coming to Denver, that he couldn't handle the altitude? Is that fact? Is he coming to Denver for this series? Because ABC is carrying the game, and they do their pregame show.
Yeah.
Is he going to be here?
I bet he will be.
Probably.
I bet he's coming to Denver.
I'm going to bring oxygen.
Okay, please do. if you ever happen
I'm
to
going to
get
bring
beat,
my asthma inhaler. I'm going to bring.
please do it.
I'm going to bring my albuterol, and I will have it nearby.
Okay, we're knocking my wood here, boys. If the Nuggets happen to get beaten by LeBron James, Anthony Davis, we all like Spencer Dinwiddie, right? Colorado dude. Okay,
What are we doing here?
okay, hold on.
No,
Let's
I
say.
don't like anybody that plays for that team. I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, but you could. It's
if Nikola Jokic played for the Lakers, I would not like Nikola
okay,
Jokic.
understood. But what I'm saying
It
is
doesn't matter.
We know
if
those.
you wear that jersey, I don't like you.
Agreed. But those guys are great players. LeBron, best ever, perhaps. But I don't want Austin Reeves to have any joy in his life. You see what I'm saying? That guy, there's something
Mosier.
about, I'm watching the game. I'm in New Orleans, by the way. I didn't go to the game.
Yeah.
But I'm in New Orleans watching the game with Pelicans fans. And we all agreed that we don't like that guy. We don't like that guy.
You all agree that most NBA teams, almost every NBA team, this is what I got last year, and I'm sure you get this when you go on the road with the Avs. Everywhere I went, every NBA team said beat the Lakers.
Oh, yeah.
There's not an NBA city that likes the LA Lakers. Not one.
None.
Everybody hates the Lakers. Everybody. It's a unity. If there's one thing that can unify this country, we're so politically, there's so much unrest politically. If there's one platform I would run on if I was running for political office, it's the anti-Laker platform. I would get every vote.
We can get to this later because I want to jump to the Avs, but Marty just sent me something. So
it's
like the running spreadsheet of MVP counts and stuff like that. So 20 votes have been counted so far, confirmed anyway in the NBA MVP. Jokic owns 17. Is it 17 first place votes?
17 of the 20. He's been voted first place. And let me guess, of the 3 that did not vote in first place, Stephen A's 1.
Yep.
Kendrick Perkins is 2.
Yep.
What other ESPN
guy
Chris
who
Mannix, who we'll never have on here ever again.
Chris
That's the guy.
Mannix. Remember the guy?
I
who was
love
boring?
Dempsey was so great. Come on, one more time, please.
Chris Mannix, who we'll never have on here ever again.
I love that. It was so good. He had Mannix on, and Dempsey goes, that was Chris Mannix. He will never have on here ever again.
Here's the thing. They said it's 17 to so it's 21 votes overall now. It's 17 for Jokic because Shea just got Chris Mannix's vote for MVP. So it's 17 of the 21 now. The only other guy to not vote for Jokic was Chris Broussard.
Mm-hmm.
So Broussard, Perkins, Stephen A.
Went for
Chris Mannix.
He went for Luka.
Yeah.
Broussard went Luka.
Those are the 4 names that have not voted for Jokic, and it is the most predictable thing that you could get to.
100%.
He's going to win. I mean, it doesn't matter, and I don't care anymore. I don't care about that.
I don't either, really. I don't.
I don't care about that
No,
anymore.
you care about being the Lakers.
Let's go. Let's play basketball here. Guys, let's play basketball.
Uh-oh. Marty, are we making an addition?
Who's coming on? Who is coming on the list?
Chris Mannix has made the list for Marty.
I've had about enough of that guy.
Yeah, me too.
Wait, so who's got to drop off, Marty?
No, we already have Perkins up there.
Why don't you take Jerry Rosberg off, for God's sake?
Yeah, come on, dude.
He never did anything to you.
No, this
Let
is
that
my
poor
list.
man
I know
live.
it's your list, but she's Louise.
So hang on. So somebody's got to leave. I'll give you the list right now. Marty's not kill list. Draymond Green, Kendrick Perkins, Jordan Bennington, Cam Payne, Yusuf Nurkic, Dylan Brooks, Rudy Gobert, Grayson Allen, Jerry Rosberg, Anthony Rendon, and now Chris Mannix.
You know what? I think maybe Dylan Brooks can come off.
Yeah, he hasn't really pissed me off in a
Yeah,
while.
he hasn't done a lot of stuff. Like you can move him into the
back to
almost
thin ice for
yeah,
him.
thin ice.
All right.
Okay.
So
One last question before we go to break, guys, and I love that list.
Texter 7872. I don't know what this guy did or gal did. Texter 7872. Do you even remember?
It was mean to you specifically. I remember that.
really?
Yeah, I'm sticking up for you.
I love this bit more than anything else, by the way. Marty will keep Jerry Rosberg on that list until the day he dies. I'm talking Marty dies. Like Jerry Rosberg will never leave that list. Any of these names that we mentioned, like he hates Draymond, he hates Jordan Bennington. They will leave that list before Rosberg does.
You know what, though? I just find it beautiful that Stephen A. Smith tells the world just a month ago that he hates coming to Denver. Doesn't like it, and he made up some BS thing about his health, all right? We know this. And yet what's forcing him to come to Denver is the team
Lakers.
that is the Lakers. Is forcing him to. So he told the world he ain't coming to Denver. And here he is coming to Denver because of the precious Lakers. It is just poetic. It's poetic. So to beat them in game one, everybody says game one is huge.
Yeah.
Huge. Not only beat them down in game one. Do what you said, Moj. Take any hope they ever had, any confidence that they're trying to build in that locker room, and just tear it away in game one.
303-504-0925. Look, we talked a lot.
Hold on a second real quick. We've got 3 different 7872s that I pulled up on the text line. And I looked through all the I can't find anything that they said bad about me or Vic or anybody else, but I'll keep looking. Just letting you know.
They know what they did.
Okay.
They know. We talked a lot about, and I don't want to get cart before horse or whatever, but we were talking about the Avs in the postseason. They do have one game left tonight. The question that I have, Moj, is how much does this game matter? We'll get to it next. What do I do with tonight, Moshe? How do I handle this mentally?
What do you want to do with tonight?
It doesn't matter for like anything, but do I treat it like it matters? Do I just kind of casually watch? What do I do?
The game doesn't.
Is this an
It's not going to
exhibition
count.
game?
But it's not going to count, but it matters. I think it
In what
matters.
way?
Well, for the Edmonton Oilers, it doesn't matter at all. I mean, they're locked into the number 2 inside their division. They're playing either Vegas or LA, and that's it, right?
Well, based on that, it doesn't matter even less for the Avs. They're locked in. They're going to Winnipeg.
That
What
is
does it
correct.
matter?
But Vic, I think if you're the Colorado Avalanche, I think you want to play a style of game that makes you feel good about your game going into the postseason. Not that you
Even
don't
if
think
it risks injury? Even if it risks injury
No, I'm not.
I'm
not saying that. So, would you keep Nate out tonight? Would you keep Kale out tonight? Would you keep Mikko out tonight?
Hell yeah, I would.
Okay, but I think going into the postseason, you want to go in with a good taste in your mouth. Not that it's absolute necessary, but you've lost 4 out of the last 5, and here's what you've given up in the 4 out of the last 5: 6, 7, 2, 7, 4. Me do it again?
Yeah, do that again.
6, 7, 2, 7, 4.
That 2's a lot better than the others.
Yeah.
That's the Minnesota 2, right? I mean, your last 2 wins are 5-2 over Mini. In Mini and then here at home. Otherwise, you've lost to the Oilers, the Stars, the Jets, and the Golden Knights.
So you've lost to the playoff teams.
And again, but that Golden Knights game, I mean, you had a 3-0 lead going into the third period, bro. And I just think you want to wipe that out. In some capacity. Now, if you think Edmonton's playing their complete roster, you're out of your mind. Now, I don't know whether or not Connor McDavid is going to go. I have no idea what the game plan is. But they played last night in Arizona and lost 5-2, and he did not play. So maybe they want to protect him at all costs as well, or maybe they want to give him a little skate before the postseason rolls around. I think they'd be fine with him not playing again. So I don't know what the lineup for Edmonton is going to look like at all.
Do you see? You said you would bench some guys tonight, Vic. Does it matter to you at all that McKinnon is a point away from tying a franchise record and 2 points from setting the all-time record in points in a season?
Well, maybe you play him early, and then if he gets it, get him off the ice. I know it's going to be hard to keep Nate off the ice. He's going to want to play.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Joker. Joker wants to play. He wants to play every opportunity. So that's entirely up to them. I get it. But if you can go get that number, get it early, get out of the way. I just want to make sure you go to Winnipeg. And by the way, Moj, when do you think this schedule will be set? What's taking so long for the NHL schedule?
I don't know. You've got to work it out with the Nuggets, too, because the Nuggets are going to be in this building. But I
can tell you when the Nuggets are playing, or you can already work it out.
They're
The
playing
Nuggets are here Saturday, Monday.
For sure, Saturday, Monday. Okay, and then the Avs will be in Winnipeg. So they'll probably be Sunday, Tuesday. And so then the Nuggets will clear out of town and head to L.A., I guess, I reckon. I mean, there's a lot of things to consider. My guess is the team probably knows they just haven't released it yet.
Okay.
They're talking about
Whatever
the NHL.
You do,
that's
make
my
sure,
guess.
Call Bettman. They better not schedule an Avs playoff game the same night as a Nuggets playoff game. If they do that again to me this year, somebody's paying for that.
Yeah. Okay, I'll let them in.
You cannot. Seriously, I'm serious. There should be some edict. You can't do that to a city.
Everything.
You can't do both in the same night. You can't do it. That should be illegal.
Okay. Everything has been decided except who's going to finish third in the Pacific. Will it be Vegas? I think they're home. If I'm not mistaken, they're home to Chicago tonight. Or no, they're home to the Ducks. I'm sorry. What's the date today? The 18th? They're home to everything finishes up tonight. They're home to the Ducks tonight, while the LA Kings are home to the Blackhawks. I'm guessing both those teams will win, in which case Edmonton gets Vegas and Dallas gets LA. How's that sound?
That's good. As long as the Nuggets and Avs don't play on the same night, I don't care.
I'm hoping it would be Dallas and Vegas, though. I was really hoping for that. Really hoping for it.
Have they
see them beat each other up?
Have they ever done a afternoon night game at a home stadium between a basketball and a hockey crew?
Oh yeah, sure.
Oh yeah, but you always do hockey first.
Yeah,
because you don't want that.
I would actually love that, if I'm being honest. Like if I got an Avs game that was like 1 o'clock and then a Nuggets game that was 8.
It can't happen.
Oh, they've
that
done
way.
it.
It's gotta be-
We've done double dipperoos over at Ball Arena.
We've done. Remember that day they did 3
Yeah,
games?
triple dipperoo.
A triple dipper.
Triple
What?
dipper.
Yeah.
But you always want to
They
do.
did
You want
Mammoth.
to. You don't want to cover up. You don't want to cover up.
Oh,
The,
yeah.
You don't want the floor. You want the ice covered up, and then take the floor off, and then play hockey on it. It's not gonna be great ice. You want to play.
Well, that's
on
why I
good
said
ice
let
first.
them go early.
Yeah.
I would take one of those games. It's not the same time.
Okay, so Moj, is there any possibility because the Nugget schedule is Saturday night, Monday night. If Winnipeg it's going to open in Winnipeg, it better open Sunday.
Right.
If by God I hear they open Monday, I don't know who I'm calling, but I'm going to start making phone calls. I'm just going to call 1-800 numbers, random.
1-800-BETMAN.
Do you guys agree with me though? That would be just ridiculous.
I think
have that.
that's probably part of it as well. And again, I think Winnipeg has a concert in their building at some point, like maybe on
Nobody
Monday.
plays in Winnipeg, dude.
Who the hell plays
I
Winnipeg?
I don't know.
Marty,
Goo
check
Goo
who's in
Dolls or
concert
some
at Winnipeg.
Crap band.
Marty,
No offense.
I want to know who is the concerto at Winnipeg. What is their arena,
I'm
Moj?
on it.
Marty's figuring it out.
What's the name of the arena, Moj?
Canada Life Center?
Canada
Is that
Life
it?
Center. That's
Oh my
correct. It used
God.
to be the MTS.
Didn't even get a cool name.
How is it as an arena, by the way?
It's a lot. It holds about 14.8. It's smaller, as you can imagine.
Mm-hmm.
It's right there on the corner.
Wait a minute. Next Thursday is Luke Bryan?
Oh, Luke Bryan. Okay, there you go.
Bumped.
Well, we'll be back in Denver for that.
Well,
if the
on Wednesday, though, it is Lil TJ Good Life Tour.
That's a Wednesday concert? A Wednesday concerto?
Wednesday the 24th.
So we can't go.
So here's what
So
they
we
gotta
can't
do.
go. We can't do Monday. We can't
Nope,
do
it's
Monday.
gotta be
Wednesday.
Sunday, Tuesday.
It's got to be
It's gotta
Sunday,
be Sunday,
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Got to be.
Wait a
Yep,
minute. Wait a
it's
minute.
done.
Wait a minute.
Wait,
Hang on a second.
okay.
I'm looking at the Canada Life Centre. By the way, what are we doing here? ER. I don't care. ER. It says TBD at Winnipeg, Sunday the 21st at 7 o'clock.
Yeah, it's done. It's done. See, Moj,
And then
they
I
got
see
the news before you do. loser.
TBD at Winnipeg Jets, Tuesday, April 23rd.
You mean to tell
I
me
broke
we had to
news.
go to Winnipeg to get this news? You could not come to this show equipped with this information?
They haven't released it yet. We just all together deduced what the hell's going on.
Come here,
I'm
come
the one
here,
that
come
told you
here.
there's a concert.
Come here. Come here.
Jeez Louise.
Hey,
Come
Brett,
here.
Brett.
What does that
Brett,
say?
Beat them all to the punch.
What does that say?
The Avs at the Jets.
It says TBD. It doesn't say Avs, but TBD at Winnipeg Jets, Sunday, April 21st, 7 o'clock.
Brett,
That
read
just
them all
says
to the
Winnipeg
punch,
Jets.
Brett.
Same thing with
Hey,
it doesn't matter.
send that to Pierre LeBrun.
Also, it says TBD at Winnipeg Jets, Tuesday, April 23rd at 7 o'clock. So there you go. I think I
Send that
figured
to
it out.
Pierre right now. Yeah, put that together on a tweet. Breaking news.
That's
Altitude
great, Brett.
Sports
Good
Radio.
job.
You're welcome, everybody.
Unbelievable. We have the guy who calls the games on the air, asking him when the games are. He can't figure it out. All we do is have Brett go to the web, and he figures it out.
Well, Dave
Hockey
from
Brett, activate.
Dave from Winnipeg. Hang on, Dave from Winnipeg says Winnipeg radio said per Elliot Friedman it'll start Monday at 8:45 Winnipeg time.
Well, then what
if
are they
it
doing
starts
here?
Monday at 8:45,
I-
opposite Nuggets game, I am rioting in the streets. I'm going to riot in the streets of downtown Denver. It better not go opposite Nuggets. You better fix that right now, Winnipeg.
Well, wait. If it starts Monday, then are they going to cancel the little TJ Good Life tour on Wednesday?
Or do we go? And who's Thursday?
They can't go Thursday. They can't. They
Thursday's
got,
Luke
they got
Bryan.
Can't cancel Luke Bryan. He's huge.
I think it's got to be Sunday, Tuesday. I think I got it.
Tweet that out.
Screenshot.
Tweet that out with fact. You tweet that out. Fact. Hashtag fact.
Yeah, and make sure you tweet out, take a picture of those two concerts, because little TJ, whatever his name is, ain't going anywhere.
Who's little TJ?
I don't know, but he's got a concert booked. By God, he's going to do it.
Hold on a second. Hold, please. Let me take the little screenshot there. Post this. All right. We're just going. Look. Oh God, I feel so old. Oh, there we go. I got it. All right. It's being tweeted at the moment at Brett Kane Radio. I am going to break news. This is the upcoming event calendar.
Why don't we just go to break and you can do it then?
Yeah.
You're really wearing me out.
Canadian, what's it called? I can't see it. It's
Canada Life Centre.
Canada Life Centre. Hashtag fact. Is that what you wanted?
Seriously, if that's how they're going to spell it,
breaking news as well.
If that's how you Canadians are going to spell it, that's how we're going to pronounce it. That's what you're going to get. Centre.
Hashtag Hockey Brett. All right, there we go. Everybody, flood that. Flood it. 303-504-0925. Back after this. The playoffs are here and make Circa Sports your go-to for the NHL and NBA postseasons. This is Brett Kane. Tonight, though, we got one more regular season game left for the Avs. They're minus 165 against Edmonton, but you look forward to Saturday, game 1. Lakers, Nuggets. Nuggets 7-point favorites. You got a couple of play-in games tomorrow as well. Kings are 1.5-point favorites over the Pelicans. The Heat, 1.5-point favorites over the Bulls. And you can check it all out. Circa Sports, great, tight money line splits, excellent customer service. Download the app or go to circasports.com. Tweets going like wildfire, man. I don't like to play the role of journalist, but sometimes you got to put on that hat. You know, it's what my degree is in, is broadcast journalism, and this is what I do.
Is that really your degree? Did you really major in that?
Yes.
You're the only person in this entire outfit who actually majored in what we do.
Well, obviously, Vic, I know more than you now about this business. Duh. That's what degrees mean, right? That means if you have a degree in something, you know more than other people.
Moj, what was your major?
Some crap communications thing.
Marty, did you go to school?
Yes, mine was corporate communications. So if you need any help with anything, just let me know.
You do seem corporate.
Totally are.
You are the corporate
Well,
type.
I know more than you.
No wonder I'm the employee of the year. Ooh. Corporate.
I'm just waiting for my boy Pierre to jump on this thing.
Hey,
got it ready to go.
Hey, a couple of things.
Yeah. Just quickly though, when I sent this out,
yeah,
a texter said, "Damn, little TJ playing at the tray."
That's kind of funny.
I want to start calling it the
tray. All right, the tray. All right, sounds good. Did you see what happened last night in Arizona? Did you guys check that out?
I think you mean Salt Lake City.
That's always a sad thing, man. My buddy Todd Walsh gave a whole soliloquy after the game. It's a bummer, man. I know it's going to be a better situation, but the fans there, the building's sold out. The fans are all chanting what? Salt Lake sucks or something like that. I don't know what they were doing. Hopefully they'll get a team again. Everything gets worked out. It's a total mess. The guy who owns the team still wasn't even there last night, reportedly, Morello. So I don't know. It's kind of a bummer. It's just it's bye-bye, and that's it. I mean, rarely does a team know that it's going to be moved, right? When you finish up a season, so you don't get a chance to say goodbye. I don't know, man. And then somebody still runs an Atlanta Thrashers account, and it said, join us, Coyotes. And it has the Thrashers through the clouds like in heaven and trying to beam up the Coyotes. Join us in heaven.
It is sad, Moshe. I was in Phoenix when the Coyotes arrived. All right, I was working there at the CBS affiliate, and it was a big deal. They came, ironically enough, from Winnipeg, and they adopted a lot of Winnipeg's culture and the wideouts and playoff games and all that stuff. And, that first team had some big names. Keith Tkachuk was on those teams.
Sure, Jeremy
Roenick was on those teams. So they got a lot of fanfare. They played in an arena that wasn't fit for hockey because the seats behind the goals, you couldn't see the damn ice, half of it. But people were into it. They were into it. And I remember Todd Walsh taking on that role, and I remember everything about it. And I thought this was going to really be great in the Valley. And then they just, when they decided they couldn't figure out where to play, and they moved to Glendale, and nobody went to the games, I don't have much sympathy. They did this to themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they did this to themselves.
I don't disagree with that. It's just kind of a bummer because, I don't know, I liked Arizona okay. Listen, I really liked going to Atlanta. When the Thrashers were there, I went to Thrasher playoff games, believe it or not, against the Maple Leafs. And it was crazy packed and crazy good. It's just the bad ownership. It wasn't that the fans didn't like it. The owners were terrible.
Couple things that we got to get to. Number one, if you're watching on Altitude Television or on the Safeway Twitch feed, you will see me and Marty rocking the playoff T-shirts that will be sold at Altitude Authentics. These are really nice. Really nice shirts.
I like the white. That's sharp. That is really cool.
So you can find those at Altitude Authentics now with the playoffs Among Us starting on Saturday. They look really nice.
Moj, did you see the video that we're going to feature on the big screen before the game I sent you?
Really, really good. We have a good one coming too, by the way. Yeah. Really, really good. It gets you jacked up, man. I like how you did it. Now, I can't tell you. Ours was narrated by somebody a little bit more famous than you.
Yeah, my sexy Spanish guy.
I would hope so.
Yeah. Well, no.
Yes, it was.
Your sexy Spanish guy was a close second.
Oh, they didn't choose mine?
We didn't use your version.
They used mine. I just read it yesterday, and you guys used it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Coming like an avalanche. Why wouldn't they use my voice?
So ours is narrated by somebody. I'm not sure. I can't say who it is yet because I think we want to sort of surprise everybody on Saturday. But It's really cool.
If it was Marty just using his normal voice in reading, that would be hilarious.
That would not be
Hey,
hilarious.
this is Jimmy from the South Bronx here.
Oh, speaking of celebrities.
I says,
That's Ma.
Speaking of celebrities, we need another pick in the mock draft.
Yes, we do.
So
It's the 2024 virtual draft. What could possibly go wrong? Brought to you by Eileen's Cookies. That's a good cookie. We go live to draft coverage. Here is Vic, Brett, and Mark.
all right, pick number 6 in the NFL draft. Our Mojo Lombardi and Kane mock draft, that is. Earlier in the show, the LA Chargers made a selection. Malik Neighbors selected by Jim Harbaugh.
Pretty high for that wideout. Pretty high.
So, Marty, we got pick number 6. Let's throw it to the commissioner.
At number 6, we have the New York Giants. And picking for the Giants is Tony Soprano. Tony is a fictional character and the protagonist of the HBO crime drama television series, The Sopranos.
Wow, thank you, Commissioner.
Tony, welcome in.
Hey.
Tony, I'm a huge fan. How have you been?
There's 2 Tony Sopranos. You've never seen the other one. That's the one I want to show to you.
I'd love to meet both, actually. How are you feeling about making the selection for the Giants?
Now, you listen to me. This is the most serious decision I've ever had to make in my life.
Oh, I know, man. It's number 6 overall. It's a big deal. Who are the Giants like?
What is it with you and this obsession with this varsity crap? The other day you said it. It's undermining. And it's the kind of stuff I'm teaching my kids not to do. So I don't want to hear it again. End of subject.
Whoa, dude, I'm sorry. You said it was an important decision. I just wanted to see if we can get right to it.
Oh, shut up!
Okay, all right, fine. Just make the pick. Who do they want?
The guy.
Who, Brock Bowers?
We talked about this over at the other place. With the guy.
Oh, Joe Alt?
The guy. Oh, nobody knows what I'm talking about.
Oh, J.J. McCarthy. Yeah. Okay. Hey, J.J. McCarthy at 6 to the Giants. Here we go.
All right. Very well done.
Get whacked.
Another
Super good.
quarterback off the board, J.J. McCarthy. Who'd you pick? The guy.
Oh. Hey, did you guys, and I know Mosier did you guys watch Sopranos?
Yes.
Or are you too young for
No,
that?
I watched
Okay.
it. I watched it way later, but I just kind of binged through it.
Do you remember the scene when Paulie and young Christopher were in the wilderness, cold, and they had nothing to eat but this little thing of ketchups? Give me ketchups.
Yep. Yep.
So good.
Paulie was the best.
Paulie was great.
Yeah.
He was really good.
Hey, give me one of them ketchups.
It was almost like Paulie was so good that I actually thought that was Paul. Like, if I met him, that's what he is. Like the kind of thing where he tells a joke and he goes, like turns to his friend, laughs. I hate to say this. It's a great show. Vic, would you agree or disagree with this statement?
Yeah.
Now, remember, I watched it years later and I was binging, so it's a different experience for me. A little slow at times. A little slow. A little too much emphasis on his relationship with his wife, and I get the point of it. But there were points in that show I'm like, all right, guys, let's pick it up. Let's
you
go.
have to understand something, though, Brett. It was the first of its kind. The
I get
series on HBO, Showtime, the things you see today on Netflix, all of that, the advent, the birthplace of that was The Sopranos.
So HBO.
Oh, shut up!
HBO started that right with because it was West Wing an HBO show?
The Wire.
I think West Wing is on regular. I think it was on regular
Deadwood,
TV.
like those shows. Yeah.
Right.
But Sopranos was just
wait, that
next
was
level. I mean,
was Entourage after that, or was that around the same
way
time?
After. Way after.
Way after that.
Way after. Sopranos was like late
99
2000?
through 07. Yeah, 99 through 07.
So let's say that all of this happens. Okay, all of these mock draft picks that these celebrities have made for us actually come to fruition. So 4 quarterbacks are now off the board in the first 6 picks. Williams was 1, Jaden Daniels was 2, Drake May was 4, and now J.J. McCarthy was 6. What are you thinking for the Broncos now? If all 4 of those quarterbacks are gone halfway through your way to get to 12, are you just like, okay, Brock Bowers? Are you thinking Roma Dunze? Are you thinking...
I take Bowers, and it's not even a question. I take that, and I run as fast as I possibly can.
Yeah. I think that's where I'm at too.
Yeah, if you push Bowers back because quarterbacks go early, which they could, if you push that guy back, I mean, what are we doing?
I think there's a legit shot if this actually happens. You could come if you're looking for like a skill position player that's an impact guy on offense. Like if you give me a choice between Odunze or Brock Bowers, like I'm in on that. I think that's a success. You stay there, you make that pick.
I totally agree. I've also seen some drafts where they've got a defensive end coming to the Denver Broncos. And so I suppose that's the idea, is that you're going to get a very good player. Like Jeff Legwald indicated earlier on the show, where he's got these Jeff doesn't do it like who he thinks is going to draft. Jeff does it like who he thinks the best players are, 1 through 100, right?
Yep.
That comes out Saturday morning. So the quarterbacks may go high, but he doesn't think that they slot there in terms of their ability to play the game of football.
Right.
Regardless of position. So if let's say a killer defensive end lays at your lap at number 12, how do you pass it?
Sure. So we'll continue the mock draft. 2 more picks tomorrow before we head into the weekend. I just saw something, Vic. And maybe this can help as you've been on your therapy couch for this entire week, and you will be tomorrow before the game starts. Game 1, Saturday. Tim Legler, who is a big fan of what the Nuggets do because he likes basketball, had something to say as the subject on First Take this morning was, can the Lakers pull the upset? I would like for you to hear the audio of Tim Legler next. Despite the fact that myself and Mosier don't get paid extra to be Vic's therapist as well as his co-host on this show, talking a lot about fears that people have, PTSD about the Lakers series,
also about also about the Avalanche too.
But this is specific to the Lakers because this is the audio that we're going to play.
Before you get to this, though, and I opened up to everybody on this radio show, and everybody's calling me names, scaredy cat, this and that. I opened myself up. I have impractical fears about the Lakers. I've already told everybody that, which is why after you beat them, my bravado's at a 10, but before it's at a 1. It's just the way it works with me and those of my ilk. My brothers are wired the same way. I know a lot of longtime Nuggets fans who are wired the same way when it comes to the Lakers. That's just the way we are. So I need your help with this. I do. I open my soul to you.
By the way, when you say the Avs too, like the Avs, it's a completely different thing, Moj. You don't have any confidence in the Avs right now because the Avs aren't playing well. And the opponent that they're facing is the opposite of what the Nuggets are facing, which is they've spanked you this year. There's legitimate fears to have. The Nuggets and Lakers feel like fears of the past. You're fighting ghosts, not the thing in front of you. But when the question was asked today on First Take, it was, can the Lakers pull the upset against the Nuggets? And then they threw it to Tim Legler. Let's listen.
Better. Are the Lakers better than they were a year ago? Because I would argue no. I don't think so.
Okay, well then that doesn't get them any closer to beating the Nuggets.
Correct. And so I think Woody is absolutely right. I understand the passion, but this was the closest sweep we've ever talked about. They lost.
Can I follow what you just said about the Nuggets not being as good?
Yeah.
No team traditionally, go back in history, when a team finally wins that first title, very few teams are in the regular season the next year because your foot's not on the gas to the extent that it was trying to get across the finish line. Right. Watch what's about to happen in the postseason. Then compare to what the Nuggets did in the postseason a year ago, because I think you're about to see precision, just like you did a year ago.
And we saw the first shift after All-Star.
Well, I love that, first of all, because nobody knows basketball like Legs. Legs knows what he's doing. Here's the thing that people need to understand, too. After you win a championship, he's exactly right. There's that honeymoon period. There's that hangover period. People don't understand. The Nuggets are better than they were last year. They may not be the first seed. Their record is better. Okay? Number one, their record is better. Their numbers are better. If you look at their net ratings are better than last year. Better. So that's all untrue. When people say they're not as good as last year, they are. They're better. Now, the rest of the Western Conference is also better, so that skews things. But as a team, they're coming off a championship run, and they got better.
There is the fears that people have about, if they're saying the Nuggets aren't as good as last year, it's just Bruce Brown leaving the team. And yes, the bench did take a little bit of a dip, but the Nuggets...
No. It's the rest of the West catching up.
Well, that's
what it is. It's not them running laps around the West. It's the rest of the West being better.
It's also like, in Bruce Brown, I'm not downplaying it. He was a massive part of why you won a championship. I don't know if the Nuggets win without him. They probably don't. But bottom line is, why were the Nuggets championship caliber last year? Because their starting five
was the best starting five in the postseason period.
Best in the NBA.
Yes.
All of them are back. All of them are healthy. And all of them will be playing 38 to 40 minutes a night now. That's what the postseason brings.
Assuming there's no foul trouble.
Correct. But I'm just saying, in general. That's what you're going to get, and that's why I am not deterred by the bench being a little bit worse than it was last year.
Get on your little, I don't do this, so I don't know how to find it. I don't know where to look. I don't know anything. But get on your little machine and figure out who's the favored team in this series. I mean, I know the Nuggets are going to be favored, but by how much? How do you do that?
79%, according to Vegas, of winning the series.
Does that make you feel any better? 80%? We'll call it 80.
Nothing makes me feel better. You know me? Nothing.
You know, then quit being such a baby.
I can't help it. I can't help it. I can't fix me.
If you were one of your kids and your kids were like, you'd say, hey, you got everything going in your favor. Stop it. Stop it. Watch it. I know it's going to be different. I understand that, but stop it.
Fix me. I can't fix me.
So I can't find it on the Circus Sportsbook of the winner of this series, but can I put it to you this way?
Sure.
The odds to win the Western Conference, the Nuggets are plus 136.
Jeez,
it's almost even money.
Louise.
Almost even money.
Wow.
Next closest is the Thunder at plus 615.
Wow, bro. Wow. That's heavily favored on the Nuggets.
Oh, here you go.
Yeah.
That doesn't
Nuggets,
fix me.
Nuggets to win the series, they're minus 350.
Pretty heavy favorite, bro. I'm looking at
See,
game one.
last
I'm
year-
looking at game one Saturday night, ABC. Nuggets hosting the Lakers. Already the Nuggets a 7.5-point favorites. 7.5.
The next
That doesn't do it. See, all this talk of
Open
favorite,
6.5
favorite,
and went
that
to
doesn't
7.5.
do anything for me.
Well, what can we do for you?
What
See,
you
stop
asking
whining.
for?
Here's what you do. Fast forward the clock 2 weeks. That's it.
Okay.
That's all. That's you know.
There's
all your
nothing
little
we can do then.
the numbers say.
I'm sorry. Factually, when we bring things up, that's the.
I wonder if I can go comatose for 2 weeks.
I wish you would.
So you're going to be unpleasant through this whole run, basically.
Yeah. Vic,
Mo, it's
believe it
the
or not,
best sleep I ever had.
I believe we can make that happen. We'll put you on the old Michael Jackson stuff. What was that? What was that stuff?
I don't know, but the best sleep I ever had when they put me under for my my prostate surgery.
Yeah.
And they said I was under for 6.5 hours. I felt that I was out 6.5 years. It was the greatest sleep of my life.
Really?
Well, what they didn't tell you is you died momentarily. No.
It's okay. I didn't know it at the time.
That's true. Yeah. Same with my
I've
Achilles.
I've never been under.
You've never been under?
Never.
You never got your
dude, you
wisdom
gotta try
teeth
it.
taken out?
Nope.
Let me put you under.
Jeez
real quick.
Louise.
Did you say let me put you under?
Yeah, do we have a doctor that could put him under?
Like, I've never even been, like, concussed and knocked out for a few seconds. Nothing.
You've
The only time I have been out is when I've been sleeping.
or you've been really drunk.
Yeah, how about
Well, that's
12
sleeping.
IPAs deep?
That's sleeping.
You're
okay.
out.
Yeah, that's sleeping.
All right.
It's a weirder sleep, but it's sleep.
Lions last playoff win.
Yeah. That was as close to being
Okay.
out
Okay.
as I've ever
All right,
been.
cool.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, somebody says it's propofol. That's what that stuff is. Okay.
Was that stuff they put in the handkerchief and you put it on somebody's face?
No,
It's
that's
chloroform.
I just wanted to try
chloroform.
I want to try that.
I think we should do it to you live on the air.
Do
And then we'll wake you up when the Lakers series is over and they lost in
Do
5
it.
games.
I'm game. Do
My
it.
God.
If I have to, I will. Trust me. By the way, I hate to bring this up, but it's just. So Jonte Porter gets banned for life for a whole bunch. He not only bet on himself to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars. He bet against his team to lose, which is obviously a giant no-no. Now, Marty, can you look this up and confirm the other thing that you told me earlier? Because what I hate about this is it's like the second that the intensity is getting ramped up, it's just for Michael Porter Jr. It's so much to deal with mentally. And think about this for a second. You're about to embark on hopefully what is a back-to-back championship run. You're a giantly important piece to this team. You would like to have a clear head, but this stuff is going on with one brother. We know what's happening with the other. And Martin, can you confirm this?
Yeah, there's a sentencing April 19th, 8:30 a.m.
So his
tomorrow.
other brother will be sentenced tomorrow for the I guess not alleged crime, the crime that took place, was it a year ago? So
I can't fathom
he's got
what the family's been through.
his two brothers both going through some horrible things right now. And it's just like, you got to somehow block that out of your mind and go play a series against the Lakers. It's just incredibly tough.
I don't know how he does. He did it last year when the news came down of his other brother, and he made it through the playoffs, and now it's a double whammy this year. It cannot be easy. And I don't know what you say. I don't know what you do. I just don't know. And basketball might be the perfect fit for him right now, having that
Might be.
that distraction.
Well, yeah,
'Cause alone
that's
time,
essentially
idle time's awful.
Yeah, it's essentially Vic, and of course it's going to be difficult. It's also not him; it is his family, but it's got to be hard on a guy. He's got basically his NBA family with him at all times.
Yeah.
He's got his guys inside the room. He's got his coaches. He's got a huge support staff just who care about him as a human being, not him as a basketball player. Okay? So he's around those guys all the time. He's not going to want for any sort of counseling or support. They're going to be there for him every step of the way. Let's just hope that, again, he can for himself, so maybe it doesn't drive him crazy. I don't know what's going on in his head. Maybe he can just pour himself into the game and just try to get any sort of distraction that you can get.
We all have family issues that go on in the background, but not all of them are front and center spotlight news.
Yeah.
We all have issues in the background, right? We all have families. We all have situations that arise. But for him, the attention that comes with it is so pronounced. It's so different. And for him to battle through that and focus on the game at the most important time, I'm telling you, dude, credit to Michael Porter. It's not going to be an easy trek here for the next few weeks. The news that came down, I'll say this about the Jontay Porter deal, and I know a lot's been said about professional leagues going in bed with these betting companies, and you know they let this happen because they're now doing the betting when it was completely
which I don't buy, by the way, but
it was verboten just years ago.
Sure.
But it's a pretty simple thing for me, Moj. Don't bet on your sport.
Correct.
Just don't do it.
Correct.
I don't know why that's a hard concept.
Well, and I've said this before, Moj, and I'll just repeat it again. I see zero, and I mean zero correlation between they're running commercials for sports books and players are now getting in trouble. This is what I've said before. You know what runs all the time during professional sporting events? Liquor and beer commercials. But you don't see guys showing up to the game drunk because there's a very clear rule. You can't do it. It's not that hard.
And this is not just betting, as you indicated, Brett, not just betting on basketball, from what I've read. It's betting for your team to lose, betting against yourself.
That you bet on your team to lose. That is what I would consider unforgivable because you have a stake. And you can affect the outcome. Now, if you bet on your team to win, you're trying to win anyway. I mean, you still don't do it. It's stupid. But
what did the league do with Tim Donaghy? What did they do?
Done.
They sent him to jail.
Yeah, correct. But my point is that you have to maintain, for any league, you must maintain
integrity.
Exactly right. The integrity of the game. It's most sacred. And if you don't have the integrity of the game, then you don't even have a league. You don't have games. You can't. If fans cannot depend on the integrity of the game, then all bets are off for that league.
Yeah.
Period.
What's sad is, I don't know what led to this. There's obviously other things happening in his life that lead to this, but the short-term gains now cost you the long-term, right?
Right.
That kid had potential. I saw him play when he came here a couple months ago, and he looked good. And he's an NBA player. Now, you don't know some of the other stuff going on behind the scenes, playing in his brother's shadow, and his brother makes big money. He makes the max. He makes the minimum. What that does to a guy's psyche. There's no excuse for it. There's none. At the end of the day, don't bet on your team. Don't bet on your games. Don't.
Yeah. But I feel bad for Michael. It's another year where they're entering the postseason. He's got this sort of inner turmoil, a battle that he's going to fight mentally. And last year he was able to do it, and he played well in the postseason. Hopefully that can happen again. And hopefully this serves as some sort of reprieve from some of the other stuff where he can just take his mind off of it for a couple hours when he's on the court. So 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. If you missed any of the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Moshe Lombardi, and Kane had 2 mock draft picks today done by Tony Soprano and Jim Harbaugh. So check those out if you missed it.
Hey, big vote you guys missed yesterday. We held it when you weren't here. But now that you're all wearing hats, I think I know what side of the fence you're on. Marty, you're a curved brim hat guy. Mosier, curved brim, correct? I've seen you, Brett, with flat and curved. That's a semi-curved. What would you call the hat you're wearing today? What is that?
This is about what I try and do with all my hats.
Yeah, it's
though.
about it's a curve for definite curve.
Like
yeah.
I like buying the flat brimmed hat to start, but you got to bend it a little bit. I mean,
okay. So for the last 2 days, I worked with Rob and Coach, and they both wore, flat. Like
you could put
table
a
flat,
martini
right?
on top of their bill.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so then I said, I guarantee you most people out there that wear hats prefer curve. And they looked at me like I was the devil. So I put a poll out there via my Twitter, and the poll just ended. It just ended about 20 minutes ago. 3,059 votes. 3,059 votes. What do you think the percentage of people who voted flat brim hat?
I would say it's probably 80% curved, 20% flat.
See, but
Very close.
I have a beef with the way that question is framed.
It says hat choice, flat brim, curve brim.
I
Pretty
know,
easy.
but if you're a guy like me, you buy the flat brim hat. Like, I would answer flat brim because I like to do my own curve. But it needs to start flat.
No, flat
shut
brim
up,
is
dude. You know
cut
what
different.
this
The
poll
bill is
means.
cut different.
You're being stupid.
The bill is
Do you
different
want
on
it
a
flat
flat
or do you
brim.
want it curved? This is not difficult, dude. You're trying to cut into it now.
It's not, though.
It's not an essay question, okay?
I was
pretty easy.
telling you right now, when I read that poll question from you, I had a beef with how it
If
was
you
phrased.
got confused by that question, how'd you go to school?
I didn't
How'd
get
you do
confused.
the SAT?
I didn't get confused.
How'd you do with reading comprehension?
You just had a missing option in there.
There is no missing option. Do you prefer a flat or curve?
Here's what I'm saying you did. You said, do you like your meat well cooked or rare? And you didn't leave the in between.
No.
I just don't understand people.
That's Brett. What's your
Pull
okay?
up this
Last
picture.
thing.
Pull up this picture of Khalil Green. You guys remember Khalil Green, shortstop for the Padres back in the day?
People.
So Khalil Green used to iron his hat to make it as flat as possible. Okay? So
fine.
that's actually pretty curved for what he usually does. What I'm saying is, you buy it coming flat, and then you make your bend to it.
Okay,
So is that a flat brim or a curved hat?
What's the way you wear it? How do you wear it?
How would you describe what I have on
Curved.
right now? Okay,
End of
that
story.
looked curved
That's
to me.
it.
Yeah.
Done.
That's it. This is not
But
difficult,
that
dude.
It came like this to start, and
Okay,
then
and you didn't like that, right? You didn't like that flat.
It's like
correct?
it's
so
like
you turned it.
It's like breaking
Yeah.
in a glove, though. Like
Yeah,
I don't want
exactly.
somebody else's used glove. I want a glove
Yes.
that's stiff, and then I get to break it in myself.
So we are all of the curved variety. That's what we all like. Curves. We like curves.
But
all right?
see,
We
this
like
hat,
curves.
This hat that you're going to get, this has come in pre-curved. That's the beef that I'm making
Okay,
here.
did my poll say pre-curve? No. Curve flat. It's not hard. 77% prefer a curved brim.
Look at
And this is a scientific poll because
Look at
it's
the
on my
text line.
Twitter.
Look at the text
So
line.
this is science.
303-504-0925. We'll get to a fact checker next.
Nobody likes the tax man. I don't like him. You don't like him. Nobody. So whether you're getting handled by the tax man this year, or maybe he's being a little bit good to you, giving you a little bit back, you got to get the Silterhard Motors in Broomfield. Hey, it's Motion. The deals right now on new and pre-owned vehicles are so good. I mean, either way, they're going to find you the perfect ride. Trust me when I tell you. It's going to fit your needs, going to fit your budget, and looking right now, the Mosher special still going on. Extra $1,000 in trade allowance or 3-year free maintenance or $1,000 in free accessories. All just for you. So all you've got to do is get to Highway 36 in Wadsworth, see all the vehicles in captivity up there, including all the outstanding EVs, including the Ford Mach-E, or go online and check them all out at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. It's Silterhard. Everything you want out of a dealership.
Altitude Authentics has everything you want for the Avs 2024 playoff run, and DMAC is delivering a bag to 5 lucky winners. Head over to altitudesportsradio.com/DMAC delivers for your chance to get a personal delivery tomorrow. altitudesportsradio.com/DMAC delivers.
Altitude, one more time, please.
altitudesportsradio.com/DMAC delivers.
DMAC delivers.
Correct.
So DMAC is actually going to people's places and he's going to give them these goodies.
Yes.
Is that one of the goodie bags right there?
Yeah.
That's one of them, yeah.
What's the problem?
Well, it seems pretty good. Have you seen what's in the bag?
What's in the bag?
There's a puck in there. There's a banner in there. There's hats in there. All kinds of cool stuff for the postseason, man.
You got one of these in there?
What is
We
that?
should have done that.
It's for Stephen A. Smith.
Is Vic getting high?
Is that drugs? What are you doing?
This is albuterol for asthma, high altitude.
What if DMAC did deliver a bag to somebody and it's just Gwyneth Paltrow's head from 7?
He'd probably
Here
be
you go.
arrested.
Probably would.
Don't do it. All right. Few things here. Again, last regular season game of the year for the Avs, Moj. And what do you think we're going to see? Is it going to be a normal-looking game? Is it going to be guys get some rest? What are we going to see?
Well, I'll already tell you this. Today's morning skate is optional. So that means guys, they've been off since when? Monday?
It'd be funny if the game was optional. We're making tonight's game optional.
When they last play? Sunday? Sunday. So they had Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, no games, and it's optional today. So they're giving their guys as much rest as guys want. Does that mean we're going to see a different lineup this evening? Perhaps we are. I'm going to be there, by the way. I'm going to be there. I know you guys will not be there, but I will be. Well, yeah. I'm going to go check it out, and it's a national TV game, so you guys know my story.
Texture says, I'm calling the police if DMAC shows up at my house. By the way, because we're all activated into playoff mode, I have also activated into playoff mode and done some sleuthing, and I think I figured out that the first games for the Avs are going to be Sunday and Tuesday.
It hasn't been announced yet officially.
Well, we've announced it. We're making it official, and it better be Sunday, Tuesday. It better not be opposite Nuggets Monday night. If they
I can't
do
even
that,
imagine if that's the case.
There at the
Could
bottom.
you imagine?
You see that? That is TBD at Winnipeg, Sunday the 21st at 6:59 p.m. And then after that, we have Tuesday the 23rd, TBD at Winnipeg, 6:59 p.m.
So they have 6 games.
And that is by the way, right before, and I'm sorry to cut you off, Moj. That is right before, as you can see here, on Wednesday, the Lil TJ Good Life Tour that will happen at the Canadian Life Center.
You don't mess with Lil TJ's tour, all right?
All of the...
To which 2 people have responded. 1, what's a Lil TJ? And 2, damn, Lil TJ playing at the Tray?
At the Tray. All the Eastern setups have been completed. All of the matchups are ready there right in front of your face to look at. Islanders at Canes on Saturday. Maple Leafs at Bruins on Saturday. Sunday, Lightning at Panthers for Game 1. Caps at Rangers for Game 1. There is nothing from the West out whatsoever now. The teams may already know. It would seem it's going to be Sunday, Tuesday for the Avalanche. Have to get their butts to Winnipeg on Saturday. That's what it would seem like. But who knows? I don't know.
On the line tonight, by the way, just a reminder to you guys, Nathan MacKinnon is a single point back of the all-time franchise record of points in a season. If he gets 1, he ties. If he gets 2, he obviously takes the crown. How much do you think MacKinnon cares about this, Moj, heading into tonight?
I think you have to care a little bit. I mean, it's amazing, is it not? I mean, think about it. He's got 138 points.
I mean, that record has stood since 1982.
I was talking to Riker the other night about this. When I think of like the great Peter Stastny, and I think of the great Michel Goulet, and the great Joe Sakic, and great Peter Forsberg, and all these Hall of Famers, at the time, I could never envision anybody approaching what they've done in terms of point totals and goals. I mean, all this different kind of thing. Yet here he sits with 138 points, dude. It's right there in front of you. Yes, he's that good. Somebody was asking me, I'm going to do another one today, a Twitter/X, what do you call it?
Spaces?
Spaces. I'm doing it for a half hour with Riker today on the Avalanche account. Did it last week, and somebody asked me, where's McKinnon? I said, well, now you know where he is. Here's his future. Hall of Fame, jersey retirement.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? This is
Statue.
all. Well, nobody has a statue, so.
Allen Iverson. Did you guys see Allen Iverson's
It's
statue?
so tiny. It's little.
It's like a miniature thing.
It's like a little. Yeah, it's like a just like a little tiny thing. I'm like,
why would they?
Why would you do that? You make them larger than life. You've ever seen the ones outside what Crypto.com with Magic and Kobe and everybody? They're
what are you
huge.
doing? I mean, literally, it's like 2 feet tall.
Remember when Zoolander made the Institute for Kids Who Can't Read good and want to do their stuff
Yeah.
good too, and they made the model, and he threw it. He goes, "What is this? A center for ants?" Yeah, that's what they're doing with AI over there.
Pretty
How
much.
about you give them a little bit of space?
I mean, tiny. Who said, yeah, let's make it just miniature size?
Oh, here it comes, by the way, guys. See, this is the stuff that guys like Marty and Vic hate that I love.
Mm-hmm.
Stephen A. Smith on the GOAT debate. If LeBron James beats Denver and marches forward to ultimately win another chip, I don't know how strong my argument is going to be on behalf of Jordan moving forward. You hear that? If LeBron beats the Nuggets, he now might surpass Jordan in some people's eyes. How about that?
Which is another reason why I would love the series to end quickly, early, and end basically his championship aspirations. It's over. I'm going to tell you right now, if the Nuggets stomp all over the Lakers in this series, and that's my hope and dream, there's no way they reinvent themselves to a championship team next year or the year after, not with LeBron, not at his age. They can't. So that would put an end. That would pretty much say goodbye to his championship hopes. Correct? Now,
Thank you.
Great career. I respect everything about the man in his career, but I'm tired of it.
Okay, what if he took money to go to Golden State? Less money. Or to go to Phoenix
It's
or something
over.
like, okay.
Golden State. I don't watch them.
They stink, I know.
By the way, before we totally get out of here, let's hear from, as Vic would call Peter good catch by me. Black Horse? Is that what you called him?
I think it was Black
Blacksmith?
Torch.
Black Torch. Yes, Black
Peter
Torch.
Blacksmith or Black Torch. His real name is Pete Fairbanks, the reliever for the Tampa Rays.
He has had a rough start to the year. If you remember, the game that the Rockies won on opening day, home opening day, where Rymack hits the walk-off grand slam, that was Fairbanks who blew the save, and he said that there's a whole bunch of reasons why that happened, and they need to fix the baseballs here at Coors Field because it's awful, blah, blah, blah. Well, it's continued outside of Coors Field. He's having a rough start to the year. And let's have him assess his own game thus far.
No, I thought it generally sucked. I didn't think it was a specific suck. I thought it was like an all-encompassing type of suck. So, we're going to try and rectify that. But for right now, I'm going to be pretty pissed about it.
Pete, where do you kind of go from here? Is it looking at tape? Is it going through mechanics? Where do you kind of go from here?
You tell me. I've tried that. If you got an answer, I'd love to hear. Just, not going to let it beat me up for, I'll maybe give it till 10. It's 9:44 right now. We'll give it 16 minutes of sulk, and then we'll, get back on the bump and figure it out.
I kind of like this guy.
I
kind of like this dude.
He's my favorite baseball player. Then you got the opposing reliever, Black Torch, crying about the ball.
Hang on. Can I hear the very beginning of that again? All the different ways that he said suck, please, Marty?
No, I thought it generally sucked. I didn't think it was a specific suck. I thought it was like an all-encompassing type of suck.
I thought it generally
Yeah,
sucked. Not
yeah.
a specific suck, like an all-encompassing kind of suck.
Did you see...
If I did that interview to you after you shanked 3 of them into Mrs. Smith's backyard, Vic, would you say the same thing? Oh, have you tried the mechanics? Yeah. You got a suggestion? I've tried that one.
What I love
tried
about
it.
his reaction,
Rectify that.
it's a measured tone of disgust.
Yeah.
I don't have that ability. I got to go crazy. He's just measured and just to the point, very well spoken and thoughtful. A measured tone of disgust. It's beautiful.
16 Minutes of Suck would be a great band name. That from Trent. That would be a great band name.
And you know what? The way he enunciates, too. He's very well spoken.
Mm-hmm.
It's great. Great voice.
I would even give you this, Vic. It would be a lot cooler if his last name was Black Torch. I agree with you on that.
Black Torch or Blacksmith?
Yep.
Fairbanks
I didn't
doesn't
realize
work.
that was that sensitive to a pitcher. I didn't when Black Horse, what's his name? Black House?
I think it's Fairbanks.
All right. And lastly, we're broadcasting live from the Backus and Schenker studios. If you sustain serious injuries in a car accident, you want the best representation. You can afford the very best because there's no fee unless they win your case. Backus and Schenker, their passion is justice. Visit them at coloradolaw.net. Did you guys see how Jason Kelce lost his Super Bowl ring?
He did?
You guys see this?
Didn't see it.
He was participating in some sort of like intermission event. Okay, so here's what it was. Jason Kelce says his Super Bowl ring was lost during a game at the New Heights live show and may be gone forever. The game involved finding items in piles of chili. One of them was his actual ring in a sock. He said, I legitimately lost it. They couldn't find it, and all the stuff has now been thrown out. We can safely assume my Super Bowl ring is now in a landfill someplace in the Cincinnati/tri-state area.
Holy crud.
Well, that's stupid. Well,
Why would he do
stupid.
that? Why would he
Everybody's
do that?
Can I tell you something else? I'm done with the Kelces now, okay? It's too much. It's every day, it's something, and these guys are doing this professional wrestler character thing, and it's just, I got it, okay? I understand. You guys are having a good time. Goodbye. I will talk about Travis Kelce when football is being played. Jason, you're done, okay? From now on, I don't want any more of the Kelce stuff. Are you guys with me? Are you a little sick of these guys just constantly being something happening with them?
I got nothing on that. I got nothing. I don't know what else to say.
Taylor Swift new album, I think tomorrow. So we might be hearing a little bit more.
Yeah, of course. Great.
I'll be off tomorrow listening to that nonstop.
I'm sure you will be.
Goodbye.
Are you off tomorrow?
Listen.
Really?
No, I'll be here.
Okay, good.
Unlike you
Don't
two.
Don't throw her in your Kelce hate. She has nothing to do with that. She's just an artist.
I'm generally just sick of that, too. Just too much. Too much going around. iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Moj Lombardi, and Kane. If you missed any of the podcast, get one more chance to Vic sit on his therapy couch tomorrow and air out his feelings before Game 1 is in the books with the Nuggets and the Lakers. And if you guys are just tuning in, I did my Hockey Brett thing, and it looks like Avs are playing Sunday, Tuesday in Winnipeg. I think I figured it out.
I hope that's the case, man. Let's get the show on the road, baby.
So, one more game tonight for the Avs. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 as they take on Edmonton. You guys all have a wonderful day. We love you all very much. Goodbye.
Thank you, Nelly.
That's for Chris Dempsey, everybody.
Welcome into the program. It is my birthday today.
Happy birthday, Dempsey.
Thank you, Kim.
What a
Kim
fun day.
It is a fun day. I love birthdays. They're the best. They're the best. And even though it is kind of gloomy outside, but you have shown me the glass half full way of looking at the weather today. It's a great day.
I mean, despite everybody's ability to drive in the rain, I really do enjoy it. Driving here was not fun. Everybody forgets how to be behind a wheel, but you get the rain, you get the moisture, and then spring blooms. Everything's going to be green and pretty and vibrant, and it's going to be great.
I love it. I love it. Welcome into the program, Christopher Dempsey. Kim Becker's voice you just heard right there. Josh Grismer, Steve Nelson. We are all here today. It's a, what do we call this week? Pre-playoffs week.
Pre-draft week.
Pre-draft week. All of the things are happening. And look, after the show, we're also delivering things. So see, it's not just me getting gifts today, which, it's me giving gifts as well. We're going to do Dempsey Delivers after the show. Going to talk to some of you guys out there, deliver some Nugget swag.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Wait, that's fun.
Yeah, you're welcome to tag along.
Where are you going?
I don't know.
Oh, it's a surprise?
It's a surprise.
You're going to be on a surprise scavenger hunt?
Yeah.
This is something that people...
They registered for,
Love that.
and we picked some winners.
Great.
And so now we're going to go deliver those things today. So it should be a lot of fun after the show. So yes, it was fun. We did it last year. Got to meet some really fun people. At the time, the Nuggets had not won the title, obviously. So there were a lot of conversations. It was just like a lot of crossed fingers, right? It was, please let these guys be as good as they appear to be. And then they won the whole thing. So now we're going to do it this year at the same time as they're active defending champions. And so it should be a lot of fun.
And does this include some of the swag that I saw? This one got a little preview of this morning.
Yes.
Possibly?
The hat.
The hat.
Mm-hmm. The hat.
It's pretty sweet.
The shirts are blue. So I think we got like a grayish, whitish shirt.
I love it. Yeah, I was pretty excited to see some of this Nugget swag. So there's going to be some lucky winners out there.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're looking forward to that, no doubt. Speaking of the Nuggets, they're practicing now. Only a couple of days out before they face the Lakers. And thank you for the birthday texts. I see them coming in. I really do appreciate it.
Also, shout out Josh on the text line. Did Kim bring banana bread for Dempsey's birthday? She absolutely did.
I did, but guess who doesn't like banana bread?
Right.
Dempsey.
Right.
So I sadly should have made something that he actually liked. Yeah, but I did bring it.
Yeah, it's here. It's here. I'm not partaking. There it is. There it is. Almost all gone, by the way.
Fresh out of the oven. I know. Everybody. Well, Mosier gave me crap the last couple of times I brought it because he was on the road with the Avs, and so I had to make sure the next time I made it was a day that he's here. So he got some. He was very kind to me. A much nicer welcome I got from Mosier today than last week. So
wait, what happened last
week?
He
gave me a bunch of crap for my NCAA bracket
because
that's I was giving everyone. I was really going off on Twitter. I got all cocky when I was 9th overall, and then I dropped to 489th.
Oh wow!
I can't tell you what he called me when I walked in, but I walked in the studio and goes, "Hey." Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Good timing.
That was
and
Wildcats. Get your head in the game. That was your mistake. You bet on Zac Efron and Corbin Blue and the Wildcats.
Okay, they made it so far. NC State. Oh, well, I did bet on Arizona and win it all, but I had NC State as my Cinderella story, and look at that, you guys.
Okay, how far was their...
They made it to the Final Four.
I know, but how far did you have them going?
To the Final Two. To the championship game with Arizona.
You had Arizona and
NC State. That's what I had in my bracket.
Okay. I
was like, whatever.
I love it.
YOLO. Yeah, but Mocher gave me a bunch of crap when I walked in. He's like, remember when you were giving everyone your cockiness? Well, guess what number you are now? Yeah, thank you. It went a little something like that. But this morning he was very kind. He was like, bless you. This is delicious. It's like, wow. You're welcome.
Oh, there's the Jonte Porter statement. Mm-hmm. We'll get to that. Because I definitely want to get your take on what happened. So we'll talk about a little bit more about Jonte Porter. We touched on it yesterday. The news is breaking during our show yesterday. So
yeah, you guys probably had a big platform for that.
Yeah, it was just the statement was released and all the things. And so we know what's happening with him, but we definitely want to get your take on it. But before we do that, let's get your take on the Nuggets in terms of it's the Lakers again. It's a team that they've beaten I am named not always like a drum, but they've just beaten them all the time here. The last 8 or 9 times the Nuggets have won those games. Am I being too confident when I basically just dismissed the first round?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you?
All right.
Okay. I've been looking forward to this moment for the last 6 days, Dempsey.
Okay.
Because remember when we sat here a week ago talking about the Spurs game?
Yes.
And how the Nuggets would school the San Antonio Spurs and there would be zero issue. And it's time to get confident, overly confident about this team. Yeah. What happened in that San Antonio game, Dempsey?
Well, they got up by 23 points, and then they lost the 23-point lead, and then they lost that game.
Okay. Yeah. So I sat here and I said, you know what? I said, Dempsey, I don't know. We shouldn't get too cocky here. And then I was influenced by your confidence because later on in the program, I too got confident.
That's
I was
right.
like, you're right. No, you're totally right.
Yep.
They're going to absolutely dominate over the Spurs.
Yes.
Dominate over the Grizzlies.
Right.
End this regular season, 2 massive wins. Well, since I learned my lesson in the last 6 days by not getting overly confident due to your confidence, Dempsey, I'm going to be the one in the room today. I'm going to stay behind my fence. And I'm going to say this is going to be a tough series for the Denver Nuggets.
Okay. I'm going to change your mind by the end of the show.
No.
By the end of
I'm
the
with
show.
Vic. Stop playing that before the series starts. I'm with him. Stop it.
No,
We're jinxing it.
We need to hear that as
Take
much
that
as
L
possible.
on the way out.
That's right. We need to hear that as much as possible. They're the Lakers' daddy. That's what they are. Kim, it's true. Yeah, it's not true.
That scares me. I think because I've been so close to the Avalanche lately that they've just put me through an absolute ringer of emotions.
Oh, don't worry. We're going to get to that.
Oh, I know we will.
Next
so
segment.
I feel the same way about the Nuggets right now. My hands are sweating thinking about it, to be honest with you. And with
The
the,
Avs or the
Broncos
Nuggets?
last year, I think everything.
Everything?
All Denver sports right now. My hands are sweating because of it. I'm getting so nervous.
There's nothing to be nervous about.
Okay.
The Lakers are a good basketball team. To your point, they are a good team. I think it's helpful to sometimes in some of these instances we look at these series and say, like, how on earth are in this case the Nuggets going to slow down the Lakers, or what? It's helpful sometimes to just reverse that. Like, how are the Lakers going to stop the Nuggets? Because it's really, the onus is really on them. They are the team that really isn't better than the Nuggets. So just exactly what's your plan to slow down Nikola Jokic, who just averages something like 27 points per game against you in the last 8? What is your plan to slow down Jamal Murray, who quite honestly could have been the Western Conference Finals MVP if not for Nikola Jokic? I mean, he was running roughshod through that basketball team. And how are you going to deal with these guys? Now, look, that can also lead fandom to being a little confident, maybe a little cocky, because that's kind of the space I'm inhabiting that space right now. But I feel like I'm doing it responsibly, Kim. I feel like I'm doing it responsibly. And that is acknowledging the fact that the Lakers are a good team. I do think that they have a total X factor in Gabe Vincent, which allows them a little bit more margin for error for other players not playing well. D'Angelo Russell didn't shoot it very well. As a matter of fact, I think he started the series last year. I have to go back and just to make sure. I'm pretty sure this is what happened. He was the starter, and then by the end of that series, they were bringing him off the bench. He just wasn't playing that well. Austin Reeves, he's fine. It's great. Whatever. But Gabe Vincent is a player that for Miami last year was a starter. And he would be at any point on the court for them the 4th option or maybe even the 5th. So if that kind of guy who is a starting caliber guard in this league is now a player that's down the scouting report, it just means that there's going to be these instances where you lose him in some, in some of the Lakers offensive possessions when you're paying so much attention to LeBron and so much attention to Anthony Davis, and they just kick it out from the double team, swing, and he's the last one on the. Now he's knocking in threes. That might be a problem for a couple of games, and this is the reason why I think the Nuggets can lose one to two of these things. But outside of that, are the Lakers beating them 4 times in 7 tries? No.
No, and I agree, and I appreciate your sentiment about it because that's what we need, and everybody feels that way. That the Denver Nuggets are the better team. I have not heard one person anywhere in media, fandom, friends, family say that the Lakers are a better team. So I think being confident about the Nuggets winning this series, totally fine. 100%. Respectful.
It is, and it's such a weird Twilight Zone place to live in if you're a Nuggets fan over time, because especially with this basketball team, it's like even going into the Western Conference Finals last year, there were some people who thought that the Lakers just might pull that out. And they were just, it's Lakers, Nuggets, we know how this goes.
Yeah.
And just like that, it's turned, and now
Isn't
it's
that crazy?
Hey, it's the Lakers, not as good
Easy.
as this
Give
basketball
us
team.
the Lakers. Yeah, give us the Lakers.
That's what I was saying. I know Vic didn't want the Lakers, but
Yeah. Well, that's because that's a personal tie.
That's
he
what-
doesn't
that's
want
what- see,
he has a personal
right.
vendetta against what he said in a moment that was highly
amazing.
highly exposed to the entire world, and now that's going to haunt him day by day.
And he tried to play that off like they're such a bad. They're the tougher of the two teams between them, and I'm like, they're not the tougher of the
Yeah,
two
he just got
teams.
nervy. He got nervous. That's okay. I
It's
get
okay.
it. I
The Nu-
get it.
The Nuggets will hold him up again.
I still don't think that the Nuggets are going to sweep him, though. Do you? I don't.
No, I don't think it'll be a sweep.
but-
No, I don't think it'll be a sweep. That it's especially with I was gonna say the Lakers. Both of these teams are getting so many days off, but I don't know which one of them actually that favors. I think for the Nuggets, especially with Jamal Murray and having some injuries that are kind of wear down injuries, this week off has been really, really good for him. Same thing with Nikola. There were some people that were talking to me about they were watching him on the court and they thought, well, he doesn't look just quite right in those last couple of games.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't necessarily see it that way, but I mean, there were some people who saw it that way. Michael Malone earlier on our show earlier this week said that there were a number of guys beat up, and he was one of them.
So what way did you see it? If you didn't see it as
I didn't see it that way.
Oh, you just thought he was playing fine. You thought he was normal.
No.
Everything looked fine.
I just thought, okay, so the Spurs game was one that was in question. It's hard to play against Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I guess that's just it. I mean, that guy is 7'4", and then he raises his arms, and he's like 15 feet tall.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you are 7 of 17 from the field, and he blocks your shot 3 or 4 times, that actually checks out.
Mm-hmm.
So it's I can't look at that bad because Wemby is just a weird alien dude. You can't look at that. It's hard to look at those games and then go make sweeping value judgments on the players that participated in that, because it's just a weird circumstance. And I think that game to me looked a lot like that. Like, Wemby is just a tall dude, so it's hard to have a great game against a player like that. And then you had the Memphis game, and I guess he didn't really shoot it all that much but he didn't have to. So, but everybody's beat up, and so it's good to have them have a week to be able to get themselves together. They're practicing actively. The series starts on Saturday, 6:30 against the Lakers, and then it's on Saturday, Monday, Thursday, Saturday, Monday. I don't think we'll need to get to week number 2. Wait.
Okay, Dempsey. Let's backtrack
I mean,
here.
we will definitely get to week number 2.
Thank you. God, if you learned anything in the last 15 minutes, it was not to get ahead of ourselves.
I've
but
learned nothing.
It's okay. It's your birthday. We'll let it slide.
I'm very confident in the Nuggets' abilities to take care of the Lakers and move on in this tournament. All right. The Avs are a different story. They are playing tonight. They're not playing anybody, right? Are the Stars playing? Well, you know what? We'll put a bookmark in that. Take a break. Ask him all these questions, because this is the ledge that I need to be talked off on. We'll do that next.
such a weird.
There is, when I tell you there is no better producer than Steve Nelson,
No,
it is a fact. It's a fact.
And they were sweaty.
Nelly, you're the best. There's nothing for you to be worried about, Kim.
Okay.
I don't think so, anyway.
I mean, well, if we're going to dive right into talking about the Avs, I think that's a different story, Dempsey.
We are going to talk about the Avs. Let's start with Jared Bednar. This is from the morning show on if the starters will rest tonight against the Edmonton Oilers.
There might be a couple guys that want it off. There might be guys that want to play. They all might want to play. They all might want it off. It's just I like to listen to the players when it comes to these things because for me, it really doesn't matter if they feel like they could use some rest. They're dinged up a little bit. They'll be prepared to go for Sunday or Monday whenever we start. Then I'm good. And some players don't like a lot of time off. They just don't want that much time in between games. They want to stay sharp, continue to play and practice. So I like to trust the players when it comes to that.
My question to you is, should they want the night off? Should the regulars want the night off, or should it be, given how they are entering tonight's game, should it be an opportunity for them to maybe get themselves on a better path?
I'm a pretty firm believer in if you are given the option to have the night off as a high-level athlete like that with I don't want to say chance, but the chance of getting hurt, I guess, I would say take the night off. Just because I know momentum is important. Maybe you want a couple more hours of aggressive game play, but I'm sorry, these guys play 82 games a year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, they did not end the last 2 games very well.
Right.
But I just think that if I was them, I would want the night off just because you never know what could happen out there. You don't want to risk anything. Your sights are set on the playoffs right now, especially starting in Winnipeg this weekend. I mean, it's only a couple days away. I know maybe having a solid week off of playing a game doesn't work well for some people, but for the stars on this team, they've had enough playtime this year that I would imagine they'd want the night off.
Okay, so momentum, rest over momentum, basically.
I mean, what if they go out tonight and they completely bomb? What if they get shut out by the Oilers again, 4-0 or something?
Right.
Then you have this worse momentum because you just ended your final game of the regular season at home in Ball Arena terribly again. Like, I understand that the game against the Jets in Ball Arena last week was not great. 7-0 was the final score. So, yeah, it's already on bad momentum. But you've kind of gotten that sour taste out of your mouth here.
Mm-hmm.
You went to Vegas. You also lost that game. But at least you're a week out of that game. So, just what if? I think, sit out. I'd sit out.
This is what Jared Bednar had to say kind of along these lines.
Yeah, so I'm not sure that this last game means a whole lot to us when it comes to the result. I think, based on the way we've been playing and the way that we're trying to play going into the playoffs, our foundational work and our habits and some of the things that we've been building on here recently or trying to build on here recently, I think it's important to play the right way and with the right mindset and the right mentality. Again, I don't know what type of lineup that we're going to play just yet, so the result of tomorrow's game, I'm not sure means a lot.
No, I mean, and he's right about that, right? I mean, the result, nobody cares. The seeding is in, the opponent is in. You know what's going to happen on Sundays when they start, yeah?
Hasn't been confirmed yet.
Okay.
Either Sunday or Monday.
Sunday or Monday. So from that standpoint, obviously this game doesn't matter. If you are trying to build good habits going in, then maybe it does matter to have some of the regulars on the ice. But I think for the Avs, this is the interesting situation I think they're in. I think your point is well taken. If you are truly just playing bad right now, then maybe you don't want to just roll out there and play bad one more time before the playoffs start. And so in that respect, I probably would just not play whatever that looks like in hockey. I don't know. You can't just not play guys, but play them the minimal amount, just the minimal amount.
Yeah.
And just so they can get out there, skate around a little bit.
Yeah,
and then,
put their legs underneath them. But.
Yeah, exactly right. That also is not going to allow you to be able to tangibly put a foundation in place if you guys are playing really well. Well, those aren't the guys that you want playing well. I mean, it's nice that they are tonight, but the guys that you really want playing well are the ones that will be playing the minimal amount or maybe not at all. So in that respect, the Avs really are generally going into the playoffs as is.
Yeah.
And so if they are going into the playoffs as is, how Jared Bednar Chris McFarland, the GM, did say to us that everything just starts over and momentum, whatever it was that you did right prior to the playoffs, doesn't matter at all. Is that something that you believe as well?
I want to. I want to believe that. And I have a feeling that's something that's probably ingrained in the team and in everybody to mentally shift your outlook on things and start over. But as an athlete myself, and just as someone who has been in a situation where you let the past creep up on you a little bit, maybe when you start to second guess yourself as an athlete or your ability or what have you, it's hard to do that. I think it's really hard to completely shut out an entire season that was more or less great. I mean, you look at Nathan MacKinnon and his stats this year. This is the best season that he's ever had. Do I think Nathan MacKinnon can go into this game in Winnipeg, game 1, and be like, oh yeah, we're starting over, starting fresh. I have not played the best season of my life over the last several months. Totally.
Yeah.
I can think that. No, I don't think it's possible for an athlete at his caliber to be able to go into a postseason and completely erase everything that you just did. And I don't think it's smart to. I think for sure, because they ended these last 2 games against the Jets and the Golden Knights poorly, that's what they are telling them now. That's the mentality they want the team to have because those 2 games went the way they did. Had those games gone differently, had they won those games, I don't think that McFarland would be saying that. And I don't think that the team would want to feel that way. But right now, in this very moment, because of the roller coaster season that we've had with the Avalanche, I want to start over and have all of the confidence in the world for the Avs going into Winnipeg that they will make this a very competitive series and hopefully get at least one of those 2 road games as a win. But I just think it's impossible to erase everything you just did.
You know what gives me here's my glass half full on the Avs. So after that 7-0 defeat, which was just obviously completely deflating, right? You do go to Las Vegas and then you get out to the 3-0 lead. And to be honest, I was pretty surprised at how quickly it appeared that they just got rid of that terrible loss and then were immediately scoring goals again in a meaningful way at Las Vegas. And I thought in that moment, okay, so this is a team that really does put things behind it and can do it quickly and can put good play on the ice despite whatever happened, in the game before. So that was actually very encouraging to me to see that. Now, obviously, they gave up a bunch of goals after that, 4 goals, and then they lost the game. But the ability for it's just when you get beat like that, the ability for that to kind of hang over and bleed into the next game, you see it all the time. And then then one bad performance becomes 2 because you couldn't quite get through what just happened to you right prior to that. I think the toughness of this team, I think it's a mentally tough team. I really do think it's a mentally tough team. Now, we'll ask that in a more clear way about Georgiev here in just a second, but they don't seem to just stay in a rattled space.
Right.
And I think that is so very important in the playoffs because you'll take a difficult defeat sometimes. It's got different faces, right? Sometimes it's just a total blowout. Sometimes it's a game that you probably feel like you should have won, but boom, something happens, you lose, and it's just completely heartbreaking. But then can you get through that the next time? And I think this team's got the makeup to be able to do that.
Well, and Connor McGahey, he said something on the broadcast. I think it was when the Avs were down 5-0 against Winnipeg last weekend. Of course, they ended up losing 7-0. But Connor McGahey did say, at least the silver lining of getting absolutely waxed by the team you're going to be playing in the playoffs just a week before is that you're going into those playoffs with extreme motivation to not have the same performance that you did the week before. So that is the silver lining. I think that speaks also to what you're saying about the mental toughness of this team and the mentality that they have when they need to bounce back, is that at least they just got absolutely housed by the Jets and they don't want to have that same result happen.
I wonder if there's going to be any kind of overconfidence from Winnipeg from their point of view. Just they've beaten the Avs every single time this year.
They have.
And the last one was really it was a domination.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if that for them is kind of is their guard let down just a little bit, just in terms of we've had so much success against this team. I guess.
Yeah. Probably because look at us as the Nuggets looking at the Lakers. It's kind of a similar situation, which is why I'm telling you to take a step back. Don't get overconfident, because if we're the Winnipeg Jets, you also don't want to get overconfident because, like you said, the Avs have a mental toughness that not every NHL team has. So, Dempsey, you're right. Foot and mouth right here. Take a step
But
back.
don't we also think that the Avs are better than Winnipeg?
I
More
would
talented.
like to, but like you just said,
Maybe
the
not
Jets
net, but-
swept them this year.
Yeah, that's true.
The Avs have not beat the Jets,
That's true.
just like the Lakers have not beat the Nuggets. And we're sitting here already looking at the second round for the Lakers. Or for the Nuggets, I'm sorry.
We are. We are doing
Good thing
that.
I just said Lakers.
We are doing that. I do see on the text line a couple of times, the comparison of the Cup run a couple of years ago when they lost a bunch of games.
Yeah.
Going into that, I think we can allow ourselves to understand that team was playing a better brand of hockey, especially defensively, than this one.
Yeah.
And so yes, while those two situations are very similar in terms of how they're going into the playoffs, I feel like the concerns for this team are very different than any concerns for that team. And one of them is Alexander Georgiev and how he's been playing. And somebody asked Mikko Rantanen about this just not too long ago. And what he said, and this is coming from a newspaper article, somebody asked him, "Are you confident in in your goaltending situation?" And in Georgiev, and he says, "As a team, no." He says, "For sure, there have been some goals against that we felt like we didn't help our goalies enough, but we're not worried. We trust Georgie, we trust Annunen, both of them. We have a full belief behind them." And that is, I know teammates are kind of wired to say the good things about, just to make sure and to put on a brave face. I hope this is actually the case.
Yeah.
Because look, he understands, and we understand that it's not been all on the goaltending.
No.
Some of it's been, a lot of it actually has been the play in front of the goalie. And so how can they play better in front of him so that he plays better behind him?
Absolutely. No. And I think that that's something that I'm even guilty of overlooking the past couple of weeks, because after a 7-0, and I know they took Georgiev out after 4 goals during the Winnipeg game, so 3 of those was Eustace, but it's so easy to blame the goalie, especially when you're just looking at it kind of from a big picture. And when there's been so much chatter around the media about Georgiev and not feeling confident in him, and not just here in Denver, but like nationally as well. That's been a topic of conversation over the last couple of weeks, is Georgiev. And of course, the backup goaltender was one of the spots that the Avs were looking at for the trade deadline. So it's just been a topic of conversation over the last few months. So it's really easy to place blame on the goalie. But I think you're right. It's what's in front of the net right now. And when you have a player like Cale Makar, who should probably win the Norris, who's playing so well, who is the guy that other NHL players voted to have on their team defensively when they need to win one game. You saw that poll last week, I'm sure. Dempsey, it's not as easy to blame the defense because you've got Cale Makar. So why would you go and blame the defensive unit on the Avs when they're losing games like 4-3, when they were up 3-0, when they're losing games like 7-0, 5-0 to the Stars, But I think that it's really important to know that it takes all 3 units, goalie, offense, defense, and you can't blame Georgiev and they've had such high confidence in Georgiev.
Yeah,
the front
they
office has,
and
and
they continue to
do so.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. You said we should know a little bit more about who is playing.
Yes, I was texting Connor McGahee just now, and he said by the end of our show here today, Dempsey, they'll know. So I think morning skate was optional. I know morning skate was optional this morning for the Avs, and I assume that Jared Bednar will be speaking to them after skate wraps up, and that's when they'll probably have a better idea of who will be on the ice tonight.
From Philip on the text line, we are not the Sharks. Avs, we will be fine. Avs in 5.
That's fair. Avs in 5.
Avs
Whoa.
in 5.
I don't know about. Okay.
I love it. Okay.
I love it. I like the confidence. I'm gonna go more Avs in 7.
That's kind of where I was going to. Avs in 7.
I do still have an inkling that they'll win the series. I really do think they'll make it through the first round. I'm not just saying that. I really do think they will. but I think it'll be in 7.
Yeah. I think I'm with you on that. They'll figure it out. It's they're too good to not figure it out. From Connor McGahee on Twitter, on X, a win tonight would give the Avalanche 50 for the 5th time. 50 wins for the 5th time. The 3rd time under Coach Jared Bednar. So a fun little note if they were able to get that here.
I wonder
tonight.
if Bednar cares about that.
No.
My guess would be no, but
No.
I wonder if there's a thought in him like, Nate, I'm going to give you the option. Do you want to play tonight or not? And he's like, if you want me to. I wonder if Bednar would be like, okay, yeah, play.
He's like, well, he's like, Nate. So I don't know if I didn't know if you knew that if we won tonight, it would be a 50th, and it'd be the 3rd time that we won 50 games under me. So you're playing.
Yeah. Well, I think there's
playing.
some stakes, McKinnon's stats even tonight. What is it? It's how many points does he have? I can't remember off the top of my head. He would tie the franchise record or something. Or right now he's tied the franchise record for most points in a season. So if he gets one more, he
it's
pulls ahead.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see.
Resume items. This might be just a resume item game.
Yeah. You never know. I don't think it matters. I don't think they'll play. That's just my personal opinion.
Okay. Let's I don't even know what Avs, please just help us out. Help us out. And they're such a good team. All right. Let's take a quick break. Come back because I really did want to get your take on the Jonte Porter and just betting in general, and what this all means. We will do that next. So later today, me and Raj and Steve Nelson going to be out giving away Nuggets prize packs today. And guess what? I'm not the only one doing this. DMAC is going to also do this. Altitude Authentics has everything you want for the Avs 2024 playoff run. And DMAC is delivering a bag to 5 lucky winners. Head over to altitudesportsradio.com/DMAC delivers for your chance to get a personal delivery tomorrow. altitudesportsradio.com/DMAC delivers. I think, we look at that. We do.
Swag
We have
bag.
the Avs swag in here. Oh, look, it's a puck. You gotta get one
That's
of those.
so cool.
It's a hat.
Those make for great home decor and dog toys all around.
The pucks.
Yeah, the pucks.
Let me hold this up. There we go.
Yeah, the hat looks
There's the
legit.
hat.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
The color. I mean, there is no better blue in any professional sports league than Avs blue. That powder blue and the burgundy. I mean, someone come and tell me what better combo. Oh, that is sick.
Yeah.
Wait, I want one of those.
Yep.
How do
Well-
I sign up for this?
Well, this is mine. So
I got a
Actually,
Nugget
it looks
shirt.
like
It's okay.
we got a submission from a Schmimberly Schmecker to win the Avalanche gear.
Oh, what a beautiful name. I hope,
Schmimberly Schmo
I hope
Schmecker.
she wins.
Dempsey, let me get this straight. So tomorrow is when DMAC will be delivering all the Avalanche playoff gear, but tonight. It's your birthday, and yet you're giving people the presents for Nuggets today.
The gift of giving.
How does that make sense, man? We should be giving you all the free stuff.
Well, because I'm a giver. I like to give. I don't like actually, this is a real talk. I don't really love gifts for like getting them for like birthdays or I'm good with that.
Yeah.
I'm kind of a big deal.
But I do like giving gifts away. I do. It's one of my favorite things.
I do too, actually. I'm with you there.
Yeah. So we're going to be doing that today. Hopefully it won't be as misty rainy when we get back out there, but if it is, so what?
That'll be fun.
We're giving the gifts away anyway. So, all right. Jonte Porter, this whole situation where he has now been banned from the NBA. What do you make of I guess the best question, maybe the most generalized question, is just how does it resonate with you? What do you make of this entire situation?
Honestly, I just think it was so dumb on his part. I mean, you can't do that. I know that it's out there in the open, betting when you're an athlete. Well, everything's sponsored by sports books. It's shoved in your face. It's talked about on the national TV shows where the talking heads are promoting betting. They're showing the lines, this and that. As an athlete in a professional league like this, and asterisk here, as an adult, come on, you cannot be that stupid. I think it's a warning sign to the rest of the league because you know there are probably other players out there also betting under the table here, whether it's their teams, I don't know, their sports, I don't know. But yeah, I don't think there was any other option than banning him from the NBA. You can't do it. You can't be that stupid.
Yeah. Oh, that was a well, yeah. So you had I think you had the instance where he bet on the actual Raptors who he played for.
Yeah.
To lose.
Yeah.
And then you had the
it's his
the
prop
information. The information that he gave to his friends or whoever they were, and they bet on prop bets on him.
And not just prop bets, but like $20,000 on one prop bet of his. I mean, the amounts of money that were being bet on his props were astronomical. These are not $10, $20 bets that people are throwing out there.
No, there was the one. Going back to the statement here, there was the one that was an 80,000 on his unders, and it was a game that he left after 3 minutes into it. And that hit. It would have hit for $1.1 million, but they obviously flagged it and they froze it, and they did not pay that out. So yeah, it just is. I don't know how to think about all this. Just to be honest with you, I mean, I think it's when money is involved and big sums of money are involved, and we don't know what's happening in people's lives, and they feel like they need these sums of money for whatever reason, whether it's what was JB Bickerstaff said. Remember when he said that he was getting threats?
Yeah.
And he said, look, for some people, this is like keep the lights on money. For some people, it's get out of debt money. For some people, it's just I want more money. You know what I'm saying? And so it's when I see some of this stuff, it's hard to know the financial situation beyond the fact that they want this sum of money for whatever reason that they want it for. And it will lead some individuals to take risks.
Okay.
And that's, I'm just spitballing here a little bit, but just kind of the human condition beyond, obviously you just can't do it. I mean, look, you're right. At the end of the day, you just can't do these things. Like, don't bet on your own sport. And I don't know who I was listening to earlier say, well, you can't bet on your own sport. The reason why it's easier for these players to bet on their own sports because they know what's happening.
Exactly.
You're just trying to raise your probability of cashing this in as much as you can.
Right.
So if I'm a basketball player, I'm going to bet on baseball.
Yeah.
I mean, what I'm saying, like, I don't know anything about baseball as a basketball player. So it makes sense to me why we see what we see out here. But it just is. The leagues have to make it. The leagues have to take a stand. They're trying to do this both things at the same time, which is live in this space in the real time, and then also police this space in real time, and that's what's the difficulty.
Well, and that's the bottom line. It's uncharted territories. It's uncharted waters for all of us. My issue with it is that it only takes a couple people to ruin it for everybody. And yes, I was in the betting space. I hosted You Bet Tonight with Nate Lundy. I loved betting because it allowed me to learn more about sports that I maybe wasn't fluent in, like baseball and stuff. Like I didn't know you could bet on no run first innings. We call them Nerfies, right? It was these things that I was learning. It was a learning experience for me. It allowed me to dig deeper into sports that maybe I wouldn't just because of interest. And that's really what it was. It was educational for me personally, and it was fun. But I was putting like a couple bucks here and there. It wasn't these astronomical amounts of money. And you can definitely take it the way that you did, Dempsey, and change the conversation about, okay, well, maybe these people are in a really desperate space and they need money because they're in a tough financial situation. They need to get themselves out of debt. It's a family thing. But that, to me, I don't like that.
Right.
That's a cop-out. Go get a job then. Work hard somewhere else. Don't put money on other people's profession who have the ability, with risk, to control the outcome. That, to me, sports betting is not a place to get out of financial debt. If that's where you're at, you need some help otherwise. And gambling is not the answer. Now, it is fun. It is everywhere. It is supposed to be something that can allow people to interact more with the sport and with their friends and what have you. It is not there to be a main source of income. It's just not, and it can't be.
Yeah, well, and unfortunately, in some cases, it is. For Jonte, it's also, this is very interesting. I think this. He was a good player. And he wasn't making a ton of money, obviously. I mean, like comparatively speaking, like for us, he's making a ton of money. But for a basketball player, I think he was in $400,000, something like that. His ability to just play well and then get a bunch of money on your next contract was always out there for him.
And that is heartbreaking.
And that's that's one of the tough things, because he started to play. I think he just had injury issues at first for the last couple of seasons. He had finally started to play. And then I remember the game against the Nuggets. I do believe he scored 14 points here in Denver in that game. Hit some 3-pointers in that game, looked really good. And so your ability just to play well and then to cash in on that just because you're a really good player is always a thing that, I think some players have to remember that it continues to be out there for them. Some players may not think it would be that way, but basketball players in particular, it's out there for you in a way that may be different from a football player. But what a lesson to have to learn, and he'll never play in the NBA again.
No, it's really sad.
Meanwhile, his brother is going to be playing in the first round of the I was going to say, I keep wanting to say the NCAA tournament. It is not the NCAA tournament. It's the NBA playoffs. Michael Porter Jr. opened up. He got a chance to ask Josh Kroenke about why they drafted him and what those conversations were behind closed doors. It was an interesting conversation, an interesting tidbit. But I think for me, Michael Porter Jr. kind of explaining something else that concerned his eventual draft to the Nuggets was even more interesting. I'll play you what he said when we come back. Great many of you out there listen to us on the app, and we appreciate it. If you're not listening to us on the app, you can at any point in time download the Altitude Sports Radio app so that you can take us wherever you go. You can listen to all your favorite shows and even the Avs games, no matter where you are, all thanks to our friends at the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. Kim, you have some Avs news for us.
Yes.
Some fun stuff.
Some fun stuff, yeah. There is a Avs playoff face-off party tomorrow night, April 19th, 7:30 p.m. in the Toyota Camry lot at Ball Arena. They're going to have a massive playoff party, a drone show that's going to light up the sky burgundy and blue, which is going to be so sick. Food trucks, DJs, giveaways, tickets to Game 1. They're giving away 2 tickets to Game 1. So that's going to be a lot of fun for all of you Avs fans. Head on over to the Toyota Camry lot tomorrow night, 7:30 p.m. for the Avs playoff face-off party.
I love it. I think there was just like a Nuggets pep rally of the same kind last night. So we're doing all the things, and it's definitely an exciting time for both of these teams. A lot of expectations for both of them to do really fun things in the playoffs, and this is just a great time of year. Hopefully the weather holds up a little bit more. I think it doesn't matter. We'll party in any weather, right?
Oh, we're partying. Soak it up. Soak up this moment, people. I mean, this is the time, right? Heading into the playoffs, the world is your oyster for both Nuggets and Avs. No one's disappointed yet. Like, honestly, today and tomorrow are the best days ever. So just remember that. Really try to soak up the next 48 hours or so.
Michael Porter Jr. is in the midst of a season, just finished a season where he averaged 16.7 points per game. It's the third highest total of his career. His field goal percentage was 48 from the field, which is the second highest of his career. And then his 3-point percentage, 39. Boy, he's such a good 3-point shooter, but that would be anybody else's best season of shooting, and it's like it's almost his worst season of shooting. 39% from the 3-point line. That's crazy. It's been a nice career for a player so far, for a player that had a lot of question marks when he came out of the University of Missouri. I'll say this, Kim. He's got a podcast. It's called Curious Mike, and the most interesting Nuggets interviews, he has gotten them all, whether it was Nikola Jokic, whether it was even bringing back Bones Highland to talk about what on earth happened in his time with the Nuggets. He has gotten these individuals, and he has gotten them to shed some light on some issues that we didn't know. One of them, he recently just got Josh Kroenke, the president and governor of the Nuggets, to sit down with him and just talk about all the things about drafting Nikola Jokic, one of the things that he talked about was why on earth the Nuggets drafted him and what those conversations were like behind closed doors. It's a two-part interesting thing to me because, one, Michael Porter Jr. in the question is going to talk about the Clippers doctors, that's how he's going to term this, and their role in maybe hurting his draft stock. And then Josh Kroenke is going to talk about why the Nuggets wanted him. This is how that sounded.
We're both from Columbia, so you had, known about me and things like that, but I've been through a lot. The Clippers doctor, spread the report throughout the league. They weren't sure if I'd be able to play basketball, considering my injuries. And a lot of teams were scared away by that. So I had no idea going into the draft what was going to happen. What were those conversations like behind doors about me?
Well, my Michael Porter Jr. story first starts, I think you were in 7th or 8th grade. A friend of mine sent me this link of some unknown skinny kid going up for a dunk. And so I was very aware of who you were from an early age. And I followed your career because I was kind of proud that we had someone of your caliber coming out of that section of the state. And, I was going to watch your first game at Mizzou. And then I heard about what had happened. So the day of the draft, I rang my dad. He came down that afternoon, and then the four of us, Arturas, Tim, myself, my dad, and we pulled Coach Malone in as well. And we said, look, if he's there, we're going to take him. So it might sound funny to some people, but I was really worried that you referenced a team that had 2 picks ahead of us, and I thought somebody might take a chance. Somebody's got to take a chance.
Yeah.
And
I think they may have if it wasn't for their doctor that was doing the main analysis on me that day.
So you see that how much that continues to resonate with Michael Porter Jr. The Clippers incidentally, when you go back, so this would be the 2018 draft, and the Clippers, if you'll recall, had 2 selections right before the Nuggets. They had 12 and 13. And with the 12th pick, they picked Miles Bridges, who they moved on to Charlotte. And the 13th pick, they picked Jerome Robinson. I have no idea where that guy is right now. And then the Nuggets picked Michael Porter Jr. with the 14th pick in that draft. And I remember the reason why this is interesting to me, Kim, is it because I remember it was well known that Michael Porter Jr. had medical issues coming out of Missouri. I mean, he didn't play in the majority of that season when he was a freshman. And so it was going to be a little bit of a risk. Could you get this guy in, and can you get him healthy enough to be able to play and then stay healthy? And so you knew that was generally what was happening. What I didn't know was what he just talked about with the Clippers doctors. But then it makes sense because I thought the Nuggets wouldn't get a chance to get him because the Clippers had 2 picks. And if you're going to use one of them, if you're scared about a player, but you have 2 picks to do it, then with the first pick, you take somebody else who you figure is going to play for you, and it's a low risk selection. And then with that second one, because you got back-to-back picks, you take a flyer on the dude who could have a huge ceiling if you get him into a space, but they didn't do it. They picked 2 random dudes, and then Michael Porter Jr. fell to the Nuggets, and now the rest is kind of history. Now he's part of the big 3 that they are going into the playoffs with. I love this story so much, and it's kind of a kudos to Michael Porter Jr. and to the Nuggets doctors and training staff and everybody getting him in space. He played 81 out of 82 games.
Yeah.
The only game he missed was because he brought the wrong shoes. And he's got to have this, he's got this device that you're right. So it's got to fit in the shoe the right way. And it didn't fit in the shoe the right way. So he couldn't play in this random game in Sacramento in February. But outside of that, he has proven to be durable, and that's amazing.
Yep. And I mean, that's got to speak to him as a player too. Like, it's really cool hearing these types of conversations when it's kind of, just like off the main media platforms and it's just 2 guys sitting down and someone with Josh Kroenke's like status and just his knowledge with everything. And then Michael Porter Jr. knowing what he's been through. It speaks to himself as a hard worker. And he's gotten a lot of crap throughout the years too, when he hasn't been playing well, maybe in the end of the regular season last year, but then he had a great postseason. And it's just pretty awesome to hear that, man. The intrusive thought, though, that just popped into my head was his poor brother.
Oh, yeah.
Like, what a different situation there, right? But but yeah, no, that's really awesome. It speaks to him, and I'm sure hearing that when you were playing in 7th and 8th grade, those clips were being sent to your now team owner is a pretty cool thing to hear as well. Yeah,
the clip, as a matter of fact, it's actively on. I think these are on YouTube. The clip that they showed, so as Josh was talking about, they sent this clip of a skinny kid in 7th grade.
Yeah.
The clip the dunk that it was, it's hard to describe. Like, he rose up, he probably was a step inside the free throw line and got super long arms, right? So he's got the ball in one hand and the arm basically just vertical.
Yeah.
And just throws it down over every single smaller 7th grader out there. And I was like, that's a crazy piece of video right now.
Dempsey, I have a question for you. Don't take this the wrong way.
Yeah, what?
This is for men in general, but for you, especially today, because it's your birthday.
Yeah.
As you get older, is one of the most important things as a man the ability to dunk? Because I've seen this everywhere. It's like people, like men go into the gym, they're like, I just want to be able to dunk.
Yeah.
And my boyfriend talks about this too, and he's like,
Can he dunk?
Maybe I just need to dunk. I haven't seen him try, but probably not.
You should.
He's in real good shape though. If he's listening now, you look great, babe.
You're in really good shape.
No, but that's a thing. Like, guys just want to be able to dunk.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Because it's one of the most amazing athletic feats that you'll do.
Can you dunk?
Yeah,
It's your birthday today. You can still dunk in this year. I won't out your age, but
no, we can out
in
it.
this year of
no,
life.
The texters know. Paul.
Do they know?
I'm sure. Like Paul, we haven't seen a text from Paul. He's usually like, "Happy 85th birthday, Dempsey."
84 years.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
I want to see you dunk. Will you post a video of you dunking later today?
Yeah, why not?
Please. Yes.
Well, if I
figure it out. It's your birthday.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm 49 is what I am.
Yeah, happy 49th.
my-
1
my-
year to 50, Dents.
I know my last year in the 40s. But yeah, I mean, I remember the first time I could dunk. It was crazy. It was fun, and then like dunking on somebody is it's one of the greatest feelings ever. It's because if there's this moment at which you're going up for a dunk, and then somebody is basically actively looking at you and saying, "You're not about to dunk this basketball," and then you're just as a matter of fact,
okay.
You're going to get punched on right now.
The lie detector determined that was a lie.
That's
Nelly, can you dunk?
No, not at all.
Do you hold your ability to dunk at a very high standard?
What standard? I can't dunk. I don't have the ability, and people, I guess to your point, is it the gold standard of manhood? I don't know. I've never been able to dunk then, can't dunk now. Ask me how my unicorn's doing. It's never been a part of my life. I don't know.
Your unicorn.
If we gave you a trampoline, could you?
I'll play the slam ball.
Can we have an Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 slam dunk contest, please?
Oh my gosh.
Who do you think can dunk? Hastings doesn't count.
Well, he can.
Hastings and
obviously
Columbus,
but-
exactly.
Yeah,
they
they
can
can't.
dunk.
They don't count because they're height. Dang it.
Okay, so
Who do you think's the better dunker?
probably
Vic or
Brett,
D-Mac?
probably Kane can dunk. Brett Kane can dunk.
I bet he can dunk. So now we're just talking about who's tall, though. That's not fair.
Well, Marty O's built like Gumby since he's a
Marty O
distance
could-
runner.
yeah,
He
Mar-
could
yeah,
probably
Marty
dunk.
O
He
can
could probably
dunk.
get
That's
up
true.
to get down.
He probably has good hops.
We can't just you just wondering of the short people here, which one of them can dunk?
We'll heighten the net for Columbus and Hastings to get their dunks.
Can you give me and D-Mac a trampoline?
Yeah, I can.
I'm serious. I'll do NBA Jam off the trampoline.
should do this.
He's on fire.
There's
But
a trampoline park somewhere in Denver. We should go there and set up a net. Have a
So
dunk
down.
contest.
Travis, I can't dunk, but I've been dunked on. Very unfortunate.
Aw, sorry, Travis.
No, I've been dunked on too. It's not it's not fun.
Yeah.
It's pretty humiliating. It
Men
really
like
is.
really care about their ability to dunk.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's a big deal.
Okay.
It's a big deal.
Now I know.
Okay. Nuggets on Saturday, and Avs on whenever. When you actually, let's just stay in the Michael Porter Jr. space right now. What kind of performance do we expect? Okay, 16 points per game during the regular season. That going to be good enough in the postseason?
Against the Lakers.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I think so. But you know why? Because he has Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray also.
That's why.
I don't know. That's a tough question because are we placing the entire game on Michael Porter Jr.'s
No, just saying.
like 3-pointers or something?
Does he have to? Does that have to bump up to closer to 20?
Okay. Yes, I would say yes. It does because you want this to be a solid team effort. He had a great postseason last year. They were talking about MPJ after every single game, even on the national media. Sometimes I would hear more stuff about MPJ than I would about Nikola Jokic after some of those games. Michael Malone was so high on MPJ last year in the playoffs. And I do think that after a regular season like this, defending your title and having that kind of performance, you want to amp it up a little bit in the postseason for sure. You made it here again. You've tied the franchise record with most wins. You've had a great season. Obviously, you want to be out there for your guys and you want to have performances that people are still talking about. So, yeah, I would say he needs to amp it up a little bit. But again, we can go back to, the first round against the Lakers. Does he need to in that one? Probably doesn't need to.
Yeah, probably. He probably doesn't need to. I wonder. Look, I wonder 16, 17 points, 18 points per game. If he just does that every single night.
Probably fine.
Yeah. I mean, and it's just this ability for you to be able to, know that some 3-pointers are going in because obviously he's good from the arc, but the space that gives Jamal and Joker to work with. Like the space around those two is going to be, it's going to be critical because the 3-point shooting is more than just making the three. Obviously, making the 3 points over 2, yes. Tangibly, yes, that's a shot that you want to make. But even if you have the illusion, the threat of making that kind of a shot, that just unlocks everything else. And so, because defenses tend to kind of smother, Jamal and Joker, and then a lot of it is just kind of like, well, all right, we'll see if we can get out to the 3-point line. So the reason why you have to make them is so then A, you've made the shot. B, now it spreads the defense a lot more thin, and now your 2 stars are able to work in the space that they want to work in. If they're working in space, there's 0 teams that are stopping that. So Michael Porter Jr., I remember I used to always call him the X factor for the Nuggets, and I think he still pretty much is. Because if he goes off, they almost always win. Like when he scores 25 or more, I mean, the record is. Oh God, I actually had the record. It was a ridiculous. It was like something like 22 and 4 or 5. Like it was something like that.
Yeah.
Where beyond a shadow of a doubt, like the Nuggets are going to win this basketball game because this guy here has now entered into, added himself onto Jokic, Murray production, 3-point production now with him, plus scoring. Just takes the Nuggets offense to a new level.
So that's interesting. I like that question a lot. MPJ being the X factor. What would you call Aaron Gordon? Because I feel like the record's got to be kind of similar. When Aaron Gordon goes off, I mean, they just look so good. They just are dominant when Aaron Gordon's off. I would almost make the argument that Aaron Gordon could be their X factor also.
You could make that argument. He's he's a little more steady Eddie for me.
Yeah.
Like you always
more
know
supporting cast.
Well, you always know what you're going to get from him.
Yeah.
And he brings it every single night.
True.
Okay, so let's go Aaron Gordon, at least 18 points per game. All right. When Aaron scores 18, the Nuggets are. Well, that's a lot of W's, baby.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of W's. It looks it's 15-1, 15-3. So he's done 18 times. 18 or more points for Aaron Gordon, 15-3.
So it's almost unfair to Aaron Gordon, this conversation that I'm basically having with myself. Dempsey, you're being very respectful and makes sense. But because if you think that Aaron Gordon's steady Eddie, you know what you're going to get from him.
Mm-hmm.
But MPJ, there are games where he absolutely bombs, does not play well.
Mm-hmm.
So then when he does play well, we put more emphasis on him being the X factor because he plays well.
Right.
Because his stats and games are a little more high and low.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Aaron Gordon might just kind of, be really steady, like you said. So then we don't put enough emphasis on when he has good games. Is that something that you would agree with?
Yeah, because right. Yeah. I think the expectation level with Aaron Gordon is he'll always give you 15 points. He'll always give you 8, 9, 10 rebounds, and he's going to do that every single night, and he's going to be tough. Like this series for him, I think is a really good series for him. Like Aaron Gordon should be able to pretty much do whatever he wants.
Okay.
Anthony Davis, they might slide Anthony Davis over to guard him a little bit more, but that's really just more so that they protect AD from foul trouble that was most certainly going to come if he continues to guard Jokic. LeBron James, as big as strong as he is, I've seen Aaron Gordon have success against him physically. So I'm not worried about that matchup. And then there's just nothing else like of size and that the Lakers can present that Aaron Gordon can't get sorted out in a very physical way. Like I think he could be in for a big series. I really do. Obviously, especially with the synergy with Joker and the backdoor cutting and all that kind of stuff, but also just on the glass, just sheer getting the rebound, going back up through contact, finishing anyway, and then making the free throw. Hopefully, making the free throw. I think that's a big deal. With Michael Porter Jr., I think his points mean the difference between if the Nuggets average 114 points per game. If Michael Porter Jr. scores 25 on a night, that number that night probably is something more like 125 to 130. Like that's where his points are. That's where they
impactful.
Yeah, they just take the Nuggets offense to a different level. So we'll see with those individuals in that respect. Meanwhile, let's just switch gears back to the Avs really fast because we have the game tonight, which we're still busily trying to figure out who is in and who is not. Kim has said to us, there's morning skate was optional?
Yes, optional this morning.
Okay.
Morning skate was.
Yeah.
And we should know, I'm assuming Jared Bednar is probably getting ready to speak right now, ish. So we should know before noon.
Okay. So we'll update you on that, all those things when we come back. But let's take a quick break, come back with Nellie's NFL Notes. Next segment, we will have some lineup updates on the Avalanche. I see what's happening here. And so we'll do that next. But right now, we're into Nelly's NFL notes. Steve Nelson, what's story number 1?
Travis Kelce has been selected to host a game show, and it will be a spinoff of Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? Similar premise with asking people elementary and maybe early middle school level questions, but the show will be called Are You Smarter Than a Celebrity? And it will have a panel of celebrity guests in the house. It's going to air on Amazon Prime. And so according to the press release, the adult contestant will rely on a classroom full of celebrities from stage, screen, and sports to help them answer 11 questions on a range of subjects pulled from elementary curriculum in an effort to win $100,000. They are not competing against the stars. They're enlisting their help, and in some cases, you can even cheat off of them. On the final question, worth $100,000, the contestant selects one celebrity to discuss the answer with before locking it in. The final question is always at the 6th grade level. So now I understand the premise and why they would get Travis Kelce to host it, but having that guy host a show about knowledge is like having me host a show about how to dunk. What are we doing?
Wait a second. Are we saying that Travis Kelce knows nothing?
Well, I think it's because it's the 6th grade level. So it's knowledge as a 6th grader. How old are you when you're in 6th grade? 11?
Yeah, around 11, 12.
Something like that,
So maybe they're comparing his knowledge to that of an 11-year-old?
That's about as far as Travis Kelce's developed.
Wow.
So then I think it's appropriate.
Wow.
No, I'm sure he's smarter than that. I don't think Taylor Swift would date someone that's in 6th grade level. Do you?
Well, would she?
I'm still under the impression it's a publicity stunt, so I guess I don't know. It's fake.
Stunt.
Yeah, they're not. They're for sure not.
Let's see. So this would be, didn't a long time ago Travis Kelce have Catching Kelce, right? That was it.
Oh
right?
yeah, the dating show, reality show.
Yeah. So this is him kind of diving back into
Yeah,
TV
he wants
stuff.
to be a star. You've seen what he's worn during interviews and when he does the podcast with his brother. He's in like a leather or a cheetah print like fur coat and a green. Like, come on. Yeah, he wants to be famous. He wants to be out there, and he's.
Do you think this is Taylor in any way saying to him, "Look, branch out beyond football and do some this"?
No, this
she's
is
not
all
saying
him.
that.
He wants this. No,
No?
He wanted to go date Taylor Swift so that he could get into that world.
Okay.
This is all about
it's
fame.
all a stunt?
Yeah, he's a great football player. I'm not discrediting
This
his
is all
ability
just
to play
fake?
football.
Yeah.
I don't think it's fake. I think it's like when people go on.
That's right.
It's like when
That's
people
where
go
we
on
are.
The Bachelor
Uh-huh.
or Love is Blind. And they say they're looking for love. They're looking for a relationship. No, you're looking for clout. You're looking for Instagram followers. You're looking for fame. This is what Travis Kelce is doing right now. Looking for more fame. He probably wants more Instagram followers than his quote unquote girlfriend.
That'll never happen.
Never.
Yeah, well, look, more power to you, Travis. Just, what I would really love to see is if he would answer some of those questions. That's what I would want to know. See, as the host, you don't have to do anything but throw it to somebody else to answer the questions, and we never actually have to know whether you're smart or not. So maybe that's actually the smartest thing of all, Travis. Maybe that's the smartest thing of all. Nelly, what's next?
This segment is brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. Offering every major appliance line and brand, mountainhighappliance.com. Now it's 11:30, so let's get to my NFL draft note. And I want to go big picture today, folks. The NFL draft starts in 1 week from today. 7 days away. We're almost there. And so I want to ask you, in the past, it feels like 18 months we've been talking about the Broncos draft pick, but realistically, it's only been about 2. What have we learned in the past 2 months? Is there a player that you didn't like that you liked before, that you like now, or vice versa? Or has your strategy changed, your approach to how the Broncos should go? Let's share our feelings about how we've evolved with this Broncos draft.
I feel at so much more peace in this very moment than I did 2 months ago because I haven't thought about the draft or the Broncos once in the last 8 weeks. I have completely avoided it intentionally so that I could find some peace in my life. And now that you've brought it back up, Nelly, I feel enraged. My blood is boiling. And now I'm scared again. Guess what? Guess what's sweating? My palms. My palms are re-sweating. Turn the music off, Nelly. It's infuriating me. Turn it off. There we go. No, I mean, I get it. It's a week away. I'm actually really excited because this means that football is right around the corner, right?
Yeah. Basically,
training camp is like
training camp,
upon us.
OTAs, all the OTAs.
It's been
all the voluntary and
84
involuntary. Yeah, exactly. You know what? I think JJ McCarthy might be that player for me. Not that I like him, but I kind of actively disliked him to start this entire process, and I have not come full circle or anything, but I have. I am at more peace if the Broncos were to move up and pick that player than I would have been a couple of months ago.
That is a different sentiment than you were expressing a couple of months ago.
Right.
I feel like you didn't like him at all. Not many people did.
I was raging against the machine, and I was. But you know, Kim, I'm coachable.
I like that.
I am a sponge.
Look at you. What a team player.
Yeah. If you bring me information, I will take it into account. And in regards to JJ McCarthy, I mean,
what was the specific information that swayed you?
The fact that he's a huge Bob Marley fan and listens to Jammin' before
That's
every
legit.
game.
Oh, I like that. I like that a lot.
That did push me over the edge. No,
that's pretty good.
Look, I think it's some of the more detailed deep dives into his stats, what he is as a third down passer, what he is as a leader. You know, you have got even Coach Sanford has said, look, the arm talent is there. I think my original sense of the situation was Michigan was winning games.
Yeah.
You know, in spite of him or despite him. With him. With him.
He knows how to
Without
win.
him.
That was the piece of information. I think.
Well, they were winning games without having him win the games for them. Is what I'm really trying to get
What's
at here.
the question?
Yeah, exactly right. If I can spit out the right phrasing here. Rather than him being a quarterback that you can put a franchise on, put an offense on, and say, okay, well, just lead us to a victory here today. And it sounds like there's more of that in him than I certainly gave him credit for a couple of months ago. So I can acknowledge that. And so that's where I am with JJ McCarthy. I think I'm in a much better space.
Does that have anything to do with some of the quarterbacks falling off of the quote unquote board for the Denver Broncos, i.e., oh gosh, now I'm spacing all the quarterbacks that were signed, like the second string quarterbacks that other teams grabbed that we were perhaps Carson Wentz, perhaps a Zach Wilson, perhaps a Mac Jones.
Oh man.
Does that have anything to do with that?
Well, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe.
Okay.
But I just desperately want the Broncos to find their quarterback in this year's draft. I think that's my I don't care what they do ultimately, whether they move up or move down or whatever. It's just that I want a quarterback to be a part of the equation somehow, and I want to believe that quarterback is going to be here for the long haul. Like they're going to coach this player up. He's going to perform like we think he's going to perform. And eventually what that's going to mean is that the Broncos are going to be a formidable team once again, getting themselves back to what we all want them to be, is a Super Bowl team. That's what we want.
I think that's great. Can I read you a random headline that I just saw? As I was like, wait, Zach Wilson, he hasn't gone anywhere yet. He's still on the Jets. This stillcurtain.com, this is a Pittsburgh Steelers site or someone that covers the Pittsburgh Steelers. Their headline of this article is Zach Wilson could still be a trade target for the Steelers to go after. Russell Wilson is like, what is happening? No. So anyway, yeah. Yeah, what?
I still don't think Russell's going to start every game this season.
Wow.
I do not. I don't.
That's a hot take.
Well, I mean.
Yes.
Right.
Maybe it'll be Zach Wilson.
It's going to be Justin Fields. And then they're going to pay Justin Fields because that's just what's going to happen. Russell Wilson, it's been real. It's been real, my guy.
Sad. What else you got, Nelly?
Wow. All right. Calling her shots. I love it. Here's just a weird thing I saw online yesterday from the Pick Six Pick6.com. And they point out this fact. I did double check not to call into question the journalistic integrity of the Pick6.com. But here's a pop quiz. Can you tell me when the last time our coworkers, the Los Angeles Rams, drafted a player in the first round of the NFL draft was? Can you tell me when that was?
Oh, geez.
Oh, boy. 2020.
Keep going.
Yeah, I was going to say it's been a minute.
2018.
Keep going.
2016.
2016. Do you know who that player was?
I
don't know.
No.
That was when they took Jared Goff first overall.
No way.
That's the
Jared
last
Goff.
time they had a first-round draft pick. Since 2016, they have made the playoffs 5 times, won 7 playoff games, made 2 Super Bowls, and won one of those with no first-round draft picks in 8 years.
Yeah, because they traded away all of their draft picks for insane players mid-season, like
And
Von
it
Miller.
worked. Yeah.
Exactly.
You remember the GM saying, them picks?
Yeah,
It
it's
worked.
all or nothing right now. Yeah, for sure.
Exactly
One
right.
way to do it.
It is one way to do it. That's not way, but we don't want that. We don't want that for the Broncos.
Well, they don't even have anyone to trade for. When was the last time the Denver Broncos had the first overall pick?
They've never had it.
Okay.
I think they've never had it.
But
Is that
that's what-
right? I think I you know what I
Probably not.
no, I ran across
No.
I wonder if I put this somewhere. I ran across a list of the teams that have never had a number 1 pick.
Don't you think there's so much that goes into that Rams situation, though? I mean, you look at their coach, Sean McVay. He's a guy that I feel like this new generation of coaches have really kind of modeled themselves after.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it takes someone like that who's dedicated all in to your team, not there for the money, not coming back from retirement, not putting in any effort to have a good relationship with your
Kim,
quarterback.
you're choosing violence today. You are choosing violence.
Happy birthday.
Today.
This is
Someone
for your
else who
birthday.
perpetrated a lot of violence. Von Miller is the highest draft pick the Broncos have ever taken at number 2 overall in
Okay.
2011. They've never
Okay.
gotten the
They've
first
never
pick,
had,
though.
Yeah,
Okay.
never had the first pick.
Von Miller, who was then traded to the Rams.
She's choosing violence today.
I'm just saying.
The Avs have lineup news. We will tell you what that is and what to expect for their season finale when we come back. All right, last segment of the program. Chris and Kim with you. Steve and Josh. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. PhD is coming up in about 15 minutes. So we wondered who might be available for the Avs tonight. Kim, that answer is every single player.
I was wrong. I was just messing with you guys. I was just sending a little smoke screen.
Now, look, it doesn't mean they're going to play full minutes, but they certainly are all available. So now that we know that, and we know that everybody's going to hit the ice for at least a little bit. What do we need to see from the team today just to ease our nerves?
Well, it sounds like Bednar said he gave everybody the option to sit out, and those players felt like it was better to go play and to work on their habits like you talked about before playoffs. So I guess you want to see some good habits. You know what scares me about this, Dempsey?
What?
Is that I also know what kind of mentality they had going into Saturday's game against the Winnipeg Jets. We said it over and over in our pregame shows on Altitude. We said this is the biggest game of the regular season. This is the most important matchup on the Avalanche schedule all season.
Right.
Guess what happened? They got housed 7-0. So this scares me, hearing that players wanted to work on their habits before playoffs tonight in a game that is essentially meaningless, because what if something like that happens again? My confidence level is already shot. It's going to go absolutely plummet into the sewers of the depths of downtown Denver, which is not a good place to be if they lose this game. Nelly, don't look at me like that.
You just said that like you knew. Sewers of downtown Denver are a bad place to be. Take it from me.
I'm guessing. It's been a rough time in our city lately. It feels minus the teams, of course. The teams are the only thing holding me together here in Denver lately. I don't like this at all. I don't like that they're playing. I hope they have great habits that they work on.
Well,
jeez.
I'm of two minds about this. I kind of like it. Okay. I kind of like it.
Why?
Because they need to be out on the ice doing something positive. What if they win 7-0 today?
That'd be great. Would it be great? It's a meaningless game. Literally, it's been told over and over, even from the head coach himself yesterday on this morning show.
Right.
It doesn't really matter to him.
He did say that. He did say the result is meaningless.
Maybe he lies to everybody. He's lying to everyone.
He did also say, though, that didn't he say he wants? Hold on. This is what he
wants
said.
to get his 50th win.
No.
Did he tell everybody that?
No. This is what he said. Hold on. This is what he said.
Yeah. So I'm not sure that this last game means a whole lot to us when it comes to the result. I think, like, based on the way we've been playing and the way that we're trying to play going into the playoffs, our foundational work and our habits and some of the things that we've been building on here recently or trying to build on here recently, I think it's important to play the right way and with the right mindset and the right mentality. Again, I don't know what type of lineup that we're going to play just yet. So.
Well, now we know what kind of lineup he's going to play. He's going to play everybody. And if that is your stated goal, see that was the thing. It'd be great to play to try to get yourself in a better playing space. But if you're doing that with reserves and people who are not going to be on the ice for the most part in the playoffs, then what are we really doing here?
Okay.
But if we start to create some of those habits with the regulars, with the guys who are going to be out there in the playoffs, maybe that has some staying power and maybe that has some significance. And you do that with the backdrop of we don't care about the result of this game, so that you're not putting pressure on the actual win.
It's cop out.
Nobody cares about the win.
Didn't we just talk about the fact that they're completely erasing the regular season and starting fresh in the playoffs? So why are we worried about our habits in a regular season finale game that essentially means nothing?
Because it does mean something.
There we go.
Yes, that is right.
Exactly.
Because when you are playing the way the Avs are playing, you want one more chance to have a good taste going into the playoffs.
Yeah, they still have a sour taste in their mouth, basically, from the last two games, which makes sense. Coming from an athlete's perspective, that checks out.
So everybody available for the Avs tonight against Edmonton. We'll see how that goes, because I'm a positive guy, Kim. I'm a positive guy. I'm thinking they go out, they play really well. I don't know what the result's going to be. I don't really care what the result is, but as long as they're feeling good about themselves going into the playoffs, I think that's the main thing. It's kind of like the Nuggets although they had an active seed available to them as well. But once you lose to San Antonio, you definitely want to beat Memphis, because what you don't want to be is going into the playoffs or going into an off week feeling like the way they went into the All-Star break, which was with 3 straight losses. So I don't know. We'll see what the Avs are able to do tonight. You want to hear something funny?
Absolutely.
Okay. Tampa Bay has a pitcher, a relief pitcher, by the name of Pete Fairbanks. Pete Fairbanks. Well, he didn't have the greatest outing yesterday in 28 pitches. He 28 in one inning. He gave up 3 hits, 2 runs, both of those earned, and walked a couple of batters. He was asked afterwards about his outing, and this, my friends, is going to be something. This is my gift to you today. His response about how he played.
Was it just a matter of command, location, selection, anything specific?
No, I thought it generally sucked. I didn't think it was a specific suck. I thought it was like an all-encompassing type of suck. So, we're going to try and rectify that. But for right now, I'm going to be pretty pissed about it.
I love that so much. Also, the silence before he answered was just absolutely loud as heck. That was amazing. And that could not have been timed more perfectly. All-encompassing type of suck.
It's not a specific kind of suck.
It's just
all-encompassing
I'm
kind
going
of
to be
suck.
pissed about it for a while.
Amazing. It's,
I didn't think it was a specific suck. I thought it was like an all-encompassing type of suck.
Literally the best answer ever. Thank God for people like that will actually answer questions the way they feel.
It's really good. It's really good. There was more to that. Let's hear some more.
Where do you kind of go from here? Is it looking at tape? Is it going through mechanics? Where do you kind of go from here?
You tell me. I've tried that. If you got an answer, I'd love to hear. Just, not going to let it beat me up for, I'll maybe give it till 10. It's 9:44 right now. We'll give it 16 minutes of sulk, and then we'll, get back on the bump and figure it out.
I love that time management right there. I give myself 16 more minutes to absolutely hate everything that's going on inside of my body, and then we'll have another conversation. God, the amount of times I've been there. Oh, after falling on every single jump in my program in front of everybody and just wanting to hate the world, throw things around. When people be like, you still skated great in between, though, like really great spin. I'm like, shut the you-know-what up. I am
16 minutes
sulking for 16 minutes.
Of sulk, and then we'll, get back on the bump and figure it out.
Love it. He's my new hero.
Yeah, you spend however many hours planning these shows, and there's stuff that gets put on our show thread. I think Nelly put this one on, and it's so much fun to just hear this stuff. And then to know that you're going to bring it and play it on air, because people are funny, and these are in social media world, we see it all and we hear it all. Like this type of stuff is not new. The Pete Fairbankses of the world, they're every year there's a guy, right? But it's just that now we get to hear everything and see everything, and it's hilarious and it's great. Pete Fairbanks, thank you very much for making our Thursday a whole lot better.
Amazing.
Kim, thank you for being here.
Anything on your birthday, Chris Dempsey. Everybody go wish Chris Dempsey a wonderfully happy birthday.
Appreciate that. I appreciate that.
You deserve it.
Yeah. We're gonna go give out some gifts now.
Yeah.
That's what we're gonna do. Me, Nelly, Raj,
fun.
Kim, no.
I didn't get invited.
No.
This is a pity invite that you're sending me
No,
right now.
it's not. It's not.
It took an hour and 55 minutes to get an invite to go to the Dempsey Delivers party. I was not invited.
Don't you have Pilates to go coach? You
No, I
got bigger
actually
and better
don't.
things.
Guess what? I don't coach on Thursdays anymore. My schedule has shifted because I took an early morning block on a Wednesday. So now I'm just hanging. So I literally have no plans.
Yeah, you're going
And
with
I
us.
wasn't invited.
Nope, you're going with us.
Sad.
So Kim will be along as well.
No, I actually have some things I have to go
No,
I'm busy, actually.
Kim goes sulk for 16 minutes and then come along with us.
That's exactly right.
Fine.
Steve Nelson, we love and appreciate you.
No, I thought it generally sucked. I didn't think it was a specific suck. I thought it was like an all-encompassing type of suck. So, we're going to try and rectify that. But for right now, I'm going to be pretty pissed about it.
I know I'm going to have a happy rest of the day. You guys all do that as well. For the winners, we will see you soon. And PhD is next. We will talk to you tomorrow.
Hey! Wow, we got a lot of stuff going on today. A ton. And we're following the Broncos press conference that just started a couple seconds ago. We'll get to the Nuggets, get to the Avs. We got you covered down there as well. But let's dip in just a little bit. This just began. It's first of all, hi Scott, how you doing?
How are you?
Good to see you, Tyler. Good to see you.
Hello.
Good to see everybody here. What do you hope to hear from this George Paton, Sean Payton thing?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not really going into this with like super high expectations of hearing it. So this is mandated. The every team in the league has to have one of these pressers before the draft. Although we are still a full week out. So, what we're going to hear is, man, we're still working the boards. We're doing this. We're doing that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, outside of them literally saying we're going to sell the farm to go get a quarterback, I'm not sure what information that we're even going to garner out of it.
And you don't have a good enough pick that it really, I mean, you're not like, ooh, I don't think somebody down at 16 going, hey, we could get to 12 and get a tight end. Hey, we can go to 12 and get that kid from Toledo. I don't think people, ooh, the pick. Now, the article I sent you guys today, the general manager for New England says, hey, no, listen, we're taking any. And I'm like, whoa, okay.
I do believe him also. I think New England might do something stupid.
But you know what? Why not at least throw that out there? But now that becomes intriguing.
Well,
now all of a sudden the number 3 guy goes, we're open for business.
Oh, yeah.
Come on now.
If anybody's going to do something stupid, it'll be the Patriots. Let's dip in, and Sean Payton's talking right now. George Paton is right beside him. Let's hear what they've got to say for a little bit. Dan?
There's a handful of teams ahead of us where you'd say quarterback, and there's a team or two, Minnesota, ourselves, the Raiders. You could argue quarterback, and that's what makes it this year a little interesting. But I think 95%. Every year, 95% of the discussion is on 5% of the draft because it's hard for anyone to say, God, I like this guy in the 4th round. Wait a minute, I can't keep track of that. I got to go to work. I got the 1st round figured out, for the fan. So I think each year there's years that's stronger in certain positions, and then the team needs to factor into that.
Sean, a couple months ago at the Combine, you alluded to having a lot of belief in y'all's quarterback evaluation process.
Yeah.
So now that you've been through a couple months of meetings, interviews, all that, what did you kind of learn from that process, and do you feel even stronger about your faith in the process you guys have?
Yeah, I think the business we're in the beginning, we have all the tape. And then you're gathering as much information as you can. You're gathering all the metric, the stuff we can measure. Then you're gathering the interaction, personality, learning. Which is very important. There's all of that, so that you can make the best decision relative to how you grade them. You're obviously, historically speaking, you'd say that it's not a perfect science. We met last night we have a great analytics department, and you're going to see in the next 5-10 years, AI, artificial intelligence, begin to, help in this process as now again, you have to provide it with what you think is important. And so I think it's, there's been a lot of flights, a lot of miles traveled, but for good reason, and the process. Back to what George said, the process is gone really good. It hadn't been easy all the time, and yet we've had really good discussions down there, and yeah.
All right, we'll get highlights as it goes, and we'll follow the press conference. Yeah, just for a little bit, and we'll figure it out. Wow, what a really interesting answer, though. We'll use analytics and use AI in the future we're just going to use auto draft, man.
Hey, Grok is taking over the world.
We don't have to travel around. We don't have to do all this old school stuff. We don't have to be Billy Bean Moneyball with,
Here's what we're looking for. Here's
His
the
wife
numbers.
is ugly.
Yeah.
This is the type of guy we want. We're going to use AI.
Yeah.
I like it.
And then some little high schooler from China reprograms them when you're not looking at it.
Yeah.
Boom, 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 boom. You end up drafting Tyler Columbus in the second round to be your quarterback, and you go, well, wait a minute, I'm a left tackle.
It's definitely a tool, but if you listen closely, it's only a tool based off the information that you provide. And he's not talking about what he needs. He's talking about when he says the information that you provide. It's okay. Here's how our interview went with the guy. Let's plug that in. Here's what his 40 blah blah blah. You plug it all in. You make an algorithm for each player, but that player's algorithm, the opinion of that algorithm, has to come from your staff, from your scouts. So
Here's what we're looking for. Here's our needs.
Yeah,
needs. I mean, everything.
Yeah, but how much quicker would that make the process once you get all that plugged in and you're
quicker than having about 42 dry erase boards that they used 20 years ago.
Right, quicker than getting 9 guys on a plane. And
imagine this. Think about this. Getting ready for the 1976 draft, they probably had chalkboards.
Yep.
They didn't even have dry erase. I mean, can you imagine when they came up with dry erase boards? All the coaches were like, "Oh my God, look at this! What?
Yeah.
And look how easy it erases, and it goes right back up."
Do you guys remember before they hired Hackett?
That was a random tangent.
Well,
right
no,
there.
but now we're talking AI, and we're only talking probably would it be 50, 60, 70 years, whatever. But you've gone from pencil and paper.
Yeah.
They still use
to
magnets.
chalkboard. Had the magnet things for a while, to dry erase boards, to now we're talking about, well, eventually we're going to have AI in here.
Well, I'll tell you this, brother. Whoever and whatever organization can figure out how to win without a $50 million quarterback on the regular and make these quarterbacks more sort of
like the running backs are now.
You are going to revolutionize the sport, my man. If you can really figure that out,
I'll believe it when I see it.
Let me ask
me
Tyler
too.
this.
But going in that direction is an attempt to see if you can figure that out.
When they de-emphasized or started to de-emphasize the running game as much and that big expensive running back as much, and it's kind of the year we're running in now. You put more onto the quarterback, which now means the quarterback knows I'm the most valuable position. That's where we get the $50 million thing is. So there's no other. You've kind of got to the pinnacle. There's nowhere else to go that you're going to be able to win. Well, let's go back to the running back and big lineman. Well, can you do that? Maybe.
Well, what I love is I'm hearing the head coach of the Denver Broncos talk about he's open to that. That's where it may be going, and not Vic Fangio, who doesn't own a suit and frumpy sweats, who has no clue and is just a curmudgeon about everything. Thank
If you
God.
were a football coach, you'd be Vic Fangio, and you hate him. Are you projecting?
Me?
Look at your dress. You dress it just like Vic Fangio. You got khakis.
Hold on. Ask him.
A
Ask him. Do you own a suit?
Of course I own. You want me to wear a suit every day to the show?
No.
Hey, trust me. At least I got one in my
All right,
damn
hold on.
closet.
You're just waiting for people to die.
How old is your suit?
I can fit in. I've got a suit that is
I didn't ask what
less
you can
than
fit
2
in.
years. I got multiple suits. 2 years old, but I got a pinstripe suit from 1988 that I can get in today if I need
point.
be.
That's my point. That
But
doesn't
I got
count.
multiple.
That doesn't count
I got
unless you got a modern suit.
I got a suit less than 2 years ago.
Hey,
when
well,
I was
every suit becomes remodern.
I got skinny, I got a suit, and then I got fat again for 2 years.
Then you lost
Can
it.
you fit in it again?
You lost it.
No, and I
still can't fit in it?
No, I can now.
Oh.
In fact, I wore it essentially the other day at an Avs game, and everybody was like, "Oh my God, what are you doing? You're all dressed up." I'm like, "Yeah."
Instead of your Vic Fangio wardrobe.
That's right.
You do, but you have to admit, you do have a Vic Fangio wardrobe.
Today's a Vic Fangio day. Everybody,
okay, there you go.
It's rainy, it's
so
cold.
Don't hate on Vic Fangio. I mean, there's an inner Vic Fangio in you.
I love Vic Fangio.
Forget the coach.
I like Vic. I
As
kinda
a head
miss Vic.
coach?
I kind of miss Vic. Yeah, I
Holy
think
cow.
he's. I think he had a
God.
lot of good qualities to him.
All right,
A lot.
real fast. So,
At
would you
what?
rather had one more year of Vic or do the Hackett year?
Right.
I'll take the I'll take the chance on a
shut
Hackett
your
year.
mouth. Shut your mouth.
But I wouldn't take either.
No. It's not taking a chance. Like,
You know what the Hackett
what you
was?
know now.
You know what the heck it was? That was trading up and reaching for a quarterback.
Yes, it
that
was.
That was Hackett.
Hey,
Yes, it
let me
was.
tell you what I'm happy with. Sean Payton. That's who I'm happy with right now.
Yeah.
I'm happy with Sean Payton. I don't need to make some sort of silly choice like that because I got the guy that I'm happy with. I like it.
What?
And he had to deal with this crap with Russell Wilson. Thank God that's done.
That's done.
And lay it down, brother.
All right.
Make the team in your image.
And
Let's go.
And I'm listening the whole time. And listen, we all bring our own biases to the thing. And I'm not a big Sean Payton fan. I'm listening, and anytime I hear a guy go,
yeah, he does all that crap.
And I'm like, dude's lying to us, and he's just figuring out how he can lie to us without the most hurt.
I don't hold that against him at all. I mean,
Dude, that guy that we
no
just listened to is not a guy that's supposed to be on Fox Sports Sunday mornings.
Well, that's fair. And sometimes I do think, like, who could be the most uninspiring pregame speech? Is it Sean Payton? Is it Mike McDaniel? Like think about how awkward both of them can be at times given a pregame speech.
Dude, I watched McDaniels is cool.
No, he sucks at it. I watched Hard Knocks. He is not good at that rah-rah sort of moment. He addresses his players more just like men and professionals, and this is what we got to do. And
which honestly, quite frankly, is what most guys want.
Right.
You know, when I was
he
out,
sucks at the rah-rah stuff. I've seen it. It's not good.
What's a pregame speech mean rah-rah? So you equate rah-rah has to be pregame.
I think
Dude, can I just tell you this? When I was out in Seattle, Pete Carroll is like Mr. Rah-Rah. You know that, right? Like Mr. Chomping his gum, Mr. like doing everything.
Prime's rah-rah.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, no doubt about that.
Pete, so when I came from Denver, I came with Ben Hamilton. We both went out to Seattle together. You know, we're like the old school Denver Broncos offensive linemen. Like, hey, we're not talking. We're not seeing anybody. We don't want to be a part of the rah-rah. Like, let us just do our deal. And Pete would have a literal mosh pit before the game. like he would walk around the locker room and he would pull guys out of your locker and shove you into the mosh pit. Ben Hamilton and I actually got to the point where we would go hide in the hallway during the mosh pit because we didn't want a mosh pit. Then they figured out we were hiding in the hallway and they sent an assistant coach out there to toss us back into the mosh pit. It drove me nuts.
I remember talking to Trevor Price, and he was with the Ravens, and he thought the Ray Lewis stuff was the stupidest thing he'd ever say. But you know what he also said? He goes, "You wouldn't believe how many guys are actually into it." And they're he goes, "I thought they were morons." Trevor was cut from a different cloth, you know.
Trevor would just play.
Yes, he didn't need
unless
that.
you cheap shotted him, and then you got his motor revved, and then all of a sudden he'd show you why he's so good at what he's doing.
But Tyler's saying the rah-rah stuff. I don't know, man. I mean, I
think there's a time and place for it. I think it's hard to fabricate it before a game. In the middle of the game, there's definitely a spot for it. On the sideline, there's definitely a spot for it. But you just can't go to that.
How is Kubiak with the pregame stuff?
Kubiak treated like men, man. I mean, he wasn't out there trying to be something he's not. Right. He would just he would just communicate. Shanahan had a couple go-to lines. He needs every swinging Harry, you know what, in
Richard.
the room out there. Yep, Richard, thank you. That's what I was going for.
Yep.
You need every swinging Richard out there. But Shanahan would he'd push it a little bit more than Kubiak did.
All right, well, we'll see what these guys have to say. I'm on board with Sean Payton, brother. I know you don't dig him, but okay.
Well, I'm on board with him too because I'm a Bronco fan.
All right, well, then,
but I think he's a phony, and I don't think he's as good a coach as some people think.
And he just called Sean out for lying, and you lie like that right now.
Well, no. I'm a Bronco fan. I want him to succeed. I don't want because listen, if he fails and the quarterback thing fails, we're talking into the Jets era as far as you're talking double digits. Of not being anything at all significant in getting into the playoffs.
It's Jets I think are 13 going on 14, Broncos are 8 going on 9.
So but am I right? If Sean Payton fails here, we're looking 12, 13, 14 years.
You get this quarterback wrong, you're going to set a world record.
Well, the Bills win 17 years. The Raiders win 11 years. You got a ways to go before you get to a world record. But I mean, but there's a pit of misery.
Would you agree with me?
No, hold on. You trade up in the draft and you give away a haul and you get it wrong, you're looking at a world record.
You think you're looking at more than 17 years if you trade up and get it wrong?
You could easily be in that ballpark. Yep. If you give up 3 first-round picks or whatever you do, you pull a San Francisco 49ers.
So, yeah, do I not necessarily like the guy coach, whatever, but am I cheering against him? No. I want him to get it right.
Well, what if you sit back and do nothing? What if you take the conservative approach and –
someone told me a wise old Yoda told me once.
What nerd said that to you?
That's what they've been doing for the last 8 years.
Wait, did you just call me a wise old Yoda? What the hell's wrong with you?
I'd call him an Oompa Loompa, personally.
Really? Seriously? We're off on this already. Vic Lombardi was begging for you to call the morning show today. You know why?
No.
Because he's freaking out about the Lakers. Meanwhile, Deion Sanders, I was wrong about something with Deion Sanders, that's for sure.
Oh.
But I did not expect to be proven wrong the way I was proven wrong with Deion throwing his daughter under the bus. That was interesting and unexpected. Details next. I'm not going to lie. I feel slightly insulted being called Vic Fangio. So tomorrow, I'm going to put on that suit from 1988.
No, please don't.
I'm going to.
Please don't.
There's nothing you can do to stop me.
I'm asking you politely.
Well, I've dropped 40 pounds, so up yours. I'm going to do it. And that I'm going to
Even
show you.
Fangio wouldn't wear a suit from 88.
He wouldn't own a suit from 88, but I do, and I can fit into it because of Soda weight loss. Damn right. Soda's at-home program available wherever you are, at home, at work, on the go. Amanda's my nutritionist. She is amazing. Real help, 100% over the phone. Lost 3.12 pounds a week. 4 months, 40 pounds gone. Keeping it off in the maintenance program. And I'm going to look damn fine in that double-breasted black pinstripe suit that I wore at Syracuse when I had no money and I took my wife out to McDonald's where I got a salad. Listen, it's Soda weight loss. Soda weight loss. They really are the reason I can have some fun like this. SOTA weightloss.com. That's Soda weight loss. Say it with me. State of the art. Sean Payton and George Payton are still talking. You want to just go back to it just for a second? See what else they're talking about? All right, let's check in with Sean Payton for a second. Go ahead.
Your team.
Well,
We were ahead
relatively.
4-2 at the half. We had the bigger team. They had the younger team. That concerned me in an alumni game. And the second half, it kind of flipped on us. And so.
All right, that's enough. I don't know where he's going there.
Relatively, the younger guys were bigger than our alumni, and that wasn't good.
Nobody says relative to more than Sean Payton. Everything is relative to.
Well, it's kind of fair. I mean, if you keep it real,
Whatever.
that's true.
Maybe we got to teach him. I try to teach my daughter a new word. Every once in a while, maybe we ought to give him a new word for this year.
You know what that just made me think of? A long time ago, I did a fill-in show on this station with Nate Kreckman. With Nate Kreckman, what year? That must have been 2016, something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I came in, and I was sitting at a computer, and I asked whose computer it was. They said it was Mark Mosier's. And in front of me was a website that said 100 words that make you sound smart.
Duh. And it was on whose computer?
That was Mosier, I believe.
Duh.
Do you want the Dion stuff or why Vic was crying for you to be on the show with them this
We
morning?
got time for the Vic. Let's hear the Dion.
Okay.
This way you can push some buttons.
This to me. Now, this has changed my opinion about Dion.
In the good or the bad?
Well, I'll explain after because I'm curious about your reactions. But he was on with Ryan Koenigsberg on DNVR, and they love Dion. Oh, we love Dion, and he's talking about his daughter,
who just got in the portal and left CU.
Here we go.
Speaking of kids having fun, I'm back to debunking myths.
Gotcha.
Shelomai enters the transfer portal.
Yeah, which was stupid.
Okay. A lot of people.
You don't enter the portal. You get a team. You kind of get a team before you enter the portal. You don't. That's what I would advise a child. And I know, well, it's illegal. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Come on. Everybody knows somebody.
Yep.
You kind of want them to do something, and she has been truly advised.
Okay.
Right.
I was going to say, a lot of people took that to mean, oh, well, this means Coach Prime
No.
is not for long in Boulder.
No, you got to understand, I'm a father, man. I'm a real father. I'm a real man. I'm a real dad. Where I come from, and historically, kids follow their parents. When do parents start following their kids? That don't work in my book. That don't work where I'm from. I'm the leader of the family. So I've been dictating where my kids go, not them dictating where I go. I'm happy, I'm cool, I'm sound in Boulder. I love it 100%, and we're going to build a monument. You know those mountains out like that you overlook the stadium?
Oh, yeah.
I want my head on one of them.
You know, back in, I think, the 70s or 80s, they carved CU into it.
Yeah, I want CU. I want Prime up there. I want that up there.
One man Mount Rushmore.
Yeah.
Okay, guys.
What?
I liked and cringed in the same soundbite.
Sure.
I had no problem in saying it was stupid. Because I watched a clip the other day. Gosh, I don't remember who it was, but it was kind of a college football expert, and he said, it might have been an old college coach even, who basically said, listen, we're getting too many kids in the portals that have no place to go.
Oh, it's where players go to end their career.
Yeah.
It really is. I mean, there are of the amount of bodies that end up in the portal. I read a stat last year, maybe it was the year before then. It was nearly up to 50% that did not find another team. Like they go because they think there's a greener pasture. And so I totally respect that out of them. I think it's smart to definitely put, look, if you're not playing, you take your chances and you go somewhere else. But I understand what he's saying right there. I mean, obviously, Dion's Dion, and he's going to say egotistical things, and, he wants his face up on the flat irons and all those sorts of things.
Well, if he knew they were called flat irons.
Oh,
yeah, he didn't know.
Yeah.
Gotta figure that out first.
Did you guys see the other clips that were running around
Well,
yesterday?
hold on. I'm not done with this one right here.
Hold on, yeah.
I mean, come on. We got way more to go on this.
All right, go.
I mean, kids follow their parents, parents don't follow their kids. How's about kids blaze their own path, brother? Like, how about the fact that kids don't follow their parents, but in his world, that's what you're supposed to do? Now, this is what has changed my mind, because I thought maybe this is an indication, not that he'd be following her, that he'd be tipping her off that, hey, listen, not for long here, so why don't we look for somewhere else for you to be, because that's where I'm going to go. I really did think that was part of debunking the myths, as Ryan put. But what I heard from Dion is that his daughter's having independent thought, and she wants to do something on her own.
Oh, relax.
I'm not going to relax. This is exactly how I feel about it, and I think he's upset that he's having a kid who is finally making a decision for themselves.
I can see where you look at it. I didn't take it from that
It's
standpoint.
not so literal. It's not so literal.
Yeah, I took it more of, and listen, we all know that Prime does have connections. And you're right, she's blazed her own path, and he's got to accept it, and hopefully he does. And
seems like he's struggling with it right there.
Well, only because she probably doesn't have a home and no one wants her, and maybe that's breaking her heart. Now he gets to see her every night, upset and everything else. Now, to me, if she and again, that's a fine line that a celebrity coach, and that's what he is. He's a celebrity coach and dad that now has to push, because in essence, if I'm his daughter, I go to Dad, I'm not happy here. I'm not ever going to get a chance to play here. Do you think you'd reach out? Here's about 5 schools I'd like to talk to. Do you think you could reach out and see if there'd be any interest? Because guess what? A father could call that. That's not – he's still a dad, right?
Yeah.
He can call Vanderbilt and say, hey, would you be interested? Or he could call Stanford, or he could call Arizona State. He could do that as a dad.
Mm-hmm.
And she – he said, if you jump in the portal, Arizona State said they'd like to have you.
Yeah. Here's the deal. I don't hear that as literal as you're hearing it. What I hear out of that is a dad saying, no, my kids come to me for advice. I don't go to them for advice. So, I mean, okay, I guess that's not literally what he said. And he literally said that my kids follow me, and that's fine. If you want to get hung up on that, that's totally fine.
Well, that's what they did.
Okay, fine. But what I hear out of that is, as any father would say, no, I mean, I'm not saying you shouldn't lean. Like, you can learn from your kids. But the premise of being a father is that they lean on you for advice.
Yeah, and he's upset with what she's done.
He's upset that she made an irrational decision.
I don't think she made an irrational decision at all.
He's not upset that she's leaving the University of Colorado. He's upset that she left without a plan.
You know what he's upset with? She did something he advised her not to do. And he's upset with that. And
stick it out for another year, get some playing time, and then take the portal.
Yeah, because he's used to everybody just doing what he tells them to do.
Well, there might be some truth to that, but
here's the good news, I suppose, and why I'm wrong. He's going to stick around. I really did think that this was one of the indicators that he may be going. Well, it's not. I was wrong about that. Yeah. This, and Brian Howell reached out to me and was insistent that she was doing this all on her own. I was like, no, okay, Brian. But, hey, Brian, I'm giving you credit right now. Like, it looks like that. I do wonder, one of the things about Dion and why he might be sticking around is I don't know how many other options he'll really have next year.
Well, that's fair.
Not if you win 5 or 6 games.
No, I mean, to assume that he's getting offers from Alabama like people are saying he did this year, well, that's just irrational, and that's just probably dumb. I mean, he's got to earn that right. But, I mean, you as a father, have you never given your kids advice and when they didn't follow it, been disappointed?
Of course, but I don't say it out loud on a podcast. I don't say it on a radio show. I may talk about it amongst my friends, but I have a lot of ways that I could come out on the air and publicly criticize my kids. I wouldn't dream of doing that.
Oh, you've done that.
Baloney.
You called the one is knucklehead and stays at home too much, and the other one
you can
he's good looking
on the show.
You can tease certain things, but you can't tell me one specific thing I've ever said negative about my kids, aside from just playing around a little bit.
Well,
I've never, ever said it's something. I've never said anything like that.
No. I agree with that. I will listen. I didn't have as big a problem, because kids can be stupid. My son has done stupid things. Love him to death. I'm not going to make him, stop loving him because of there was. Do you remember when George Bush, the second or the son, was president and had a buddy who went to a prayer meeting in Washington, D.C., and George actually spoke at it. And it was back, remember, when his daughter was getting the DUIs and drinking and got in trouble, and it was big national media.
Yes.
And so I don't even remember their names. He said at the meeting, he said, I told my daughters, he said, there's nothing in this world that you can do to cause me to stop loving you. So stop trying.
Yeah.
Which, whether you like the guy, that's a great line.
That is a great line.
But that's what we parents are.
Yeah.
Our kids do stupid things. That is. And again, I go back to, when his mouth starts going, and I'm not saying this in a negative way, you don't know what's going to come out, and that's why everybody wants that interview with him.
He's entertaining as hell, no doubt about it.
And here's the other part of it. I just told you about those stats. Don't quote me on how specific I was, but it was insanely high, the amount of players that go into that portal and their career literally dies. Nobody knows that more than Deion Sanders. Nobody's more aware. That dude lives out of the portal. That dude recruits out of the portal. That dude kicks guys out of his team into the portal. And he sees what happens to these kids. So when he has a daughter who's saying, okay, I don't have playing time at CU, it's like, okay, that's fine. Let's find you a home, but let's not go into that portal before we've got a plan for action here.
I get it. But sometimes kids just got to make mistakes, or they got to just go do things on
But you
their
stop
own.
parenting them?
When your kids get older, it becomes a little bit more complicated. And it's a hard thing to let go of as your kids get 18, 19, 20 years old. It's tough. It's tough to let go of it. And I've made plenty of mistakes.
Man,
Trust me.
I'm 39 years old. My dad still lets me know when I make a bad decision, you know?
Okay.
And I lean on him for
your
that.
Your phone's ringing.
Oh, is it? Yes. Hi, Dad. Yeah.
Yeah, but at the end of
I had an issue with my son. Not an issue, but a conversation where I went full parent on him. I'm 63.
Mm-hmm.
He's 30. And I went, well, this is because he's complaining about something in the real world, right? I said, well, let me tell you. Beep, boom, boom, boom.
Mm-hmm.
Either handle it or you move on. And just do it out there.
And keep in mind, Deion is literally a public figure being asked about the situation with his daughter. So all he's doing is letting you into the world of the conversations that he had with her.
He's a celebrity coach, celebrity father, and one, I'll say this. See if you guys agree with this. That's why I only allow certain groups and individuals that he can manipulate and control
that's for sure.
to do interviews and talk with him.
I mean,
whether it's his own documentary that he produces or these guys or whatever.
Ain't no doubt about that, brother.
There's not going to be tough.
Yeah.
It's not going to be a tough interview.
Yeah. Well, he also totally debunked everything that was going on over the last couple of weeks about the specific teams that he wants to play for. Literally called it an outright lie.
He did.
Which okay, so you in particular have been crushing him over that. Are you gonna give him a pat on the back and be like, okay, I was wrong on that?
I'll take him at his word. Sure. I already said.
Didn't he say on the Rich Eisen show? There's just a handful of teams I want my kids to go to.
He said that too.
So,
Russell Wilson said
Russell
Wilson said his house wasn't for sale, and then it sold like 3 weeks later. I mean, people say stuff, and then you get into the semantics of things, and it's like, okay.
Did you hear what was in the presser? You missed what was in the presser?
What's that?
George Baden. We're not going to draft a cornerback at 12. Did you?
There you go. Yeah.
Did he say that?
No. Well, what Deion ended up saying about the 5 or 6 specific teams is, yes, I've got teams that I don't want my kids to play for, but no, I would never give a specific list that they can play for.
Yeah, he was on with Romy.
Everybody's saying, right? You're only letting Shedeur and Travis go to 6 teams. Is this true? Can we get some insight?
Okay, who said that, and did you see me say that?
Well, that's why I wanted to ask you, because, I don't know who's saying
One
this.
thing about a lie is so fast. It can outrun the truth any day. That's a bold-faced lie. That's a stupid lie. I have more than 6 owners that are friends. I have more than 6 GMs that are friends. You got to understand, I played 14. And I worked another 17, I believe, in the NFL Network and Soap CBS. I know a lot of people. Come on. So I would never do that. Before I would disclose, if I was that stupid, I wouldn't disclose the teams I would want them to play for. I would disclose the several that I wouldn't. Yeah, that's stupid. That's stupidity. I would never do that.
On the episode $1 Million Worth of Game podcast, Deion Sanders says he has whittled down where he would like his children, Shiloh and Shedeur and Hunter, throw that in there, to play. So that's where he said it. On
Okay, no, but
the
hold
$1 million
on. But hold on.
worth of game.
There's a
podcast.
very specific list that came out. Did he specifically name the teams?
Let's see. He goes, quote, top 4 rounds anywhere from 1 through 4. Sanders told host Gili Dakid and Waylo when asked what he expects his children. One of them is going to be 1. One of them is going to be 1. And the latter will not go far behind. I don't know what that says.
Okay.
Now, all this is subjective because I know where I kind of want them to go. And let's not forget Shiloh, okay? But I know where I want to go. So there are certain cities that ain't gonna happen. It's going to be in Eli. We ain't doing that. So, I mean, he did say that, meaning that
He didn't say 6.
He
though.
didn't say
Right.
the teams, but he did say there's teams he doesn't want them to play for.
With
But that was an easy quote for you to pick up. The question, well, you didn't say 6, but you just said that I know cities where
Well, here's where it comes from. With that stipulation, Sanders revealed that this is all on a podcast, that he would allow his children and Hunter to play for were the Eagles, Niners, Cowboys, Commanders, Ravens, and Falcons.
Okay, well, I mean, if he literally named him, I guess he literally named him. I don't know. I mean, he's saying he
But
did.
that's where it came from. I mean, he's asking Romy, like, where's it come from? Well, it came from you on this podcast from what you said.
No.
So,
Now, in a tough interview, would have said, hey, here's where it came from.
But
here's all I know.
Or the question would have started, hey, you said on this podcast, you want your guys to play on this team, this team, this team, this team. Why these 6 teams and not the rest of the NFL?
Here's all I know. I think it's a
Then he could have
dangerous game to
backtracked.
play whenever you start assuming that other parents should parent the same style that you do. And I, generally speaking, I just think that's a very, very bad game to play.
But this right here, he crosses the line from parent to parent coach.
it's everything with Dion is blurred lines.
Yeah, a lot of blurred lines. That's a good point.
But you know what? At the end of the day, what matters?
Win games. Listen,
That's it.
win 10
That's
games this year, and everything you've been
That's
saying is
great.
dictated right, and there might be prime cut into those mountains by next season.
Let's go.
You know?
Whatever
Win 10
they're-
games.
Whatever they're called up there.
Yeah, those
The mountains,
those
or
mountains
whatever.
right there behind
Whatever.
the skillets.
Vic's calling for you to support him.
Well, you know, they got my phone number.
Ooh.
Do they?
Get to that coming up next. And this is a day where it's kind of drippy and cold, rainy, snowy, sleety, whatever that is. You know, it'd be good. Just some good comfort food at Old Chicago. And they've got that chicken bacon ranch pizza going. It's so good. Oh, every bite of flavor explosion. Wouldn't that feel good on such a chilly day? Rance is the sauce, and what they come up with at Old Chicago is spectacular. They've got salads, calzones, burgers, fish and chips. I mean, everything is so good. And the tasty treats at Old Chicago, you pair that with some liquid gold, and you can explore all of the 100 local and legendary beers at Old Chicago. I mean, that is getting the weekend, maybe a day early, going in the right direction. Whether it's in person at your neighborhood Old Chicago or takeout, Old Chicago's got you covered. Go to oldchicago.com for your nearest location and to order takeout or delivery. Or better yet, download the Old Chicago app and get $5 off your first order of $25. Get that chicken bacon ranch pizza. Are you kidding me? It's delicious. oldchicago.com.
do we have to draft a quarterback? You'd say, man, it sure looks like we have to draft a quarterback, and yet it's got to be the right fit, the right one. And if we had the tip sheets as to who everyone else was taking, it'd be easier to answer that question. And so that's the puzzle here.
What you don't want to do, Mike, is force it, and otherwise we'll be in this position next year and the years after. So you want to get the right player at 12. Our first pick we got to hit on, whether it's a quarterback, whether it's a tackle, receiver, you name it. We need to get an impact player.
George Paton, man. Oh my God. He does not get it, man. Holy cow.
You're on a roll today, man. You're on a roll.
I'll take it.
Tell us everything the football guys don't get. Tell us.
I'll tell you what George Paton doesn't get. He does not understand the relative value of a quarterback to other positions. He does not get it. And thank God for Sean Payton. I can't even imagine if George Paton was solely responsible for the draft from now on. Thank God he's not. For him just to say that right there is such an indication of what he doesn't understand.
To say what?
We've got to hit on 12. No matter what we get, it's got to be an impact player at 12. And it's like,
what's wrong with that statement?
Because the value. Draft another corner then, and let's see how we do. You've got to be willing to take a risk at some damn point.
Okay, you always say that. But you have to make evaluations. And if the dudes that you like are not available, then you got to hit on a guy that you evaluate highly. That doesn't have to be a quarterback. If the evaluation doesn't fit, if the glove doesn't fit, you got to quit. If the evaluation doesn't fit, you don't draft the guy.
Let me ask you this. And we've talked about the Rockies and going after, some high-praise pitching 15 years ago, and they've been gun shy ever since of going out there and maybe find a free agent pitcher that can maybe help. Do you think any of the Russell Wilson fiasco has made George Paton gun shy?
Sure, I think that's human nature for any human being. You take a big swing.
I mean, you say
and
take a swing. They took a swing at Russell, and it was a colossal failure.
If anything, you should praise George Paton because he took the biggest swing of all time. And that's kind of your definition, just swing, go after a dude. It doesn't really matter who it is. Well, he literally, in the most literal sense, took the biggest swing in the history of the NFL to go after and try to fix the quarterback position.
I was all for it at the time, but it was a result of him being terrible at his job beforehand. So it's the result that the only reason you did what you did with Russell Wilson is you didn't have the courage of your convictions to take a chance in the previous draft when you drafted a cornerback over a quarterback.
You mean over two quarterbacks that sucked, and this corner is currently worth 3 times the value of either one of those guys.
Yeah, and the best value he has for you right now is as a trade prospect, not as a cornerback on the field. That's the best he can do for you.
All right, so what value would Mac Jones or Justin Fields have?
If it doesn't work out, so you're assuming incompetence. I'm
assuming that the players are what they are.
Okay, well, I assumed that things would be different. I assumed if you got Justin Fields, you'd also get a coach that knew what he was doing, not stupid Vic Fangio, who was an idiot with offense.
Why did Matt keep his job out there in Chicago?
I don't know what they do in Chicago. I can't speak for their incompetence. I have no idea.
It's a literal impossibility to say that was a bad selection.
All right, so what happens if Justin Fields fails out? He stinks. What happens then?
You trade him to Pittsburgh.
Okay, fine. But you have a first-round draft pick the next year, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and you have a second-round pick the next year, don't you?
Hold on. Via that logic, yeah, you still get to try that again, and you still have Pat Surtain on the team. There's
No.
That argument doesn't work because you still have Pat Surtain on the team.
Well, you
still get to take a swing.
But you don't have those picks anymore because now you're mortgaging the future for Russell Wilson. You wish you had those picks, but you don't because you took a chance as Surtain. So now you got to go crazy. You got to make the deal of the century.
But George, we're blending. George Paton, that wasn't Surtain, wasn't George Paton.
It sure was.
Yeah, it was.
Was
and
it?
it was the weirdest year.
Elway was in the room, but he was not.
I mean, George had been hired 6 weeks earlier?
It was the worst structure ever. Elway fired, promoted himself. He's in the room. Fangio's sitting there, frumpy Fangio knowing nothing. And George Payton's new on the job after 14 years of being an assistant.
Being a scout.
Listen, we know this because the Broncos filmed it and posted it. And he's looking around the room saying, safe pick, safe pick, safe pick. And he's getting sort of nods and sort
Not
of
only was it a safe
shoulder
pick,
shrugs.
it was a great pick. It was a fantastic pick. You hit. You know how hard it is to hit at any position in the NFL draft? It's freaking hard. You hit. You got a Pro Bowl caliber player, a dude that you're hoping will be along for. You cannot in any world describe that as a bad selection.
Oh, I certainly can.
It was
because
a
it
great
led,
selection.
All right. It led to Russell Wilson, yes or no?
Sure.
Then it was a bad pick.
Okay. Or they'd already decided about Russell Wilson beforehand, or they'd already decided it was Aaron Rodgers beforehand,
They
or
were
they'd already decided it was going to be a trade beforehand, right?
See, that's the real story. They thought they were going to get Aaron Rodgers,
right?
And it fell apart.
Okay, all right. So you select Pat Surtain and you get Aaron Rodgers. Was it a bad pick?
They wouldn't have been able to do both because they would have given up a draft pick. That pick, you would have given up Surtain or that draft pick for Aaron Rodgers. They couldn't get it done.
They had plenty of ammo to go get Russ, even with Pat. That doesn't make sense.
Well, they did the next year. And they wanted Rodgers the next year, too, and they couldn't get it done.
Rodgers was available the next year.
He was not. They didn't trade him the next year. They tried to with Hackett.
Aaron Rodgers, I understand.
They tried to get him 2 years in a row.
Right.
Okay.
So whatever ammo you used for Russell Wilson, you could have used for Aaron Rodgers.
And they tried. And
exactly.
that was the goal, and they failed.
So Pat Surtain affected nothing with that.
Pat Surtain put them in a position where they had to fire big time at a quarterback.
Right.
They tried with Rodgers. Maybe it would have worked out with Rodgers.
But say they got Rodgers instead.
It might have been the greatest success in the world.
There you go.
But it didn't happen.
Okay.
But if it had happened, okay. Listen, man, that's the way it goes. It's high risk, high reward. Had they got Aaron Rodgers with Hackett, maybe it all would have worked out.
Dude.
I know that's their plan, but it didn't work out. So now what?
So now you'd rather see them give up another 2 first, swap this year, give up another first round pick, and go select Bo Nix at number 6.
I want them to be aggressive to get Bo Nix. Yeah, that's exactly what I want to do. Go get your guy.
No matter what the evaluation
and if you feel, hopefully you have a good evaluation on him. And if you evaluate Penix or McCarthy better, go get those guys. It doesn't matter to me. I trust Sean Payton.
You want the position. You don't care the face.
Exactly.
I trust the people doing the evaluation now because I trust Sean Payton, not George Payton. And if Sean Payton sucks at
then why
that,
is George Payton there?
I don't know. I have no idea when you got rid of Hackett how George Payton was still employed. No clue.
I'll say this about George Payton, though. I don't think you could even remotely try to accuse him of not understanding the value of the position. He literally took the biggest swing in the history of the NFL. He gets the value of the position.
He was desperate, and he did the best thing that he could. And
but did he understand why did he do something desperate?
Because he screwed up the year before, and he couldn't get Aaron Rodgers.
Or you had a dysfunctional front office. He comes in, he's been in the job 4 or 5 weeks, and he knows that and it is a safe pick. It's a very good pick. He's a great cornerback, but it's a safe pick, like you said. And no one's willing to kind of jump in and say, hey, but how about this? Hey, Josh Allen might be down a little. What? No other opinion? All right, we're going safe.
Listen,
and maybe his evaluation of Josh Allen when he was in Minnesota wasn't very good.
Who knows what he's thinking? I don't know what George Payton thinks, aside from being as conservative as you can humanly be, because that's just the way he's run his whole life.
You cannot call him that. He gave up the biggest trade in the history of the NFL. Ain't nothing conservative about that.
Are you hurting your laptop?
Ain't jack squat conservative about giving up the hit. I know, I'm going to break my screen.
Don't do that.
But he's pissing me off calling him that when he literally gave up the biggest trade in the history. I'm not taking it personal, but it's wrong. It's wrong to say he was conservative. He gave up the biggest haul in the history of the game.
He was desperate and took a desperate swing.
Fine, but is that conservative?
Yeah, it's desperate. It's totally out of desperation.
Fine. Is that conservative?
Okay. It's stupid.
Fine.
Hey, D-Mac, would you go ahead and fill my coffee up?
Sure, I'd be happy.
I'm just desperate right now, so I'm just trying to get you to.
I swear to God, I wanted to get why Vic was trying to get you on the show.
No, we got
trying to go there.
2 more hours.
Jesus, are we going to make it?
I am.
My screen might not.
If anything doesn't make it, it's going to be his laptop that you keep having him beat on with a gavel.
All right, we'll get to that, and we'll check in.
Take that away.
Down. You really were slamming your computer.
I was.
All right.
Right on the thing.
All right. Zach's going to join us? All right, we'll get a report from Dove Valley.
Use D-Mac's phone.
By the way, who's desperate for a quarterback? George Payton or D-Mac?
Oh, man. It's PhD on 92.5.
All right, every last one of us starts to get older at some point in time, and when that happens, our workouts don't go as far as they once did. We just don't sleep as good. You don't feel as good. You don't look as good as you want to. Well, if that's you, call my friends over at Revitalized Health. Tyler Polumbus here, and guys, I've been going over there for 7 years because they've simply helped me feel better. My workouts are going further. I'm sleeping better. And although it's hard to make me look better, I am looking better. Guys, testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options that are flat out changing lives. With 3 locations, that you can find them close to you no matter where you live. Find them online at revitalize-health.com.
if we were looking at our draft board and you looked at the screen and you said team needs, there's a handful of teams ahead of us where you'd say quarterback, and then there's a team or two, Minnesota, ourselves, the Raiders. You could argue quarterback, and that's what makes it this year a little interesting.
No doubt about that. We're going to have Zach Stevens from DNVR tell us all about it from Dove Valley just in a second. A reminder, though, Altitude Authentics has everything you want for the Avs 2024 playoff run, and I'll be delivering a bag to 5 lucky winners tomorrow. Head on over to altitudesportsradio.com/DMAC delivers. Dempsey's delivering right now, but I'll be doing it tomorrow for your chance to get
What is tomorrow?
Personal delivery tomorrow. You guys want to come? You guys?
No.
Tyler, you want to?
Show me the videos.
Okay. That's at altitudesportsradio.com/DMAC delivers. It's an open invite.
All right, where are you going exactly?
I don't know. That's what people got to sign up.
So you could be driving
for.
all up across the town?
Could be. We'll see.
Yeah, going to Greeley.
I'll go to. Wouldn't be the first time. Trust me.
And now, are you going to do that early in the morning before the show?
I might do some before the show. Might do a couple after the show. Well, we'll see.
Pot committed.
We'll see if we have time. We might go to Bed Bath & Beyond. I don't know. I don't know.
Good news, guys. I was very nervous about it, but I did check my screen. My screen survived.
Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that.
Because that's not really a laptop, right? That's like
that's an iPad.
An iPad with the case.
With the case on it.
Go to altitudesportsradio.com/DMAC delivers. Zach Stevens from DNVR covering the Broncos out at the George Paton, Sean Payton presser. Biggest takeaways there, Zach. What you got?
Oh, so it's all about the Broncos are going to do everything they can to trade up for a quarterback. One of the most interesting things when you take a step back over the last few months is Sean Payton has not tried to sell us on Jarrett Stidham like he did last year. Remember when they made that change for Russ, benching Russ, putting Jarrett in? It was he really believes in him. It wasn't about Russ. It was about Jarrett and what he brings. He has not tried to sell us on that idea of Jarrett Stidham, and I'm happy he has it. And in fact, today he said, when asked about if the Broncos need a quarterback, he said, you would say it sure looks like we have a quarterback, but it's got to be the right one. So I think the Broncos' plan is they're in love with a couple of quarterbacks in this draft, and they are going to trade up in order to get it. In fact, George Paton, who we know does not like to use future draft capital, today said if there is a right quarterback then who's going to change the landscape of your team, then you do whatever you have to. When he was asked about trading for future first-round picks, and we know Sean Payton has traded up in his time with the Saints more than anyone in the NFL. So that's my biggest takeaway from this is it's a quarterback, and it's going to be a trade up for one.
Woo! I love it. I love it.
Well, it's one thing to say, okay, we want to move up, and then you got to live within reality, right? You got to use the ammunition that you've got. So realistically, Zach, how high do you think they can actually go within the ammo that they've got?
How much do they want to give up? I'm sure George is saying, how about a future second and third round pick?
Mm-hmm.
And Sean's probably saying, let's give up the farm for this. And when you look, actually, it's interesting today, the Broncos pretty much say that they're open to trading up for the right guy, but then you have the Patriots at 3 who say they're open for doing business. And then really the interesting one, maybe the more realistic one, is the Giants at 6. Who say that they're also open for business. And that might, if you look at the trade value charts, that might not cost the Broncos a future first-round pick. Now, what makes it tricky is with the Vikings sitting there one spot ahead of you, they have that additional first-round pick. They clearly want to move up for a quarterback. That could drive that price for number 6 up to, let's say, a future first-round pick. But you might only be sending one future first-round pick up to get your quarterback. The thing that makes it really tough when you talk about trading up is it does appear that there are teams willing to move down, which is the number one thing that you have to have. But what makes it really tough is at 5 with the Chargers sitting there. They're not going to do business with you in order for you to go get your quarterback of the future. And that's where the Vikings have a major advantage. Is they could do business at 4, 5, 6, where the Broncos are a little limited with the Chargers there.
Harbaugh might trade up with you and let you take it if he knows J.J. Harbaugh or J.J. McCarthy's going to be a bust and everything he's saying has been a lie. And they go, I got him. I fooled him. They're going to take McCarthy.
Yeah, maybe you give him some sort of appendage for his RV that he's living there in the parking lot.
Exactly.
And just, he'll be good with anything, Zach.
Who was a guy, and I know everything's shaking up now. And so we saw a thing the other day where even May dropped all the way down, either late one or something like that.
Whoa.
Who's the guy, in your opinion, that'd be worth selling the farm to go to 3 or 6 or whatever it might be? Who is that guy to you?
In my opinion, it's Jaden Daniels. Now, I think he's going to be gone at 2, but if Jaden Daniels is there at 3 and the Patriots are crazy enough to let him go, I think I would do whatever it takes to go and get him. And you know what? I think that's a guy that Sean Payton would really like as well, because first, he can win from the pocket. He's smart, a quick processor, but then he has that extra juice to him as well. So if for some reason he's there at 3, I don't think he's going to be. That's the guy that I would go all out for. And then I think the other guy that I really like, and I also think that Sean Payton really likes, is J.J. McCarthy. I think those are the 2 guys that Sean would be willing to make a move for. Now, what's interesting over the past week or 2 is J.J.'s lost a little bit of steam. Look, he went from maybe a first-round pick to maybe a top 3 pick. Now some people are believing that maybe he ends up sliding all the way to 12. I don't think the Broncos are going to let that happen, though, because I think if he's there at 6, still there at 8, they're going to make a move up in order to get him. It is so rare that a head coach comes out a week before the draft and identifies his own team as a team that needs a quarterback. And Sean Payton did that 2 times today, which, unless he's really trying to put some smoke out there, which certainly does happen at these press conferences, but I don't believe it. I think if he wanted to, he would have put all the faith behind Jarrett Stidham to try to say the Broncos don't need a quarterback, and he didn't do that at all.
So here's the big question. Would they be willing to trade Pat Surtain to get that guy? I mean, that's the bottom line, isn't it, Zach?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's your biggest trade chip if you're talking non-future first-round picks. And George Payton and Sean Payton have each said the last 2 times that we talked to him, if you find that guy at quarterback, you do whatever you have to get him. And so that does tell me that he would be on the table in that sort of circumstance. And so the Cardinals at 4 would be a very interesting piece. Would they take number 12 and Pat Surtain, and that's it? It's just going to come down to preference. But that is something that the Minnesota Vikings don't have, assuming they're not willing to move on from Justin Jefferson. Pat Surtain would be more valuable in a trade than anyone the Vikings have outside of Justin Jefferson. I don't think they're trading him.
Zach Stevens from DNVR. Thank you, Zach. Great job. We appreciate it.
Appreciate you having me on, fellas.
Woo!
See you, buddy.
Ooh, I got some chills.
See, aren't you glad you got your Fangio wardrobe
I
on?
sure am, man. Oh, my God. If they did that. The whole thing, you got to love them. Okay. Now we know they love them.
Let me ask you something, though.
Yeah.
You refused to answer the question before on whether it was conservative or not, but I know you didn't answer it because it was impossible to say it was conservative. If that was dumb, is it not dumb to mortgage the future again and try the exact same thing?
I see what you're saying. I just view it differently. I view going after a future quarterback in the first round differently than Russ, who had a lot of
mileage
on him. Yeah, I just view it as just a totally different situation. So what they're proposing on doing is exactly what I've been advocating for years. Using a veteran, and Stidham's a veteran, bridge quarterback for your young guy and being aggressive to move up. This is exactly what a bunch of teams have done, and the Broncos have never done it. So I would be thrilled because it is saying you do love this guy, and if it doesn't work out, well, bummer.
Here's something I was going to bring up the other day, and it just came to my mind when you said this. And I'll go back to Peyton, Sean Payton in the middle of the year that bothered me. We said, well, it ain't my hump.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't his hump. Past stuff, ain't nobody in that building's hump. It ain't the ownership's hump. It's really not George Payton's hump. As far as saying, well, they've never done this and gone up and done this and got a run. But it's never been their hump. So on one hand, this sounds so callous. We got to let the past go.
Mm-hmm.
We got to let the past go and let this regime kind of do what it is. Now, we can judge it step by step and not like it.
Yeah.
Or really like it.
Yeah.
We got to let it go because guess what? All this stuff, basically, we can even start from this year because I don't even count last year the ownership group being an owner. I think they were just in and
I agree.
They had no idea what's going on. Yeah. I think Pinner knows now.
And he knows a lot better now.
Yeah, I think he knows now. So starting this year, guess what it becomes? It's now their hump.
Yeah, it's a totally fair point. It's a good point. And to ask a new regime to be responsible or to do different things than the previous regime is totally unfair and irresponsible, quite frankly, because every year's got its own story and every year's got its own draft class and everybody's got their own evaluations, right? And so if Sean Payton were living via the past for his decisions now, it would just lead to entirely irresponsible decisions.
I'll tell you this. I've been defending the relationship between Sean Payton and George Payton. If they were to trade Pat Surtain, I would feel George Payton is soon to be out the door. I think George Payton would rather cut off a finger than trade Pat Surtain, and it would show, not that there's any doubt about it, that Sean Payton is truly in charge, but I would guess that George Payton would fight that at every turn. So it still would stun me if it were to happen. Mm-hmm. Because I do understand Pat Surtain is a very, very, very good player. I get it.
We didn't get to hear the entire presser like Zach did, and we'll get caught up throughout the rest of the show here on some more clips here. But I have yet to get the same vibe that Zach had there of wow, these guys are all in on moving up. I'm not quite sure where that's coming from.
Well, he's reading between the lines.
I get it. They need a quarterback, and that's a fact. I mean, you went into the offseason with Jarrett Stidham, and that's it. You came out of the offseason with Jarrett Stidham, and that's it. So you got to get a quarterback. There's no question. I'm just not quite sure where the narrative of they're willing to sell the farm to go get him is coming from.
It's tricky because all these things you have to read between the lines. Nobody comes out and says, but you have to use, sort of past examples and past press conferences. And Zach's been there. He's been there for years, frankly. And so he's heard a lot of the rhetoric, and that's his evaluation of it. I love it. And we'd have to go back and listen to some things. And Dan, maybe we can do that as the show progresses. But we do have Vic Lombardi, who is such a nervous Nelly.
Call in again?
Or
do we call him?
He's at the Nuggets right now.
Oh, good. We'll get a little report.
We're getting a little report and a kumbaya between you and Vic.
Oh, cool.
Because Vic thinks you and him are on the same page.
Close.
Okay.
I don't panic.
Oh, Vic is. I don't know if panic's the right word.
Is there anything I can control about it?
We'll talk to Vic about it next. All right. Vic Lombardi is fresh from Nuggets practice, so I'm glad that we can get a report on that, Vic. And also, I think I heard you calling for Scott Hastings this morning on your show, like to support you in your pit of misery about what's coming up here with the Lakers, Vic.
I need all the support I can get, first of all,
Yeah.
D-Mac. Secondly, this is the second time I've been on this show this week. Are we changing it to PhD and D? Is this what we're doing at this point?
PHVD.
Well, Vic, we assumed if we had you on, they would promo the show. So that
we're trying to get some promos.
Well,
man.
we were trying to avoid the renaming the show to STD.
Yeah.
So, but PHVD is not too bad.
PHVD.
You're so bitter. You're so bitter. I could just feel the bitterness come out.
So what's going on with you this morning? I didn't get to hear you guys.
What I said this morning, Scooter, I heard the promo where you're saying, listen, I'm wearing my player hat, and you got to beware of the opposition. And, again, I'm going to echo the same thing I say on my show. You give your opponent, no matter who it is, and especially this team, all the respect in the world. You lick them up and down, and you tell them how good they are. You never say anything to assume victory before the game. That's the way I treat every opposition that comes through town, and that's certainly how I treat the Lakers. Am I wary of playing the Lakers as a Nuggets fan? You're damn right I am. I have history to tell me so. I don't care what happened last year. What happened last year has no impact on this year. None. Zero. It might psychologically. It might. And if the Nuggets come out early and show them who's boss, sure, that's going to have an impact. But before game one, what happened a season ago bears nothing on what happens this season. That's my attitude.
And just like last year, there was nothing the previous 7 years that they knocked you out of the play. That didn't matter either. But it is a history lesson, and it goes into play. You just said this, Vic, about kissing up the opponent. You know, I just realized that you and I have something in common that I've never put two and two together. We both were in college with Lou Holtz there as the head coach, who was the king of whoever opponent you played, of buttering up. You were playing the greatest team in college football that week, whether it was Michigan or it was Northwest Louisiana at Baton Rouge. You were playing the best team in college, right?
Maybe that's why we're infected by that bug. I mean, I think it emanates from that. The origin is Lou Holtz.
Yes.
He sort of made it known that it doesn't matter who you play, you give them all the respect in the world. Let me ask you something, guys. For those of you who think it's just they're going to get by the Lakers, quit worrying. What good does it do to think that way exactly? What good does it do? What role does that play in the outcome of a series when you assume things like that? I never assume anything. I don't assume right now I'm driving hands-free talking through my Bluetooth. I don't assume that I'm going to get to my mom and dad's for lunch. You hope you do. You hope you do without any incident, but you never assume anything. That's the way I live. I'm fatalistic.
Okay. Well, is that why Brett and Moshe are being so mean to you?
Yeah, because they don't live that way. The rest of you people live like you're going to be do something. You're not do anything. You got to get there, brother. You got to earn it. You got to earn the 7-game series over the Lakers.
Okay.
Nobody's giving it to you.
I got you. But if they're that good, you got to beat them at some point anyways, right? So what's the difference between the first round and later?
But what do you mean they're not good? You just said something. Hey, Hastings, did you hear that throwaway line he just used there before he went
I said if they're
thing?
that good. I didn't say they're not good. I said if they're that good, you got to play them no matter what at some point in the
I'll
playoffs.
say it. They're not that good. They're not that good. You've beat them a million times in a row. They scraped by at the end of the season when nobody cared to get there, and then they had to survive the Pelicans. The only reason they won that game is Zion got hurt in the last 3 minutes.
Wow. Now D-Mac's okay. Now I'm with Team Vic and Scott. I mean that was just disrespectful. I mean that's just like you want to ask for bad things. That's how you ask for bad things.
I mean they're lucky to even be there.
I'm going to disregard that gibberish and move on, and I'm going to give you two reasons. Why you should be confident, Hastings. You and I should be confident. Here's what I learned today at practice. Two things. Number one, when the Nuggets had their watch party at Joker's house, you get a sense that they were rooting for New Orleans because whatever. Two people in that room wanted the Lakers, and I mean wanted the Lakers, and those two people mattered most. Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray. They want to
okay.
play the Lakers.
All right.
So that's number one. And that makes you feel good because they love to elevate their game at this time of year, and that's what Jamal does best. Number two, and I think Michael Malone hit on this, in the playoffs, the game gets more physical and there's less running. There's less fast breaking. It's a physical half-court game. There's one thing the Lakers do well. They run. Man, LeBron, even at his tender age, they run. They get out in transition. Well, that opportunity is cut in half come playoff time. Advantage Nuggets. The other thing about the playoffs, it's much more physical. Again, advantage Nuggets. If it's a more physical half-court game, this is a team that lives in that arena, and that made me feel more at ease today.
Here's a couple things. One, New Orleans is a much more physical team than the Lakers are, and that's probably why Jamal and Jamal and Joker know that. They're just going to hammer you. And listen, they'll try to hammer Nikola Jokic, and they'll put bigger guys on Murray to try to see what you can do. The reason you want to play the Lakers, if you got, as Tyler said, later anyway, is because they are also an older team, and the longer you can stretch them out, you know, by the time the Lakers got to Denver last year, go back to those second halves. They were dead in second halves, especially in Game 4. So this one, and again, they play Sunday, Monday, and then not again till Thursday. You're getting them 3 whole days to get them legs back underneath you, and then Thursday, Saturday, and then you got 3 more days. So they'll stretch it out, and for an older team, you don't want them to have rest.
Yeah.
So that's why I'd rather get them in the second or third round.
Are the Nuggets going to beat the Lakers, Vic?
Yes, the Nuggets are going to win this series, and I predict it's going to go 6 games. I think it's going to be a 6-game series, and it's going to be a little too close for comfort at times, but I don't see the Nuggets losing the series barring something crazy happening, obviously an injury. Or the only thing that can make – I think Game 1 is so vital. I really do. I think Game 1, you send the message, you let them know who's boss, and that Game 1 to me, if you lose Game 1, you give them confidence, and that's the last thing you want to do.
Yeah, I said this the other day. I think 1 and 2, but 1 in particular. Yeah, you that. This is the biggest Game 1. I picked them to win 2, but Vic, I said it'll be 7.
Well, I wouldn't dispute that. Anybody who's predicting a sweep, I don't know what planet you guys are from.
Well, but Vic, who's predicting a sweep?
Well, come on. There are people that are saying this is going to be an easy series. I mean, for crying out loud, you just called the Lakers a bad team. I mean, that's all I need. When I hear stuff like that, of course, I always come from a space. If the Nuggets were playing the Washington Wizards in the first round, I'd still be scared or nervous. That's just the way I operate. I get it.
I know.
Lou
I know what's going on. The real thing, because I heard it this morning.
Hey, ready for this, Vic? I used to be able to do it. I don't know if I can still. Vic, I tell you, these guys are going to come in here. They're going to rock you. They're going to play as hard as they can.
Higher pitch.
They're going to play as high as they can. They're going to come in there.
Higher.
I'm telling you, Louisiana, they know how to play football down them places.
All right, Vic, what's ticking you off, I know, is the Spurs loss. That's what's making you the most upset. I know. I heard you say it.
Well, yeah, it ticks me off because they knew the importance of that game, and they still somehow lost it. They were up by 23. I mean, Scott was there. Everybody in that locker room knew they had to win that game. It wasn't one of those, let's just screw it. No, they knew they had to win, and somehow they still lost. That worries me.
Let me ask this. Of the first 4 seeds, how many of the first 4 seeds lose in the first round?
Ooh.
I could see 2.
Yeah.
I could see 2. I mean, listen, you think that the LA Clippers enjoy having to play Dallas? That's been red hot. You think that the Minnesota Timberwolves, who have been owned by Phoenix this year, owned? I mean, there's losing and there's getting owned. You think they want to play Phoenix in the first round? This could be crazy in the Western Conference, Scott. That's a great point. Those top 4 seeds in the Western Conference, outside of the Nuggets, who I think the Nuggets will win. I really believe that. I'm scared, but I still think the Nuggets will win. I think it could be a topsy-turvy opening round in the Western Conference.
All right, Vic.
How are you gonna make it up to the city when the crowd starts chanting "Who's your daddy" in Game 1, and then that comes back to bite them? How you gonna make it up to everybody?
All right, for that reason, I'm never coming on this show again. There's reasons why I don't want to join this show, and that's the reason right there.
All right, I guess reality hurts. I don't know what to say. I mean, look, you got to have a plan. You got to have a plan.
It's been fun while we've had you.
I don't need that on my conscience. I don't need to carry that anvil around with me. So you take that back and restart, all right?
I can't take it. Hey, your conscience is your conscience, pal.
All right.
Well, that's why I talk my trash after the fact, Tyler. Remember that. Hey, if the Nuggets dispose of the Lakers, as I know they are, you don't think I'm going to talk a little? You damn right I am, brother. Just wait.
Vic, are you soft?
Very. Yeah, I'm a mama's boy. I'm going to my mom's to eat lunch right now.
We'll talk to you later. Thank you, Vic.
Give her a hug for me.
All right. There
See
you
you, buddy.
go. Our own Vic Lombardi. Altitude Authentics has everything you want for the Avs 2024 playoff run. I'll be delivering a bag to 5 lucky winners. Go to altitudesportsradio.com/DMAC delivers for your chance to get personal delivery tomorrow. That's altitudesportsradio.com/DMAC delivers. No dumb questions.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions. With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
First show?
Yeah, I was gonna.
I did the same thing, by the way. That definitely felt like he was tossing the break.
When he throws like that, because he always does those cute little throws.
Yeah.
How cute. DMAC delivers. I'm like, okay, it's over. Oh, we got 2 whole minutes for this. No dumb question. No dumb question.
Yeah.
If the Nuggets lose in the first round, is it Vic's fault?
Oh, clearly.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, my God, it's not even close.
I mean, legitimately, if they start chanting, please don't do it. Please do not chant "Who's your daddy" until it's an elimination game and until that game is in hand. But if that happens, 100%. I mean, go egg his house. I don't TP his house, egg his house, do whatever you got to do.
Dude, if they're up by 15 with, say, 40 seconds to go, that chant is going to be so loud on Saturday night. It's going to be ridiculous. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
No, that's a mistake. Don't do that.
It might be a mistake, but what, are you going to stop? Listen, I'll tell you something, man. The Nuggets crowd, the Avs crowd's great too. The Nuggets crowd and the way they're into the games is unbelievable. The "Who's your daddy" chant is without a doubt the most favorite chant of the year.
Yeah.
It's been incredible there.
People can do dumb things and be excited by it.
Up by 15, 40 seconds ago, it's going to be "Who's your daddy?" Unbelievably loud. I don't think it's going to start organically until it gets to a point like that, because it wouldn't make sense. But if it gets there, Scott, it's going to be awesome.
You just hope it doesn't go over the other place. All right, forget about longevity and lives and death, but you could be this person, but you're still alive. You get to be you. Who would you rather be? Bruce Lee, Muhammad Ali, who's my third one, or Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Oh, man. That's a tricky question. Are you...
You're still alive.
But like what?
You're not dealing with the.
You got all the skill set. You
consequences.
have the skill set of what those men brought.
And we're in our
the
prime.
World. Yeah, in your prime.
And you don't know about any brain damage. Don't worry about any of that. That can't
You're not
happen
worried about
you.
Parkinson's. You're not worried about, the mafia in China killing you.
So in your prime. So what? Let's just define whose prime was when. When was Bruce Lee's prime?
Oh, geez, probably
70s movie star?
70s, yeah.
70s movie star.
Yeah.
Schwarzenegger's prime.
Probably 80s, early 90s.
I'm taking Arnold. He's the
prime
richest.
bodybuilder in the 70s.
So you're going his prime was movie star, not bodybuilder.
Well, bodybuilders were 70s.
Okay.
70 came back.
Okay.
Oh, you don't get to have the movie star also?
Yeah, why not? You're
Yeah.
him.
No.
I think his prime is movie star, not bodybuilder. It was awesome being bodybuilder, but
his prime bodybuilder got him movie star.
I get it, but his life was way better when he was a movie star, not a bodybuilder.
Well,
I don't
it
know.
still is. I mean, he's still making movies.
He made Lou his you know what.
Yep.
Muhammad Ali's prime.
From 60 to 80 something.
But, during Muhammad Ali's prime, he had to deal with a lot of societal issues.
Wasn't afraid. Stood up, right? Whether you
He
agree
did,
with it or not.
but
stood
it
up, owned it.
It wasn't easy.
But I'm talking about the skills.
I'm taking Bruce Lee. If you're talking pure skills, there is no human being that could beat Bruce Lee on the street and take that dude down. Now, even like Muhammad, like I get it. I'm not knocking the dude. But what if he just gets matched up with some 300-pounder that all he does is tackle him and sit on him, right? Bruce Lee's got to find a way to chokehold that dude, get out of it. I mean, there's no way to take down Bruce Lee.
Nunchucks.
I don't know, man. If you're just talking skill, it's hard to not want to be just the world's biggest movie star. Your life is plush. You want nothing. You're getting paid high money. There's no pressure.
But what did you really accomplish?
I don't know, man. Your life is pretty sweet.
I know Arnold had the biggest muscles in the world, but even that, like,
seven-time Mr. Olympia.
Is that as cool of an accomplishment as either Bruce Lee and Muhammad?
It's a hard thing to get to. The world's biggest movie star. No. I'm not talking
about the movie star part. I'm talking about Mr. Olympia.
Yeah, that's really tough too, man. I don't know. It's a tricky one. The person I respect,
but he's rolling around 70s. He's in the 70s in his prime with that body in L.A.
Yeah.
The person character-wise that I would be Muhammad Ali, but you pointed out all the other things that happened because of that. And Arnold just is a superstar to this day. Like, out of those three guys, Arnold's got the best life, I think.
And he became a politician.
And he won that.
Yeah.
I don't know. But if you
who was a better politician, Jesse the Body or Arnold?
Oh, my Lord.
Who accomplished more as a politician?
Well, they were both governors.
Yeah, I don't know what happened in Minnesota politics. I have no clue.
You don't?
I really don't.
Didn't Jesse run for president or something?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't.
So, real fast, just looked it up. Bruce Lee, and he died at 32, right? Early 70s.
I didn't know he was that young. Was he really that young?
Even at that time, he was worth $10 million. He said that would equate to now to over $100 million.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. But
okay.
What do you think Arnold is?
Somebody on the text line says Bruce Lee was a glorified choreography dancer whose fighting skills were not practical at all.
No,
Stop.
that's wrong.
Those fighting skills are by far the most practical of those three guys.
He started a whole new art, and he actually would go to competitions and take the best fighters and challenge them and beat them. So, I mean, it was attainable. Go back. There's a great documentary. It shows some black and white film of him taking his dude. This karate guy was like big time, and he was talk trash, called Bruce out. Bruce came out there and just he smoked.
Of those three guys, though, who will last? Who will have a more lasting impact through time?
Well, impact's a tough word. Like
Bruce Lee.
I don't think so.
Probably
They're
Muhammad.
still making movies. Have you seen, guys, the series on Netflix now, started Cinemax, called Warrior? And it's attributed to a Bruce Lee book. And they're still putting stuff out of Bruce, and they're doing stuff in the movie where they go.
But if you think about impact, like the cultural impact that Muhammad had, all that, I don't know. That's going to be tough to beat.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Muhammad Ali. But, man, what you had to do to achieve that is difficult. It's not easy. And the later years of Muhammad were really difficult.
Who wins in a fight, Bruce Lee or Muhammad?
Muhammad Ali, relatively.
No.
What kind of fight is it?
No, it's a street brawl. They got in a bar fight.
Probably Bruce Lee, I guess.
Yeah.
Although Muhammad can't take a punch, but especially if Bruce can reach back and get his
He'll
nunchucks.
choke him out.
I mean,
Bruce get his nunchucks and then watch out.
Yeah, Muhammad can take a punch.
You can use weapons.
But can he take a 360 roundhouse kick to the face?
Probably not. No, I mean, the ability to kick somebody in the head probably trumps a boxing match. And what's Arnold going to do? Arnold's going to be klutzy and just...
Arnold would get crushed.
He wouldn't do anything. He'd have to be the
Arnold
Terminator.
would be over the sideline with about three bikini models.
Yeah,
yeah. You guys have fun.
Wow, you're on fire. Lou Holtz, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Who can't you do?
I used to be better.
I mean,
I used to be better.
That doesn't surprise me. Grizz out with the abs coming up next. All right, hey, it's D-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and suffering from erectile dysfunction is a downer, literal downer. And they want to rise you up at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and they can. And they have for years and years. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour longer. The stories of what's happened inside of their offices are amazing. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. This is tens of thousands of men. So if you're suffering from ED, let's turn your life around. Schedule a consult today. The visit, $99. A medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider with a T and a PSA test. And if medically advised, a test dose. Listen, if the test dose doesn't work in your office, the visit is free. They've got an expert staff. And if you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. 5 locations: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Come on now. Give them a call. Just find out. 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. George Payton and Sean Payton spoke today. We're going to hear from them in just a little bit. I'm wearing some of the gear that we're giving away tomorrow for the Avs 2024 playoff run. Look at this snippy hat. Snazzy. 5 lucky winners. Head over to altitudesportsradio.com. This is all courtesy of Altitude Authentics. We got t-shirts and banners and hats and all sorts of cool stuff. Dems is doing this for the Nuggets today. We're doing it tomorrow. So just go to altitudesportsradio.com/DMAC delivers. On the Avalanche front, Josh Grismer was out there at the skate today. I know it was an optional, but what Jared Bednar have to say about what's going on there?
Yeah, big news today. No one is sitting this game out.
Wow.
No one's sitting it out. Everybody that is the normal players will be playing tonight, and a Noonan is in net.
Okay. Well, are they calling anybody up? Is Kovalenko coming up? Nobody?
I don't believe so. I don't
Really?
believe he said everybody that is scheduled to play tonight that has been playing will play tonight.
So is this like a, hey, boys, we got to figure this thing out, so everybody's playing? Is this like almost a punishment? Like, why? In what world does it make sense that they would be playing?
No, Bednar said he talked with the players. He said, I gave them the option, and they said, because he goes, this is the longest time they've had off the entire season. And he goes, the boys get out of rhythm if they have too many days off. They all wanted to play.
Well, they may catch a break on that, and here's why. Edmonton played Arizona, who said goodbye to Arizona yesterday. They're all skating around the college hockey rink at Mullet Arena saying, we're going to Utah, see you later. And they lost 5-2. Edmonton did. And they played everybody, too, and rotated their lines. They got nothing to play for. So you know what you're probably going to see tonight? No hitting. We're going to take it easy. My guess is that everybody's going to know what's on the line. If you score, you score. If you don't, you don't. Nobody really cares. So my guess, it's not going to be the most physical sort of game. So it probably is okay to play unless something bad luck happens.
I mean, yeah, it's always the risk that you take when you are playing a contact game. But I agree with you. I think it's going to be a very similar thing like that. Just get through this game.
I do find it interesting Georgie's not playing, though. If you're starting everybody else, why not?
Because you get out of rhythm. You got to have your backup guy get a little rhythm.
But you haven't played since Saturday, man. I mean, like, I actually kind of don't get it.
It's just one of those things. I mean, he wants probably to get a good look at Annunen just in case. I mean, look, the when the Avs won the cup, who'd they go to?
No, I think that is what's going on.
They had to go to Francouz for a large part of that.
I think they are trying to take a peek here. What do we got here?
Yeah.
Because why wouldn't Georgie just be playing if everybody else is playing?
That's a very good question.
We're going to give him that much time off between games? You guys feel good with that?
It's looking like the Avs will start Sunday, though. So Georgie will be in net.
Oh, where are you hearing that?
It's looking like, I mean, you're just hearing it from all over Twitter now. It looks like there'll be an earlier game on Sunday. That was the talk of the town while we were there with all the other media members.
It'll be like Sunday, Tuesday, or Sunday, Wednesday?
Sunday, Tuesday.
Yeah, but then is it going to be Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday? Or is it Sunday, Tuesday, Friday?
Well, I'm not sure if they'll have 2 travel days in between or what. I'm not sure.
Yeah. What are they going to do there in the NHL? Because you realize what could happen if it's Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday.
Could get very clogged in Denver.
I know these leagues don't care about another league more than they care about themselves, but isn't it a little bit of self-preservation to make sure that you don't have crossover? Isn't that self-preservation? You want as many eyeballs as you possibly can on your own team, on your own game?
I would hope so.
No, because you got morons. You got guys like Darren who watch on his phone, his laptop, his computer, and his television.
Well, don't be ripping on Fubo.
You know what?
I'm not ripping on Fubo.
You kind of were right there.
Darren's the only one I know that does that, though. I don't know. I don't have any real-life friends that actually do what he does.
It's awesome, man. I'm not going to lie. They really should pay me. The fact that I'm not getting anything is ridiculous.
If you got 2 drummers in the band, you don't have a drummer, right? If you're watching 3 games at the same time, you're not watching anything.
Yeah, but it's the same night as the first round of the NFL draft. I mean, that is a crowded night.
Then why don't you just record that?
I'm going to watch it because unless I'm in Los Angeles, well, I don't know, but I'll be at the Avs game.
Well, the draft is a very easy one to have on in the background. That one you could super easily have on.
I don't know, man.
Well, why don't you just record it? Because then those picks you don't care about, and it's like the guys are droning. Well, they could take, and it's like taking the whole 12 minutes. You're like,
I mean, if you're keeping it real. there really is no reason why you have to watch the draft. I mean, if there's ever been an event that you can catch up on just fine, 30 seconds on delay,
oh my Lord,
the NFL draft is the one.
You're hurting my soul right now. The first round.
I agree 100%.
Oh my Lord.
I mean, all you're doing is waiting for a name to come across the board.
It's the
unless
best.
you got to see the hug.
It's like Christmas Day, man, for sports. It's
not sports, for football.
Sure.
It's one of my favorite days of the year.
I think it's overrated and stupid. I think all drafts are.
Well, America would disagree with you, Scott.
But that's fine. Again, my opinion. A lot of people can watch, but listen, there ain't no idiots running around the country right now.
I'll tell you this, man. If the NHL has a brain in their head, they'll just take Thursday off. The NBA is different. But if the NHL wants the most eyeballs on their product, just don't schedule anything on Thursday.
Hey, by the way, when you're watching the NFL draft, do you have Twitter pulled up?
No, I do not.
Okay, because I was going to say, don't even watch the draft if you got Twitter pulled up, because you're going to find out before the pick anyways.
Well, I've been lucky over the years to basically host first-round draft coverage for the past 15 years. So, and hopefully that proud tradition will continue. Having Twitter go.
So how are you going to host a Thursday draft from the station if you're going to be at the Avs game?
Well, when I'm not. I wouldn't be at the Avs game.
So draft takes precedent over a playoff game.
Sorry, it would have to. Okay, what's more important? Who the Broncos selected 12 or Game 3 of the first round of the Avalanche?
Depends what the series is. If it's 0-2, Game 3.
The audience numbers would tell you the draft is more important.
Well, because nobody in New Jersey gives a flip about the Avalanche playing.
I don't care what city
do you think in Denver that the draft will outdo the Avalanche game?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I don't even think it'll be close.
If it's heads up, the puck drops at 7 o'clock, and we're narrowing down on the Broncos pick.
Yeah,
are you kidding me?
Then I think it's the dumbest. People are dumber than I realize.
Well, that's fine. There's a lot of dumb people. Sure,
no, there ain't no doubt about that. People are stupid.
Wait.
I think you've been riding with me on that one.
Well, I mean, people are just idiots. I mean, there's
like the long riders right there. We give it over their jackets.
I'm happy to be part of that.
Thank you.
Stupidity. All right, any other notes there, Grizz, from the Avs? That's good. Gabe, nothing?
No, the injured players.
Gerard,
they're
all
injured.
right.
Sammy G is still in concussion protocol.
Dude, it's been a long time.
He got
It's
hit
been over
hard.
a week,
I mean, did you see that replay? He did not see that thing coming at all, and it was friendly fire. I mean,
Friendly
you definitely
fire,
don't see that
smaller
coming.
Yep.
Yeah.
Smaller guy.
You got to get that in every single time you can.
Smaller guy. He's built like a bull.
If he was bigger, would the concussion not hurt as much, Scott?
You know what's funny about that,
Might
though?
not have hit him in the head.
You know what's funny about you saying that is Miko was in concussion protocol last week, and we talked to Miko the other day once he was back, and he goes, the reason it wasn't as bad is because he has a huge head, and he's like, I got more room in there to bounce around. That's what he said.
Well, he's got science.
Science.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, science.
All right, thanks, Chris. We'll hear from the Paytons coming up next. It is DMAC for the Mike Maroney Automotive Group. I want you to visit Mike Maroney GMC in Boulder. I want you to see him at Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont. Listen, check out my pals at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. And this is where you can get the biggest discount and lowest payment on a Ford, Chevy, or GMC. It's Mike Maroney. Right now, you can get discounts up to $10,000 off, $10,000 off. Interest-free financing as low as 0% APR for 72 months. These are amazing deals. And with over 1,000 new and used cars, trucks, and SUVs, you're going to find the right vehicle at the right price at MikeMaroneyColorado.com. That's MikeMaroneyColorado.com. And as always, when you buy any vehicle from Mike Maroney, you'll get free delivery anywhere in Colorado and their money-back guarantee for your peace of mind. Again, that's MikeMaroneyColorado.com. Get all the details online in Boulder, Longmont, and Mike Maroney. You got it at MikeMaroneyColorado.com.
do we have to draft a quarterback? You'd say, man, it sure looks like we have to draft a quarterback, and yet it's got to be the right fit, the right one. And if we had the tip sheets as to who everyone else was taking, it'd be easier to answer that question. And so that's the puzzle here.
What you don't want to do, Mike, is force it, and
don't force it.
We'll be in this position next year and the years after. So you want to get the right player at 12. Our first pick, we got to hit on, whether it's a quarterback, whether it's a tackle, receiver, you name it. We need to get an impact player.
Don't force it.
Did he just give something away, whether it's a tackle,
yes,
or a wide receiver? Did he give
what
something away?
you heard there is George Payton being George Payton and Sean Payton being Sean Payton. And George Payton is the sky is fallen, the worry wart, that guy. Thank God for Sean Payton.
What did Sean say?
Sean said basically we have to draft a quarterback. That's what he
did.
You can play it again. Go ahead, play it again there, Dan.
Do we have to draft a quarterback? You'd say, man, it sure looks like we have to draft a quarterback.
There you go.
You'd say.
Yeah, that's him saying.
Him saying.
He's saying.
You'd say.
We'd
have to.
Read between the lines.
But in essence, we really don't have to.
I agree with Scott.
That's not what he's saying.
I agree with Scott. I really do.
And now I know why you won't listen to me. Because I'm irrelevant.
Huh?
I'm irrelevant.
Why are you irrelevant?
Well, we got this big board behind us right here. Read that sign that says relevant people over here on the right. It says relevant people. See that? Do you see relevant people?
Yeah. I'm sorry about that, buddy.
Yeah.
That's awkward.
That's a tough one to look at.
Yeah.
But, everybody needs a reality check every now and then,
true.
Scott.
You know what? That's true.
I mean, that's like Tyler at the Employee of the Month meeting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it's tough. Another tough moment.
Yeah.
Sorry, Scott. Keep working.
I will.
Don't quit.
You. Thank you, Darren.
Here is one of the Paytons. I mean, it's Payton and Payton on the uncertainty of the top of the draft with all the quarterback needy teams, Dan.
If we were looking at our draft board and you looked at the screen and you said team needs, there's a handful of teams ahead of us where you'd say quarterback, and then there's a team or two, Minnesota, ourselves, the Raiders. You could argue quarterback, and that's what makes it this year a little interesting. But I think 95%. Every year, 95% of the discussion is on 5% of the draft because it's hard for anyone to say, God, I like this guy in the fourth round. Wait a minute, I can't keep track of that. I got to go to work. I got the first round figured out, for the fan. So I think each year there's years that's stronger in certain positions, and then the team needs to factor into that.
All right,
yeah,
so
he's
we're,
right about that.
We're 2 clips into this, right? And there's 15 on this cut sheet. We're not going to play all 15 of them. But when we had Zach Stevens on earlier, his big takeaway was they're trading up. They're moving up, right? Mm-hmm. And I just asked the question without having heard any of the responses yet. Well, what gave that away? What tea leaves were you reading that said they're going to move up? So I'll be very curious to see as we're going through this. Do we actually hear that? So far I haven't. Now, we've only played 2 clips. But I'll be very curious to find the one that implies, yeah, we're moving up to get a quarterback.
I just think the discussion about quarterbacks, period, and the work they've put into it and the acknowledgement that there's other quarterback-needy teams and here's who they are, to me, that tells me the Broncos are dialed in on a guy. The question is maybe more than one.
Oh, I guarantee you they got a guy they want. That's for sure.
Well, if they got a guy they want, you got to go get him.
But I could counter that, though, also, of being like, okay, there's a lot of teams out there that need quarterbacks, so there's a very realistic world in which we don't get a quarterback because there's so many teams that do need a quarterback.
I guess the tip-off to the needs and what they may do, maybe if you just would to compare this to other press conferences for other teams where they're set. They're not talking about this in Kansas City. They're not.
But they're talking about it in Minnesota. They're talking about it in Vegas. They're talking about it all over the place. The teams that need a quarterback are talking about it.
Well, that's right. And once you admit that you're one of those teams and you need a guy, here we go. If it's up to George Payton, though, he's going to be he doesn't see the difference in the value of the quarterback in other positions. He just sees we need an impact player. He doesn't understand that an impact player at corner is way different than an impact player at quarterback. He just sees it all kind of as the same.
Well, maybe, but I think you're dismissing him entirely there simply because George Paton goes into it with an understanding of what could go wrong. And in the very first cut, he does talk about, man, we got to get it right. Because if we don't get it right, we're going to be sitting here living with this for years and years to come.
But I could juxtapose that with the Bills GM who says, listen, man, you got to take a chance on this one way or another. Because if you don't get it, what good are you? And if it doesn't work out, you're gone either way.
Sure.
What's remarkable about George Paton is he still has a job.
Well, yeah, nobody can explain that.
All right, the value of the quarterback overrules the draft board. Here we go.
I'll give you my 2 cents, and then I think historically speaking, our league has always valued certain positions, quarterback, tackles, corners, pressure players.
Let's go.
And so that factors into the grade. And Belichick was on this podcast the other day, which was kind of interesting because you get a chance to hear him in a different light, and I've gotten to know him over the years, and he said something that was interesting. He's like, look, every one of these teams' boards are different, like dramatically. And then obviously when you move away from one, the margin of difference expands. In other words, as you get closer to one, they're still different. But do we factor in the position they play relative to, yeah. I mean, we're in these group studies in the 5th round, and in the middle of the 5th round, let's say 6 players, and one of them's an edge player, and the other's, tight end or guard. I don't know that there's any such thing as they're equal, but the edge player has more value.
We're going through that now. We're going through all sorts of clusters throughout the draft, and we may have a guy in pod 2, so to speak, who's 1 and another guy who's 7. The other guy may be an edge player. We value him more, So to answer your question, if it's within reason, now you don't want the huge reach, but if they're in similar graded areas, pods, whatever you want to, buckets, and then you take the value position, whether it's quarterback, whether it's edge, whether it's corner, you know what they are, and so they are a premium. You can't reach too much for those guys.
George Paton is a trip, brother. On one hand, he says exactly what the truth is, like you don't value everybody the same, but then he wants to back off by saying you don't want to reach either. He is there to say, are you sure?
Man.
Holy cow, he would drive me nuts if I had to work with that dude.
Dude, if you don't have somebody in there living within reality about the consequences of if you get it wrong, you got a bad room. You got a really bad room.
Okay.
So I actually think it's a good balance. And I do agree with you. Sean Payton's definitely going to be the more aggressive one of the two. And George Paton's going to be the more conservative one of the two. But I think it's a very healthy balance for any room to have somebody that thinks a different way than you think. But what's interesting about those comments is I'm not going to say people that just say BPA in the first round are dumb, but I'll say they're naive. Because I do think BPA, and it was interesting that Sean used the 6th round as his analogy there, because I think 6, like once you get to the rounds 4, 5, 6, that truly does become BPA. Best player available, best grade.
Sure.
But when you're talking about the first round, it's always, and I mean always, going to be best player available at a position of need. So you always have to factor in position of need in the first couple rounds.
Especially when you don't have any talent. I mean, you have no talent. Now, and I'm going to go back to what Tyler said earlier in the show.
Mm-hmm.
It's also who you evaluate and where you evaluate them and how high this evaluation is.
Yes.
And I'm sure part of the grade is because, as Leggy's always said, there's a draft board and then there's a quarterback board. If your guy you're going after, J.J. McCarthy, say that's a guy and that's a reachable, attainable thing, then you have to say, is this worthy of us doing this move? And if you don't think he's good. I don't know if he's special. If he's not special, why are you going up to get him just to get him? And that's my take.
Me too.
Now, if you could tell me he can be here for another 6 or 7 years and you're going to get to the playoffs with this guy, take him. I'm all in.
Like the Josh Allen comparison, I get that, dude. Like, hey, I'm putting my life on the line. If I get this right, I get it right. If I get it wrong, I'm getting fired. But at least with Josh Allen, you're looking at insane measurables. You're looking at a dude with a wicked arm talent. You're looking at a dude who's 6'5" or however tall he is, right? But now if you start trying to take that same draft approach to Bo Nix or to Michael Penix, well, that's just dumb. That you can't go out on the same line, go walk all the way out on that plank to the same depth, the same distance as you would with a guy with insane measurables like Josh Allen.
All right, one last one.
But is Bo Nix closest to Josh Allen in this draft?
No, not even close. Bo Nix has got a peanut of an arm.
No, not Bo. I mean Bo Nix. I mean Penix. Is Penix the closest in this draft to a Josh Allen in the controversy of not going up to 6? Or whatever it was, they could have and taken him there.
Maybe.
Or staying there, I guess.
Maybe, although most people think he's a second rounder.
That's fine. Obviously, some people thought that he was a mid-first rounder too, right?
Yeah.
Or whatever. But is he the closest in evaluation to Josh Allen?
Well, we're about to find out. 1 week. We're going to see how this all plays out. Here's Sean Payton talking about moving up.
The hypothetical relative to what the compensation is it's a lot of times driven by who else is interested. So is George, and he's talked to all these teams in front of us, and obviously depending on how much further you go up, and then it's also if there's someone else doing the same thing, and so that I think George said it best at the very beginning, that certainly is a possibility, and then it's how much you can palate.
These guys are so polite to each other.
We're on the same page.
I bet it's what that sounds like behind the scenes also, because George Payton knows darn well I better stay in my lane.
I totally agree with you.
I'd be shocked if it sounds anything different.
I could just imagine Sean's just like, let's go to happy hour. And George is like,
we need to evaluate a couple more takes.
I don't know. We got to, it's like Sean's lining up the shots and George's just like, maybe we just stick to beer.
Hey, so
it's just like Sean's like, let's go skydiving, and George is just like, indoor skydiving.
It's much more controllable.
Oh, and it's much closer. It's just right on the corner.
It's a much safer decision.
It's safe, but it's still skydiving. It's still skydiving, though. Oh.
Gives you the same feeling.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Does it give you the same feeling?
No.
I mean, once you jump out the plane, if anybody's just sky.
Because the main feeling of skydiving is the dropping of the gravity, right? And you don't get that in the indoor because it just floats you straight up.
Well, but then you can come down. But I'm just saying, you also in skydiving, I mean, the testes are going up inside until that parachute comes
That's
out.
Right. That's the real factor. Is this thing going to come out or not?
Yeah.
I just imagine Sean is like, let's do something. And George is like, yeah, let's do that, but kind of in a different way.
Yeah. Hey, let's go climb. Let's go mountain climb a 14er. Hey, they got a rock wall over here.
That's right. That's right.
Got a rock wall down on Broadway.
It's way safer, and it's really exciting.
Yeah.
Let's go north of Hampton.
Ooh, I don't know. I don't know.
That's
Lone Tree's pretty cool.
Yep, it sure is.
Let's get a tattoo.
Hey. Ooh, temporary.
Hey, yeah.
We could get it permanent later.
Yeah.
Nobody will know the difference. George is that guy. We probably all have somebody in our lives that is like that. Everybody's got the guy who wants to go crazy, and then there's wait a second, guy. You're probably right. You probably need a good sense of balance in all of it, and at least you have an ownership now who can sort of navigate the two where you didn't have that in the past.
The owner, listen, you don't want necessarily over-oppressive owner, but you got an owner that's in the meetings and hopefully is in every one of these meetings when they're evaluating talent.
He is.
And needs to say, hey, if it gets crazy, hey, this ain't accomplishing nothing. Settle down.
Yeah.
Let's listen to everybody.
Yeah.
And you know what? Greg Penner's been in those meetings. He's been an executive. He's been in things like that in his past. He gets it. That's where he brings experience to it because he's run other companies. It hasn't just been this. So while his football acumen is building, his business acumen is off the charts.
Right.
And he knows where the buck stops.
I got a question for
he
you.
Writes the
I got
checks.
a question for you later.
Okay.
But I want to know specifically, how much are you willing to give up for each of these guys? And if you say it's the same for all of them, now I'm going to roll my eyes. So I would put you on the spot. How much are you willing to give up for Penix, for Bo Nix, for J.J. McCarthy?
We can dig into that with Let's Football Go coming up next. If you go to SOTA Weight Loss, SOTA weightloss.com, you should read the more than 8,700 Google reviews with thousands of amazing before and after photos. And I'm lucky to be one of the after photos at this point. I'm in the maintenance stage now, losing 40 pounds over the course of 4 months. It wasn't outrageous. Most men lose 3 to 5 pounds a week, and I was right there. 3.12 pounds lost per week. And now I'm settling into like where I can live for the rest of my life. Yeah, we're giving away Avalanche gear from Altitude Authentics tomorrow. You can go to altitudesportsradio.com/DMAC delivers. I'm going to wear that suit from the late 80s. I am. I'm going to put that on. Haven't put that bad boy on in years. So I'm going to be all dressed up. And it feels good to be able to do stuff like that. And it was easy with SOTA Weight Loss. It's at home, at work, on the go, wherever you need it, with great coaching, support, and real help. Over 100% on the phone, and you'll find out how easy it is by going to SOTA Weight Loss. That's SOTA weightloss.com. Say it with me, SOTA Weight Loss, state of the art.
Hey, this is Tyler here for my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, every single car that I bought since my rookie year has been from Phil Long Ford of Denver. And I keep going back because I always have a great experience. I know that car shopping can feel a bit cumbersome at times, but not at Phil Long Ford because they've got the largest inventory in the state of Colorado. Whether you're looking for a used vehicle or a new vehicle, they've got the largest selection and they've got the best deals. And you can check out all those deals online at phillongdenver.com. They've got incredible inventory arriving daily. They've got cars and trucks on the lot for you to choose from, or you can always go online and get exactly what you want. And check out their incredible line of electric cars, pickups, and vans with the latest technology. They've got the largest selection. They've got the best deals. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. And once you buy a car from Phil Long Ford, you will be a customer for life because you will realize that it is an experience that is different than other car dealers in Colorado. Go check them out online at phillongdenver.com and let them know that Tyler sent you on over.
Oh, my God. Good pull, Dan. MountainHighAppliance.com. They're the best. Are you kidding me? Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, Glenwood Springs. Every major appliance line and brand is there at good old MountainHighAppliance.com. Dan Bud Tanner. I don't know if you want to address what Tyler was saying.
Well, we're going to get to that in just a second. But
Okay,
first,
just a
before we
second.
get to Tyler's question, before
Yeah.
the break, let's hear from George Payton.
George!
We heard from Shawnee about moving up, but here's George Payton on if they're willing to give up future assets to move up in the draft.
Okay.
Yeah, I would just say if it's a player you think can change the landscape of your organization moving forward, like a quarterback, then you do whatever you take to get him. And if there's a consensus in the building, a love in the building, you're aggressive and you try to get him. Doesn't mean you're going to get him, but you try. And so we're open to everything. We're wide open.
All right, so there's George Payton. Now, Tyler, I'll let you set up DMAC your question before the break.
Yeah, before I do that, I just like George. Would you speak your mind if you didn't agree with Sean Payton? That'd be a fun question that got asked today, right?
Yeah.
All right, so here's what it comes down to. I agree with a lot of what you say with quarterbacks.
Good.
I agree. Like if you need a quarterback, you got to get a quarterback, but you got to like one, right?
Mhm.
And where we differentiate is that I don't think you can treat a trade for a guy like Josh Allen the same way that you could treat a trade like a guy like Bo Nix. Is there a responsible way that you could even move up Bo Nix? Yeah, probably. But it could be extremely irresponsible to treat it in the same manner as the San Francisco 49ers did for Trey Lance or whatever. So, I mean, of the guys that you like, how much are you willing to give up for J.J. McCarthy? How much are you willing to give up for Bo Nix, for Michael Penix? And is it the same for all of them?
No, it's different because different guys are slotted to go in different spots. So it sort of depends on the situation. But if you ask me, J.J. McCarthy, who consensus says is going to be a top 5 pick, I'd give up Pat Surtain in a first rounder next year. If it's Bo Nix, it doesn't seem necessary to move up that high, but I would still be a little aggressive. And most likely I would look at 9 with the Bears or, I don't know. It seems like the Titans are going to stick at 7 and take Joe Alt. But what
are
are
you
the
willing
Chargers
to give up
going
Pat
to do?
Surtain to go get Bo Nix?
To 9, I don't think you'd have to, so probably not. You wouldn't need that sort of value to go from 12 to 9. So no, I wouldn't do that because you wouldn't need to do that. I wouldn't do something unnecessarily. But if you had to get into the top 5, most likely you would have to give up Pat Surtain.
Okay, so there's a bidding war going on, and somebody really wants him, and for whatever reason, that's what it takes. It takes that. It takes giving up Pat Surtain.
Yeah.
Are you willing to give him up to go get Bo Nix?
Oh, for Bo Nix? So there's a bidding war to get to 9?
Yeah.
That's an interesting hypothetical. So I suppose, yes. I don't think you'll have to, but I guess if there's...
But if you had to, you would.
Sure. If that's your guy, that's your guy.
Yeah, so
if you're going to suck scoring 28 points and not 16.
Yeah, and plus you don't know that you're going to be in a better position next year, and you don't know the quarterback class is going to be any better.
No,
you just don't.
That's true, but I guess that's where we do disagree, is that there is a line in the sand that I'm not willing to cross for anybody, and if I get in a bidding war, I'm willing to get outbid, and I'm willing to give up the guy if I think it's too much.
Yeah, and I just say you're just pushing that. You're just pushing things back till next year when you'll suck again, and you can't choose when you suck. It just ends up happening. Now,
do you think there'll be a quarterback in next year's draft better than Bo Nix?
Yeah, of course.
Better than Michael Penix?
Sure.
Okay. Better than J.J. McCarthy?
Yes.
So what's the real panic?
Well, you got to be one of the top 3 picks to get them. What's your record going to be next year?
Well, next year, in theory, you got way more ammo.
Because
3 and 14.
Well, if you're 3 and 14, you're good. Listen, if your plan is to go 3 and 14, we're solid. Pass on a quarterback this year, and we'll talk next year.
I mean, in theory, you've got a much easier path, even if you're drafted number 12 again next year. You've got a much easier path of getting a better quarterback next year than you do this year because you can only trade 3 years out, and you're going to start reaccumulating draft picks.
Yeah, but you'll see there'll be other teams that need quarterbacks. The
Of
Dallas
course.
Cowboys will be one of them. Other teams will stink. I mean, the only way to guarantee yourself a spot like this is to suck. And is that the plan?
Well, I guess all I'm saying is I'm willing to throw whatever I need to against the wall to get a great quarterback. I'm not willing to do it for Bo Nix, and I'm not willing to do it for most of these guys.
Yeah, but what if they think Bo Nix is great?
Then you got the wrong staff.
Well, according to you guys, I guess.
Well, they would certainly be contrarians to the entire NFL.
I get it, but Sean Payton has already said that he's better than other people at this anyways. He said that.
Okay.
So do you listen? Here's what it is.
I would not trust him if he gave up multiple first rounders to go get Bo
Do
Nix.
you trust Sean Payton and George Payton?
Yeah.
Scott?
No.
Okay. And that's what it boils down to.
I do. Yeah.
I do not trust George Payton, but I do trust Sean Payton. And I'm glad there's somebody who wants to go skydiving outside out of a plane, not at the indoor place.
Yeah, but he thinks he can fly, and so he's just going to jump out of the plane without a parachute. Let's be honest.
I got wings.
Next, Dad.
I did Red Bull.
Yeah, there you go. All right, let's hear from another cut here from Sean Payton. So AI, we've been seeing this over the last couple of years really come into every aspect of our life. Well, Payton was asked if there's a race in the NFL on how to utilize AI when it comes to the draft, free agency, and player evaluation in general.
Look, George had gotten with. We have a great group that, man, it's impressive, our group. Fortunately, it's not a race like no, but I'm just watching this Netflix series on the Manhattan Project, and that was an important race. But I would say, I think there's always a sense of urgency of getting ahead and creating within the framework of the rules advantages that can help you as a club. And I would say the only thing I would say is we're always opening the door as an eager listener to new ways, and we have to do that as teachers. And in the same way when we're evaluating players, how do we do this better? And it just so happened last night we had a pretty lengthy meeting on it that was fascinating, and I think it was good.
What's I'm looking up Netflix right now, and I've got
Manhattan Project.
Is it called Manhattan? Because all I got is Molly's Game. Wait, there's a Manhattan Project? Is the name of it Manhattan Project?
I think so.
God, I gotta see Molly's Game again though. That movie is so good.
Great movie.
Yeah, Black Sails is there.
Got jokes.
And
look at Warrior. Warrior's a great series.
Warrior's a good one. Is it called Manhattan Projects? I'm not joking here. So if I type in Manhattan Project, there's a series on that. I'd love I've gone down some wormholes on the old bomb there with Oppenheimer.
You know where I think AI
It's called Manhattan.
It
Manhattan?
is? All right. I'll look it up.
I think AI can have it can be helpful in the draft. It could certainly be a tool that you utilize. I think it's difficult to ask AI to analyze the draft prospect. At the end of the day, it all comes down to what your personal eyeballs are telling you about the valuations. But where AI could really help, and I think this is just a matter of time, eventually your play call sheets, it's going to come down to what the AI tells you to call. It is. I mean, you're gonna be like everybody's got their play sheets. It says 3rd and 3, 3rd and 6, 3rd and long, right? So it's all categorized. And at some point, you're gonna have defensive coordinators that literally just they're gonna plug it into a computer. And they're gonna say, okay, what are their tendencies on 3rd and 8? And then you're gonna put that on your piece of paper. Now you won't be able to use the computer on game day because if they do that, they'll just be dumb. But you'll use it throughout the week, and your computer's just going to tell you what to call on defense. I don't think you can do that on offense, but I think on defense you can.
I think you might be able to use it on everything, and I don't know why you think they won't allow coaches to use that
on the sideline. No, they're not going to allow you to use that on the sideline.
You don't think so? Why?
No.
Why not?
Well, I mean, it did seem impossible for there to ever even be film on the sideline, and at some point that came.
Yeah.
But they're not going to want head coaches sitting there with iPads as they're making play calls.
No, but you got a guy upstairs with the iPad doing the same thing, and he goes down to the headset and goes
7.
Yeah,
play 7.
That's true.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they're going to stop that. Have you guys done anything in your lives with AI? Have you messed around with AI for anything that you've done?
Well, I had beers with him in Sacramento one night. It was a kick. We had we had fun. And then there was one night in Philadelphia when we came back. He was there.
Next story, Dan. I'm letting you have that.
All right, let's switch gears a little bit and go back to Deion. We played a couple of cuts from him earlier. Credit to DNVR for this cut here. Here is Coach Prime on 5-star cornerback Cormani McClain deciding to enter the transfer portal.
I'm always in prayer for our young men, and I want the best for them. And I pray to God that he goes to a program that challenges him as well as hold him accountable and develop him as a young man. Unfortunately, we weren't the program that can accomplish that. So prayerfully that he understands that this is the second go round and get it. Go get it, man, because he has a tremendous amount of talent, but he has to want it.
Do you guys think this hurts Deion's recruiting pitches to future potential 5-star recruits coming to Boulder?
Oh, that's such a good question. How does that cycle work? Like, when are you really talking to these guys, Tyler? Probably all the time, but I mean, like...
Yeah, I mean, you're always talking to them. There is a required down period. I don't remember the exact dates anymore, but, I mean, it's a year-round deal.
All right, when you see a 5-star leave, does that impact other 5-stars?
No.
No, because what leaks out, and I guarantee you, and he mentioned also in the interview all the people he knows. They're going to say, "What's going on?" Well, listen, he was flunking, or he wasn't eligible academically anyway. It's the second time we've had to deal with that, and he just wasn't coming to practices and didn't like it that we were or come to meetings, and he was upset that we were making him come to meetings.
Alton McCaskill, who just played sparingly but was a highly regarded running back recruit, has also left. Now, he had some really nice things to say about Prime and CU out the door, and Prime had good things, at least on social media, to say. Big deal or not a big deal, 14th due to enter the portal from CU.
I really do not think it's a big deal at all. I think this has happened at every single university in America, every single one of them. You know, when you lose guys like Cormani, that gets your attention. But when you know the background, when you know the stuff that's been going on behind the scenes with Cormani, a 5-star recruit, well, even that one's not a big deal. But on the surface, you lose a 5-star recruit. That's newsworthy. When you lose guys that didn't play football last year, no, there's not even a story to be written.
Here's the funny thing: it's bigger news nationally or whatever news when you lose a 5-star recruit, and it's insignificant when you take a 2 or 3-star recruit and make him 5-star good.
Yeah.
If, I know it's a hypothetical, but if we fast forward a year, 2 parades, amazing.
What flat iron is his face on?
The left one. If Jordan Seaton is in the portal at this time next year, is that a big deal?
Yeah, of course.
So we hit upon one that would be something.
Well, I mean, in theory, Cormani is a big deal if you don't know the storyline. I mean, if Jordan Seaton enters the portal without a storyline, then yeah, it's a huge deal.
So the storyline would matter even with Jordan Seaton too.
Of course.
It could go sideways, and that wouldn't be a big deal.
If a dude doesn't come to meetings, there is no world in which that's a big deal losing that guy.
Okay.
If the guy is rookie of the year in the Big 12 and then he leaves,
huge deal.
Huge deal.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Jordan Seaton.
Now, see, you asked, will it influence other 5-stars from coming to Colorado? Well, I guarantee you other coaches will try to weaponize it.
Yeah.
Yeah, other coaches will look at it and be like, hey, look what happened to Cormani out there. You don't want to become Cormani. Come over here. We're going to take care of you. But you know what gets rid of all that in this world? I kind of hate what college football has become.
It's getting you choked up, I can see. Yeah.
Even though I like the players are finally getting money, but it's as simple as this. You want a 5-star recruit? Give him the money and he's going to come.
Okay.
That's it.
Because Jordan Seaton, for example,
was going to go somewhere else.
Well, let me put CU winning 7 games and you're in a bowl and okay. Jordan Seaton gets knock on the door, plays great from Alabama, and he's going to get the bag from them too.
And you're going to win 10, 11 games, and if you win 12, you're going to play for the national championship.
There's always levels, right? So, okay. We'll see.
I don't know if that's so much true with 5-stars, though, actually. I think there's levels for 3 and 4 stars. For 5-stars, they're thinking into 2 years. In 2 years, I'm going to the league. That's all they're thinking about.
I think there's going to be a downturn in college sports if we've not already seen it, because I think the bag's going to become too important as opposed to the university in my career there.
Yeah, it already is.
That's going to be insignificant. It's going to get worse, I think. I don't see how it's going to get better.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't Alabama or some of these bigger schools, bigger pockets, Ohio State, whatever?
The only way it gets better is if they start paying the kids above the board, and I mean with the literal salary cap and every yeah.
See, that's the crazy thing. What if some billionaire who went to a smaller level school just says, "Screw it, I want my school to be as good as everybody else," and just puts out this kind of like SMU, kind of, and I know
like the guy in Miami was trying.
Or what Arkansas just did with Calipari. Well, I mean, some guy says, "Hey, come coach here. I'm going to give you a $20 million budget to go get recruits."
I mean, SMU went from nothing to having Craig James and Eric Dickerson, and all of a sudden, they're doing what they're doing, and they got caught and whatever. But every school was doing something like that. They just were the ones that got caught. I mean, look at what John Wooden was doing. Come on, with his triangle of success. It was Sam, what's-his-face, the car dealer, with his trunk full of cash more than the triangle of success. That's what really got those guys there.
Now, I will say this. Once they got there, they followed his rules.
Okay, fine. But there's a reason why Lou Alcindor came from Brooklyn to Los Angeles, why Bill Walton ended up there. And I get it. Everybody likes John Wooden. But does everybody know Sam What's-His-Face was the guy that was bankrolling that whole thing back in the day? I mean, UCLA may be the most cheatingest of all basketball programs ever on this earth.
It's why they need to do this above the board.
I agree with you.
They've done it back, what words.
No, because the NCAA is insignificant now. They're not a true body.
Yep.
They need all the coaches left go, hey, sorry, NCAA, keep your offices wherever you want them. You're done. We're going to follow these rules. We have no go. You're not going to be able to play them. I think, good, you don't control the Bulls anyway. And we're going to control our own leagues.
And you know what? I'd say this, and this is going to sound crazy. I don't really give a crap if these kids go to school or not. You want the class? Who cares? I mean, you're a student. You're working for the university. I know that is really it's not what college is all about. I know. I tried.
Hey, give it to Tyler. He can say it.
It's a big word. Mosier tripped me up.
I don't know what word he was trying to say.
Antithetical?
Is that a word?
Yeah. No, it's a word. I just can't say it. Antithetical.
I don't even.
I don't know the word you're trying to say. I'm going to Google it.
Antithesis?
Yes, and then put a cull on it. The antithesis of what it's all about. Antithetical.
Antithetical?
Doesn't feel right.
It is a word. Directly opposed or contrasted.
Antithetical.
Mutually incompatible.
Nailed it. That's like our show. It's PhD on 92.5.
All right, check it out, guys. I know there's a lot of options out there for testosterone if that's what you need, but you got to know there's so much more to your overall health and wellness than just getting shot up with testosterone, and that's where my friends over at Revitalize Health come into play. Guys, they can help you out with hormone replacement, medical weight loss options, peptide therapy, and yes, testosterone therapy. Guys, go into Revitalize Health at one of their 3 locations and let them change your life. You're going to look better, you're going to feel better, you're going to sleep better. They've got 3 locations. They're close to no matter where you live, and you can find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about our board right now, but I appreciate the question. But I do think it is a good quarterback class. There's 7, 8 quarterbacks that we like that think can play in the league one day. I'm not going to get into, how we have them rated or in the top 10. No, I know, but I'm not going to go there. But it is a good quarterback class. It's been fun getting to know them. 7 or 8 of them, and so we think we can get a quarterback early. We think mid rounds. We think there's going to be quarterbacks, throughout the draft that are interesting to us.
Jeff Legwold from ESPN joins us. Turning Point, the bomb in the Cold War. Jeff, I'm putting that on my watch list. Sean Payton's watching it. Sounds interesting. Sounds influential to Sean Payton.
Yeah, maybe those were the meetings for a second-round pick. They took a documentary break.
All right, what are your takeaways from today, the Paytons?
I think that what people in the league feel like that they won't force it at 12. They'd love it to happen, and that what I've thought is that they have done an awful lot of work on some of those middle tier quarterback guys that they think have some potential, and the top 7, 8 quarterbacks, and they gave you the number today, and that's the framework they're looking at, and that probably puts you anywhere between rounds 1 and late 4, early 5, probably somewhere in there.
It's funny you say they're not gonna push it, right? And we look, we're all guilty of this, every last one of us, but we all more or less hear what we want to hear. It's kind of hard not to when you've got an opinion. But we had Zach Stevens on earlier, and I think D-Mac was in this camp as well. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, D-Mac, but they were more in the camp of, well, they heard that, hey, that we're going to be super aggressive moving up. I didn't hear that either, but Jeff, I am curious, when it comes down to it, did they actually give an indication either way of whether they were going to be aggressive for the QB or not?
Well, I just think they know the math and reality. Moving up is, if you're looking at a pie chart of possible things that could happen, moving up is the smallest slice by far for them to do it and be able to do it. And if you can't get to the top of the board and control, to move up, you're saying QB3 is the Broncos QB1. And what's the math of that really? What are the chances of that really being true? And I don't see that. I don't see that in this class, but I didn't take away any more or less potential for them to be aggressive as I had when I got here this morning. So I don't think there was any more indication of that happening, any chances more of that happening because of today than I had this morning before they had said a word.
So if they don't, they go best player available, EPA, right? Best player available. Do they go out and still try to sign a Tannehill after this is all over, or do they reach for another quarterback late in the rounds?
That's what I mean. If they have one of these 7 or 8 they really like that pop up, in the 3rd round, to me, if they don't do it at 12, that 76 pick is the one to watch. Then that's really the sweet spot for that next level. And look, every single team, Broncos included, has a quarterback or two beyond these top 4 or 5 that they think could be a starter. That's just how grading works. Is it going to happen? Hell no. Half of the guys taken in the 1st round won't become long-term productive starters. That's just fact. But I think the 76 pick would be the one to watch if and look, I've said it before to you guys, whoever they pick at 12, they need. So I don't get, passing on a potential Pro Bowl level player at another position and you pass on them to take a 40 pick reach on a quarterback.
All right, okay. Of the guys that would be realistic, say Bo Nix, Michael Penix, maybe one of those guys falls a little bit, but Bo Nix and Michael Penix in particular. Are either one of those guys, in your opinion, worth a moderate risk to move up? Moving up from 12 to 9 or 12 to whatever. I mean, I'm not talking about mortgage in the future entirely, but are they worth a moderate risk in your opinion?
Tyler, just for me to surrender, Penix would not be for me. I don't have that kind of grade on him. Nix would be, that's one where you're going to have to talk yourself into it if the Broncos, is it too much of a reach? Because routinely grades are clustered. So if you had a grade on Nix that's in a cluster of players that are like 10 to 18 on your board, then you start thinking about it. Is it worth it? Just depending where you have it graded. But I would not personally have either one of those guys graded to go up to 9 and what it would take to go to 9 to get them.
What do you think that means to go to 9? What does that mean? How much?
I'm not sure. I got to believe you'd have to, you're flipping ones and you don't have a 2. So you're going to have to give up something pretty good either down the road or, multiple picks that you have this year. And, they don't have multiple round picks until the 5th and the 6th round. So, other than flipping ones, they would have to sweeten the deal, and they don't have a second-round pick. So I think that makes it hard for them.
Jeff, we appreciate it. 1 week away. Can't wait. We'll catch up with you soon. Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks, fellas.
Jeff Legwall from ESPN. Thanks to our friends at Revitalized Health. Visit them at revitalized-health.com. All right, a more conservative approach than our pal Zach Stevens from DNVR. But still, it would be stunning if the Broncos didn't make a play at a quarterback at some point. I mean, I think that's at least clear.
Well, you got to get a QB.
Stunning.
Yeah, there's no question. You have to walk out of the draft with another quarterback on this team. I guess you could go get Ryan Tannehill, like Scott said, after the draft. But at some point, at the very least, you got to draft a developmental guy.
All right, tomorrow I'll be running around dropping off Avalanche gear for you. DMAC delivers. Go to altitudesportsradio.com/DMAC delivers, and perhaps you're one of the 5 lucky winners. Best of luck on that, sporting some of the gear right now if you're watching on Twitch.
I like that hat. That's a solid looking hat right there.
The hat's great. The Avs gear is great. The Nuggets gear is great.
Speaking of gear, did anybody happen to notice Sean Payton's hoodie?
No, what was he wearing?
I did notice. It was a Broncos hoodie, at least.
Yeah, it was kind of an old school logo in a square kind of different thing. And
you think?
Are you talking uniforms right now? Is that what you're doing?
Well, I was thinking maybe there's a little tie into there somewhere.
we got the reveal on Monday, right?
Is that on Monday?
I think
22nd.
The 22nd.
That's Monday.
We're gonna have a new uniform on Monday.
Yeah.
Does that tickle your?
Oh, I can't wait! I'm going to get on my TV and I'll just be watching that the whole time. I hope there's no other games or anything.
You're
going
going to be more
on.
dialed in for that.
I'm going to be dialing in. I don't give a flip on either one of them.
Wow.
I'm with him.
Way to care about your team.
I don't care because they're going to suck.
Wow.
I tell you what, I do care. 3rd round.
Do you stop caring about your kids when they have a
about
bad
3rd
year?
round.
Huh? A little bit, maybe one. Daughter or son?
Neither.
What are you hoping comes out of the Avalanche game tonight?
No one hurt.
That's about it.
No one hurt. No one hurt. Let's talk tomorrow and let's. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, that's the best thing.
And by the way, did they say it's going to start on Sunday? Is
well,
that what Grizz thought?
I mean, that's what Grizz thinks, but we'll know
Sunday or Monday
tomorrow by this time. We'll know. This is the last night for the NHL.
So, let's say they open up in Winnipeg on Monday, the reveal or the game?
Oh,
come on! Everybody knows it's the reveal.
Come on, it's uniforms.
Duh. Somebody says they're calling the police if you show up at their house, D-Mac. I'm just telling you.
Okay, well, I'll have a suit on. One way or the other.
You're not wearing the suit today.
You can't arrest somebody in a suit. Everybody knows that.
Right. A suit and a clipboard gets you into a
Bernie
lot of places.
Bernie Madoff made that rule.
No kidding. Nate and Andy coming up next. Have a good day.
No, but I'm just watching this Netflix series on the Manhattan Project, and that was an important race.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
I would agree. I think just everybody's intent and focus. I think today was great. I think everybody was just dialed in and involved. Made some great plays, and it was just everybody was just aware of the surroundings and aware of the moment that they're in.
Always mind your surroundings.
Really proud of the rookies right now, growing up so fast. It was a great day.
They grow up so fast.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
Oh, yeah, we're here. Welcome in. It is Nate. It is Andy. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We are engaging in sports talk radio discourse with you until 6 p.m. today. This evening, you shall enjoy game number 82 of the Colorado Avalanche's 23-24 campaign. Final game of the year as they will take on the Edmonton Oilers before opening up a first-round playoff series against the Winnipeg Jets the upcoming weekend. Andy Lindahl, how are you, pal?
Yeah, I'm good. About that.
About that.
You and I have been doing the show, like we keep saying, 5 years, coming up in June. June 5th.
Hey, good on you for remembering our birthday.
Well, it's
our anniversary.
I believe we're one in front of Scotty.
Okay.
No, he might be third.
All right.
It's his birthday. Anyway, I'm a great friend. I'm gonna send him nothing. Whole lot of nothing. Here's the deal. I don't think there's ever been as much trepidation heading into a playoff run in our time together as what feels like maybe Avs fans are feeling at this point right now.
Trepidation,
right?
Yes.
Not sure what to expect. I don't think anyone's getting too cocky. I feel like the Nuggets fans are cocky, but
for good reason.
Yeah, you're the champs.
Yeah.
Remember how cocky we were a year ago? I guess that's what struck me. I heard Alex Ryan-Emmy a couple days ago as I drove to get the pups, popping off with Dempsey.
Okay.
And he represented the station. Remember how smug we were with the Seattle people last year about this time?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you think your cute little team's going to roll in here and beat the champs, do you?
Yeah.
Oh, you think your little, what were they, the 8th seed? You think you're going to come upset the champs?
Yeah,
huh?
and then they did.
And then they did.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Right.
Yeah.
You and I had on a Seattle broadcaster. Was it the play-by-play man where I was like, man, this guy really drank the Kool-Aid. You had all of the Kool-Aid man jar of Kool-Aid about how good your Seattle Kraken are, pal. You're about to learn a tough lesson. No, they didn't. No, they wouldn't. It's a lot different this year. Is that why it is? I mean, again, the goaltending, the bad defense, all the things we've laid out.
Yeah.
That's reason enough to be a little less cocky this year. But is it simply because of what happened a year ago that Avs faithfuls maybe a little on edge?
Absolutely not. It is not because of what happened last year. I think that had this been a season, if the Avalanche had gone out and, ripped off a 120-point season or anything else like that and appeared as though they were the unstoppable machine that they had been in previous years, then maybe we would look at it differently. Maybe if Ryjo would have worked out differently, or if Casey Middlestad, and I'm not even saying Casey Middlestad's been bad necessarily, but if he walked in and looked like the second coming of Nazem Kadri, we'd be having a different conversation right now about what this team is. That stuff just has not gone down here for the Avalanche. They do not look like the unstoppable cyborg that they were 2 years ago when they won the Stanley Cup. Goaltending has been wonky, to say the least, down the stretch. Defensively, they have not played great. Some of the trade deadline acquisitions, you got a good initial bump out of them, but they have not necessarily held up. And so we go into this postseason knowing that the top line with Nate and Mikko is going to be awesome, knowing that Cale Makar and Devontae's rule, knowing that as long as Val Nichushkin is on the ice, he is going to be a massive difference maker, particularly on the power play. What else can you say you definitively know about this team?
Yeah.
Right now.
That the goaltending's leaky and the defense needs to get better.
Yeah.
Like you cannot Here's the thing. I know we had Ray Ferraro on a couple of weeks ago, and I've been thinking about it ever since we talked to him, because what I thought was amazing was a lot of us are worried about things here locally, and he was kind of the opposite thought of going, you guys are just too close to it. You guys are awesome from outside. And I get why you'd say that.
Sure.
But they're not playing. They can be awesome. And a lot of points in this year, they have been awesome. Like you said, coming out of the trade deadline, it was like, holy cow. They've touched it was like 2 years ago. Every hole you had, you seem to have filled. The vibe is good again. The times are fun. We're rolling high. And it's just dropped off to the point where even Jared Bednar, I was thinking, he was telling the morning guys, I'd like Middlestat to maybe he needs to get to a little bit more of the offensive place that he was in. Walker, we talked about it. Sean Walker's been a whole lot of fun. He's had one of the most amazing goals. That one where he put it through like 9 players to score. I've never seen a shot like that in quite some time. And yet he's kind of been a little prone to a really bad penalty at a really bad time for this team.
Yeah. This first round series feels like a toss up to me right now.
Well, it's not the matchup you wanted. You've said this before. The Stanley Cup playoffs to me, is there a tougher, outside of like the NCAA tournament, because it's a 1-game deal?
Yeah.
I don't think there's a tougher thing to guess sometimes in the Stanley Cup playoffs, frankly.
It's a great question. Okay, so I will go in this direction. I would say least predictable. And again, we're coming off
predictable is a word. Good word.
We're coming off of a year in which the NCAA tournament, we did actually have the 2 best teams playing for the national title, and the best team actually did win the national title. Now, this was an all-time great UConn team. This is up with like Anthony Davis's Kentucky team, for great teams that we have seen this century. The Stanley Cup playoffs, to me, big-time crapshoot. Okay. Now, there are years, like 2 years ago, where the best team in hockey, the Colorado Avalanche, rip through and win the cup. And they go 16-4, and they just look like everything that you would dream them up to be. Doesn't happen all that terribly often.
No.
Okay. NFL playoffs. I don't think the Chiefs were the best team in football last year.
Not by their seeding.
I really
certainly.
don't. No, the Baltimore Ravens were the best team in the NFL last year. But they couldn't score enough points, and they got a bad matchup and had one bad day in the AFC Championship game, and that was that. Okay? Now, if those teams played 10 times, I think the Ravens might win 6 of them. But it only takes that one. We know that about that sport. Goofy things happen in the NFL playoffs. We have witnessed 6 seeds and wild card teams go and win Super Bowls before. So the NFL playoffs is a total crapshoot. To me, the NBA playoffs is almost the purest. Like, if you can win that thing, you're the best. Okay, that is such a damn grind. It is a sport that doesn't offer itself as much variance. The baseball playoffs. Were the Texas Rangers the best team in baseball last year? God, no.
Nobody could hit all of a sudden.
But they won the World Series, right?
Yeah.
And that's just sort of how it goes. The Stanley Cup playoffs are a crapshoot, which is a part of what gives me a little bit of confidence for the Avalanche. Okay, Nathan MacKinnon has always been a dominant postseason performer. Cale Makar has a Conn Smythe trophy. Heard of him? He's got that on his...
Have you guys ever heard of the Conn Smythe?
I have. He's got that on his resume. Like, they have 2 of the best players in the entire world. The Avalanche can win a Stanley Cup this year. I'm not going to say the Avalanche should win a Stanley Cup, but the Avalanche can win a Stanley Cup this year because they're awesome. They could also get bounced in like 6 games by the Jets. That's the crapshoot of it all.
Yeah, I know.
Remember the Vegas series in the bubble?
Yes.
The Vegas series.
No, that was before the bubble. Dallas was in the bubble. Remember, they had a crazy Coyotes
You're right. It was the year after.
Pour one out.
But the puck off the butt. And that's it.
I know. Grubauer. Grubauer was in some kind of weird zone.
The whole series changes.
Didn't our buddy Jocelyn Thibault do that as well?
Yeah.
He had the one series like against Minnesota where he was impenetrable, and then not so much. I think it was the Red Wings the series after or whatever. But for one series, he looked pretty dang good. Pretty good.
College football's pretty inevitable.
Yeah, it feels like it.
Now, again, Georgia was the second best team in the country last year, and because of the stupid system that was in place, they didn't even get to go to the playoff. Hell, they might have even been the best team in the country. Who knows? But that's just the way that it works in that ridiculous sport.
What do you think about Olympic skating? I'm kidding.
Which
I don't
one?
want to know. None of it. None of it. Don't
Speed
worry.
skating? Short track speed skating?
Yeah. No,
Figure skating?
The judging ones. I hate the judging. If you have a sport that gets judged, you got a problem. Find a
Pairs?
scoreboard.
Figure skating?
I don't want somebody winning because of the opinion of some. Drives me crazy. We've gathered 10 people. Their opinions shall declare a winner.
See, here's the thing. As a person with a lot of opinions, I feel like more sports should
You would
be
like that?
I
You would
do,
like to be
yes.
on the panel, the American judge causing all the problems?
I should be the one to make those decisions. I feel like I would really thrive in that environment.
By the way, you said Kentucky, and now for some reason all you've done is you said Kentucky, and all I can think of is Kentucky Hut because that's where you had to stop, and Sammy ultimately got the business done.
At a Kentucky Hut.
Of all things.
Yes, of all the places, that was what was available.
I haven't seen one in a while. Is the Kentucky Hut still a thing?
Very much so.
Where? I guess there's like a KFC Taco Bell by my house.
I was going to say, got one right by the crib.
But no Pizza Hut.
Yeah.
You got all three, huh?
I believe so, yes.
Is it a larger building?
No, it's the same size as all of them. They can make it all under a pretty small roof. Andy.
Yeah, I know. They either overtake a KFC, a Taco Bell, or a Pizza Hut. You know what? R.I.P. the old fancy restaurant Pizza Hut. Do you miss that?
It was so. First off, did you know this? Here's a piece of trivia for you. For many, many years, the largest purchaser of kale, was Pizza Hut.
For what?
Because they lined the salad bar. Remember how the Pizza Hut salad bar had that very roughly looking hard green lettuce that was like over the little ice cubes that the tubs sat in? Pizza Hut was buying more kale than anybody, and then somebody realized, hey, this stuff is good for us. Let's put it in soup or whatever.
Well, it had good smell. Smelled like a fresh salad bar.
Oh, for sure.
Sneeze guards. All that. Pac-Man games.
Yeah, Pizza Hut's kicked ass.
Pitchers of Coke.
We used to get a free pizza if we read enough books in elementary school. Yeah.
Really?
Yes, we would get Pizza Hut pizzas.
We got breadsticks. That was it.
Or White Sox tickets. Not Cubs tickets.
I was going to say. Sox losing that one again?
But we would get Sox tickets.
Yeah. I don't know. It's a tough town, though. Does Pizza Hut play well in Chicago? I would imagine in New York and Chicago, there's a snootiness of not settling for the Pizza
Hut. Chain pizza plays everywhere.
It's okay?
It does. Yes. It does just fine.
Pizza Hut did have, by the way, the best all-time, I think, sports prize or whatever promotion with it. I did always love a good McDonald's cup with my favorite player on it. Steve Atwater, John Elway, Dennis Smith. And it was a large Coke. But remember the NCAA basketball, the little mini basketballs. You ordered a couple of pizzas during the Final Four. You got you a mini basketball to play with.
So we would get one. It would have all the logos of the Big Ten schools.
All right.
On there. And that was the first time. I think I was in like 5th or 6th grade. And I had never bothered to do the math on it. And then I counted the logos. And I was like, there's 11 teams on here. Why do we call it the Big Ten?
Liars!
Thanks, Penn State.
Your math is off.
Could have done without you the entire time, quite frankly.
Little did we know you were worthless to us all.
Bunch of creeps. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We are with you until 6 p.m. today on the program. And yes, we have Avalanche concerns, but we are riddled with Nuggets confidence. And I will tell you more about why. Andy, I am sitting here under a pile of Nuggets confidence, and it has a lot to do with the backcourt. I'll tell you about that next.
Hey, it's Andy Lindahl for the good folks over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Now, I might add a problem today. I guess I'll just tell you this. If you're going to go and you get a low tee shot like I tend to every week, don't see Tyler Columbus right after. Because Tyler, likes to attaboy guys. And I got an attaboy from Tyler on the cheek, and now I think everything that went in just got forced out.
HR, our phone lines are open.
Yeah, because you know what? Now I'm going to have to go back. Anyway, look, if you think you're suffering from low T, something easily diagnosed if you go take a quick quiz on the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic website. Funny enough, it's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. You can take that low T quiz, simple 10 questions, yes or no answer. It takes about 2 minutes. Here was my motivation for it. Feeling tired, not as much energy. There'd be days, Saturdays, whole day to yourself. Get up after a couple hours already ready for a nap. Didn't like feeling that way. Also wasn't sleeping the best and a little bit of moodiness, although some will say that maybe that's not been solved right now. Anyway, if you think maybe low T is something you want to discuss with the folks over there, it's really easy to do. Just schedule an appointment. Your first appointment's only $99, which includes a medical consult, T and PSA test, and if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit's free. So go have a conversation with them. This also can affect sex drive and all the other things. And with Saturday coming up, Saturday is date night. Unless you're Nate Kreckman, then any night could be potentially date night. Go ahead and have a conversation with them and what they can do for you. They've got 5 locations to serve you. There's no need to wait anymore. Give them a call today, 720-440-7900 or the aforementioned RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Of course, I think they're welcoming it more. I think they're going to play this year a lot better than they did last year. They have something. They have motivation. They're a tough team. They got arguably the greatest player to ever play. Anthony Davis is tough every single night. So I think, it's not every game we played last year was still a good, tough game that we had to grit out, but we came up on top. So I think this year they're going to try to, just like I said, learn from their mistakes and bring a little bit more edge to the table this year.
That was Jamal Murray. He's ready. He's got the edge. And the Nuggets absolutely have the edge. Andy, before this segment is up, I have to run something by you. And I need a judgment on whether or not what I just did in the break was really annoying to somebody.
Well, I wasn't. Uh-oh.
We'll get to that in a
Hold on.
moment.
It involved the text line?
It did not.
Okay.
No.
Because I got stopped on my way back.
It did not.
It's like, wait a minute, I didn't do anything. Speaking of a ruling, should we let Twitch just decide if this is ridiculous looking?
Yeah, that's Andy's wearing the dad hat.
It looks good on you. You and your stupid small head.
I'm a pinhead.
Yeah, now I get to look at it in the Twitch camera. It's nowhere near wide enough.
Yeah,
what does this say? What do I do for a living in this hat?
This particular style of hat. So what we have here.
It's a sweet Ford. I love the 47 brand.
So we've got.
And I love this logo.
We've got some sick 47 brand Nuggets playoffs hats, which Chris Dempsey delivered some. You can pick yours up at Altitude Authentics right now. And they brought some in yesterday.
Yeah.
And so I got one. And
Fits you like a glove.
I'm wearing it today, and I think it looks nice.
It's a sharp look on you.
It's a good-looking hat. You know what, Andy? I'm excited about Mile High playoffs. So that's why I'm wearing the Mile High playoffs cap.
Yeah, your head is both small.
Yeah.
Your head is proportioned enough you can see the logo.
So this is a canvas. It's a dad hat. It's a soft canvas hat with a curved brim. All right? Andy is wearing one. By the way, what is your fitted hat size?
God, I don't even remember. It's like a quarter or something.
It's like they make the same one for you and Bruce Bochy, is what it is.
Yeah. See, the funny thing is that I went and bought the big guy hat. Now that's too small for me, but the normal guy hat is almost not. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You have a giant melon.
I do.
Okay.
Is it going to get bigger with what I got going on? Am I going to Barry Bonds this sucker?
You can't borrow anybody's sweater because you'll stretch the neck out with your giant freak head.
I need a haircut.
So anyway, so Andy's wearing it right now. Go to Twitch. By the way, our Twitch feed is brought to you by our friends at Safeway. And
I might be wearing your hat.
You can save more with Safeway. Receive our best deals, rewards, and perks. It's their best deals, rewards, and perks. As a Safeway For You member every day, download the Safeway app and sign up for free today. But go to Twitch and let's get a ruling on Andy's hat.
It comes with a Santa beard.
As long as we're at it, let's just do it. I need a ruling right now, okay? Give me a ruling on this.
Yeah, ask me.
So I may have just exploited a friendship.
Uh-oh.
All right?
Oh, come on. Can you do it with my Santa beard on?
You do look cool. Okay. So, my friend and yours, friend of the program, Lindsey Jones.
Okay.
All right. National NFL reporter.
Yeah.
I think she's the president of the Pro Football Writers Association of America.
I don't think she's relinquished it yet.
She was
That'd be a short run.
She was for a while. Yeah, maybe she still has it. I don't know. I haven't.
She's still a published author. I imagine she counts.
Lindsey is.
She's accomplished. She's decorated.
You know what she is? She's a real reporter. Okay. Like us two jackasses here in the afternoon.
We're not journalists.
No, we're not.
Entertainers.
Okay? Lindsay's a capital J journalist. Yeah. All right? She's legit. She was the one, remember, we talked to her right after the Super Bowl to find out how the Niners players didn't know the damn OT rules.
Yeah, because she was talking
She went and got
to
the
a few
scoop.
people. She did, yeah.
Yeah, she went and got the scoop immediately. Kyle Shanahan didn't have his dudes prepared. We talked to her the next day. That was a Lindsey Jones exclusive. That's what she does. She's good at her job. She also happens to be the one of the editors of TheRinger.com. And I believe she's the editor, meaning she's the boss of every football writer at TheRinger.com. Well, in the break, I opened up the site. I've been using one of their rankings as a reference here on the show for Draft Conversation. So I opened it up and I saw a headline that I was interested in. And I clicked on it. And it didn't take me directly to the story that I wanted.
Bad link.
It was a bad link. Or maybe it's not. Maybe I'm using it incorrectly.
I doubt it.
But either way, I just I took a screenshot and I sent it to Lindsay, and I was just like, hey, I really want to read this story, but I can't. Bad link. Customer service issue. Is that annoying?
Yeah, it is. I'm annoyed that you did it, frankly. The hell she have to do with that?
Well, she's the editor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's her site.
Sure.
Her name's on the thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
I have an example for you that I'm just
I wanted to read it.
Refraining with every fiber of my being right now.
Here's the thing though, is now like this isn't a humble brag. I know a lot of sports writers. I'm friends with many, many sports writers, and I read their stuff. And
listen, George Costanza, where are you going with this?
I totally, if I have questions, if I have disagreements or anything like that, I ask, hey, where'd you come up with this? Hey, what were you talking about here?
I like that, though.
Yes.
I like that.
I ask follow-up questions, which I believe my friends appreciate because they're like, hey, Nate's reading my stuff.
Let me ask you this, though. How about the old, I found a safer example.
Okay.
How about the old, your app fires off commercials in the middle of talking for no reason and it drives me nuts. And though I'm sad to hear that, and I am sorry it's annoying you because I'm glad you're listening, I can't do anything about it. I ain't app guy.
We do get those complaints. We get we get technical complaints about our radio station constantly. Guys, if there is anybody that is less qualified to fix any of this,
I ain't going to the mountaintop to fix nothing.
It's me and Andy. You know how many complaints we have fielded on the text line low over the last several years about the regional sports network dispute with a particular major cable
that
carrier?
was the first thing that came to mind for me.
And again, and I tell people all the time, like, Stan has yet to invite me and Andy to any of those meetings. He has not brought us to the negotiating table.
For good reason. We'd screw it up. We'd make it worse.
We'll go if invited.
No, we won't.
I will.
Yeah, some would be said. Voices be raised.
We'll go if invited. But they don't entrust those things to us.
All I could see is somehow a meeting ending with you and I, mainly me, going, and that goes for all of us, and walking out and nobody follows. That guy doesn't speak for us. Indeed, how that goes. So
you threaten walking out in the middle of the meeting, and then you're the only guy that leaves.
That's how it is, huh? I'd be a terrible negotiator. I don't know how people. Dude, I go on sales calls with people. I don't know how they do it.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
You got a response, did you? Is she listening?
I just got an update.
Uh-oh.
I
somebody lose their job? You feel good about that?
No, I was using the
so it's a you problem.
It was a user error.
What a shocker.
Yeah,
Did you not have your cookies off or something?
The problem was a user error.
Not have your pop-ups on?
I needed to click through to another spot on the site was the problem. I still feel like that's a little misleading, but okay. Okay.
Okay. Lindsay, if you're listening, this will not be the end of it. Somehow it's your site's problem.
Here's the other thing, though, is that these same friends who I bother regularly text me during our show to offer their commentary on things I may have said.
Or condolences of who you have to work with.
Exactly.
Because I don't see it coming to the main thing. They're not spouting off to me, I noticed.
Including...
You got something to say, Lindsay? You say it to both of us.
Lindsay H. Jones, who regularly comments on things that I may have said out loud on my show. Nick Kosmider texted during the opening segment of the show today. He had thoughts.
Let me, is Nick
On
one of the
Pizza
guys?
Hut.
Oh, does he?
He does.
It is funny what triggers people. We get a lot of the, hey, that's stupid amongst 90 texts of the thing that's allegedly stupid. Just so you know. No, does Nick low-key need some basketball? See, I could see Nick needing to weigh in on the Nuggets after covering them for so long.
He's got a lot of thoughts.
I imagine he does.
He does.
loved that sport, right?
He does,
He
yes.
really was passionate about basketball.
Very much so.
So,
Mhm.
okay, so I got a question for you. Before
Fire away.
you may have to wait a segment to unload your confidence, which I can't wait.
I have it, though. I have it in abundance.
Sure, you're glowing.
Mm-hmm.
So we got a text yesterday. You saw me, and I kind of chuckled. I was having some fun. It was one of those where we were co-authoring text messages back.
You went back and forth a few times.
I threw a little shaver in there. But somebody with a New York area code was telling me how it is in Denver sports. The town that I grew up in, and, again.
The 212?
Yeah, that guy.
Was
I don't
hitting
know
us
what
up?
it was. Whatever. He
Okay.
was, you know what? He was nice enough. It was fun. He kept calling me pal. I'm like, why are we jumping to pal? Is that a New York thing?
Guy, chief.
Yeah, you didn't pal nothing in this.
Bud.
But he was just asking, is this in danger of becoming a Nuggets town?
Danger?
Yeah, danger I thought was an interesting term, but I simply said, yeah, I think if they repeat, yes, I think it will be a Nuggets town, not a Broncos town. That doesn't mean people are going to hate the Broncos and never go to the games again. But you can't tell me after the last 8 years and the Nuggets being on the rise that I have a lot of friends that tell me all the time, I think I'm going to switch my money from the Bronco tickets to the Nuggets tickets because I love the Nuggets tickets. They just went through a season where they're sold out. And I realize everybody still goes to football in droves.
Sure.
But how many games did we hear half the stadium of opposing fans? Because, again, look, the NFL's king. I'm not arguing that. But I think right now, in this time, in its point in history, we like to watch fun. And the Broncos have not been all that fun. And the Nuggets have been nothing but loads of fun.
Okay.
There can be a shift in focus from time to time, can't there?
There's a ton of nuance in this question.
Let's go ahead.
That you ask right there, because the NFL is king. We get that.
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
And this was, yeah.
It is America's passion. It is Denver's passion. I get all of that. Okay. They'll do 75,000 or 70,000 a game, whatever, not 75,000, but 70,000 a game. You look at the end of the year, top 50 most watched television programs in a year.
They're all NFL.
48 of the top 50 are the NFL. We know that. We get that part of it.
Why they make gobs of money in their TV deals.
Exactly. It's why they can throw games on Christmas Day, and the NBA is like, well, what are we going to do? People won't watch as much. But one of the big problems is the Broncos have been bad for so long, and the hope level has been down so much. I think it had a brief spike when Russ showed up, and then we got to look at him. What happened is the Nuggets, and I'll put the Avalanche in this conversation as well. Those teams are freaking fun, man. They are fun.
Yeah.
They win.
They score.
They score. The Nuggets have the best player in the world. The Avalanche have guy that's going to win the Hart Trophy this year, who is right there with Connor McDavid and Austin Matthews for the conversation of the best player in the world.
Cale
Makar,
top of his craft most years.
Best person in the world.
Yeah, he's the best person.
Cale
Thank you.
Makar.
Thank you.
Best person in the world. Can you say that about Sean Payton? I didn't think so.
The Nuggets have Jamal Murray,
right?
Who is, look, again, what do we love? We love clutch performances between Joker and Jamal.
Aaron Gordon, who catches lobs and dunks them backwards without looking at the rim, and then when his team wins the NBA championship,
goes shirtless into the night
in his shorts with a cigar in his mouth, leads a parade of drunks into Lodo.
Stirs up my dad's side because I'm like, somebody get the man a shirt. He's going to be sick. It's not warm out there.
He was sweating.
It's bad. You have a cold, Aaron.
But pretty good time.
Yeah.
Pretty good time.
Yeah, we enjoy parades. We've had 2 of them in a row.
Yes.
But they haven't been in the winter.
Pretty good
They've
time.
They've been in the summer.
The Broncos haven't had a winning season since 2016. They haven't been to the playoffs since 2015. Now, that was pretty good, but it's just been bad for so long, and turnover and ownership ugliness, and more than anything, just crap, boring football. Okay? Like, I don't think anything's knocking the Broncos off the perch because they're number one and they'll remain number one. And again, football's king.
I do think it's a Nuggets town, though, right now.
I think so.
There's a lot of Nuggets gear bouncing around. A lot of Jokic jerseys, a lot of Jamal jerseys,
Best
a lot
player
of
in the
Aaron
world,
Gordon.
and your team won a championship.
You and I talk about this all the time. It's one of our rights, unfortunately, of summer is you trying to figure out at training camp how many current jerseys we can actually find in the crowd.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just a training camp. Try going to a game. Not a Von Miller, not a Peyton Manning, not a Demarius Thomas. No. You're going to see some Surtains right now. They haven't had a quarterback whose jersey you've wanted to buy unless you're big dummy that likes XXX. They haven't had a quarterback you've wanted to buy the jersey of in quite some time.
You did buy that number 3.
I did buy that damn jersey. And if somebody wants it, you let me know. Maybe I'll raffle it off one day for a cause. I don't know. Yeah, I ain't doing that again. No, but seriously, and text in, please. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I got a bad read about it, 303-504-0925. But, I told the person that was texting because he kept saying you're a Nuggets homer. I'm like, bro, I worked 20 years at the Broncos station. I went 4 years where it was the only damn topic I was allowed to talk about. I was on the field for 2 Super Bowls. That team was very good to me.
Yeah.
Very good to me. I have no reason to go telling you this because I got some Bronco hate buried in my heart. I just feel like from the amount of people that I know that have, and again, you know what I think has got the Nuggets kind of making it their town right now too? This is a town of transplants more than it's ever been, right? A lot of different people have moved here. Guess what that means? There's a lot of different people that got to kind of make this their team because this core is so new that the whole town can get in on this thing. You don't have to be from the John Elway Drive era to say that you were a hardcore Nuggets fan because this is the golden age that welcomes everybody in.
Andy, I have a group text with my best friends that I grew up with from high school. There's 5 of us on it, and we're all huge sports fans. And, last night it's popping because the Bulls are playing, okay? In a 9-10 game, but even I could sit here in Denver and admit, like, hey, you know what? It's nice to hear a little bit of noise in that building because that organization is crap, okay? Outside of Arturas Karnisovas, former GM of the Nuggets, there's very little going for it. I know Kobe White went off last night. Anyway, when the Nuggets are in the Western Conference Finals, in the NBA Finals, all my dudes, they are Jokic fans. They are Nuggets homers. They love this team, okay? And they don't even live here. You know the amount of people that, to your point, have moved to this city and right now we're like, this Jokic thing, this
that's
Nuggets
fun.
thing, this is awesome.
We get to go watch it live.
I want to be on
whenever
this.
we want to.
This is a pretty good time. And just like you said, it's not something where you need, 30 years of institutional knowledge or anything like that. The story is pretty simple. Here is this fat Serbian that showed up, and holy crap, he's got the handles of Magic Johnson. Whoa, he got in shape, and now he's the best basketball player on the planet.
And they're a hell of a fun team to watch.
Yeah.
They are poetry in motion on the floor most nights, whereas the Broncos' only poetry is, oops, we blew a blocking assignment, and now quarterback, name any of the last 10, is killed and is afraid to stay in the pocket. Cool,
yes,
Carl.
Yes.
So that's all I just, I think, yeah. I just thought it was interesting, pal. Buddy.
In the meantime, I did find the information that I needed on the website, so don't worry. I've got it.
It's been secured.
It's been.
Do you still have a problem with the process required to acquire the information?
It is not an intuitive process. I will say that. I did have to work a little bit harder for it than I would have liked to otherwise, but at least now I have it. That's the moral of the story. I am the annoying guy calling customer service and being told,
you are.
Is it plugged in?
You're the jackass that used to call you and me in our respective sports departments going, hey, man, I got to settle a bet. We're in a bar. Tell me this. And I got to Google something to not be a jerk.
That's nice of you, though. It is the Crackman and Lindahl Show. Thank you once again to Lindsey Jones. Lindsey, you're the best. Craigman and Lindahl, we get the let out on a Thursday afternoon. Boy, our Friday show is shaping up to be a monster. Tomorrow, Adam Rank of the NFL Network to discuss the NFL Draft and ska music, as he always does when he comes here on the show. We'll talk to Tony Jones of The Athletic, talking matchups, Nuggets, Lakers. We'll talk to our friend Jovan Buha of The Athletic, who is twofold. He is a Lakers reporter. He is also a Serbian and has spent considerable time in Sombor reporting on Nikola Jokic. What else do we got tomorrow, Spring?
Leggy.
Jeff Legwald will be with us on a Friday afternoon, as he always is. What else, Spring?
Dan Hyatt.
Dan Hyatt will be with us.
You and I don't really need to work.
We don't even
talk about AI.
We are not required to be here. Yeah, let's talk about the AI.
About an AI, you and me. Well, welcome to the show.
Not Allen Iverson, but the AI. All right. Sean Payton was asked today if there is a race in the NFL on how to utilize AI when it comes to the draft. Here we go, Spring.
I think, look, George had gotten with, we have a great group that, man, it's impressive, our group. Fortunately, it's not a race like, no, but I'm just watching this Netflix series on the Manhattan Project, and that was an important race. But I would say, I think there's always a sense of urgency of getting ahead and creating within the framework of the rules advantages that can help you as a club. And I would say the only thing I would say is we're always opening the door as an eager listener to new ways, and we have to do that as teachers. In the same way when we're evaluating players, how do we do this better? And it just so happened last night we had a pretty lengthy meeting on it that was fascinating, and yeah, I think it was good.
What? All right, now look, I'm a fellow start one point and venture off into the woods on another. So I know it's a little pot calling the kettle black, but what in the hell did he just talk about there? We threw in a little joke about the Manhattan Project.
Pretty big race.
We started out that we were talking about me and George. Then there's a great group. What in God's name did we, what? He likes AI? Is that what we got to? What?
Hold on a second. This is from earlier in his press conference. Here's a little more on AI.
We have a great analytics department, and you're going to see in the next 5-10 years AI, artificial intelligence, begin to, help in this process as you have to provide it with what you think is important, and so I think it's there's been a lot of flights.
What?
Flights to
Flights?
where?
Scouting?
There was a little aside there about AI.
Okay. Thank you, Spring. No, I appreciate it. But I mean,
420 says, so is he building a nuke?
Yeah. That's an important race.
Big race.
There's no doubt about it.
Cuban Benny says the NFL Combine AI app should be called We Type It About Practice.
We're talking about practice, man.
Will you tell me that you had a long meeting listening to you talk? I get why. I mean, what the hell did we answer right there? Takes a minute to get to the bottom of anything.
They got a great group, though. Mm-hmm.
Is this just his classic? Like, I feel like he's talking. He doesn't mind talking to the media. The text line is just.
They got a great analytics department.
Yeah.
Does Dick Monfort?
It's impressive, our group.
Does Dick Monfort ever say that out loud? Got a great analytics department. I don't think anybody works there anymore, but
yeah, well,
but they're doing good stuff for us.
I mean, the shirt's starched to perfection.
Ben says he's got them computer guys now.
Yeah. Hey, get over here. I want to send an email.
What? By the way, when the Broncos spearhead and they have their AI draft department and those people have a wing, or I guess robots, I don't really know. Will it be? Is there a rivalry between them and the actual analytics guys, the numbers dudes, does it get like really spicy at the company picnic during like the tug of war between the AI guys and the analytics guys?
So they create one of them weird robots, like iRobot,
Yes.
walking around. We really smoked your ass on that draft. Walks off. Is it the little Buck Rogers robot just walking around with its wiggy or whatever the hell it said?
I also like the part where he's like, we got to type in what we like.
Well, we got to tell it what to do. Well, then it's all that intelligent, is it now?
But as soon
It
as
won't just do it on its own.
Here's the thing, Andy. As soon as they tell it what to do,
Then it does it.
It's easy street.
Well,
you know what the Broncos can do? They can just leave. They can put their NFL draft just on auto draft.
Yeah.
They can just like sit back and have a cocktail, play some video games, and have themselves a fine afternoon. They don't even have to put in any effort.
Hey, robot, how's it going? Who we got?
We told the computer
Yeah.
what we like. Thing goes haywire and drafts 6 kickers.
Why in God's name do I have 2 long snappers?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Oh, the jokes.
It's good.
Not sure they're all compliant, frankly, but how did I get to 3 long snappers?
Ask ChatGPT who the Broncos should pick in the draft, please. Having the beer delivery guy says error 404, coach not found.
What's the question?
So that's it. That's Sean Payton will tell the computer, we want winning, points and yards.
I like touchdowns, winning, good stuff.
Please.
Seriously, AI draft? How long before we get the AI draft against the actual draft to see who should have got it right?
I'm assuming there's one already.
You do an AI draft.
Uh-huh.
Match it to what actually happens.
Yes.
And in 3 years, who would have been the smarter person?
Who would have actually done a better job?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like last year, would Puka Nacua have been like the number 4 overall
Right.
pick?
Instead of the 4th rounder?
Yeah, exactly. There you go. This is what's going to save
Now,
the
hold on.
Broncos.
Here's the problem with the auto draft concept. We'll all be sitting there waiting to do our damn draft coverage like your stupid Yahoo draft. Why isn't it picking? Who put it on auto draft? Be taking the whole 15 minutes or whatever it is now, 10 minutes to make the dang pick.
Do you think the Bears are going to use the full 10 minutes on Caleb Williams?
Oh,
they're going to, aren't they?
They
are. I know they will.
My hate for that damn franchise will grow if we all sit through 10 minutes of whatever. And what if you're
Sit
the
the whole
ESPN
time.
guys, aren't you, or whoever talking heads waiting to get this done? Aren't you like, come on, man? Seriously,
just go.
just make the
just
pick.
like we have the graphics package. It's ready to go. Please, just hit. Just do it.
What happens if AI drafts Ed McCaffrey instead of Luke McCaffrey?
Bit of an older player, but
that wasn't the McCaffrey I inputted.
We like his experience.
The commissioner's just like, you sure? All right. Ed McCaffrey has been chosen by the Denver Broncos. Huh?
Thank you, Sean Payton.
No way this could go wrong.
No.
Is that the next draft day movie? AI?
The AI draft.
Yeah.
Yes. It's going to be those Minority Report robots. They're just going to, the precogs are going to tell us who they should be taking. This is the Craigman and Lindahl Show.
Man, it's impressive, our group.
All right, second hour of the show. That's Andy. I'm Nate. This is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We're with you until 6 p.m. today. We join you from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Our passion is beginning our second hour with a little bit of breaking news that we have for you right now here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Andy, I read from the Twitter account of ESPN hockey maven Greg Wyshynski, at Wyshynski on Twitter.
Wishy.
So, as we know, the Arizona Coyotes are moving to Salt Lake City. This is from Greg Wyshynski. The new team will be called Utah rather than Salt Lake City.
Like Colorado instead of Denver.
Very much so. Like they are the Utah Jazz, not the Salt Lake City Jazz. He adds, don't expect a mascot and official team nickname until season 2 of the franchise. NHL wants the team to have plenty of time to get it right. Therefore, for year number 1 of their existence, the Arizona Coyotes, now playing in Salt Lake City, will simply be known as Utah.
Utah Hockey Club. Right?
So long live Washington football team. They had to change it because they were racist. These guys just can't decide on a name. Utah hockey team, Andy.
What's the real reason here? Do they want the owner out? What do you mean they need enough time to get it right?
They got a new owner. They love the new owner. They're excited about the new owner.
All right, then what? Come on.
Okay. On Tuesday, applications were filed with the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office for trademarks on the following names. This is also from Greg Wyshynski. Utah Blizzard. Sounds delicious.
Sure. What's in that?
I like it with Oreo cookies.
Nuts.
Utah Venom. The Venom.
Sure. Mean snake.
Or the bad guy from Spider-Man.
Well, there you go.
Take your pick.
There it is.
Utah Fury.
You're mad?
The Fury.
No. They're hacked off.
The Fury.
Yeah.
What's wrong with agitated? Utah HC.
Okay.
And
kind of what you are.
And Utah Hockey Club. Those are the 5 applications filed with the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. Blizzard, Venom, Fury, HC, Hockey Club.
Isn't Blizzard a little too close to Avalanche since you're literally sharing a mountain range?
Well, the Avalanche usually comes after the Blizzard.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, if you're traveling west to east,
actually,
you'll hit the Blizzard first.
Are they going to be rivals? Are we going to do the same thing like we did with the Buffs and Utah when they were in the Pac-12, the Rocky Mountain rivalry? Should we try and drum this up? Nuggets and Jazz have a little something going. They're in the same division. Do Avalanche v. Utah or Avalanche v. Blizzard?
Well, yeah.
The snow rivalry.
You know why? Because that if it's still the same roster of players of the Coyotes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they gave the Avs some trouble this year. They were annoyingly pesky.
Yeah, screw those guys.
So there's already a little something.
There you go.
Remember McKinnon threw the helmet at Garland.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, there's a rivalry there.
Okay.
Although, Spring, didn't you send us a story about how the Avs would go to the Pacific? Is that right?
Yeah, this is possible. That with this...
They would redistrict?
So then that would put the Avs in line to be rivals with the Utah team, right?
Yes.
Who would move to the Central?
The Oilers and the Flames.
Ah, okay. Utah Blizzard, Venom, Fury, HC, or Hockey Club.
Come on.
Just Utah.
Venom and Fury.
Just Utah.
Utah.
That sounds like it sounds like you're talking about a college.
It does.
There already is Utah.
Yeah, yes.
They're already there.
The UUs. The Utes.
Phil says the Storm and Mormons. That's pretty good.
Yeah, well, there you go.
I like that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Blizzard, Venom, Fury, HC, and Hockey Club. So is year number 1, is the jersey just going to have a U on it? Is that it? Is that all that's on the sweater? Just a U.
We're going to have colors at least?
Or are they just going to write Utah on
Is it going to come? Remember the old generic packaging where it was just white with a black letter?
Yes.
Is that what it's going to be? U.
I don't know. We're going to find out colors, I guess, next week. But there we go.
There's a real clever nickname on the text line. I'm not going to. Matter of fact, everyone's coming up with it now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's a practice, if you will.
If you will.
If they put into practice.
If you will.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there we go. Utah. Just Utah. Hey, you playing tonight, Utah?
Everybody wants Johnny Utah, too.
Here's the other thing.
The latter-day skates. That's clever.
That's not bad. Who's the other thing that's confusing about this, okay, is like, okay, and I don't know how long this is going to go on, you know, but are players going to be like, ever since I've been a
Utah.
A Utah? A Ute?
Yeah, yeah.
And then we go immediately into the entire scene? Sure. The Ute? Joe Pesci. Mm-hmm. So there we go. Utah.
The Utah Wives. Be right. Don't know if it's that funny, but I'm finding it funny. Oh, man.
I actually like this one from the 408, the Salt Lake City Utahs. That's not bad.
Yeah?
It's better than just Utah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, man.
All right.
Oh, man.
It's a practice.
No, but I want to, yeah. I mean, how do you set
practice.
that up? How do you do the big game tease? Tonight, da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da, it's the Utah and the Colorado Avalanche. Live from building to be named later. You know what I mean?
Just make up your mind.
You're going to be like, can you give us more?
Make up your mind. Just go with something. That's pretty weak, right?
Yes. Yes. You got plenty of. Don't tell me this just like you didn't just 2 weeks ago be like, you know what? We could move to Utah. You haven't had a damn building in 2 years. Don't act like this just suddenly occurred to you that this could happen. You didn't have any other plans in there? Come on. Come on.
So I saw this in The Athletic today.
How about they be the Utah? What other form of music do you never relate to Utah like jazz? The Utah. What? Reggae's? I don't know.
Pretty much all of them, Andy. Pretty much all of
The
them.
Utah polkas?
Outside of the Tabernacle Choir, pretty much all of them, okay?
The Utah emos?
So,
I'm upset you won't jump in on this.
The Athletic
music guy.
The Athletic gave us today top 100 free agents in baseball next year.
Really?
Okay.
Is there a Rocky?
There is.
Really?
All right. There
Please
is.
tell me who.
Elias Diaz is a free agent at the end of this upcoming season.
Okay.
And I want to read this to you as the Athletic put it to us. This was in their wind-up newsletter today that Levi Weaver and Ken Rosenthal write, okay? And they just write this about Elias Diaz. A first-time All-Star last year, Diaz is currently hitting .310 as a 33-year-old catcher. It would make all the sense in the world for the Rockies to trade him this year, but, well, you know. It'll be interesting to see what the market is for a catcher of his age if he keeps this offensive production up.
Isn't he like mid-30s?
He's 33.
Yeah.
Again, this is a guy that we will go to the trade deadline this year. The Rockies currently at 4-15. Not much of a likelihood of them crawling out of this hole anytime soon.
Doesn't feel like it.
No, it doesn't really feel like it. We will go to the deadline this year, and there will be teams that will need catchers. You always need catchers.
Yeah.
Some contender will, and we'll do the thing again where we're like, hey, just like Daniel Bard, out for the year, by the way. Thank God we extended him. John Gray, Trevor Story, any number of them, Andy. And
Nolan Arenado, really.
And we'll sit there going, why is he still on the team?
Yeah, that's going to happen. That's a July
everybody in
conversation.
baseball knows they're not going to do anything about this. Do teams, like when they call the Rockies, do they invite like other people from around the office in and put it on speakerphone, just like for the laughs to see what they'll get in return for whomever answers the phone over
Bob,
there?
Come here.
Gotta hear this. Come on.
Gonna call Colorado.
Yeah.
Gonna ask them about a trade. Concept they've never heard of, but we'll try it out. This will be fun. Just call everybody over. Elias Diaz, again, he's having a good start to the year, Andy. Will they get it right this time?
No.
God, they need to.
They're not gonna.
They need more dudes.
They're not going to.
They need so many more dudes.
What would give you one idea? I mean, I guess Stallings is playing a lot, so maybe. What are you even going to get? What do you get there?
If you get a single A left arm, I'll take it. You need dudes. You're so bad.
Would you take?
They're heinous.
Hey, how about another guy that was an outfielder that could try first base? How about that? Huh? We like the bat, though. The bat is where it's at.
They've got plenty of those dudes. Yet they could use another one. Let's be honest, okay?
Here's what I say you do. Here's the trade.
Let's have it.
You can have Elias Diaz for your lowest A prospect, a guy that's just in short season, but you got to take the Chris Bryant contract.
The answer is no.
We don't even need a guy. It could be player to be named later that never gets named, but you're taking the contract to Chris Bryant.
How about them just lighting $50 million extra on fire?
Sure, why not?
On top of the $50 million they gave the Cardinals to take Nolan, that's $100 million.
Yep, that's a lot of upper decks.
Game on!
That's a lot of free bobbleheads.
Hey, they came back last night. They made it kind of interesting.
Sure, they did. Right there.
7-6.
Right there.
7-6.
The bats came alive.
Yep. Back home tomorrow to open up the homestand against the Seattle Mariners. 4-15 on the campaign. They have lost every series. They have been swept in 2 of them so far this year.
The Utah Marinates? Let it marinate?
Let it marinate?
You know?
Mm-hmm.
That's along the lines of some things being suggested.
Utah.
You marinate it?
Utah.
You like a marinara?
Just Utah. I do.
A couple cheese sticks and a marinara?
We will talk about the Avalanche and maybe their upcoming rivals, Utah.
The Utah.
Ugh.
Let's see how Connor's going to solve this conundrum.
He'll come up with something.
Yeah.
I believe in him.
Force of nature verse.
Utah.
Yeah, I'll get back to you.
Avalanche and Oilers tonight right here on Altitude Sports Radio. Connor McGahey next. All right, tonight we got the Avalanche and the Edmonton Oilers, final game of 82 of the regular season. Joining us right now to discuss, it is the voice of your Colorado Avalanche. It is our friend Connor McGahey. He joins us right now on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident? You need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Connor, are you excited about drumming up the Colorado Avalanche and Utah hockey team rivalry?
Well, you know what? When I saw, Nate, that they were not going to have a mascot immediately, you're the first person I thought of because of Washington football team. And now we have Utah hockey team.
No, it's just Utah, baby.
Just
it's
Utah.
The Utah.
Yeah, but you know exactly what this show is going to do. They're going to say Utah hockey team until they actually have a mascot. I know.
Hey, we may tell you we're going to call it hockey team when they have a mascot. I don't give a damn about your mascot. It does nothing for me.
Got a hockey team.
Well, Utah already has a hockey team. They have the Grizzlies, which is the Avalanche's East Coast affiliate. So Grizzlies feed into the Eagles, which feed into the Avalanche, and they moved there after Nate, I don't know when you moved here, but Andy, you remember the Denver Grizzlies, and the International Hockey League, the IHL Turner Cup champions in 1994.
Hell yeah.
And then one season, they won the championship, and then they moved on. The next year, we got the Colorado Avalanche. But, yeah, there's already a hockey team in Utah. I'm wondering if Ryan Smith and the Smith Entertainment Group is going to approach them for either an affiliation or if they want to put the Grizzlies into that bag of possible names that you mentioned earlier, Nate, or what, and try and finagle that. But, yeah, there's already hockey in Utah, but we'll see. I can only think of Gary Busey leaning out the car and saying, Utah, give me two.
Oh, hey, I've seen the gift that you keep sending out there. By the way, we had a meeting. You better be careful.
I'm sorry.
You're going to be in trouble. They're going to scrub that thing. You better get on board. Hey, man, by the way, that Grizzlies logo, I still have a Denver Grizzlies hat rolling around. That Grizzlies it was an excellent logo. I kind of wanted the Avs to be the Grizzlies, frankly, when they got here. And again, to your point, I don't think people caught that. We actually had back-to-back hockey champions with the Turner Cup and the Stanley Cup. What about that?
Yeah, I have the hat too, and I remember when they announced that the Avalanche were going to, or at least we were going to get a hockey team. I remember designing a very awful logo that was a mixture in between the Grizzly and the hockey stick and the Vancouver Canucks sled logo. It pretty much said Avalanche in it, and it was just the most horrendous thing that you could ever see. But at least I participated, At least I was part of the process.
You tried. You tried.
I did try. I did try.
Logo's amazing, by the way. You can still get T-shirts with the logo on it.
You should, dude. I'm telling you, it was sweet gear.
That's pretty sweet.
And with the black and the green, that evergreen,
looks
it was
good.
A sharp collection of stuff.
If I'm Ryan Smith, I'm approaching the Utah Grizzlies and being like, okay, what can we do here? Can we make trade? And because I like the color scheme is great, the logo is great, it already exists there, you already have a fan base. It makes a lot of sense for me to just make the Utah Grizzlies an NHL franchise.
Yeah,
we'll see what they end up doing.
You can call them the Grizz. You can nickname the mascot. It's all right there, okay?
They can't be the Blizzard, though, right, Connor? That's too close to Avalanche in the same time zone.
Yeah, we already have a corner on the snow-themed NHL market. I'm sorry, the seat's taken.
And what would you do? Force of nature versus result of the force of nature, or what?
Yeah, force of nature versus force of nature precursor, I suppose. Yeah.
Doesn't roll off the tongue. I
no,
don't
it
like
really
it.
doesn't.
They need to consult you before they pick this thing. What would it be for Grizzly?
I wish they would. And for a billionaire, I have a very decent consulting fee as well. So
hey, I'll tell you what. If it's Grizzly, I want it to be force of nature versus disturbing death scene. Huh?
Porridge enthusiast.
Porridge. Okay.
The Utah Cocaine Bears.
He's already got it. Yeah. Cocaine smuggler.
That's a different kind of blizzard, by the way. All right.
A different kind of bear. Nicely done. Nicely done.
All right, so Connor, tonight there is the opportunity for Nathan MacKinnon to tie and or break the franchise's single-season points record. There is the possibility that the Avalanche and the Oilers could meet in the Western Conference Finals, in which case the Avalanche would like to win tonight, so they would have home ice advantage in the event that were to take place. Besides those couple of items, what purpose does tonight serve for the Avalanche?
It serves the purpose of because you had 3 days off, a back-to-back, and then 3 days off, a game, and then likely, hold on, what's today?
Thursday, yeah. 18th.
Thursday. Thank you very much. Is it still 2024?
I believe so.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then you have 2 days off until you play likely game one. Sunday is not confirmed, but it looks like all signs are pointing to Sunday now for game one. The point is that you can't have 2 games like you had last weekend and then have pretty much 5 days where you're not playing hockey games. You can practice all you want, but you really want to get a game playing the right way under your belt. And I think that is the purpose of this game tonight. I think back to 2022 where they didn't play great down the stretch, but they did have that great game versus St. Louis at the end of the year to sort of set the tone for that first-round series versus the Nashville Predators. So with all the days off in between, and it's not like you've been playing every other day, it's been a lot of because they played a lot of games early on, it's been a lot of rest this last week and a half, and so I think tonight serves as sort of the dress rehearsal for game one in Winnipeg this weekend.
All right, man. Got to cover the elephant in the room a little bit. I guess, and this is just me talking, I understand Coach has got to call out players at times. I was a little, look, there was a bad goal let in. What was it, goal number 2, where Georgie just flat out flinched, and that troubled me as far as where mentally you are in the Vegas game. But, again, as I pointed out, and you and I have talked, they're defensemen. They're forwards running crazy all over the zone. You're giving backside shots up. The Winnipeg game was unexcusable for how many backside guys were open to just tap it home. And Georgie's not going pipe to pipe and making those saves. And the game-winning goal in Vegas. I showed Nate the picture, Connor. I was so hacked off. I took a picture of a Vegas forward who had his big backside literally in the mask of Georgie as Devon Toews finally realizes late that a guy's back there and helplessly skates over. And, it doesn't even help. So to me, they're just like, Georgie should not have been the only guy called out after what we saw from this weekend. What can they fix here? I worry about Georgie's mental state. We'll see what Onninen, I guess, does tonight against a playoff caliber team. But what can they fix in your mind with this time off?
Well, the good news, Andy, and you're not wrong, because, if you go back to that 7-0 Winnipeg game, the first 2 goals are scored from inside the blue paint. Inside the crease. I'm not even talking about around the crease. The forward is inside the crease. And you have some easy stick lifts that are not made. There's been no, on Independence Day when they're up there and they're fighting, he says, all right, nobody has any missiles left. And then they have 1 missile left. He said, all right, guys, let's plow the road, Viking positions. There's none of that. There's been no plowing of the road in and around the net front for the Avalanche. And they have to get down and dirty, gritty defense, and that's exactly what won them the cup in 2022. And if they're going to beat the Winnipeg Jets, the stingiest defensive team in the National Hockey League, you're going to have to get down and dirty and gritty, and that starts in your own zone with D coverage. I don't know how many times Jared Bednar has mentioned in either public media appearances or in our exclusive interview here on Altitude Sports Radio, but D-zone coverage, I feel like, has been just the number one topic pretty much all season. And you can have as many video sessions and as many meetings as you want, but until it comes down to actually doing it on the ice and everybody communicating, and I think that's a big part of it too. Jared Bednar will talk about that tonight, the communication piece. That's a big part of it, because it's if you have a spare forward, it's either on the defenseman and say, I got it, or you need the winger to help out. And there's been so many times where you literally look and there's been no one saying a word on the ice. And that can't happen, and I don't think it will happen going into the playoffs. But I think the good news is the problems have been so glaring that they're easy to fix, and I expect them to do so.
All that said, though, and again, we're talking to Connor McGahey, voice of the Avalanche. Where is Georgiev going into these playoffs, both in terms of game and the mental, because we know that that's a large part of it. And I guess I'll even tack on to that question. Is there anything that Onninen can do tonight to make a case that he should be starting game one? I don't think so. I think that Georgiev is your game one starter. But Bednar still says, you want to get both guys playing, which is why Onninen is getting the start tonight, because Georgiev played a third of that game versus Winnipeg, then Onninen played, and then Georgiev played Sunday. The success for the Avalanche has come when both goaltenders are actually getting a little bit of time, which is why Onninen goes tonight. But Jared Bednar keeps saying, hey, you may need both of them in the playoffs. Whether it's because of injury, a la Darcy Kemper, Ryan Johansson stick to the face, which led to Pavel Francouz starting 6 games in the 2022 Cup run, or if you go back, remember, I don't think people are talking about the 2018 Washington Capitals enough when it comes to the goaltending situation, because if you remember, Philip Grubauer started that playoff run for the Caps in the first round and wasn't great, and then got pulled. Braden Holtby goes in and goes on a tear and wins the Cup for the Caps in Vegas. And that's a distinct possibility. And you have to have both goaltenders going. I do think that Chris McFarland, when he was on with Dempsey and company earlier this week in the penalty box, was not wrong when he said we believe in Georgie. Georgie is our number one. He's our starting goaltender. And that's 100% true, I think. And until the team needs something else, Georgiev will be your goaltender through these Stanley Cup playoffs. Now, he has to have a complete reset mentally, because that is the biggest part of playing the position. There's certain positions, quarterback, kicker, goaltender in hockey, where the brain is your most powerful and important tool, and he has to get that right before game one on Sunday. And I honestly, given all this time this week, I do think that was actually a good thing for that process to happen.
All right, Casey Middlestad's becoming a little bit more, let's be honest about it, Connor. We had a great kind of burst out of the trade deadline with all the guys. Sean Walker getting some really nice goals. I think Walker still has been pretty solid. He's got to cut down on the untimely penalties, unfortunately. But Casey Middlestad seems to be a topic of conversation. I believe I heard Bednar talking about it, and I think it was on the morning show that he said, he came out and he started where the offense was good, and then he feels like it's dropped off. What does he need to change in his game, in your mind, from what the coach is telling you?
I think that, and this goes for all the new guys, is that at the trade deadline, they come out with this jolt of confidence, right? Like, we're with our new team, and Nathan McKinnon's down on the end of the bench, and then maybe things don't go your way for a little bit, and you get a little bit timid. And there's no reason for any of these guys to be timid. You could even apply that to Georgiev.
Right.
He's best when he's confident. You watch Casey Middlestad, and no bones about it, it's been a career year for him, both in Buffalo and tacked on here with the Avalanche. But he's a better player when he's confident. And so I think that there just needs to be a deep breath and an air of confidence about everybody, especially a player like that, to go in and say, okay, we have the minerals to do this, and we're going to do it. And I think for Middlestad, he's good defensively, but his instinct is always to pass first. And he has passed up some really good opportunities to get the puck to someone else. And like I said, I wish that confidence would go into him in the regard where he would shoot the puck, and you could even generate a chance that way. It doesn't have to be a direct saucer pass, right on the tape of Arturi Lehkonen at the back door. It can be via a shot. So I just think that, and we see this all the time, the initial bump when you come over to a new team at trade deadline, and then, the season feels like it's 15 games too long anyhow. So there's that sort of letdown right before the playoffs. But I think that confidence is key, especially for a player like Casey Middlestad.
All right, everybody. Connor McGahee, he'll be calling the action this evening. We'll drop the puck at 7:30 right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Mark Bertinoli will have pregame coverage.
Wait a minute. It's that time of year.
It's 7 o'clock.
Connor needs a nap. You ready for the 8 o'clock starts, my friend? Huh?
Well, here's hoping, and that was my one dread, was the Central Time Zone opponent, because you remember that Blues series where every game started at like 9:08 p.m. and you just, it was brutal. So hopefully what it sounds like is that our game will be the first of a 2-game Canadian doubleheader on Sunday, with the Canucks being the nightcap. So that could actually be a good thing. But you're right. My grumpiness in regards to late puck traps could increase here in the next couple of weeks. Let's hope it stays rather tame.
I was going to say, because what are they going to do to you on the weeknights?
Ew.
Yeah.
Well, probably. Okay, it's a 10:30 Central Time start. We're going to go full Eastern Time Zone with this. Yay! Somebody pinch me.
By the way, a Force of Nature versus Dairy Queen treat has been texted in a couple of times. Just so keep that in your back pocket. Nate likes a blizzard.
That's only if they're named the Blizzard.
That's right. Connor, beautiful work as always, buddy. Have a good one tonight. And hey, congratulations, game number 82. I know you still have plenty of work in front of you with the postseason coming up, but another regular season in the books. Well done, sir.
And a fine one at that.
That's right.
Well, God bless you both. It's the greatest job in the world. Love it to death. So thank you, boys.
All right, Connor McGahee right there, the voice of the Avalanche. The Blizzard, though, it's got nothing on that GQ salted Oreo.
Well, it doesn't.
Yeah.
But I was going to say, what if they were the Utah peanut butter parfaits? What else you like there?
That would be delightful.
The PB parfaits?
The dipped cone.
The dipped cone. That's right. You told me.
I love
You're
dipped
a dipped cone. Raspberry or just the chocolate?
I go the chocolate.
Sure you do.
You notice how I did the dip there?
He did. What did you work at a Dairy Queen?
No, I've just seen it done.
Remember when Dickies used to let you do your own ice cream?
No.
Get all fancy with that thing?
I mean, I do like any time you can get an ice cream dispenser and they give you like the small, tiny cup for it, and you just make the thing just 12 inches high, and it's ready to tip over and everything else
Leaning
like that.
Tower of Pisa ice cream.
Mom's all mad at you, and you better eat that whole thing.
Oh, yeah, watch this.
Yeah, watch me, lady. Here it goes.
About to see something impressive.
It's Nate Kreckman. It's Andy Lindahl. It is a Thursday afternoon. The Stanley Cup playoffs are nearly upon us. The NBA playoffs begin Saturday at 6. What do we pregame at 6? Tip at 6:30?
I believe so, yeah.
Right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, your home of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. All right, it's the Krebkin and Lindahl Show here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, Andy,
Yes.
We're an Avalanche show. We're big Nathan MacKinnon guys. Okay?
Love Nathan MacKinnon. Love Cale Makar.
And obviously, we're pushing for him to win the Hart Trophy. I have financial stake in it. So we all want that to happen. However, I do want to just take a quick moment and give a shout out to one of the guys that MacKinnon is going against for that Hart Trophy.
Had a nice season, I bet.
Did you happen to see last night?
Yeah.
Austin Matthews failed in his attempt to become the 9th player in NHL history to score 70 or more goals in a season. Maple Leafs fall 6-4 to the Tampa Bay Lightning in the regular season finale for the Leafs. Matthews denied on all 7 first-period shots by Matt Tompkins of the Lightning. Put a shot off the post in the second. Tompkins, 34
crossbar.
saves.
Oh.
Yep. 12 saves on Austin Matthews. That's right. The Toronto Maple Leafs forward concludes the season with 69 goals.
Nice.
Very.
Good season. Pretty good season.
Did you see John Cooper get weird about it, too, beforehand?
John Cooper gets weird about everything.
He was talking about how cool it would be to be in the building when a player scored 70 goals, just to be there for that night. And he was like, I mean, as a fan. And then he goes, I swear I coached the other team. But I was like, wow, are they just going to go Brett Favre and Michael Strahan and let him have the sack? Or
Did you
let him
forget
have the
where he
goal?
was for a minute?
Yeah, I was like, dude, I get the sentiment and all. But
you have something to do tonight,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, you're really kind of paid to prevent said 70th goal being scored.
We're going to need you to stop that. Avalanche tonight, they finish up against the Oilers at 7:30.
By the way, for any, whatever with Sean Payton, right?
We're going to hear a lot more Sean Payton.
We're about to hear a ton of Sean Payton.
Coming up at 5 o'clock.
But, so, Spring, did you hear the story where he was talking about, and I caught it a little bit late, but he was talking about being friends with John Cooper and calling like one of these alumni games or something?
They hang out
Yeah.
in Coeur d'Alene.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Not that place has been in the news for anything recently. Yes, they hang out at the golf club. Like the golf club. Who was it? It was Peyton, Elway, John Cooper. Was Gretzky there? Yeah, Gretzky was there. Assorted other.
Was Barkley in it?
I don't believe so. I don't remember who the whole crew was.
Sure, but there was a crew.
Yes. And Sean Payton hung out there, and then he was like, this is the best. Summer will never end.
Right.
And then everybody else went back to work, and then Sean Payton was the last loser, still going to breakfast by himself.
Like, this kind of sucks.
I better get a job.
I need something to do.
This is pretty lame. Mm-hmm.
We beat them. That's all I'm saying.
Yes,
yes. And just like, we beat them.
So Jonte Porter, Andy, as you know, he has been banned for life.
Yeah, you teased me with this on the phone.
Yeah,
What's up?
Yeah. So,
you said this is it. The more you dive in.
So there was a detail in this story that I saw today that kind of struck me. Okay. So as you know, there were 2 NBA games this year where prop bets on Jonte Porter's totals, points, rebounds, 3-pointers made. They came in and they hit the under, and there was substantial money that was bet on those particular props, and DraftKings saw it and they caught it. Okay. So the NBA, when they released the findings of their investigation earlier this week, they discovered that Jonte Porter, brother of Michael Porter, gave a heads up to a known sports bettor ahead of the March 20th game against the Kings. Okay? Now, this dude, whomever the dude was that Jonte Porter
tipped,
informed.
Okay?
I will not be hitting these totals in this game. Then shared that information with another bettor.
Okay.
This was the individual that turned out to be the problem, at least for Jonte Porter. As this dude then took this information that Jonte Porter's totals would not be hit in this game, and he placed an $80,000 same-game parlay on DraftKings that would have, well, in fact, it did hit and was supposed to pay him out $1.1 million. He put an $80,000 bet, parlaying all of the totals of the 10th man on the Toronto Raptors.
Right.
And when he was supposed to get $1.1 million, it turns out the fine people at DraftKings, who probably weren't super excited
to pay that money,
to pay out 7 figures, were like, hey, we should look into this.
We're going to pause putting that into your account for a second.
Okay. Andy, I'm not a career criminal or
You're
anything
not
like
slick.
that, okay? But here's one thing that I think I know about crime and committing a crime. The likelihood of you getting away with the crime is vastly higher if you don't make it incredibly obvious that you're committing a crime.
Right. It's about the slickness of the operation.
You wanna fly under the radar.
Everyone be cool.
Right.
Everyone be chill.
Right. It's not as though everyone's just looking at it and going, I don't know, man, Sacramento's a brutal matchup for Jontay Porter. I should probably 80,000 and just parlay all the props. I love the unders on this.
Yeah.
They just Domantas Sabonis is nothing but trouble for Jontay Porter. Obviously, there's a huge sample size when it comes to that matchup.
You know,
you bet $80,000 and then parlayed it.
I need some juice tonight. And when I need that competitive edge, I bet Jontay Porter, who barely plays for the Toronto Raptors.
This would be honestly, it's even worse. This would be like, I don't know, man. I got a feeling Justin Holiday's just not going to show up tonight.
Is it even Justin Holiday?
It might even be lower than that.
Yeah.
Colin Gillespie.
Julian Strother. Have a tough time hitting those props tonight. I'm betting it all.
This isn't going to be a good game for Hunter Tyson.
Is there a part of you that's surprised? Not to be a jerk, but
80,000.
But how are there even Jontay Porter props out there?
How?
Do you know what I mean?
That's the other thing.
How did that happen?
Remember,
are we sure there isn't someone inside the book having some fun with this?
Do you remember last year and we used to joke about this during the playoff run, and we would look at the Nuggets totals, and remember Christian Brown's point total was always 2.5?
Yeah.
It was always 2.5. Is Christian Brown going to get that second bucket?
Or a free throw.
Right. And actually,
you usually did.
I hit it a few times.
You made a couple of bucks.
I had a good time on that. Also, we were talking about like the semifinals, the conference finals, or the NBA finals, when clearly the books want to just get as much action as humanly possible, so they will have prop on anybody that's is
playing
in the rotation.
Right. Seeing minutes.
Okay. There's something there.
You weren't getting a lot of Lotco action last year during the finals.
March 20th, Jontay Porter, Raptors, Kings. What are you doing? Why are you even offering that?
I know. That to me is a little funny, too.
You're begging for problems.
Yeah.
Absolutely begging for problems. But again, for the idiot that was just like, I will take this one tip, I will live on Easy Street from here on out, score of a lifetime, and nobody will notice. What an idiot.
Cuban Benny says, that gambler is the kid who brags to his parents that you found a Playboy. You weren't cool, man. You weren't cool.
It's like the equivalent of like, you know when you're on the highway and you see a state trooper.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah, quarter mile ahead or whatever. That's the equivalent of seeing that guy and then hitting the gas.
Sure. Oh, I dare you. I dare you to come pull me over.
What are you doing? $80,000 same game parlay on DraftKings. No, they're not going to ask a single question.
Oh, that checks out. On a guy that, how much action are you? Like, seriously, would they had to sift through the bets? Do you think somebody saw that come in and just laughed first off before they saw it? But Jontay Porter.
The hell is this guy
what are we doing here?
And he watches the video of Jontay Porter grabbing his eye. Again, if I'm sitting in the DraftKings office, I'm just going to be sitting there going,
nope.
I don't know.
Nope.
Seems a little fishy to me.
Yeah.
I have a question, sir. He did it all, by the way. Jonte himself, $21,965 were the net winnings. $21,965. The guy is foregoing an NBA salary for $22,000. Come on, dude.
Let me ask you this: did we find out what the guy who received the original information bet? The guy, was he at least cool? Did it not go there? Since guy 2 went 80,000, I mean,
that was the problem. Was he
right? But what guy 1? What do you think he threw down? 1,000?
Well, do you remember
what do you think trips this?
Yeah,
what number trips this?
Exactly. Like if you put honestly, like don't go north of like a couple $100.
Right. I'm like $500 on Jonte Porter.
Right. It immediately when a guy comes in on 80,000. Do you remember the story about the Alabama coach who had tipped off the bettor on the pitching matchup? Who are they playing? LSU. And he tipped off the bettor, and the bettor went to Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati. And we did the story, and we had the police report about it, where the guy was literally telling the people working at the windows at Great American Ballpark, "You don't understand. It can't lose.
I gotta have this bet," because then he wanted to bet more than they would let him.
Right.
So he just got all in his feels and started yelling foolish things.
Exactly. I think he was even telling them, "You guys should bet this thing." Unreal, man. Unreal. Just, again, when doing the crime, make sure it doesn't look exactly like a crime. That's one of the key tenets of getting away with the crime.
When you leave the bank, remove the mask. Just go walking down the street with the mask on or whatever, the hose, whatever it is you're wearing. As the alarm bells are ringing.
Gun in hand and a cartoon sack with a dollar sign in your other hand.
That's literally Chiefsaholic.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I think that's what that guy was doing. We have got all the Broncos news you can use in the High Five coming up next.
Hey, it's Andy Lindahl from my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. Well, camping season's upon us. I swear, even though the weather looks like that it stinks right now, you may be wanting to haul the old trailer up, get some camping done, and the real kind of unofficial kickoff of all this is Memorial Day, and we're about a month away from that if you can believe it. So now's the time to call Jerry Jones if you need a tow ball or whatever it could be, maybe some tie downs for the equipment to keep it all in the back of the truck, whatever you need to get the camping season going for your truck or 4x4, they can do it over there at Colorado Off-Road. So give them a holler, get on the schedule with Jerry. Other things that you're looking for. Matter of fact, I had one of the Twitchers ask me yesterday, does he do hardtop camper shells for trucks? And so Jerry said, have him give me a call. Maybe it's the bed covers, the step rails, the floor mats, whatever it could be, heated seats we've talked about. He's got it all. If you want some work done, maybe a light bar for more fun on the 4x4 trails, they do it at Colorado Off-Road. They're 3 blocks south of historic downtown Littleton on Prince Street, right behind ACC, or you can find them on the web at cooffroad.com.
Yeah, it is Nate and Andy. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, and it's time for football news, and we have got a lot of it. Let's get right into it, because Peyton, they did the talking today. What do you got for us, Spring?
Let's hear from the Peytons in the High Five, brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it is never ordinary. At Bet365, Sean and George, the first thing that they were asked about today when talking to the media was if they have to draft a quarterback at 12. Here they are.
Do we have to draft a quarterback? You'd say, man, it sure looks like we have to draft a quarterback, and yet it's got to be the right fit, the right one. And if we had the tip sheets as to who everyone else was taking, it'd be easier to answer that question. And so that's the puzzle here.
What you don't want to do, Mike, is force it, and otherwise we'll be in this position next year and the years after. So you want to get the right player at 12. Our first pick we got to hit on, whether it's a quarterback, whether it's a tackle, receiver, you name it. We need to get an impact player.
Is that how the draft meeting's going to sound?
Right.
Where Sean's like, yeah, I mean, it's got to be the right guy. I like that guy. All right, let's just calm down.
Got to hit on it.
Who gets to be, let's borrow the old, was it Leahy's term, the adult in the room? Who's got to be the adult in the room here, you think? And will Sean Payton allow an adult in the room if he's not it?
Sean Payton's the adult in the room.
Right.
He has the $18 million salary.
I agree with you.
Yes.
But listening to those two talking about it, I mean, to me, just George Payton's tone is more like,
there's tension.
Got to be the right guy.
There's tension.
So
you better believe it.
It's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
This really will be interesting. Let me ask you this. I'm going to ask you this. I asked you this after the year.
Okay.
Where do you put the percentages that maybe there's a change in the scouting department when this is all said and done?
It could be. There very well could be. I think Sean and George are sticking around.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm not positive on George.
I think George has the trust of ownership. And I think that part of it is important.
Do you think there's any way Sean and George agree on what the price to move up should be? Because I don't think they do. And I think if Sean were to get his way, that's where maybe you see the old mutual departure from both.
But, Andy, there's different motivations because of their titles, right? Sean Payton is the head coach. He wants to win immediately.
Exactly.
He has to coach that actual team on the field. George Payton is going to take a broader view of the entire thing, or at least hopefully he's going to take a broader view of everything that goes into it, the amount of picks that the Broncos have, the holes that they've got to fill, etc. Sean Payton is, I'm sure he considers those things as well. But ultimately, what's his motivation? Score points, win games.
But here's what's funny is Sean's got the longer of the two contracts.
Sure does.
Now. George is halfway through his.
Sure does. Absolutely.
Sean just got the fresh 5-year deal or whatever it is.
Yep.
So technically, he's the one that would benefit from the longer-term vision.
You would certainly think so.
This is going to be this really is, to me, hearing these two guys today, this is going to be fascinating a week from today.
Spring.
High five.
George Payton was at a straight answer, but we did get this reveal from George Payton.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about our board right now, but I appreciate the question. But I do think it is a good quarterback class. There's 7-8 quarterbacks that we like that think can play in the league one day. I'm not going to get into, how we have them rated or in the top 10. No, I know, but I'm not going to go there. But it is a good quarterback class. It's been fun getting to know them, 7 or 8 of them. And so we think we can get a quarterback early. We think mid-rounds. We think there's going to be quarterbacks, throughout the draft that are interesting to us.
All right. So if there's 7 or 8, why would you need to trade?
You shouldn't need to.
You know what I mean?
Right. You shouldn't need to. But there's quarterbacks at the top. There's quarterbacks in the middle. There's quarterbacks everywhere. They love them all, Andy. Quarterbacks. It's raining quarterbacks. This franchise, I haven't been able to find one for a damn decade, but apparently they're everywhere.
They're all around us. Okay. Seriously, if you love that many, then don't go sacrificing future assets to get one. Take another one that you like.
I saw a breakdown today that was the Broncos' biggest needs.
Okay.
And you know what the answer was from this particular draft analyst? Good players.
Who was that draft analyst? You know what?
It was Danny Kelly of The Ringer. And
Tip of the cap to you, sir.
I couldn't possibly agree with him more. They just need good players. Please don't trade next year's first. please, please don't be dumb and trade next year's first. Just hang on and get good players. Spring.
High five. All right, now we'll talk about the idea of the Broncos trading up in this draft. We'll hear from both.
The thing I just begged them not to.
Yes.
Yes.
Let's talk about it anyway.
We hear from both Sean and George. First, Sean Payton on potentially trading up in the draft.
Well, I mean, look, the hypothetical relative to what the compensation is it's a lot of times driven by who else is interested. So, is George? And he's talked to all these teams in front of us, and obviously, depending on how much further you go up, and then it's also if there's someone else doing the same thing, and so that I think George said it best at the very beginning. That certainly is a possibility, and then it's how much you can pallet.
All right, and now George Payton on if they are willing to give up future assets to move up in the draft.
Yeah, I would just say if it's a player you think can change the landscape of your organization moving forward, like a quarterback, then you do whatever you take to get him. And if there's a consensus in the building, a love in the building, you're aggressive and you try to get him. Doesn't mean you're going to get him, but you try. And so we're open to everything. We're wide open.
You're allowed to be gun shy, okay? You already did everything you could for the organization to get Russell Wilson, and you cratered the damn thing by A, making that trade, and then B, giving him the contract. It's all right to just hold your damn water for a minute.
Yeah, and I think you should. I mean, again, unless the only way you give up future first rounders is he is your Caleb Williams. Okay? He is the dude.
And they're not getting Caleb
Williams. The dude
Williams.
that you want more than any of the rest of them.
Yeah. Spring.
High five. Cortland Sutton. He is going to skip the team's voluntary workouts in hopes of getting a new contract with 2 years left on his deal. He also is coming off of an ankle surgery that doesn't seem to be too severe. But here is George Payton on Cortland Sutton not being at voluntary workouts.
Yeah, I mean, it's 100% voluntary, Mike. It's the first week of the off-season program. Sean's talked to Cortland. I've talked to Cortland. He's in a good place. We'll just leave it at that.
Is he?
He's in a good place. It's not here.
Yeah. In a good place named Florida.
In a different place.
He's
right
on a
now.
beach, and it's much warmer than today.
Yeah. Sean and George Payton, again, Andy, they're sitting in this spot going, we don't have to do anything. You'll show up when you're ready to show up, and that's just how it's going to be. Or, guess what? Whether he was at voluntary workouts or not, they'll take any trade call they can get on Cortland Sutton because he's one of the few tradable assets on the team.
No, I agree, and I think this is a way of his guy, his agent, being like, you know what, why don't you call them about a trade?
Right.
See what they say.
Yeah.
We don't want to request a trade necessarily because we don't necessarily, maybe they don't want to look like a diva wide receiver or whatever, but just give a call. See what they say.
This is one of the most useless attempts at trying to force leverage onto a team I've ever seen.
Yeah, man, it's very odd. I'm with you. He didn't play up to getting a new contract.
He played to his contract. He played to his contract.
We all have to remember last year he was the highlight reel.
Yeah.
But the pop was not consistent catches, consistent moving of the ball. It was very pedestrian numbers. So, to me,
it's fine.
It's a disguised attempt to get out of town.
He's fine. He's fine. That's it. That's as good as it's going to get right now with Cortland Sutton. Spring.
High five. And finally, there have been a lot of media reports, speculation about what the Broncos are going to do in the draft. In fact, today we even had our guy Tony Pauline of Sportskeeda report that
Skeeta.
Yeah, that maybe Sean Payton will be willing to mortgage the Broncos' future to trade up in this draft. Well, both George and Sean were asked about all of the media reports over the past couple of months. How accurate have they been? Here is both George and Sean.
We it's good to have a pulse what's going on out there. I probably don't listen to as many podcasts as Sean, but it's good to have a pulse of the league, obviously. You take it with a grain of salt. I mean, really, we don't even know who we're picking at the time. We're at 12. We don't know who's going to be there. We're going through every scenario. every scenario in the first, the third, the fourth. We don't know, so I don't know how anyone else knows. And then when we know, it's only going to be Sean and I. So you listen to it, you have a pulse of the league. It's really good to have a pulse, and then no one knows.
I think, too, it's back to what I said before. I think it's one of the more exciting times of the year for the fan of each team. And listen, I've got, you name it. I mean, there are people that'll, you get tagged on Twitter. And so when I read these periodically, these things, and then maybe read something that's a little closer to the vest than I like, and I'll click all right, that's, Timmy in Tucson. I don't have to worry about him. He's just right.
So apparently Timmy in Tucson's got the scoop.
Hey, the little Timmy, the sports writer. Jeff's always telling us about him.
It's little Timmy.
That dude is good.
Turns out he lives in Tucson.
I didn't know.
I didn't
we'll have
know
to ask
either.
Jeff about that tomorrow.
Beautiful alliteration, by the way, that Timmy lives in Tucson.
Why not?
He knows his
Tucson's
stuff.
a lovely town.
What is his? Does Timmy in Tucson know XFL Jim?
Maybe.
I bet
Maybe.
Do the two of them host a podcast together?
They could.
Where all of the scoops are.
Does Timmy in Tucson love the UF? What was it before?
Well, yeah, the USFL and the
There we
XFL,
go,
and now
yeah.
it's the UFL.
Timmy in Tucson covers the USFL, but has some NFL scoops.
He's got
XFL Jim.
NFL scoops.
It's just wild. You know what I think? You know what that answer tells me? You and I've said this. I do think Sean drops some things to some people just to start the chaos. I think he enjoys watching the Twitter chaos his comments cause.
Targeted leaks.
Yeah, having a little fun.
From Sean Payton?
Yeah.
Does he actually DM Timmy in Tucson?
Yes.
And the Twitter account of Timmy in Tucson, which has as many followers as Austin Matthews scored goals this season, is that where all the real scoops are?
Could be. You know what? You laugh. I found out about Brian Dawkins going to the Broncos from some no-name San Francisco media outlet, and I didn't want to believe it, but they were actually the first, once upon a time, to report the thing. That might have been where Timmy in Tucson started.
Spring, who was our guy that was dropping CU football scoops a couple of years ago?
Margulis.
Yeah, Margulis.
James Margulis?
Margulis was a guy. We found him on Twitter one afternoon, Andy, and he was dropping CU football scoops all over the place.
Okay.
He might have been in the pet band. I don't know, but he knew something.
He knew the right person.
Everything he reported was right that day.
Yeah. Yeah.
You got to know the right guy.
I just am convinced Sean Payton likes to watch the world burn when he says something.
How about the part where
he's screwing with us?
So George Payton being like, I don't listen to as many podcasts as Sean.
Well, he's watching the Manhattan Project thing on Netflix.
Well, he's doing that as well. Sean Payton, I'm assuming Sean Payton reads the comment section of every article about him, doesn't he?
Right. He's got a burner, doesn't he?
For sure.
That Irish blood won't allow it otherwise.
He and Kevin Durant, they probably follow each other.
They might be fighting with
frankly.
each other and don't even know it.
Exactly.
Their burners are doing battle and nobody knew.
Going back and forth.
Who did we think was Dick or no, was it Jeff Bridich account? Remember we thought
Oh,
Jeff
the Bridich
had
burner.
the burner?
Yes, there was the Bridich burner, but it turned out to be that guy revealed himself.
Really?
He did.
You didn't tell me this. Who was he?
He did.
Just really loyal to the Rockies?
Yeah, one of the guys on Rocky's Twitter, it turns out, was the Bridich burner. Mm-hmm.
Who literally defended every move they ever made.
Every one of
Did
them.
the guy give up when they traded Arenado and he was like, all right.
I think it was the same thing. The guy enjoyed watching the world burn was what it was.
Okay,
Yes.
so he didn't really mean any of it. He just thought it was fun to.
He was just having a good time
So
on
was
Twitter.
the reveal like Scooby-Doo like where somebody, and it's really him.
Pulled his mask off.
He owns the come and go off of I-25 in Arapahoe.
The old man who owns the haunted amusement park. Yes.
And I would have got away with it if it wasn't for that meddling Jeff Bridich and his stupid trade of Arenado.
Thanks.
Yeah, no defending that.
Next question.
I think it's only Montfort relatives now are the only ones that are left that are still defending the Rockies on Twitter. I think that's it. I can't think
Have
there's.
we quit Toyota talk, by the way? I haven't checked. Is there no more Toyota talk? I'm guessing there isn't because MLB took it over.
Yeah, I'm assuming they probably cut a lot of the bill. They have no desk. They cut a lot of the bells and whistles out of that broadcast.
They don't. Poor Ryan Spielberg's just doing a stand-up with everything.
Right.
Getting Gatorade dumped on him.
Corey Sullivan standing out there in the wind, just trying to give a post-game report.
He was having to hold on to Kelsey.
Yeah.
Kelsey's about to blow away that day of the high winds.
Kelsey Wingert's out there. They're just trying to do
her
their
hair
damn
was
report.
losing the battle. Every time she thought she was good because it died down, she'd start talking and the wind would pick up.
God bless them, man. They're doing their best.
Good, yes.
They're doing their
It's
best.
honest work, Kate.
I'm rooting for.
Are you?
The broadcasters.
Okay, I'm okay with
of Cal Rock.
Yes,
okay,
I'm down with that.
In the very least, like Spilly's got those Apple games, so he gets to like go watch real baseball a couple times a week. Everybody else here is just the cursed to try and man. Drew last night during the rally tried to give a "Here come the Rockies."
Here come the Rockies.
No, they don't.
Yeah,
no,
they were right there.
They scooched up. They did scooch a slightly bit closer. They covered. There you go. Way to go,
Rocks. They just scored that many runs in a couple of the games. They'd have won.
We need to.
Well, I got a question for you.
You do?
Yeah, we talked about this.
Okay.
I need a guy out of you.
You need a guy out of me?
I need a ruling.
You need a ruling on a
from
guy?
you.
Okay.
Based on the nonsense we heard at the podium.
All right. I want to talk about that. And I'm going to talk about Jamal Murray before this show is over.
No!
It's correct.
Save it for tomorrow.
Oh, Andy, we're 2 days away. Game 1, Nuggets-Lakers, Ball Arena. We will have all of it for you right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We'll have the Avalanche as well. And don't forget, Altitude Authentics has every last little thing that you want for the Avalanche's 2024 playoff run. And our pal Darren McKee is delivering a bag to 5 lucky winners. Go to altitudesportsradio.com/DMACdelivers for your chance to get a personal delivery tomorrow. That's altitudesportsradio.com/DMACdelivers. He will swing by the crib. He will bring you. We had the bag before. Where'd it go?
Kevin took it.
It had a hat and a shirt.
It's got cool Avs gear.
It's got Avs gear for the playoffs.
Dempsey brought everybody the Nuggets gear. D-Mac's bringing the Avs gear.
He's the Avs delivery man. Delivery boy. Yes. Make sure you tip him. But D-Mac will stop by tomorrow if you are one of our 5 lucky winners. Again, go to altitudesportsradio.com/DMACdelivers.
Does he start screaming, I want my $2 if you don't hook him up? He'll just be stalking you. All right, so I had a question for you earlier. This is what I want to know.
Okay.
Okay. Who's the guy that triggers the trade for the Broncos?
Triggers
They keep talking about the right guy, the perfect fit, all that stuff. So I told you this earlier. This is what I believe. If everybody in this draft truly loved the top 4 QBs, and I believe the top 4 QBs are Williams, May, Daniels, and McCarthy.
Yes.
Okay? If they all truly love them, then both Minnesota and or Denver, who keeps being rumored, would have made the deal with the Cardinals so they could start thinking about whatever else they're going to do.
Or the Raiders.
Or the Raiders,
or the
whoever
Giants.
it would be, because any of the 4 would be okay, right?
Yeah.
So that tells me not all of the 4 are really the fit that they're willing to give the big price of the farm for.
No, it's a matter of taste on this. Andy, I've told you this before.
Who do you think they're willing to pull the big trigger for?
I firmly believe that this is my 2024 NFL draft conspiracy theory. The J.J. McCarthy hype is BS.
Okay.
All right?
I don't disagree with you.
I've watched the J.J. McCarthy stuff, okay? I've watched the breakdowns from the Draft Nicks on YouTube, especially, about 6 weeks ago when we started really getting hot for J.J. McCarthy around here. And I went in and I looked at it. He's a good prospect, but that's it. He's just a good prospect. He doesn't do anything great. He does throw well over the middle, which is going to be a Sean Payton thing. And he is good on a lot of the timing-based, back foot hits, get it out kind of throws. He's worked a ton under center in that offense there at Michigan. He can do that part of the job. He could throw decent, throwing on the move.
One of his popular highlights is, I believe, against Texas, where he rolls opposite side, throws back to the middle, hits a receiver back in the end zone.
Outside the numbers and down the field, he's pretty mediocre.
Right, which is a concern for teams.
He's got a good but not great NFL arm. J.J. McCarthy screams to me, you take this guy in the second round, okay? I think he's a slight tick above Bonix and Penix, and in any other year where sanity reigned, he would get drafted in the second round, okay? I firmly believe much of the J.J. McCarthy hype is a psyop to try and get somebody to go back and look at him again and say, what are we missing? Can we fall in love with him? And I think there is a huge hope amongst the teams that somebody takes J.J. McCarthy in the top 3.
Can I also want to tell you, though, I want to add to what you're saying. I do think teams want to love him more because he's the youngest of this crew.
Very much so. Very much so. The two young guys are May and McCarthy, all right? And that just a quick aside on that, okay? So you would think, hey, I want an older, more developed guy. The problem is that in the NFL, they view the older, more developed guys as closer to what their ceiling can be. And oftentimes, going from college to the pros, that can be a tough jump for those kind of players. The younger guys, the hope is they're still a few years away from their athletic and quarterbacking prime. You have more time to be able to mold them into what you're looking for. And so when a prospect is a little bit younger and just looks like he's damn lights out, that's the guy they get really, really excited about. Because who knows what the guy could be.
Right.
And McCarthy's got that going for him. He's the younger guy. All right? But I think J.J. McCarthy is a second-round pick. Not a bad quarterback. There's nothing he does special.
Right, because to me, second-rounder signals, hey, man, we're hoping we have something.
All right.
But we're not guaranteeing you we do.
The top three, Caleb Williams rules. All right? He's going to be awesome. Drake May has a freaking cannon for an arm, and he can throw that cannon from any platform humanly possible. So that's the thing that you love about Drake May. It is plus special. Jaden Daniels has a howitzer for a deep ball, and he's crazy athletic. All right? So, and those are the things that are special about him. All right. Now there's things about those dudes like Drake May. Athletically, he's good, but he's not great. Okay, he's not going to be the next Josh Allen when he gets to the league or anything like that. And Jaden Daniels is a dude that he's got some weaknesses in the game. Okay?
He's also slight of build.
And
people are worried about him getting crushed.
Exactly. So there's that going on with him as well. Therefore, those are the guys that they won't go number one like Caleb, who just checks every single box that you could have available, but they're going in the top three. I think, again, the hope is that McCarthy goes that high. I don't believe he will.
So who would have to be, let's just say somebody drinks the Kool-Aid on McCarthy, and someone might.
They could.
I'm with you. To me, Penix, Bonix, McCarthy.
They're second-round picks.
In a different time, they're second, third-round guys, frankly.
I firmly believe Bo Nix and Penix will go in the second round of this draft.
I think you're probably right. I think you're probably right. Again, it's always tough to tell who's going to get QB drunk on this thing.
Sure.
Josh Rosen once was a, top 15 pick?
10 pick.
Ugh. Anyway. Okay, so who would be the guy, if you're Sean Payton, who are you pulling the trigger for because they slipped to 4? Here's the weird thing about it. From what we're talking about, if McCarthy doesn't go, so how about I put it that way? Does McCarthy trigger it if you put yourself in Sean Payton's shoes now? You've made your Nate Kreckman GM's not pulling the big trade for McCarthy.
This is my hard rule for the Denver Broncos in this draft, okay? Is if you get past the top 3 and Drake May is still on the board, go get him, okay? If you get through the top 3 and it goes as expected, if J.J. McCarthy falls to you, take him at 12.
Yeah.
Go for it. Take him at 12. By all means, do not give up a single asset to acquire the services of J.J. McCarthy.
So,
do not do that.
Of the 3 quarterbacks and then we list in the top 3, once May's gone, there's no more trading up. We're just seeing what falls to us.
If I'm Denver, I don't.
Right.
And I'm also talking about fit with Sean Payton.
Right.
Okay? Because I believe the flaws in Drake May, Sean Payton will view as correctable. And that often is, it's footwork stuff, but I also do think a garbage offensive line at North Carolina was a big contributor to some of that. But his pocket awareness is off the charts good. And the other thing is he'll miss some of the layup throws from time to time. He'll put too much juice on easy throws. Again, I believe Sean Payton will look at that and view that as that's correctable, but those physical gifts, like you don't just buy those. Like that's freaking special. I believe that Payton would view it that way. Daniels is to me just I don't think he's what Sean Payton's looking for. I don't think he's the quarterback that Sean Payton is dying to have run his offense. And I think he's a special prospect. I just don't think he's the Sean Payton fit.
Well, that's what
I could be dead wrong about all this. This is my read on it.
Nate, that's what's going to make this tricky. That's why there's a part of me that wonders if Sean Payton isn't just waiting on a free agent in a year.
Right.
Because it's been said a lot of these college quarterbacks have been influenced by Patrick Mahomes, and I'm not saying Sean Payton wouldn't take Patrick Mahomes. Everybody in the NFL would.
He wanted to,
but
he claims.
At the end of the day, he also, I don't think he wants to live through another guy that's trying for the second play and letting the first play pass when it should have been made.
Timing.
So,
timing.
That's what some of these college quarterbacks do.
So on Bonix, on Penix, on Jaden Daniels, a part of the flaw of them being as old a prospects as they were was, and I'm not saying these guys stunk. Jaden Daniels in particular was a guy, though, that at Arizona State, he was just kind of fine. His first year at LSU, good. And then second year at LSU, his fifth year as a college quarterback, he kicked ass. He goes and wins a Heisman Trophy. What was he, 40 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, great rushing numbers, everything else like that. You worry about a 23-year-old dominating college kids. Of, okay, how does that really translate at the next level?
Well, and again, aren't we going to start to wonder who's the coach, the old Notre Dame coach that's down there at
Brian
LSU
Kelly.
now? Brian Kelly's made a few guys have some really nice stats.
Right.
So
now again, they got Joe Burrow out of LSU after he wasn't good until his last year, and turns out that worked out pretty damn well.
Sure.
There's examples in
but
every
they
way.
weren't that wasn't the Brian Kelly regime.
If you take J.J. McCarthy at 12, I'm fine with that.
I guess I want to know who you're leaving on the board. You know what I mean?
Of course.
I'm not sure I'm taking that over Brock Bowers. I'm just not. I'm sorry.
Right.
Because I think Brock, every draft show you turn on, they're drooling over what they think Brock Bowers, to that point where I'm not even sure he gets out of the top 10.
Right.
But if he does, then, find a way to trade back in and get your Knicks or your Penix in the second round. You know what I mean?
I'm with you. I'm completely with you on that. In whatever way you could acquire a second-round pick, by all means. I really would like to watch the Broncos do the smart thing and trade back. And reports today that they have gotten calls on number 12. I'd be totally cool with it because you need so much. You're so bad. You have no good players.
That's why a run on quarterbacks pushing incredible guys to the teens, that will help them. Then they can have a bidding war, and that's possibly how you get that second-round pick out of somebody.
Absolutely. I agree. But I will still be shocked if quarterback goes 1 through 4.
I'm with you.
I still will be.
Even
I just
the
don't think
Patriots
it's
are
going
now
to happen.
suggesting today, hey, we'll listen.
Yeah.
Which may suggest they think their 2 guys will be gone too. I'm telling you, there's no team in love with all the first alleged 4.
Nope. Doesn't exist. Correckman and Lindahl.
sure. I think for everybody. Everybody's been hurt. Everybody could use 6 days off. So we're just using these days to slowly gear ourselves up for what's coming. Once they start, you don't really get out of it. It's another 24 games to go. So, I think everybody could use this break, though, for sure.
That's Jamal Murray, who has battled his way through many an injury this year, including recently. So good to see him getting himself a little bit of extra time in the past week. Game 1, Saturday, 6:30, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nuggets, by the way, Andy, minus 350 favorites to win the series. Of the series that are on the board so far, the Nuggets are the heaviest favorite amongst the teams in the first round. Boston doesn't technically have a matchup yet, as they will await the winner of the Jimmy Butler-less Miami Heat and the Chicago Bulls.
Yeah, that Butler injury is going to prove a problem. It looks like he's going to miss some time.
He's going to miss
he
some
does get there.
Significant time right there.
By the way, thank you to the listener that texted us earlier. Apparently in Minnesota, their own media people are calling it Lakers in 7.
Okay, good.
Which I believe there was a line in there about how the series went 6 last year. No, it didn't. It was 4-0.
It was a 4-0 sweep.
But that's cool. You were not paying attention because you were out early.
Is it just because Minneapolis, they still hold on to a little bit of Laker love?
Wow, I wouldn't
going in the
think
Wayback
so,
Machine
but
there.
maybe
that's what it is. I don't know.
They root for the Dallas Stars too.
Maybe Timmy in Tucson, the sports writer in Minneapolis, he remembers those George Mikan days. All right, the fact that it's a first round series.
Yeah,
if you recall last year, the Lakers had to go through Memphis and Golden State. By the time they got to the Western Conference Finals, LeBron looked old. AD was beat up. Does that favor the Lakers, or not even favor? Does it give the Lakers any aid that going up against the most physical load in the NBA, that being Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets, does that help them that they at least get first-round freshness
No.
versus Western Conference Finals?
No.
Why not?
Because LeBron looks old and AD's still beat up.
It's true.
You just talked about it. Who was it? Somebody nudged him the other day. He had back spasms.
Right.
And I know they looked fine the other night.
LeBron had the huge game in this finale against the Pelicans, and then he shot 6 for 20 the other night?
Well, and here's what I do think helps out the Lakers. It's the schedule a little bit.
Yeah.
So we're going to go, a quick Saturday, Monday, but then take a couple days off.
Yeah, they'll get 2
then
games
a
off.
Thursday, Saturday, take a couple days
Because
off.
remember, the conference finals, that's an every other day sort of affair.
That's
they'll
the grind.
They'll get 2 days off between games 2 and 3. And if it goes to game 6, they would get another 2 full days off between 5 and 6. So that'll help the Lakers out a little bit. Andy, I'm trying, man. I am trying to go into this as eyes open, as objective as I possibly can, rolling into this series about what the Lakers could do to give the Nuggets problems, and I can't find it. And one of the biggest problems they are going to have, it's the same problem they had last year in the Western Conference Finals, and they didn't do anything to address it. They don't have a matchup for Jamal Murray.
Right.
They don't even have really a good matchup for Nikola Jokic. That's the funny thing about, Anthony Davis is a great defensive player, but Jokic kicks his ass. But with Jamal Murray, D'Angelo Russell ain't going to stop him. Austin Reeves sure as heck is not going to stop Jamal Murray. Jamal last year in the Western Conference Finals averaged 32.5 points a game, 6 rebounds, 5 assists in 41 minutes. He did it on 50-40-90. He was 53%, 40.5%, 95% from the line in that series. And so Jamal Murray, that's the matchup they really don't have. All right? Rui Hachimura will find his moments against Nikola Jokic. LeBron will get a few matchups. They're not going to want to do much of that because that will tire out old LeBron very quickly. Anthony Davis will have his moments on Nikola Jokic. But really, that Jamal Murray, they've got nothing for that.
No, I would agree. And, look, the Nuggets didn't exactly, when they wanted to, they sent messages to this team.
Mm-hmm.
I think Nikola gets a little extra spice for the Lakers. Man, I heard Vic Lombardi say on the station earlier today that of the 2 players that apparently were at that watch party the other night that wanted the Lakers, it was Jamal and Joker.
Yeah.
So, you know what? Cool. If they wanted it, they got it. And now I feel good about it. Jamal was really good last year. You said it. There's no matchup for him, so that's good. I think the Lakers get a game or two in this series simply because I do wonder, do the Nuggets have an uneven shooting night? Like, remember, Nate, Bruce Brown came in and made up for some uneven shooting nights in the playoffs last year.
Yeah.
That's still now maybe Reggie Jackson, a week off, the legs are refreshed. He feels a little more normal. He can be the self-creating scorer they need him to be if Joker and Murray aren't on the floor together. How do you think he plays that, by the way? We saw the staggering of a starter in the regular season. How do you think it differs? Do you think, is it Jamal out there hanging out with the guys, or does he try to keep Murray and Joker together as much as possible?
No, my guess is that they will use a second. So they're going to use on the first substitution. They're going to leave Jokic and KCP on the. This is my view on it. Jokic and KCP, leave them together as long as they possibly can. And they'll get Reggie onto the floor, probably with Peyton Watson and Christian Brown.
Okay.
And that will be the matchup that they will go with. And Peyton Watson will get a lot of LeBron minutes in those situations. Offensively, you don't worry about anything because Jokic is on the floor. As long as Nikola Jokic is on the court, the Nuggets will score. That it really is that simple. I think early second quarter minutes, Jamal Murray will be on the floor. I'll be really curious to see is if Michael Malone in those minutes, okay? We know Aaron Gordon is going to be the second unit 5, and he'll be on the floor in those minutes. Does he put Porter out there as well, and then he can go CB and Peyton, he can go CB and Reggie, however he wants to play that right there. But I think he's going to try to get that stagger with Porter on the floor along with Gordon and Jamal Murray. And then sort of piece around that, probably matchup dependent, and kind of hope you're going to have to survive those minutes a little bit. Again, any non-Jokic minutes or minutes you're going to have to survive. Like Peyton Watson, I worry about his offense a little bit. And I worry about, especially if LeBron is the matchup on P. Watt, LeBron can sag and float, and really, he can go wherever on the floor that he needs to because they're going to give Peyton Watson outside shots all day long. Now, it doesn't work when Nikola Jokic is on the floor because he'll just murder you, but it will work when it's that second unit.
Yeah, well, Peyton's going to have to hit some shots.
He's going to.
He can't go into a long, cold spell.
You're right.
Period.
He's going to have to make teams pay in those situations. Now, is Justin Holiday going to be a part of the rotation? I don't know.
I bet you know what? He probably gets some Jeff Green minutes. If Reggie's not going, then Holiday gets a look.
Yeah.
Okay? You can't have Reggie be as off as he was, unfortunately, in parts of the back half of the season.
Yeah.
But he's had a week off.
Reggie's definitely going to get those minutes, those under 5 minutes in the first quarter with the first unit, playing with Joker. And his numbers are good when he's – because, again, everybody's numbers are awesome when they play with Nikola Jokic.
No, I'm with you. Now, look, I don't think there's as much running in the NBA playoffs. We've seen that. That was always the downfall of the George Karl teams. You're going to play more half-court offense. Things are going to move a little slower, and maybe that helps Reggie keep his legs a little bit. Because it's not – I don't think Reggie Jackson all of a sudden stunk as a basketball player, forgot how to play basketball, forgot how to hit shots. I think his legs, I think they used him a bunch beginning of the year because of the Jamal injuries, and I think it kind of took a toll on him.
It's also a dude that just look back at the breadth of his career. He just slumps sometimes.
He does. They talked about that on SportsCenter. He's got to avoid it right now.
Yeah.
Because they don't need optimal production from the bench, but you said it right there. You got to survive. You can't be giving leads back. And frankly, you don't put themselves in a position where you need to rally. They did that against a bunch of teams. And I was assuming because it's a regular season and you get bored, no longer that. But don't be doing this thing where you got to have the big rally to get the thing won. I think it's Nuggets in 5, but I wouldn't be shocked if it goes 6.
Avalanche and Oilers tonight. Pregame at 7 o'clock. Berto's got that for you. We'll get you the puck drop with Connor McGahee at 7:30. All right, Andy, here's the question on tonight's game. At the end of it, does Nikola Jokic have the franchise's, the Quebec-Colorado single-season points record?
You mean Nathan MacKinnon?
Nathan MacKinnon.
Be pretty cool if Jokic did.
I'm in basketball mode.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
2 points away.
The good feelings start tonight.
2
Nate.
points away.
We're feeling good when we're done.
All right.
God, I hope so.
I'll bet the over then. Okay.
Well, wait, now hold on.
Take that, Jonte.
Gonna throw 80K on it.
Single game parlay. That's going to do it for the Craig and Lindahl show here this afternoon. We got a lot of guests tomorrow on the program.
Guesty.
Adam Rank of the NFL Network is going to be with us tomorrow on the show.
He has got your guy, Drake May, in his mock draft, a Bronco without a trade.
I love it. Adam Rank is going to be with us at 3 o'clock. Tony Jones of The Athletic is going to be with us at 3:20. Jeff Legwald at 4:20. Dan Hyatt somewhere in there. Plus, who am I missing? Jovan Buha of The Athletic to preview the Lakers side of things ahead
Who is a big
of
Jokic guy.
He's a big Jokic guy. He's a Serbian. So we'll talk to Jovan tomorrow as well. Plus, I don't know. We could add 4 or 5 more guests.
Listen, it's Scott Friday. You don't know what's going to happen.
We don't
We
know.
may roll in with more ice cream from GQ.
Ooh. Make that happen. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Good night, everybody.